Chapter 491. Evening, Physical Training Field. The young man exhaled deeply, slowly put away his fists, and ended today's training. When Xiaoyao brought him here, he taught him a set of boxing techniques, and asked him to practice for 2 hours every day. Although today was the day he became a disciple of Ma Yin, he did not stop practicing. Or it was precisely because of his apprenticeship that he needed to sweat here to suppress his complicated thoughts. Everything happened too quickly and suddenly, so that the young man still doubted that this was a dream. Only the fatigue and soreness of his body at this moment could remind him that these were all real, that his grandfather's illness was cured, that Xiaoya's sudden appearance was also real, and that his new master was also real. He could not restrain the various thoughts that kept rising in his mind, and could not suppress his imagination and prospect for the future. What kind of person was his master Ma Yin, and what kind of path he was on? What Ma Yin said to him in the morning gave him an extremely beautiful imagination, but after calming down, the boy couldn't help but doubt whether this beauty was real or fake. How could such a thing happen? You have to know that before he really met Ma Yin, the master he imagined in his heart was actually another Xiaoyao. Yes, he knew the difference between Xiaoyao and Ma Yin. When Xiaoyao just appeared, the boy keenly noticed the true face under Xiaoyao's gentle smile. It can also be said that Xiaoyao didn't really want to cover up, but just did some superficial work. When he asked himself whether he wanted to come here, the boy could feel that Xiaoyao was asking him. Obviously, if he would refuse for some reason at that time, he would definitely come directly to force it. Moreover, Xiaoyao gave his grandfather the elixir not because it was a fair trade, but because it would make things easier for him to solve. However, Shintiani did not feel any malice in him. Xiaoya's unquestionable feeling did not come from his indifference. He felt that Xiaoya's real feeling should be impatience. He had no patience for himself, because he was not important to him at all. Shintiani did not realize this immediately. What really made him realize this was the few words of advice his grandfather said before he left. At that time, he looked at himself before he left with worry on his face. Xiaoyi, you are a very gentle child. This is a good thing, and it makes me very proud. It is the proudest thing in my life to raise you to what you are now, but it is also the thing I feel most guilty about. I have not lived a good life. I did not go along with them, and I don't want you to do so, but I also know what the price is to do the right thing, and I also know that you will pay the price soon. This is why I never let you leave me. This world is not suitable for a gentle child like you to survive. After leaving this time, you will definitely suffer a lot because of my teachings. And I can't say anything to make you change. I also know that you have made a decision, so I can only remind you that this world may be more dangerous and worse than you think. You must always be vigilant. There will be many people who have bad intentions towards you, and even this free and easy immortal is far from being as good as he looks. On the eve of Shintiani's departure, his grandfather, who had just recovered from a serious illness, told him a lot of things by his bedside, and told him a lot of truths when he suddenly had to leave, which made him realize that he and his grandfather were incompatible people. But in fact, no matter what Xiaoya's so-called true face was, the boy had decided to leave, and that was why his grandfather didn't try to say anything, although he couldn't stop Xiaoyao. No matter what kind of person Xiaoyao was, it was a fact that he had done him a favor. Since the boy had received Xiaoyao's pills, it was impossible for him to breach the contract. Although they didn't say it out loud, Shintiani knew very well that this was a deal, and he was actually lucky because this deal was fair to him. Being able to cure his grandfather's serious illness and let him live a few more years, even if the price was his own life, it would not be too much. Therefore, the boy who came here with this idea did not have any expectations for his master, so what Ma Yin said made him feel so beautiful that he couldn't believe it. But if you really think about it, there is no need for Ma Yin to lie to himself. Xiaoyao was too lazy to hide his true thoughts in front of him, and in fact, the boy also vaguely felt that Ma Yin was talking differently from Xiaoyao at that time. The boy shook his head, trying to suppress his chaotic thoughts again, and turned to walk towards his room. In fact, there is no point in thinking about anything now, all he can do is have a good sleep. But when he walked out of the bodybuilding field and entered the corridor, he saw a young woman squatting opposite him, and she was holding a thick book in both hands. Big sister? Shintiani greeted with some surprise. Wan Linghua also raised her head when she heard this greeting, then stood up and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to practice so late. With your diligence, you must be good at practicing. The boy asked in surprise and embarrassment, Senior sister, are you waiting for me here? Wan Linghua also saw that the boy seemed to be a little embarrassed because she had waited for a long time. Although she would not have the same feeling for others waiting, she could understand the boy's thoughts, because she always saw the boy's expression on other people's faces at this moment. I'm not waiting for you specifically. She raised the book in her hand. I'm just waiting here for you to go back together, and don't think that you are the only one working hard. I am also working hard to learn the knowledge of practice. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, and don't feel bothered by me. I also have a lot to ask you about body training. While speaking, Luan Linghua was also observing the boy's expression, waiting for the expected changes. Sure enough, after she said this, the boy's nervousness and timidity were relieved a lot. Shintiani nodded immediately. Okay, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Luan Linghua smiled and said, Okay, junior brother, you don't have to be polite. You probably don't know much about cultivation, right? She said this because of Shintiani's performance during the day. Shintiani also nodded. Not only cultivation, I don't know anything about other things. Luan Linghua said enthusiastically as he walked with him. In fact, don't think that I seem to know a little about cultivation, but in fact, this is what I learned from reading books during this period of time. You will definitely learn these slowly in the future, because the matter of cultivation has only appeared recently. But I know a lot about the abnormal world of the Federation. I can take you to understand the more important information of the abnormal field, and the current structure of our abnormal world. The young man who heard this also cooperated and asked, the Shishao Walker that Master mentioned this morning. Luan Linghua had expected that his junior brother would ask about this name. Shishao Walker is indeed a hero like Master said, but he didn't tell you one thing at that time, that is, Shishao Walker's situation is not good now. She was actually imprisoned by the Federation some time ago. The young man said with some doubts. Federation? What is the Federation you are talking about? Luan Linghua looked into his eyes, and answered seriously. Of course, it is the federal government, which is where I come from. The young man was stunned, and his face turned pale instantly. Seeing this, Luan Linghua smiled, as if explaining to a bully child after a successful prank, Are you scared? Don't be afraid. In fact, the Federation is not the evil devil you imagined. The adult world is extremely complicated, and the conflict between the Federation and Shinshao is not the type of endless struggle. They just have some different opinions, but the form of expression may be more intense. Not only good people and bad people fight each other. Shintiani breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her later explanation. He was really scared just now, because at that moment he almost thought that the world today has been completely controlled by evil, and the power of goodness has been completely defeated a long time ago. But fortunately, according to Luan Linghua, the conflict between Shinshao and the Federation does not seem to be the opposition between good and evil, but more like a conflict between two kinds of goodness, or some contradictions between goodness and neutrality. Luan Linghua didn't expect that Shintiani would react so violently to her words, and then explained, although the Federation imprisoned her and fought with her, our goal is definitely not to kill or erase this great hero, but just to let her correct a few shortcomings. And don't think that the Shinshao mentioned by the Master is her whole face. She is a strong man with many different faces, and the Master's perspective on Shinshao is also quite special. Because in the past, the Master once joined the Salvation Alliance formed by Shinshao, and led the remnants of the Salvation Alliance to fight against the Federation, so he can be regarded as a follower of Shinshao. But if you want to really understand what kind of person Shinshao is, you must listen to those who stood by and watched the battle, and those who opposed her, so that you can know her comprehensively. Although Luan Linghua was explaining to Shintiani, she actually had some doubts about what she said. She said this not because she thought it was right, but because she should say this with her status. She couldn't say her true thoughts, even if doing so might please Ma In. After all, she is the child of a federal politician. As long as she wants to go back, she must pay attention to her words and deeds. Shintiani also nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't actually know Shinshao through Luan Linghua. He just knew that Luan Linghua had a different view on Shinshao from Ma In, and Ma In had a special relationship with Shinshao. So he asked, Senior Sister Luan, can you help me find some information about Shinshao? Luan Linghua nodded. Of course, this is very simple for me. I can also bring you some information about the common sense of the abnormal world. But you should pay attention. The Federation itself is very concerned about Shinshia's affairs. Don't talk nonsense in this regard. Some time ago, Master had some conflicts with the Federation because of Shinshia's affairs. Of course, the Federation and Master later reached an agreement in a fairly peaceful way and successfully resolved the small conflict between us. Shintiani nodded. Well, I will remember it. It is not difficult for Luan Linghua to say such official words, but she feels a little numb to what she says after saying too much, so she also began to change the subject. By the way, I heard that you came here because your grandfather is sick, right? Shintiani nodded. Yes, he got carp disease 2 years ago. Lian Linghua was a little surprised when she heard the name. because as far as she knew, Shintiani's grandfather's condition was so serious that he couldn't get out of bed, but she clearly remembered that carp disease was not a serious disease. As if he noticed the abnormality of his senior sister, the boy added, "In fact, Grandpa's condition was not bad in the first half of the year. It was because we didn't have money to treat the disease that it began to slowly deteriorate, and the longer we delayed, the more money we had to spend on treatment. We originally thought." The boy's voice gradually became low when he said this. It was then that Luan Linghua realized that although she thought it didn't cost much to treat this disease, that was for families like her, and Shintiani and his grandfather could actually be considered extremely poor. And this disease is not a problem even for ordinary families in normal big cities, because the symptoms of carp disease are extremely obvious, and anyone can seek help in the early stages of the disease. So she didn't expect how serious the carp disease would become. However, she reacted immediately and said what she wanted to say. "Xiao Yi, you may have heard that the Federation will subsidize families that meet the poverty standard, but you who live in the Southern Federation may have noticed the difficulties there, and you also know that this money can't reach you. In fact, this is because the Southern Federation is also extremely chaotic in the abnormal field. The families and warlords controlled by the Southern gods secretly control the entire Southern Federation, and the Federation can't really control the Southern Federation. So, there are often things we don't want to see happen there. But you also know that I come from a family of federal politicians, so if you don't mind, I can try to find some friends in the Southern Federation to get the money that should belong to you and your grandfather into your hands. What do you think?" She was very careful when she said this, because what she was doing was to bribe her junior brother with money, and her parents and the teachers she invited had taught her that poor people are prone to show extremely fragile self-esteem when it comes to money. She went through so many detours to make her behavior of giving money reasonable, so that the boy could accept this sentence more easily, and would not hate herself for it, which would be putting the cart before the horse. After all, her real purpose was to make friends with her junior brother. But she didn't know that no matter how she expressed it, the boy would be very grateful to her. "Thank you, senior sister," Shintiani said with gratitude. "I will not forget your help." Grandfather taught him that he should not refuse help from others when necessary, but he must always remember the kindness. However, the senior sister and junior brother did not notice that there was a faint pale figure floating in the distance behind them. She was watching them. Chapter 492. Water Curtain Cave, Bodybuilding Field. Ma was standing alone in the distance of the square, looking at the two disciples who were constantly practicing boxing and stick techniques. They were fighting fiercely according to the postures, and constantly drawing spiritual energy to wash their bodies. On the first day of becoming a disciple, Ma came out to teach Shintiani and his senior sister the most basic Xiao Gong, and also helped them understand the operating logic of the exercises through spiritual power, so that they could guide spiritual energy. Although the boy was a little clumsy than Luan Linghua in understanding the exercises, and Ma was always very busy, and the time to answer questions every day was very limited, fortunately, the senior sister was not stingy in using her own free time, and would be very patient to teach the boy the parts that he did not particularly understand. In fact, when teaching Shintiani, Luan Linghua also realized that his junior brother was actually very smart. If he had not received a good education, he might have learned things faster than himself. Moreover, the method of strengthening the body is not only to control the spirit energy to reshape one's body, but also to use the method of boxing to slowly solidify this change, and in this respect, the boy's performance is much better than Luan Linghua. Obviously, the boy is also very grateful for the help of the senior sister, so when Luan Linghua asked for advice in this regard, the boy tried his best to tell the senior sister everything he knew, and he was more selfless and sincere than the senior sister. After all, he did this with a grateful heart, so naturally, he would set higher standards for himself than the senior sister, which naturally made Luan Linghua feel grateful, and began to help his junior brother in other places in life, and tried to use his relationship to take care of his grandfather. Their relationship has grown rapidly with the mutual kindness and tenderness of both sides. Except for some restraint due to not knowing each other for a long time, they are even closer than many friends who have known each other for many years. Although the reasons for their willingness to pay are not exactly the same, for example, the boy does this more out of sincere kindness and gratitude, while Luan Linghua does it because of the politician education he received since childhood. But even if it is because of education, the boy has never met anyone like Luan Linghua who is willing to really treat him well, and Luan Linghua's kindness to others in the past has never received such a strong response. So the feelings between them are extremely real. After all, Luan Linghua is only about 20 years old. She and the boy are far from the age of intrigue, and they can't do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. And they are not the kind of people who can't tell good from bad and right from wrong. Therefore, when they meet others who are good to them, they will naturally have a good impression. The goodwill they showed to each other was extremely rare in the social circles of politicians' families or around poor rural boys, and perhaps it was not common in other interpersonal relationships. This was also due to Xiao's vision. It was not without reason that he chose the teenager and Luan Linghua as Ma'an's apprentices. Xiao chose them because they would definitely get along well. And if Ma'an saw such a relationship, he would definitely like it. The actual situation was indeed so, but the premise was that there was no undercover agent from Saren. During this period, Ma'an was actually secretly observing his disciples. He deliberately did not spend his time and energy on these two disciples for the whole month, because he just wanted to let them develop a little. And the way he monitored these two disciples was to let Saili follow them personally. At the same time, Saili was also studying the secret characteristics of the moon god, and using this power to cover up the fact that she was monitoring. But this was not the most important reason why Ma'an asked her to do so. The real purpose of letting Saili study the secret was to let her cover up her true strength. Saili, who could not completely liberate herself now, was still a little far from the past moon god. If she wanted to solve this problem, she had to continue to study and adapt to the power she had obtained, and find out the resurrection ceremony that the moon god had planted in the minds of all mankind. But this was actually not easy, because the one who buried the resurrection ceremony was not the current moon god, but the 6th level moon god, who was not restricted before being defeated by Titan, so Saili now had to rely on the anti-mind magic treasure. Even if Sirain didn't remember the true strength of the moon goddess, he could definitely make a vague inference. That's why Mon wanted to make Sari's level appear erratic, and this started after Sari gained power. When he met Shadow during the negotiation, the other party obviously didn't judge Sari's true level, and Mon also hoped that Sirain would have a similar feeling when he met the moon goddess. In addition, he didn't intend to let Sari show her current appearance, but relied on the power of the moon goddess and the secret to maintain a hazy state, so that Sirain couldn't determine the current state of the moon goddess. In fact, he was also using secrets to prevent Saran from noticing Sari's existence. Although he did hope that Saran would find out, it was impossible not to set up any obstacles, otherwise his intentions would be too obvious, so he also asked Sari to do her best to prevent Saran from noticing her existence. That's right, he didn't even consider how to let Saran find out the truth and didn't leave any loopholes, because he unconditionally believed in Saran's ability on this point. They are actually all good children. Mon said in his heart, not only do they have the most basic respect when treating people, but they are also willing to study and practice hard. In my opinion, it is difficult for both politicians' families and poor families to raise such children. The Federation is a little reasonable. After all, there are always reasonable descendants in so many politicians' families, and they also know who I am. It is normal for them to arrange her here. And Xiaoyao also said that her roots are not so natural. Although it does not affect her cultivation, it can be seen that the Federation has a strong purpose in finding these politicians' children. A hazy silver-white figure that only he could see also appeared beside him. But that boy is different. Selly said with a questioning tone, you think it is not difficult for the Federation to find such a young man, but it is not easy for a poor family to raise such a child. To be honest, Xinqiani's character is many times better than Luan Linghua. Luan Linghua's character can still be cultivated, but Xinqiani's character is completely unattainable. After all, most humans will always be shaken when facing darkness as long as there is interest, but I can feel that his heart is filled with a gentle power that makes me feel warm, and this is actually true. It's incredible. Ma echoed. The most important thing is that he still has an excellent cultivation root bone. Although their current cultivation speed does not seem to be very different, Xinqiani's cultivation root bone is actually several levels better than Luan Linghua. If I were really a cultivator, with my personality, I would definitely like Xinqiani very much, and even want to really pass on my true teachings to him. In fact, I already like this child very much now. After experiencing hardships, he remains kind and gentle, knows how to respect others, and always maintains gratitude to Xiaoyao, who may not have good intentions, but has provided help. If I really teach him to become a Yuanian cultivator, he will definitely remember my kindness firmly. Only if I treat him well with sincerity. I suspect he would even be willing to die for me. He is almost a perfect apprentice. Perfect to the point of being false. Looking at the young man, Selly nodded slightly and said, if I remember correctly, you don't believe in coincidences. That's right. Ma'an replied, especially when someone wants to kill me, this kind of near-perfect coincidence is a carefully set restriction in my eyes, But if I set it up, I will make this trap look a little less deliberate. Selly asked, so you think he is the undercover behind the scenes? Although they were having a secret conversation at the moment, Ma-en's tone of voice was as if they didn't know who the mastermind was, and Selly seemed to be pretending to know nothing. In fact, all their conversations outside the Abnormal Control Bureau strictly follow this standard. Even if he is not facing an opponent like Saran, Ma-en will not give his opponent a similar opportunity, and if he had not been cautious enough before, Saran might have already figured out the truth about the secret alliance. Ma-en said, yes, I think the mastermind dares to hand Shintiani over to us because he is confident that there is nothing wrong with this child. And I think the actual situation is likely that he does not have any problems. But you should also notice that the kindness of this young man is actually very gentle. He is not like Shin Xiao, who hates evil and hates evil. At that time, he also claimed that he could not become a warrior against evil, and when facing Xiaoyao's invitation, even if he realized that the other party might have bad intentions, he still insisted that Xiaoyao had done him a favor, and he had an obligation to repay this favor. If I didn't think so. Selly nodded. Yes, he is too gentle to be a warrior, but this is not a mistake. The world needs such people. And we should protect such people. Forcing gentle and kind people to fight is evil. Yes, his character is unusual. Ma-en said, I think this is the real means by which the mastermind controls him. His gratitude to Xiaoyao makes me realize a means of completely controlling him. What if the mastermind is his grandfather? Sally cooperated and showed a surprised expression. What do you mean by this? Ma-en explained, if his grandfather asked him to betray us, do you think he would make a mistake because of the grace of raising him? I think his grandfather is very likely the mastermind, or the means by which the mastermind controls him. I am even more inclined to believe that his grandfather is some kind of incarnation of the mastermind behind the scenes. This gentle and kind child was a spy he had been training for a long time, and his original target was definitely not us. Think about it, what would happen if such a child were allowed to enter other organizations? He could lurk in organizations such as the Federation, the Holy Church, or the Salvation Alliance. I think if it wasn't for us, he is likely to awaken abnormal abilities, and then join an abnormal organization by chance, and become a spy who doesn't know he is a spy. He is a soft knife carefully crafted. Then the knife maker must have led him to the grandfather he is today. Selly showed a surprised expression. So the grandfather who trained him to be like this is a bad person? Ma-en nodded, because he wants to control a kind child. In fact, this can also explain his gentleness. His unwillingness to become a warrior determines that he will not rebel against his grandfather, and this is exactly what his grandfather wants. Because this gentleness is a flaw that the mastermind has deliberately carved into his heart. Selly asked seriously, are you sure? Ma-en said, of course, I went to see his grandfather some time ago and collected information about him. Although I didn't find any decisive evidence, I still noticed something strange. Shintiani's growth trajectory as a child perfectly matches his current appearance, but his grandfather's nobleness and loneliness are not so reasonable, although it is not completely inexplicable. But this strangeness is enough to prove my speculation. He did investigate Shintiani's grandfather, and his speculation was indeed thought out this month, not just an excuse to provoke Saran. After all, this is the most reasonable answer. What is really weird is not that Shintiani can become what he is now, but that his grandfather would train his grandson in this way in the Southern Federation. Combined with several coincidences, Ma-en is sure that he has a problem. What do you want me to do? Selly asked, do you want me to find someone else to help? Ma-en also shook his head slightly and acted to the ear. No, I think you should be able to handle it with your ability, and the identities of other members of the Secret Alliance are still unknown to the outside world, so it is not worth exposing their existence for this. I want you to find his grandfather, and then weave a dream for him and Shintiani at the same time to trap them, so that we have enough time to verify my idea. And don't let the mastermind escape immediately, let him think he has a chance to deceive us through his performance, and we just want to know the true identity of the mastermind. Even if we can't catch him on the spot, we will be able to deal with him in the future. Selly frowned and said, what if the mastermind left a trap there? You know, he hasn't made any mistakes yet. Maybe he deliberately let us notice it. What if we are in danger? Of course, Ma-en and Selly are very aware of this possibility. In fact, when they discussed it in the Abnormal Control Bureau, they both felt that this was the real situation. This was another flaw left by the other party on purpose. But this is what they really intend to do, to make Saran think they have jumped into a trap. We are the Camarilla. Ma-en pretended to be confident and said, we should be afraid of him. Selly also nodded slightly. That's right. If we encounter anything, the Camarilla will be behind us. Then I set off. It's time to let the prey think that you are the hunter. Chapter 493. After sparring with his senior sister, Shintiani asked Ma En a few questions as usual, which solved the difficulties he encountered in practicing boxing and cultivation. Then he followed his senior sister to the library to study, and finally returned to his residence near dawn to wash and lie down to rest for a new day. But the boy had just fallen on the bed for a while, and just when his consciousness was a little fuzzy, he heard a few dull knocks on the door, as if through the thick fog, and gently woke him up. The boy raised his eyelids, and climbed up a little dizzy. He was shrouded in sleepiness, and did not notice that the moonlight outside the window tonight was particularly bright, nor did he notice the slight strangeness in the air. And when he opened the door, it took him several seconds to see the figure standing outside. It was his master Ma En. Before he could even start to feel surprised, Ma En asked, "Can I come in?" The boy nodded repeatedly, and immediately made way for Ma En to enter the house. At the same time, the scene inside the house, that he couldn't see behind him, became clearer, but he didn't notice it at all because of his dizzy head. When Ma En sat down with him face to face in the house, the boy realized that something was wrong. Why did the master suddenly come over after he fell asleep? Was there something particularly urgent? After Ma En sat down opposite him, he asked slowly, "I noticed that you have recently collected some information about the Shishao Walker?" The boy didn't feel surprised that Ma En knew this, because he had no knowledge of the abnormal world at all, and he wouldn't be particularly surprised no matter what Ma En did. So Shintiani just nodded. "Yes, master, after you mentioned her to me, I especially wanted to know what kind of person she is." Ma En asked, "What do you think?" The boy showed a thoughtful look. "At the beginning, I actually heard about Xinjiao's current situation and the conflict between the Federation and her. At that time, I felt that the battle between Xinjiao and the Federation was a bit like the warlord brothers in the Southern Federation fighting for power. But after I saw more detailed information, I felt that my initial thoughts were a bit misunderstood. This matter seems to be more intense and bloody than when they mentioned it, right?" The boy raised his head and looked at Ma En with an inquiring look. Ma En nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you should have known that I once participated in the battle in the Salvation Alliance following Xinjiao. At that time, I was hiding my strength and secretly helping Xinjiao, and I have to admit that I did have some ideas of secretly rescuing Xinjiao, although in fact, the possibility of my success was not high. But unfortunately, I was forced to sign a contract with the Federation some time ago, and I can no longer provide any help to Xinjiao. Now Xinjiao is still controlled by the Federation. I think the information you got also mentioned the reason for the confrontation between Xinjiao and the Federation. What do you think?" The young man frowned slightly. The information actually lists the reasons why the Federation and Xinjiao took action. "I always feel that something is wrong." Ma En smiled. "Of course you will think it is wrong, because they are just turning black and white. Even if I don't look at it, I can think of hundreds of excuses to deal with Xinjiao. It is especially easy to make up reasons for taking action against such a person with special abilities. Worry, suspicion, fear, they have countless reasons to act, but if the Federation really didn't have its own little thoughts, it could have made better responses than now. When the Federation acted so quickly, and without leaving any room for maneuver, it meant that they had no intention of solving the problem through other means, and they didn't care if their judgment was wrong. Because the reasons you can see are all excuses they made up after imprisoning Xinjiao." The boy showed a look of sudden enlightenment when he heard this. During this period, he was indeed a little entangled in the love and hate between Xinjiao and the Federation. He always felt that there was something wrong with what the senior sister said. When Ma En said this, he immediately noticed the inconsistency. "I see." The boy also showed a thoughtful expression. Ma En continued, "At that time, I actually didn't expect the Federation to take action, otherwise Xinjiao would not have been defeated, so I really just wanted to contact Xinjiao by joining the Salvation Alliance and secretly lurk inside it. But just when I just joined the Salvation Alliance, the Federation also launched a siege against all the Salvation Alliance members, who were in the Federation system at that time in order to imprison Xinjiao, and they didn't intend to let me go. So maybe I can't say what Xinjiao is like, but I can tell you from my own personal experience that the Federation is an extremely cruel organization, and it's not an exaggeration to even call it evil. At least its face is extremely dark. Of course, this is not its whole face, and the world still needs such a bad organization, otherwise Xinjiao would have confronted it head-on. Because there are many organizations in the world that are far worse than the Federation, so even though it is a pity, its existence strictly speaking does have many positive effects on the world. I think this is also the reason why Xinjiao has never thought of trying to disintegrate it. These evil organizations include the guy who exposed my identity. In fact, Although it is difficult for me to rescue Xiao, I have done a good job of lurking in the Federation. The reason why I was found by them some time ago was because an evil existence, who wanted to deal with me, exposed me. If he was not still in the Federation at this moment, he would not be your master here. The expression of the young man who heard this obviously became a little depressed. I didn't expect that the world is really so bad. In the past, I had hoped that only my surroundings were like that, but if I think about it carefully, if the whole world is not like this, the Southern Federation would not be like this now. At this moment, Shintiani's mood became extremely heavy and uncomfortable. Ma-En's words proved the worry that lingered in the boy's heart from beginning to end. The world behind the curtain was much darker than he imagined. In addition to the resistance to the cold reality, the boy also felt a strong sense of powerlessness and fatigue in his heart. Just imagining himself living in such a world made him a little depressed. Ma-En also saw the boy's mood at the moment and immediately comforted him. But because of this, Xin Xiao is so dazzling, and in addition to her, there are many people with special abilities who are angry and dissatisfied with injustice and darkness, and they are the members of the Salvation Alliance who follow Xin Xiao. And you have to know that they are the most determined group among these good people. There are still many good people who have not made up their minds to fight at the risk of their lives, but they are still kind in their hearts. Although they did not rush to the front line, they are also the pillars of those soldiers. There are many good people who have, are, and will fight for justice. Hearing this, the boy looked at Ma-En with bright eyes, and Master, you are one of them. Ma-En raised his hand and waved. Due to the calculations of evil, I can no longer fight on the front line, but I will try to do some good things, such as cultivating a kind-hearted child like you. If you were given a chance, would you choose to be a person like Xin Xiao? The boy did not expect Ma-En to ask this question, and fell into deep thought again, then shook his head slightly and said, I don't think I can be such a great person. I am far from that ability. Ma-En asked, what if you can do it? This question stumped the boy again, and he said with great hesitation, then I will definitely stand up to fight against evil, but I really don't think I'm good at this kind of thing. I hope to heal the good people who are hurt rather than fighting the bad guys. So I'm actually very interested in Dan Dao, and I want to be a doctor who can save lives. Ma-En looked at him and nodded slightly and said, what if I say that there is an opportunity to help others in front of you now? The boy looked at Ma-En with some surprise and expectation and asked, Master, do you want me to heal people? Obviously, the boy was a little excited about helping others, and even a little eager to try. But Ma-En shook his head slightly, and then asked, no, it's not others who need your help, it's me. Shintiani opened his mouth in surprise. Master? Ma-En looked at him and asked, are you willing to help me? The boy was stunned, but still nodded heavily. Of course, as long as I can do good things, I will do it without hesitation. Ma-En looked out the window, and then slowly said, I just mentioned that there is a mastermind who is dealing with me. In fact, I have some doubts that he will take advantage of our opportunity to accept disciples to arrange an undercover agent next to me, and according to my investigation, it seems to be true. The boy has thought of something, and his expression has become a little unbelievable. Master, you mean senior sister. But what he didn't expect was Ma-En's reaction. He shook his head. No, I'm talking about you. The boy was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted, then frowned slightly and began to wonder if there was any special meaning hidden in Ma-En's words, and then he fell into strong doubts and confusion. Me? The boy asked blankly. Ma-En nodded. Yes, but I know you are innocent, so I have a new suspect. What I am going to say next may be particularly difficult for you to accept, but according to our investigation, you are a pure white undercover trained by your grandfather, and he has many problems. As Ma-En said, Shintiani did not immediately accept this statement. Impossible, my grandfather is a good man. Ma-En nodded. I am willing to believe this, but now all the evidence points to him. Let me ask you. If your grandfather suddenly finds you and tells you a seemingly reasonable lie, asking you to do something that may be detrimental to me, would you believe his lie? The boy's face turned pale in an instant, but he still did not admit Ma-En's statement. Grandpa can't do such a thing, I know. Ma-En looked into his eyes and said, I am more willing to believe this possibility, but I think you have enough time to understand me this month. You know what I have done in the past, and what Xin Xiao has done. And if your grandfather is just an ordinary person, I have no reason to target him, right? The boy was still trying to argue. I believe you, master, but maybe you are wrong. Ma-En continued, no matter what the truth is, you should be able to think of it. Now I firmly believe that your grandfather is likely to be the subordinate of the mastermind behind the scenes, otherwise I would not tell you this. The boy closed his mouth tightly, and clenched his fists tightly. He knew very well that Ma-En was telling the truth, and that Ma-en could not be lying to him, because if what he said was false, then Ma-en would have no reason or motivation to do this. After all, he could not have attacked his ordinary grandfather. So in fact, the boy had already vaguely believed what Ma-en said at this moment, but he still did not want to accept it. Grandpa raised me for 16 years. He could not have thought of the conflict with you now 16 years ago. Ma-en calmly stated the cruel fact. That's right, but can some beings easily take out 16 years to train an undercover agent who may be used? For them, this amount of time and energy is nothing at all, and it doesn't matter even if they don't use you. And do you really think that it is really reasonable that you suddenly have an extremely rare root bone and suddenly become my disciple? The boy's face became paler and paler. In fact, it might be reasonable in the eyes of Ma-en or outsiders, but Shintiani himself could not believe that such a lucky thing would happen to him. The beauty of these days seemed like a dream to him, but now it seems. Maybe this is really just a beautiful dream that can be awakened at any time. If what Ma-en said is true, it means that he has lived in a cruel lie for the first half of his life, just as he learned from his senior sister. This is a cold world. Seeing that the boy fell into silence, Ma-en also said, I came here because we need you to lower your grandfather's vigilance. I want you to cooperate with us to trap him through abnormal power, but if you really think your grandfather is not a bad person, why not go with us to see what his true face is like? After all, if this is really a misunderstanding, it won't do him any harm. And if he is really a bad guy, your help may help us better defeat evil. The boy slowly opened his mouth with difficulty and asked, Master, can you not be too harsh on my grandfather? Ma-en looked into his eyes and asked, even if he is really a bad guy? The boy lowered his head slightly, revealing an extremely ashamed and painful look. But he is still my grandfather. Shintiani's current appearance perfectly matches Ma-en's speculation. This is the reaction his grandfather wants. I will control him as much as possible, he promised the boy, as long as it is not necessary. The boy lowered his head and said weakly, Okay. Chapter 494. Saran looked at the blurry scene in the mirror in front of him with a deep look. It was an indoor square, and Maine was standing in the distance looking at the mirror. There was also an extremely blurry figure standing next to him, and they seemed to be having some conversation. But unfortunately, this was all the information he could get, and all the supernatural scenes he could reflect through his pupils. If he wanted to see more with his help, it would be easy to expose his problems. Saran did not intend to really rely on this undercover to spy on Maine's secrets. He was more like a bait thrown out by himself than a spy, with the purpose of leading Maine into the danger he carefully arranged. After all, using him directly would risk exposing his identity. Now he had to remain mysterious, and at the same time rely on the joint efforts of the god of fire and the god of the sea to wash away the suspicion that the gods of the Southern Federation might be the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, he must be one of the suspects on their list. It is reasonable that the gods of the Southern Federation may be used by the mastermind to deal with the Camarilla, but Saran's expectations for this attack have also increased a lot. At first, he just wanted to rely on the god of fire to get rid of the suspicion of the gods of the Southern Federation, but Maine has now accidentally entered the Southern Federation, which has given Saran new ideas. Now that Shishao has been imprisoned, Saran does not think he has any opponents in the Southern Federation, but unfortunately his goal is not only to defeat Maine or several members of the Camarilla, but to dig out their secrets. Therefore, he did not act rashly. Since Maine dared to show up in public, it meant that he was definitely not afraid of a sudden attack from himself or some ability user. Maybe the Camarilla had set up an ambush at Maine's current residence. Only fools will fight where the opponent decides, and smart hunters will lead the prey into their own traps. But even with so many prerequisites, he still has some confidence that he can take down Maine in the Southern Federation. Of course, in the eyes of the Camarilla, it should be the mastermind who used the gods to take down Maine, and they don't know where to attack. And he is so confident, because the two gods, who will face Maine head-on are indeed not weak. Although his chief follower Vulcan, who has ulterior motives, cannot be compared with the top god second only to himself like Thor, his strongest incarnation is only one level weaker than several gods. And the sea god should actually be a top god like Thor, but because of the existence of the ocean itself, she has almost never returned to the 5th level after the Titan era. In the past thousands of years, she has been struggling to survive, and occasionally approaching the 5th level. But when he found the sea god, he realized that the sea god had been gathering strength all the time. She secretly found some kind of eternal power that existed since ancient times, and found a way to connect with this power through faith. Now she also has a 5th level incarnation with considerable strength, and can participate in the struggle of this era. This also made Saran feel extremely relieved. Although he did not pay much attention to their situation, these gods all had their own plans, instead of waiting for his orders foolishly. And when encountering such a situation, they can shoulder the responsibilities that they should bear as gods. The sea god is the longest-lived god besides Saran, and was once the god with the second highest status after himself. Therefore, even though her power is not particularly strong now, she has the experience and calmness brought by the years. The situation of the god of fire is just the opposite of hers. This young god has not experienced so many ups and downs like the god of the sea, and has been shaped into his current character under the deliberate guidance of Saran over the years. This makes it impossible for him to have the qualifications to truly challenge his position. However, when other gods have weakened in human consciousness due to the changes of the times, the power of the flame still maintains its position since ancient times, which also makes him have extremely strong combat power. Therefore, these two gods can just make up for each other's shortcomings. If they join forces, most people with abilities will find it difficult to compete with them in the Southern Federation. Only those with top abilities can defeat them in the Southern Federation. And from Saran's observation, Mon is not their opponent either. Therefore, now, as long as Mon really finds the trap along the flaws he left, it will be easy to be forced to expose more information and intelligence about the Camarilla, giving Saran the opportunity to find the fatal flaws of the Camarilla. Moreover, he believed that even if Mon remained vigilant, he would still confidently venture into the trap, because he had already appeared in the Southern Federation in such a high-profile manner, which meant that he must want to take the initiative now. In fact, at this time, it was no longer a matter of who could outsmart the other party, but more of a matter of who had the better skills. As Saran watched the two figures, his expression was extremely calm, but his thoughts were extremely fast, constantly imagining and inferring the reactions of Mon and the Camarilla, and thinking about solutions. "What are you looking at?" A female voice suddenly came from behind him. A graceful figure walked into the room at some point, and she frowned slightly, following Saran's gaze and looking at the mirror, as if she felt something strange. "Our opponents," the Wren replied. "The gods haven't had such an enemy for a long time. You still miss this feeling, right?" The sea god walked behind him, and the moist air he exhaled gently brushed the back of Theron's neck, and then the moisture in it was immediately taken away by the heat. The Wren did not answer her question directly. "I don't want the gods to be in such danger." The sea god's tone was a little smiling. "But you are still excited. I can see that you haven't been so energetic for a long time." The Wren did not deny it. Long time and immortal life can make anything seem lifeless. Such things can indeed be regarded as a change for beings like us, but we cannot be affected by it. We feel bored and look forward to excitement, because our will and character are derived from humans. But in the final analysis, we are not human, so many human natures are not suitable for us. As gods, we must suppress and overcome those parts that are harmful to us in order to exist forever. The sea god said in a tone mixed with sarcasm and teasing, "But your desire to survive also comes from humans. I actually know that you are afraid of death. In the countless years, you have almost done everything to survive. They certainly didn't expect that you were so scared and sleepy. Otherwise you wouldn't have lived that long." Saran replied calmly, "Yes, I am indeed afraid of death, but I don't think this is a shortcoming. I even admire the human desire to survive, and immortality is not only a characteristic of gods, but also the image of the sun in the eyes of mortals. I should have lived like the sun, and I was born eternal. I know you hate me, but now is not a good time for internal fighting, and you are not my opponent. We must work together to solve the opponents we are facing now. I am indeed looking forward to the danger that threatens me. But what I'm looking forward to is not the challenger itself, but my ability to defeat the challenger. It's foolish to indulge in the excitement brought by danger, and to win, you need to suppress your desires, and, Shauna, neither you nor I can afford the consequences of defeat. After all, you haven't taken revenge on me yet, right?" Chapter 495. Shinfachin raised his hand and pushed his glasses. He was sitting upright at the desk with his old body, holding a fountain pen dipped in ink in his hand, thinking about how to write the letter on the desk. But just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door behind him. The old man stood up slowly and looked towards the door with some doubts. He didn't have any friends or acquaintances. After his children left, he never expected anyone to knock on the dilapidated wooden door, so he was a little wary of the sudden knock on the door. Then some illegal groups active in the Southern Federation immediately emerged in his mind. With this worry, the old man reached out to the drawer with some caution, took out a hammer that could barely be used to hit people, and slowly walked to the door. "Who?" he asked in a very cautious voice, hoping that his deliberately low voice could scare the uninvited guests outside the door. "Grandpa, it's me." His familiar excited voice came from outside the door. The old man heaved a sigh of relief, casually placed the hammer on the table beside him, then reached out and began to unlock the complex wooden lock, and then slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. The moment he pushed the door open, the invisible bright moonlight instantly penetrated into the house, covering the entire room with a silvery white frust, and also reflecting the tall figure outside the door. No, that's not his child. The man stretched out his right hand to him. Hello, I am your grandson's master Ma-En. The old man held Ma-En's hand in a daze. Oh, but where is Xiao-Yi? While talking, the old man also looked behind Ma-En, as if looking for his child. He'd bought us enough time. Ma-En walked into the small house. I have checked your memory and mind, and I can't find any problems. But we all know that it is not a coincidence that your grandson became my disciple. Tell me, who is behind you? In order to make Saran believe that he was indeed cautious, he really let Sei Li use Shintiani to create a spiritual dimension that can be isolated from the outside world, so that he can interrogate the old man in a short time. After hearing Ma-En's intention, the old man did not feel puzzled. The expression on his face was a little sad and clear. Then he slowly walked to the opposite side of Ma-En and sat down. Ma-En looked at the old man, who sat down in a daze, and said, I heard Xiao-Yi mention you. If you really care about your child, just confess, so that you will not destroy his persistence for so many years. If you don't care about him at all, you should also confess, because that way you can survive. The old man smiled miserably. Alive? I have wanted to die for a long time, but unfortunately he will not kill me, and you can't kill me either. Ma-En looked into his eyes and asked, Who is he? At the same time, the silvery moonlight was slowly eroding the old man's mind. The old man raised his eyelids and looked at Ma-En lifelessly, then showed a self-deprecating smile. I can't tell you. I can't do it. I can't say his name. Just now, Sei Li felt that when Ma-En mentioned Shintiani, the old man's heart trembled for a moment. Ma-En immediately used this as a starting point and said, Think about Shintiani. He still has a bright future. Do you really think it is a good choice to let him be the undercover of the bastard behind you? You are not without any chance to fight back. As long as you speak up, my organization can guarantee your safety. Trembling again, the old man lowered his head in despair and said, It's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know, and you can't guarantee my safety in front of him. Even if the returner is destined to come, he can't stop him from killing me. You can't defeat him. You can't defeat. Ma-En then pressed, What about Shintiani? Do you want him to really become a tool of that bastard? Think about what you can do as much as possible. As long as you can help us find the guy hiding in the shadows, I can at least protect him. Believe me, we are not afraid of anything. Faced with Ma-En's relentless pressure, the old man just lowered his head. Xiao-Yi is innocent, but I really don't know anything. I'm just... When he said this, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't say anything with his mouth open. And Sei Li could also feel that the old man's heart was shrouded in strong self-blame and worry about the child. But he still couldn't say anything. But she did notice something strange in this guy's mind. No! Sei Li's voice suddenly sounded in Ma-En's mind. He is not a real person. Although this is almost impossible, I seem to have noticed what he is. He is very similar to my form of existence. He is a group of stripped thoughts. Just as she reminded Ma-En in surprise, there was a heavy knock on the wooden door behind him. Even without turning around, Ma-En could imagine that something had roughly pushed the door open. Almost at the same time as the knock, he felt the air in front of him become humid, and at the same time, there were waves of heat behind him, as if they would swallow him up in the next moment. They are coming. The old man with his head down also said, Sorry, but this is actually a trap, and I suddenly remembered why I couldn't betray him, and why you couldn't defeat him. Then the old man stood up directly on the spot, and he didn't know when he put on a black robe. At the same time, the struggle, pain, and sadness of tears just now all disappeared, replaced by wisdom and tenacity, because I am invincible. That's right. Sei Li exclaimed in Ma-En's mind. What we just saw was a dummy specially created by the mastermind with part of his own thoughts, and he certainly wouldn't betray himself. When he stood up, Ma-En also turned around and looked behind him. There stood two unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman. Long time no see. The woman raised her lips slightly and said in a charming voice, Do you remember what I said at the beginning? I said that you would belong to me sooner or later. And I came back to take you away. When she said this, Ma-En remembered her identity. She was the sea god who tried to secretly control him in the Southern Federation at that time. At that time, she did seem arrogant, and said that she would come back to find him. It seems that the promises of the gods can indeed stand the test of time. The male god beside her also swayed with blazing flames, and his eyes and nose were also sprayed with blazing high-temperature flames, and he also raised his mouth and showed a rampant smile. And me, a mortal. You shouldn't touch the things of gods. Chapter 496. Maine did not seem to listen to the threats of the two gods, who suddenly broke into this half-spiritual and half-material place. After they finished speaking, Maine turned around again, as if he didn't care about them at all. He ignored the two gods with great arrogance and looked at the black-robed man who replaced the old man. So you are the one who is looking for trouble with me. The black-robed man remained silent with a blank expression, but this action itself was ironic at this moment, because Sarang could not answer any of Maine's questions about his identity. He took a half-step back. Kill him. Maine turned around and looked at the god of fire, and the god of the sea standing behind him. His deliberate ignoring of the other party just now made the god of fire feel a little dissatisfied, and he looked at Maine with a little more anger. As for the god of the sea, she didn't feel offended at all. As an older god, she was more patient, and she was not invited as she showed. She knew very well what she was facing. This is also because they are different gods. The ocean is not so ostentatious when angry. The anger of the god of fire at this moment is also in line with his nature, and it is also brewing strength for the next battle. The flame should burn. Looking at these two gods who are ready to move, Mon showed a calm and arrogant look. You just found these two gods? It seems that you really can't find a few 5th level ability users who can be used. You actually found this group of prisoners trapped in the Southern Federation by the Titans. Do you think they are stronger than the Federation? You are really stupid. You are willing to be a knife for this guy. Do you really think that you can compete with our Camarilla with just the two of you, or do all of you gods want to go to war with the Camarilla? Maine's words were extremely sharp, and briefly pointed out a very important thing, that is, it was extremely unworthy for the two gods to do this without other prerequisites. But Sarang knew that the god of fire and the god of the sea actually had their own needs for Maine, and at the same time he promised the god of fire to help him climb to a higher position, speculating that he might be the god of fire in the angel camp, and would definitely not refuse. And here Maine also made a mistake. From the perspective of mortals, it may not be worth it, but the god of fire actually has no price to pay, because he is not afraid of death at all. Not to mention that he also symbolizes the image of fire, which is almost impossible to weaken. Even if you want to make him fall asleep, it is extremely difficult. After all, the fear of fire has long been rooted in the deep consciousness of all humans. As for the reason why the god of the sea will stand here firmly, it is just the opposite. She will help Sarang precisely because as a god, she is afraid of death. At least, she doesn't want to really die now. Therefore, she must stand up against Maine. And Maine actually didn't really realize his purpose. Sarang didn't really intend to kill Maine from the beginning. What he wanted to do was to force the Secret Alliance to reveal more information. So not being able to kill Maine was actually the result that Sarang expected, and Maine's threat was exactly what he wanted. Poseidon sneered. No, we don't plan to do anything to the Secret Alliance behind you. But even if we really kill you here, what can we do? Can this so-called Secret Alliance threaten our immortal life? The so-called revenge you mentioned is of no consequence to us. I don't believe that the Camarilla will attack us just because of you, a member of the Camarilla. Even if they really do that, they will only cause us some insignificant troubles in a short time. Considering the long life of our gods, the damage that the Camarilla can cause us is almost negligible. We are very patient. But what you have is exactly what I need. In fact, the last sentence is also true. The things behind Maine may even help her escape from this dry and cold endless land. She didn't do it in the past just because the risk was too high. And the new power she has now can also help her escape the curse. In this case, Maine is not that important. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Sarang, she wouldn't waste time on Maine. What really made her appear here was because the Camarilla threatened the survival of the gods. The god of fire standing beside her was not as eager to act as the other two gods and Mon expected. Instead, he waited until the god of the sea expressed his indifference to the Secret Alliance before he looked at Mon and said, "When I said people to retrieve my things, you did not give them directly, which has already laid the foundation for your current death. You did not treat the will of the gods correctly, but if you are willing to return my things now, I can be a little gentle." Mon blinked, not quite sure what his ambiguous words meant. The words of the god of fire were not expected by Sarang and the god of the sea. It was obvious what he was doing at this time. The god of fire was using the dilemma created by Sarang and the god of the sea to force Mon to surrender. He planned to get what he wanted without paying anything. Sarang used magic to speak to the god of fire alone. After we kill him, you can get your things back. And don't you want us to fulfill our promise to help you replace Sarang and become the new king of the gods? The god of fire also immediately replied to Saran alone. Our agreement is still valid. I just want to get my things in advance. After all, even if we win, we may not be able to get my things back. Don't worry about me. I value our covenant more. Seeing that Mon did not react, the god of fire also spoke to him. This is your last chance to atone. I will not sign any contract, but you have to understand a very simple truth. If I get what I want, I don't have to kill you. In fact, what the god of fire said to Mon and Saran was not a lie. He did want to ensure that he could get back the portal to the Titan ruins, but he was not completely uninterested in the Black Robe Man's proposal. But you have to know that it is extremely dangerous to go against Saran. If he offends this secret alliance at the same time, his next situation may not be particularly good, so he also has his own plans. As long as Maine handed over the portal, he would act according to the situation. If he and Poseidon could easily suppress Maine, he would continue to help this Black-robed man who might come from heaven. And if Maine showed signs of being able to escape, he would fulfill his promise with Maine, not causing any more trouble for himself, and directly leave here and hand it over to them. Therefore, he was very sure that Maine would immediately hand over the portal that he had stolen. He cleverly took advantage of the danger that Maine was in at the moment, and at this moment, he could only bow his head to himself to seek a way out. But Maine, who was standing opposite him, just smiled abnormally. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with some doubt and curiosity, "You said the last chance to atone? Sorry, do you really think you can do anything to me? Or do you all think that we can't think of a way to deal with the gods? You should know where the portal in my hand leads to. Let me help you understand the current situation. Now is your last chance to tell the true identity of the guy behind you. Otherwise we will take the relics of the Titans to kill all your believers. And I'm not talking about hundreds of years. The Camarilla has existed for a long time, and will exist for a long time." Maine's arrogance was something that neither the Ran nor the sea god had expected, but if you think about it carefully, Maine's attitude at this moment is so reasonable, because they know that the Camarilla has already solved a god. This made Duran a little timid, because although he never knew how the Camarilla's power worked, he always felt that the Camarilla could not kill gods easily. Otherwise, the gods should have all fallen or become their slaves, but this situation did not become a reality, so he did not think it was particularly easy for the Camarilla to kill the gods. But Maine's reaction seemed to say that it was not difficult to do so, so he was not afraid of the gods. The most ignorant god of fire was directly enraged. "You are really brave. Then I will show you how powerful the prisoner you mentioned is." When he showed his anger, the blazing flames instantly surged out of his body, and 2 surging heat waves sprayed directly from his eye sockets, and the entire room around him instantly turned into a sea of fire. "Do it," Mayan said calmly, and then he stood there, patiently waiting for the waves of high-temperature flames to submerge him, but he seemed unaffected. The ocean is naturally not afraid of flames. Seeing this, the god of fire just smiled. The burning flames had burned the house, and spread to all places within Ma'an's field of vision, as if the city in the distance had been engulfed in flames long ago. At this moment, he was in the middle of the fiery hell. The god of the sea also noticed the surging power in his body, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. She had never heard of anyone who had the power of the ocean before, and this was not the same as the power of the ocean itself. But just before the god of the sea was about to attack Ma'an, a hazy figure appeared in front of her. The figure that could not be seen clearly raised his hand, and then the blazing fire around him was extinguished instantly, and the other 3 figures also disappeared in the eyes of the sea god along with the flames. The house that had turned into ruins was almost intact in an instant, but there were still a few remaining holes on the roof. A few strands of imperceptible and bright moonlight flowed down these holes, quietly falling on the floor inside the house, covering the sea god and the hazy figure. The sea god looked at the figure opposite and said, "You are the member of the secret alliance who helped Ma'an." The hazy figure replied, "Yes, I will trap you for him. Don't think about leaving here." The sea god sneered, "Do you think he is a match for the god of fire?" The hazy figure did not deny the meaning of Poseidon's words. "Maybe not, but he doesn't have to win. We are just stalling here. In the final analysis, you and the god of fire are just used knives. What we really care about is the existence behind you." Poseidon looked at the window. At this moment, the scene outside has become a dark deep sea. Various fish are constantly hitting the walls of the house, trying to let the sea water flow in here. She looked at Carrie again and said, "I am also curious about how you guys mess with this guy on the opposite side." Poseidon could not sense the strength of the spiritual entity on the opposite side. At this moment, she was already oppressing this spiritual cage through the imagination of the ocean in the consciousness of all mankind, But the figure on the opposite side did not show any signs of fatigue. This may be because she is very good at hiding her status, but it is more likely because this level of oppression cannot pose any threat to her in the short term. But this is normal. As a semi-spiritual entity, Poseidon is indeed not good at spiritual attacks, but he will not be easily defeated. Now she just had to wait for Maine to lose. From what Serene and she saw, Maine should be considered a very young 5th level ability user, so he would not be a match for the god of fire. It was only a matter of time before he won. Maine was just bluffing just now. Just as the god of the sea was thinking this, she suddenly felt the air begin to heat up, and then the blazing flames instantly occupied her entire field of vision again. At this moment, the area of several hundred meters around Maine had turned into a lake, resisting the raging flames from the entire world. She returned to the half-spiritual and half-material realm. Could it be that the spiritual entity on the other side could no longer hold on, and could only return here to join forces with Maine to fight them? If so. But just when the gods were extremely confused, the hazy figure slowly appeared behind Maine, who was obviously stalling for time, and then leaned over behind him like a subordinate, and whispered a few words. Then Maine's eyes lit up directly. He looked up at the black-robed man who was watching the show in the distance, and then showed a winner's smile. Sorry, you have already lost. Serene. Silence suddenly fell. The sea of fire that seemed to have engulfed the entire city was extinguished in an instant, and then as the lake around Maine began to converge towards his body, the surrounding scene became clear again under the bright moonlight. They returned to the dilapidated hut. But the difference, this time, was that the gods on the opposite side could see the silvery white moonlight. The sea god looked at the hazy figure standing behind Maine in confusion, and suddenly a strong fear and apprehension arose in her heart, because she had deeply realized what had just happened. Just now, she entered the deepest part of her mind without her noticing it at all, and quietly obtained the information that Saran was the mastermind behind the scenes, and she didn't notice anything at all. If the spiritual entity on the opposite side wanted to, it could quietly destroy all of its incarnations. And the other god also stood there in a daze, looking at the black-robed man in disbelief. At this moment, his mind was also working frantically, trying to understand the scene in front of him. Yes, Saran did have a motive. But how is this possible? How could he appear in his own temple, and speak in that tone? And how did Maine and the others figure out Saran's true identity? It was only such a short time. Saran's image instantly became countless times more terrifying in his mind, and at the same time, he suddenly realized that Maine's arrogant look just now was not a bluff at all, he was actually telling the truth. The back of the incarnation of the god of fire was completely wet with cold sweat. He seemed to have become a poor victim in the fight between two terrifying entities. And Saran looked at Maine with surprise, but it was not because Maine could detect his true identity in such a short time. It was normal for him to dig out the truth, because the one standing behind him at this moment was the moon god who controlled the mind and secrets, and this new moon god, who had truly mastered the secret power at some point, might now be no less powerful than himself, the king of gods. So that's it. He had lost a long time ago. Chapter 497. Saran understood everything. It wasn't about who killed the moon goddess, but about her progress in the study of secrets. No wonder the existence of the moon itself has never been completely wiped out, because the purpose of this power is not to kill gods. He just imagined the worst because this power can kill gods. After realizing this, Saran's reaction was relief. Although this matter has not been completely resolved, there are still some troubles. For example, the power is still very dangerous to the gods, and he doesn't want to see the moon goddess complete the secret, but as long as no gods are killed, it's a good thing. And although this is completely the result of his overreaction, even if he is given another chance, he will still take exactly the same action. After all, the result is better than he expected, which can be considered lucky, but if he doesn't overreact in time when he encounters real danger, then his cruel reality will not give him a chance to struggle. The question is how to deal with the current situation. You can't say that this is actually a misunderstanding, right? While he fell into silence, the other two gods also stood there and did nothing. At this moment, the god of fire stood there looking extremely reserved. After realizing what was going on, he didn't know how to face Saran and Mon. The god of the sea looked at the hazy figure with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't immediately realize the true identity of this spiritual entity like Saran, she also vaguely sensed something. So your initial target was not me at all. It was Mon who broke the awkward situation, but the new member of the secret alliance next to me. Are you worried that she will threaten your dominance? Thinking about it, your method is quite clever. You specifically used me, who has an intersection with her, to attack. If I hadn't run out of other opponents to use, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a chance to find you. Unfortunately, When you could only bring your men to find me in person, you were doomed to fail. In fact, Ma-En had no idea what Saran was thinking at the moment, and he didn't know that his trick just answered the questions that troubled Saran, making him more convinced that this was the fact. He also didn't know that Poseidon knew Saran's true identity, so he actually didn't know how reasonable it would seem to the opponent that the moon god had obtained this information, but none of this mattered. Because when their opponents are top gods who control secrets and the mind, it is extremely normal to know that the mastermind is Saran, and Ma-En doesn't have to think about how to cover up his methods. After all, if he is, I couldn't imagine how Selly did it, and the other party couldn't have imagined it either. After hearing this, the sea god finally confirmed that the person standing behind Maine was the moon goddess, and then she immediately realized that the reason for her being here was a lie, so she immediately looked at Saran. However, Saran ignored her questioning eyes, but looked at Maine first. He still maintained the demeanor of a god. Yes, I did lose. It's not easy to stay hidden in this situation, and I didn't expect that I would succeed, but at the beginning, this kind of defeat was within my expectations. As they like to say, you can't kill the gods anyway, or can you? Ma-En narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him curiously. What do you want to say? Saran looked at him and said, maybe you don't understand what kind of power the moon goddess is studying at the moment, then I will tell you why I want to stop her. It may be hard for you to believe, but I am not the kind of god who will stop other gods from breaking the curse. I know that some gods will attach great importance to the first removal of the curse. Many gods think that this is an opportunity for them to gain a dominant position among the gods, and they are right. At least in the short term, the god who first removes the curse will become the new leader and replace the position I am in now and in the past. Such a rule may last for hundreds or even thousands of years, but I will eventually return to my original position. This is destined to happen, so I don't care who replaces my position at all, even if they really have the opportunity to suppress me forever. I can distinguish the priorities and know what is the real problem of the gods. Only fools will fight with their compatriots at such a critical moment, so I am not worried that the moon goddess will remove the curse before me. Believe me, my vision is longer than most mortals. Maine noticed that the other two gods had deliberately looked away, and it seemed as if they had not heard what Saran was saying at all. It was obvious that they had no interest in participating in this topic. Maine asked, what is your motive? Saran also naturally took over and said, the problem is not what the moon goddess wants to do, but the way she chooses to do it. Since your organization calls itself the Camarilla and is still using that kind of power, I think you must have some basic understanding of the power of secrets. To be honest, I never thought she could succeed. I thought she would be swallowed by this power. Secrets are extremely dangerous to the gods. Her behavior seemed to me to be playing with fire and getting burned. Even if she really had a chance to succeed, it would not be done in a short time. But now I think I was too arrogant and looked down on my compatriots. The moon goddess might have been hiding her power through secrets, and I didn't see through her disguise. But I think her success so quickly must have something to do with you. Ma-En didn't seem to want to answer him. Maybe, you don't need to know this. Saran smiled. You are the winner, you have the final say, but I have actually seen some clues. The members of your secret alliance seem to be using some kind of secret power, and this is not the kind that the moon god has. Let me think about it. You used this power to help the moon goddess, allowing her to overcome the obstacles that had troubled her for many years, and you also used this power in exchange for her joining the Camarilla. Although my memory is already fuzzy, if my guess is correct, you came into contact with him when you led the remaining Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation. She was originally opposed to me within the gods, so she would naturally help you, the members of the Salvation Alliance, who were fighting against the Federation. That was the time when you took action, and her secrecy was also involved with that power. Right? Chapter 498. Ma-En looked at the confident god with a somewhat surprised expression. It seems that what they said is right. You are indeed not a simple character. But it is precisely because of this that I am more and more puzzled why you would do such a stupid thing and go against our secret alliance. After all, you also know the meaning of our name. You should be glad that we didn't go to you. Facing his arrogant words, Saran just smiled calmly. You are actually right. What I should do is actually pretend that I don't know your existence. Anyway, you didn't come to trouble us, but this is almost equivalent to handing my life and death to you. I am not the kind of guy who will sit and wait for death. This power has the possibility of threatening the survival of the gods, and it will be more dangerous after you get the moon god, but obviously you can't kill us with it. Otherwise, we won't have the opportunity to face you here. Saran's expression did not change at all. As I just said, I had anticipated the current situation a long time ago. Now that I am here, I will not hide my purpose. I want to know the situation of that power. And I want to ensure the safety of the gods. Ma showed a funny expression and shook his head slightly. So this is your attitude of begging for help? Sorry, it's too late. As you know, the current secret alliance not only has weapons that can kill you, but also can leave the Southern Federation at any time. If you think you can trap us, it proves that you don't understand the secret alliance at all. Saran smiled. I believe we still have room for negotiation. Mayan sneered and said, It's a pity that you have used up all the chips that can restrain me, and I don't like your approach. So I refuse. You can go back and wait for your own death. Saran nodded slightly, as if accepting his words. Well, you are absolutely right. There is only a small problem. That is, I am not without chips to threaten you. Although you are very restrained, from all your actions, I can be sure that you are a particularly kind person. Otherwise, you would not handle many things that way, and this means that your calmness and indifference are not standing on the opposite side of kindness. Maybe that is your disguise, but you can't fool it. I know very well how to deal with people like you. You can't have no chips to restrain you, because this world is full of chips that can restrain you, and now I have one in my hand. Remember Shintani, you must have checked him thoroughly, but even the moon god can't find any problems, which shows the situation. He is a particularly kind child and innocent. As a good person, you don't want to see him die, but now? His life is in my hands, and I can kill him in a moment. Ma showed a nonchalant expression. Then I might try to save him, or avenge him. Saran looked into Ma'an's eyes, and said, Xin Xiao also said something similar. Yes, I believe you will do this, provided that the bargaining chips I ask for will threaten the life and death of you or others, but I don't want much, just an answer. I'm not greedy. His life may not be as important as yours or your compatriots' lives, but this piece of information that is not so important to you should be worth it. I can sign a contract. Ma'an looked at him deeply. I don't think you can kill him if the Camarilla wants him alive. Saran smiled and said, In fact, you really overestimated me. You know, I can observe you through Shintiani, and there is no problem with his memory and mind, or the old man you just met. Do you really think I can find someone to achieve such a terrifying effect? You are a Camarilla with top psychic members, and I believe you must have many means. Even for me, this effect is not easily achieved. At this point, he looked in the direction of the door, and then ordered, Come in. The dilapidated wooden door was easily pushed open, and a dull young figure walked in directly, and his eyes were still emitting a soft light, as if something was controlling his body. He had just taken a few steps inside, when the light in his eyes disappeared. The boy regained consciousness and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. What's going on, master? Before Ma'an could understand what Saran wanted to say, he noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed subtly. The wavering sea god looked at Saran with a very complicated look. Saran looked at the boy opposite and shook his head. You told him and asked him to guarantee my safety? Sure enough. You are still so cowardly. The boy noticed something instantly and looked at the black-robed man in surprise and asked, Grandpa? The sea god, who was watching the show, kept looking back and forth between the boy and Saran, with countless complex emotions flowing between her brows, sadness, doubt, surprise, anger, hatred, and even love. She slowly forced herself to calm down, and then looked at the sun god, Saran. Shut up. The sun god glanced at the sea god with a cold look. His life and death are in my hands. After this scolding, although the sea god looked very unwilling, he still fell into silence. Saran looked at Ma'an again and smiled gently. You may be a little confused now. Let me explain the current situation to you. The reason why I can monitor you through him and let him deceive you is very simple, because he does not have any abnormal power, but I can still see you through his eyes. Because he is my hand and I think the moon god should have seen it. The old man you just met is part of my thoughts. Selly had also noticed something, and whispered behind Marn. The old man's love for the child is sincere. If he belongs to Saran. Saran smiled and announced, That means he is my child, yes. You may be surprised at his extraordinary nature, but in fact, even without my education, he would have the extraordinary character you see now, because this boy is the god of light who symbolizes kindness and gentleness. To be precise, it is his reincarnation. After all, the real god of light had accepted titanization countless years ago. The gentle god betrayed his father and compatriots, joined the mortal camp, and turned himself into a weapon that could kill God. So I killed him with my own hands. Ma'an looked at the young man and said, So? Saran nodded slightly. Yes, I resurrected him. The so-called light is just the shadow of the sun, and he had transformed himself into a titan with the concept of death many years ago. It was not difficult for me to resurrect him after the titanization. Of course, I didn't bring back any of his power, and I also used his god's death characteristics and my unique relationship to perform some small operations, so that I could decide his life and death regardless of all conditions. As I said, this is the reincarnation of the god of light back then. He once cured countless humans, who were almost dead in that protracted battle. He once saved more humans than you can save in your 10 lifetimes. If a mortal is not worth enough for you, then what about this god and hero? Is he worth living? A brief silence. Saran continued, I said I am not greedy, I just want to know some necessary information. As long as I tell him what I want to know, I will never threaten his life again. This is a fair deal. After a few seconds of silence, Mon slowly said, sign a contract? Saran smiled and agreed, sign a contract. Mon slowly said, we did use it on the moon goddess, but this power does not actually belong to the Camarilla. This ability user is not our official member. We just borrowed its power, and we just cooperated with him. I know you may not believe it, but the contract can guarantee that I am telling the truth. Finally, under the strong pressure of Saran, Mon had to tell the truth, so that Saran could really know who was the terrifying existence that could threaten the gods. Just as Mon expected. Chapter 499. The contract was signed very quickly. In fact, Maine still maintained an extremely arrogant attitude and did not even make too many promises. He just proved that he was telling the truth. This was very consistent with his performance just now, and it was also the important reason why he deliberately showed that he was fearless. In addition to weakening Saran's vigilance and making it difficult for him to obtain this information, he did so to control the rhythm of the whole thing in his own hands to prevent Saran from finding any flaws. And Saran also promised the authenticity of his threat and restricted his actions against the reincarnation of the god of light, including using the essence between them to monitor himself, as well as various potential means. At the same time, Maine also attached a reasonable additional condition that he was not allowed to use other innocent people to deal with him again. In fact, this was the most demanding condition that Mon could propose. After all, he only gave her an extremely vague intelligence. If he went too far, Thuran would definitely make more demands. And doing so would also likely make this cunning god aware of the problem. Mon would not take this god lightly. And his performance did indeed stun these gods. The three gods, including Thuran, had completely believed in his performance at this moment. The secret alliance in their hearts had also turned into a terrifying and dangerous mysterious organization. Even after they retreated, Thuran would never easily doubt Mon again. Even though Thuran was cunning and dangerous enough, Mon did not make any suspicious mistakes in this negotiation. Thuran would be particularly willing to believe the intelligence he had hard obtained. Even Mon's performance here could explain many of his unreasonable behaviors in the past. In fact, if it were any other opponent, Sirain might have been suspicious because of this perfection, but this level of response just fits his impression of Maine, and it didn't really shock him. At this time, Sirain was even somewhat glad that he had made sufficient preparations, preparing in advance the reincarnation of the god of light, a bargaining chip specifically used to deal with entities and organizations that tend to be kind. His foresight forced Maine to speak. Sirain even felt that as long as he was optimistic, this result would be a victory for him. Anyway, he had eliminated the danger of killing the gods. Very good, the contract is established. Maine looked at the contract that was self-igniting in front of him. Be a little more careful in the future. Now the gods have entered the list of the Camarilla. If they mess with us again next time, we won't be so polite. Saran knew why Maine specifically said we. Although Maine and the moon goddess might not be able to deal with him together, the secret alliance behind him obviously has such a powerful force, and the reason why they don't take action now is also very simple. They still want to maintain the secret state, and are unwilling to reveal their identities easily. Based on the fact that they would recruit the moon goddess and the unmemorable person, who has some kind of relationship with them, the secret characteristic is a particularly important component for them even if it is not a certain essential characteristic of them. They must have a reason to conceal their existence. If it is not secretly in line with some kind of power, it is probably because their members cannot reveal their identities, and they are probably well-known members, who already have a superficial identity, just like the moon goddess, who just joined them. Saran nodded slightly. Of course, I'm not the kind of fool who doesn't know the current situation. Don't worry, I know very well that I am not your opponent, and there is no need for us to be enemies. Now my questions have been answered, and I have won many victories. I also understand what a loser should do. During their conversation, the other two gods were actually very surprised by Saran's reaction. They rarely saw Saran like this in front of anyone. Most of the time, he was playing the role of Maine at the moment. Even when the Rama Empire established the pantheon, he participated as an equal ally and did not lower his posture because of the strength of the Rama Empire. But they soon realized that Saran didn't do this often, not because he couldn't lose face, but because there were simply few opponents who could make him show his current appearance. He didn't need to bow his head before. Maine showed a satisfied look and nodded to him. Very good. Then he and the moon god took a half step back, and then disappeared in front of them in an instant. This time, their departure once again made several gods feel apprehensive, because they did not understand how they left. Saran felt that if he was right, these two members of the Camarilla had always had a way to safely withdraw from them, and they had never really posed a threat to Mon. No wonder Mon was so fearless. After the Camarilla members left, the air around them fell into silence. But before the god of fire could think of what to say, the god of the sea took the lead in attracting Saran's attention for him. When did you resurrect him? Poseidon stared at Saran and asked. Saran looked at Poseidon calmly, who was suppressing his anger. If you are talking about this time, it was 17 years ago, but if you ask me when I found a way to reincarnate him, then I had this idea when I killed him just now. If you still remember, you should know that I set up a secret ambush at that time, and used my understanding of him to secretly execute him, and I especially kept his body in that undisclosed attack. In fact, my original purpose was to study the technology to transform him into a Titan god, and wanted to find a way to counter them in that battle, but we all know what happened next. The speed of those mortals far exceeded our expectations. The comfortable life made most gods lose the ability to respond to such fierce attacks. Even I couldn't spare the time to study this body. In those few short centuries, the gods were completely defeated. Unlike what other gods often say, when describing this war, Saran did not claim that the gods who really survived were the winners. This is not because he disagrees with the idea that the living are the winners. Because those titans are not really dead, and now their descendants are all over the Federation. At least Saran would never agree that the result of this war is the victory of the gods. The best way to say it is that this war has not been completely ended until now, and now it is the descendants of these titans who really have the upper hand. That's why he reacted so strongly to the matter of Maine, because this protracted war is very close to the moment when the victory or defeat will be decided, and any threat may completely destroy them. Only after they break the curse and re-establish their authority, the gods can declare that they have finally won the war. Now they are just struggling to survive. The eyes of the sea god are extremely deep and dark. So, you want to reuse his body after the war is over? Saran said naturally. Yes, after we were imprisoned, I began to think about how to use the power in it. My initial idea was to rely on it to find a way to break the curse. Obviously, my idea did not succeed, but I also noticed the specialness of the Titan god. These gods who voluntarily accepted the concept of death have the characteristics of gods and humans at the same time. Life and death and immortality are his nature. So I dug out the remaining immortality in his body again, but it's a pity that after becoming a Titan, he can no longer be as eternal as us gods, so he can only show the current appearance of continuous reincarnation. What I just told Maine is that I didn't give him power, but the fact is that his incomplete immortal essence can only allow his consciousness to barely reincarnate, and it is impossible to maintain the survival of other things. The sea god asked expressionlessly, when was his first reincarnation? Saran showed a thoughtful look. This plan has been planned for a long time, but the earliest reincarnation should be 2,000 years ago. The sea god finally stopped suppressing his anger, and the roaring waves were reflected in his eyes. And you didn't tell me until now. Saran looked at her calmly. Do you think I should tell you? After hearing this, the sea god's expression froze for a few seconds, and then the anger on her face instantly dissipated, and slowly emerged a gloomy hatred, and her eyes exuded a chill like a glacier. At the beginning, this chip should have been prepared for me, right? Sirain nodded. Yes, although my target is only you, you are indeed the most important one. After all, his life or death is one of the few chips that can threaten you. But fortunately, you have not forced me to do this for so many years. These words made it difficult for Poseidon to suppress her anger again. Hatred and anger were intertwined in her eyes. She looked at Sirain as if she wanted to eat him alive, and also as if she was planning a sophisticated revenge. Facing the already crazy eyes, Sirain still just looked at him calmly. He would not be afraid of things that could not really hurt him. Have you forgotten that we are enemies? Sirain said, as if he did not feel her emotions at all. Even if we will cooperate when dealing with the outside world, the hatred between us has lasted for a long time. This sentence was like a basin of cold water poured on Poseidon, and the emotions on her face slowly faded away. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, she said tiredly, the hatred between you and me had a chance to be reconciled. Saran looked at her with a depressed look and said, maybe, but those are not important now. Now I can't hurt him. In fact, you should be happy. If you want, you can also go to the Secret Alliance to try to get him, as long as you think you can impress them. In fact, what Poseidon said was true. The death of the god of light was the most intense in their feud. If he could think of a way to gently let Poseidon get the god of light, their relationship could really be eased. But Saran didn't really do that. On the one hand, he thought it was a good thing to let Poseidon keep his hatred for him, and let the gods have this kind of competition among themselves. On the other hand, when he went to see Poseidon, he lied. Saran did not think that their hatred was fake. Although their hatred had the effect of paralyzing other organizations and races, the relationship between them was full of true feelings. After a long enough time of brewing, the hatred between the two immortals could even be deeply rooted in the heart of a god like Saran, so that he could not really uproot it. However, his words did appease the sea god. Although the sea god felt extremely angry when he learned that Saran had concealed the matter for so long, it also awakened the hatred that was almost numb to her. But in the end, this was actually good news for her. As long as he was not dead, it was enough. Her child was still alive. Whenever she thought of this, the powerful god even felt her eyes moisten a little, but she concealed it well in front of her compatriots, and did not show any weakness that they regarded as weakness. You were even a little humble just now. The sea god finally calmed down, and put away all his emotions. Do you really think we need to treat them like this? We are gods. Saran said. The moon goddess is also a god, and she also holds secret power. Although she is not as dangerous as the unmemory I feel, her understanding of gods is unmatched by other ability users. Besides, although the unmemory is not affiliated with the Camarilla, we don't know how close their cooperation is. Maybe if they want, they can really use this strongman to deal with us. Even if it doesn't work, the characteristics of this organization also determine that they are very restrained against us. Showing respect to those who are stronger than us is the most basic thing. I think the attitude just now is just right. At this point, he also looked at the fire god. Notify all other gods not to provoke this Camarilla. The god of fire was stunned for a few seconds when he saw Sirain giving him orders so naturally. Sirain smiled after noticing this. Didn't I say that? I don't care about the things you hide from me. I hope you can lift the curse faster than me. I won't waste time on pulling each other's legs. And you haven't got the passage back yet, have you? The god of fire immediately lowered his head. I know. Sirain looked at the god of the sea again. Since you have calmed down, we can discuss business. Our cooperative relationship will not end because of the news we received. This person who cannot remember is still a threat to us. We have to ensure the safety of the gods. Chapter 500. Anomaly Control Bureau, Operation Room. Mon and Selly walked out of the portal like triumphant soldiers. Although their solution to the problem of the gods has not yet reached the point of being perfect, this is already an extremely wonderful victory. Qin Lan, who has been monitoring them in the operation room and is ready to press the retreat button at any time, also stood up, with a bright smile on her face, and happily welcomed their return. Perfect operation. Qin Lan said excitedly, your plan is really wonderful. Mon responded to Qin Lan's exclamation with a brief smile, walked to sit opposite her. This plan was indeed completed very smoothly. After calling all our resources and intelligence, the illusion fabricated is difficult for anyone to see through. I believe that Saran will not be a problem for us for a long time. It doesn't matter whether he can detect the problem. The unmemory is enough to entangle him for a long time. If he is lucky, he may even encounter danger and die in the process, or stagnate, and he will never have the opportunity to suspect us again. Now we are completely safe. Qin Lan also showed a relaxed look. Even though she was always thinking about her sister, she felt overwhelmed and deeply exhausted in the face of such continuous difficulties and challenges. Finally, now she can breathe. But she also noticed that Ma En also seemed happy and pleased with the victory, but he didn't seem to feel relieved like her. Even Sei Li, who was standing next to him, showed some relief after the battle, but Ma En seemed to have just attended a very ordinary banquet. Qin Lan, who was looking at Ma En, finally couldn't help asking, aren't you nervous? Hearing her ask this, Sei Li on the side smiled first, as if she heard something very interesting, but she just looked at Ma En expectantly, and didn't say what she thought. Ma En showed a somewhat surprised look, but immediately understood what she was asking. Oh. Of course not, I'm just not used to letting other people know my thoughts. If I really don't have any feelings, I won't react to changes in reality at all. My actions are my thoughts. Looking at Ma En, Sei Li also smiled and said, you are right, but I don't think everyone can do what you said, and most people are enduring and suppressing when they do this, but you are different. You are more like controlling your emotions. When you shouldn't be nervous, afraid or nervous, you won't be overwhelmed by it. In fact, I am also very curious about how you do it. I remember that when you were a child, you were just a little calmer and more mature than the others. If you really want to ask, I think maybe he has a problem with his brain. After all, he was still in a mental hospital not long before you met. Mayan smiled. Indeed, my brain is a little abnormal. He knew that what Selly really said was not a mental illness, but his memory problem. Even though he had basically forgotten the memories of the first half of his life and the previous life, he still retained some instincts. In the abnormal field, his use of mental power is extremely natural, just like an ordinary person who has lost his memory uses his hands and feet. He will not encounter any problems, and can still maintain the defensive coat. And his personality was not erased by amnesia. Normal amnesia would not seriously affect his personality, and the damage caused by the unmemory seemed to be no exception. This was his original personality. So no one knew the real reason, because the memory that shaped him into what he is now had long been erased by the unmemory. But Ma-en had no special opinion on his personality. Anyway, he was quite satisfied with himself now. Oh. Shinlon also showed a thoughtful expression. Even if she didn't get the real answer, Selly's words also inspired her. If Ma-en couldn't face any difficulties calmly like this, then the Control Bureau might have been destroyed long ago. They encountered countless dangerous abnormal entities on the way, such as the Saran they were facing. This god had a powerful force far beyond them, and a cunning mind brought by countless years of experience. If Ma-en's mind was far inferior to his opponent, then they would never be able to solve this problem. The real leader of the Abnormal Control Bureau should look like this. That's right. Shinlon straightened her face. Now that all the problems in front of us have been solved, should we patiently accumulate strength and slowly prepare to resolve the imprisonment set for us by the Federation? Ma-en also naturally returned to the topic and nodded slightly. Yes, but this matter is not easier than solving the current difficulties. We have to resolve the contract of hell, and we have to slowly accumulate strength. We are still too weak now. If we really have enough power, we won't have to be so troublesome when facing Saran, and we won't be constrained by the Federation and Xiaoyao like we are now. Now I usually stay in Xiaoyao's sect to fulfill the contract at that time. And even if I can spare some time, when Xiaoyao's sect is really in trouble, I will take the initiative to help Xiaoyao solve it. Although this is not a particularly serious difficulty, it is still quite troublesome. Fortunately, this problem can be solved at the same time as the constraints of the Federation, because the contracts that trap Xiaoyao and me are from hell, and at the same time, these two problems are not particularly urgent, so we don't have to worry too much. Shinlon guessed what Ma-en was going to say. Do you think we have more urgent things to deal with? Ma-en nodded slightly. Yes, but I want to ask first, how did you deal with the problem I told you last time? Shinlon knew what he was asking. We found a total of 13 fourth-order abnormal buildings, and after investigation, we think 4 of them can be controlled. They can provide a total of 30 containment rooms and 150 staff dormitories. Because of the problem some time ago, I didn't send them to carry out the mission, but now you are free. As long as you can stay here to look after them, these buildings should be completed in a few days. Ma-en nodded, then start preparing. We do need to expand now, but we have to do it cleanly so that other organizations can't notice that someone is secretly taking over abnormal buildings. Now we have to act more cautiously than before. Shinlon nodded. Well, what are our plans next? We should have contacted the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation, and the process of approaching them can be said to be full of difficulties. The members of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation don't trust their compatriots in other regions at all, and we are just approaching them. But now we have signed a contract with the Federation, and they are more suspicious and wary of us. Based on our attempts to contact them during this period, the last remaining members of the Salvation Alliance can be said to be extremely tenacious, and considering the Federation's current gentle approach, these members of the Salvation Alliance should be safe in the short term. We don't have to worry about them. Of course, I will send a few employees to keep an eye on them. In fact, their current safe situation is somewhat related to Ma-en. It was the incident of him killing Shu Yuan that allowed Shadow to take the opportunity to completely control the work and determine the way the Federation treats the remnants of the Salvation Alliance. Ma-en nodded. As I said, we still need to improve our current strength. Now that the problem of the containment room and the number of employees has been solved, it is time for us to start collecting 5th-level abnormal items. Now that we have enough power, it is not so difficult to obtain items of the same level, so the question before us is where we should find this power. In fact, I have several different ideas. Hell, free psychic ability users, the Federation. But in the end, I decided to choose the Titan ruins that we had considered and explored a long time ago. Shenlong looked at Ma En in surprise. You think the gods? Ma En replied, I don't think they will find our problem immediately, but even if we think about it seriously, as long as we don't take the initiative to do anything out of line, the gods are still the most likely group to attack us. It's not that the gods are likely to pose a threat to us, but other organizations and individuals have no reason to attack us. Maybe some forces have had some minor frictions with me in the past, but even if we only consider the existence of 2 5th level ability users, me and Selly, these conflicts are not that important. And I have always been extremely wary of Sirain. Although I hope that the Unmemorable can kill him or stop him, and I have great confidence in the Unmemorable, Sirain may still be aware of something after a long time, and I think we should be prepared for it before then. And compared with several other channels, the Titan ruins are not obviously behind in helping us improve our strength. Considering all these, I think this is the best result for us. After he finished speaking, Selly and Shenlong both showed a look of approval. In fact, there is an important reason why Mon would do this, that is, the appearance of the God of Fire and his reaction, which shows that this channel is very important to him. Without the channel, the God of Fire cannot go to the Titan ruins, and this proves that the Titan ruins are safe for Mon. Secondly, the Titan ruins are actually not that valuable to other ability users or organizations. After they obtain the products of the Titan ruins, they can only use them to deal with the gods, but this is not the case for Mon with the Control Bureau. He can use these weapons originally created to deal with the gods through the Control Bureau, and let them play out the combat power that they do not have when they are simply weapons. For example, when the weapon Eclipse is in their hands, they can succeed in some special immortal measures. In addition, the Titan ruins are actually more likely to have extremely strong entity residues than other fields, and there may even be abnormal entities beyond the 5th level or the peak of the 5th level. After all, those are the creations of Titan. Shenlong then asked, Do you need me to prepare an exploration team? Ma En nodded, but we need to send a team that will not be exposed, and only explore the local environment, and not enter their society. I will go there in person to find the 5th level weapons that can deal with the gods. By the way, after you have finished these, start preparing to explore Hell while I am working. I have also found an informant there. When the time comes, we have to go to Hell to solve the problem of the contract. Ma En specifically mentioned this matter, and also wanted Shenlong to feel that he was sure that he was still considering how to solve the problem that troubled him to save the Shishao Walker. Although it may not be necessary to do so, it is better than not doing it. Shenlong nodded. Okay, then I will start to arrange it. First, obtain the marked abnormal buildings, and then start to prepare the exploration team to the Titan ruins, and then the matter of Hell and the contract. Ma En nodded, and then looked at Cherry. Well, this is our current plan, so it's the last thing. How is his situation? Here Ma En refers to the reincarnation of the God of Light, the young man who was used as a bargaining chip by the gods. Sully said to Ma En, His current state is a bit strange, take a look for yourself. Shenlong reached out and pressed on the table in the war room, and a holographic image appeared in front of him. In a white containment room, Shintiani was sitting on a chair with a melancholy look on his face. Opposite him was Selly, who was also standing next to Ma En at the moment. She was comforting the young man and explaining the situation to him. Organization. Selly said to the young man, The outside world now calls us the Secret Alliance, and Ma En Yumet is an important member of ours. Don't worry, we are a kind organization. Some of our members are even followers of Shinshao in the past. You should have heard what Celian said, and you should be able to realize that he actually wants to use your life and death to deal with you. Now, while listening to their conversation, Ma En also looked at another floating screen. Abnormal entity. Shintiani, reincarnation of the God of Light. Abnormal strength. 1.5 description. The reincarnation of the first generation of the God of Light, with Celian's own hands. He personally transformed the dead God of Light into his current state. Through his hidden immortality and the transformation of Titan, he became a mortal who can be reincarnated and resurrected in the world. Characteristics. Body refining stage 1.2. In the early stage of body refining, he has a slightly stronger ability to withstand blows than ordinary humans, as well as a slightly stronger reaction speed and explosive power than humans, and can continue to practice. Reincarnation of the God of Light 1.5. The reincarnation of the ancient God of Light did not inherit any abnormal power. Simply observing this trait did not give him any abnormal or extraordinary characteristics. He is just the reincarnation of the God of Light. Chapter 501. The boy was listening to Selly's words with a sad look on his face, and the door behind her was pushed open. The moment he saw the figure coming in, a look of awakening appeared in his eyes. Master. Ma-in walked to the chair next to Selly and sat down. Seeing this, Selly also stood up and stood at the door a distance away from them, watching the two of them from a distance. How do you feel? Ma-in asked with concern. The surprise in Shintiani's face quickly dissipated after hearing this, and his eyebrows were filled with a faint sadness and sorrow again. It can be seen that he has not yet gotten over the incident just now. He is my grandfather, right? The boy forced himself to ask. Ma-in nodded slightly. Yes, or your grandfather is composed of part of his consciousness and personality. According to the professional judgment of our secret alliance members, he has never been a complete human being from beginning to end. He is the face of the God who still loves you. The young man lowered his head in grief, suppressing his tears in his voice. Well, I know. He was mourning for his deceased loved ones. Ma-in also lowered his head slightly, maintaining a calm silence, not trying to say any pale and useless comfort, letting the young man bear this very painful fact alone. The young man, with his head lowered, raised his arm to wipe his closed eyes, then tried to raise his head again and opened his eyes to look at Ma-in, and smiled sadly with difficulty. So Grandpa never lived at all? Standing at the door, Selly said, It depends on your definition of living. If you ask me, I think he must be alive, but he didn't have the freedom of his mind at the beginning. I am also willing to believe that his love for you is real. But unfortunately, given the current situation, you will never see the grandfather you are familiar with again in this life. You may only see the cold God with his traces left on him. When listening to this, the boy also tried to cheer up again. The smile on his face now looked very natural, only his eyes were still filled with lingering sadness. He also said, I heard what he said. I can feel that he is my former grandfather, but his heart is unusually cold, as if my grandfather's soul has been tortured and destroyed for countless years. Ma-in said, He is the leader of the southern gods now, Saren, the god of the sun, and according to what we know, you were his child a long time ago. Although I don't particularly understand what this kind of father and son means among the gods, we have confirmed that you are the reincarnation of the god of light, who was once killed by him. Do you want to pay attention to this matter yourself? In fact, Ma-in is particularly concerned about one thing, that is, what does the reincarnation of the god of light mean? It seems that the boy should not have any past memories, but he also has no abnormal power. What kind of thing did the reincarnation of the god of light bring here? If it is the soul itself, then his soul must have some abnormal characteristics different from normal humans, but nothing was found in the containment room. It seems that the reincarnation of the god of light is just a simple identity and label, without any practical meaning. The boy also fell into deep thought. In fact, I realized that I was a little different a long time ago, but I didn't think it might be due to some supernatural reasons. I used to think that it was my nature. In fact, at the beginning, I didn't think it was my problem, but I always felt that other people's actions were inexplicably problematic. Sometimes I even felt that my grandfather's teachings were wrong for no reason. I always felt that there were very strange people everywhere in the world, doing things that I couldn't understand. For example, some people will do things that harm others and benefit themselves, and some people will even do things that harm others and benefit themselves. I don't understand why they do this. But later I gradually understood that it is not easy to do everything right. The problem is not them, but I feel that they are particularly strange. In that case, maybe I look at them this way because I am the reincarnation of the god of light. Ma-in looked at him and nodded slightly. These are what he wanted to know. What did the reincarnation of the god of light bring to this era? But he still expected more from the boy. So Ma-in said, I need your help. The boy immediately replied formally after hearing this, Master, just say it. The reason he said this was not only because he was grateful to Ma-in, but also because he had understood the current position of Ma-in and the Camarilla. The boy could feel that they were really a kind organization. After all, if they were an evil organization, Saran would not threaten them like that. Ma-in said, You also know that the god of light was killed by Saran himself, and the reason for their hostility should be that when humans attempted to resist the rule of the gods a long time ago, the god of light chose to help humans. From this point, it can be seen that humans at that time should have stood on the side of kindness and justice, and it can also be imagined that the gods at that time may have been particularly excessive. So with such a personality, you would make the decision to become a Titan god who can kill gods and be killed. Shintiani also immediately understood Ma-in's purpose. Do you need the power of the god of light to fight against the gods? Ma-in nodded. Do you still have any memories of the past? The boy frowned and tried to recall for a long time, but finally shook his head. I can't remember anything. This answer did not surprise Ma-in. Then have you ever felt any supernatural power in the first half of your life? The boy still denied. No, I haven't felt anything. I can't think of anything useful in this matter. Ma En nodded slightly. Well, then I'm going to do a comprehensive memory check on you. What do you think? The boy cooperated very well and said, Master, you can do whatever you say. Ma En continued, if we don't find anything, I hope you can stay here. Although Saran has signed a contract with us that we can't use you, I still hope to act more safely. And next we will explore places that may be related to you. Maybe you can also provide us with some unexpected help, or I can help you regain your power in some way. Of course, provided you are willing. The young man said with a firm and natural look, Of course I am willing. You are fighting against evil, and I have no reason not to support you. Master, you don't have to worry about my feelings. If my death can save an innocent person's life, I am willing to do it without hesitation. Please be sure to ask me when you need me to take risks. And I can be reincarnated. My life is less valuable than that of ordinary humans. Even though Ma En was facing a human boy with no abnormal power at this moment, he really felt the few remaining rays of light from the ancient Titan god. Ma En also showed a sincere expression of gratitude. Well, I know. Thank you. Chapter 502. Xiaoyao Sect, half a month later. Ma En was dozing off in the water curtain cave. After he assigned Qinlan the task, she immediately began to arrange all the available staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau according to Ma En's requirements and formed several professional teams. Under Ma En's care, they quickly acquired several abnormal buildings that they had been eyeing for a long time. These abnormal buildings were relatively unknown in the abnormal world, and they had no owners. They would not offend anyone by acquiring them. Even if they attracted someone's attention, it would be difficult to make any associations with these abnormal buildings. After acquiring them, the number of staff dormitories in the Control Bureau was increased to 200 people, and the number of containment rooms was increased to 40. Many abnormal entities that were originally placed in the corridors could also be placed in the containment rooms, which made the containment rooms much safer than before, and the already low hidden dangers were reduced to a level close to zero. And now the staff dormitories also allow Ma En to recruit all the former members of the Salvation Alliance, who the Federation thought had retired at any time, but now there is no need and no suitable reason. Now that the Control Bureau has upgraded its containment rooms and increased the number of employees, it will be particularly simple and easy for him to do anything in the future. This respite is still of great help to him. In addition to the successful containment of the abnormal building, Qinlan also formed a professional team dedicated to exploring the Titan ruins. The main members are the members of the Eastern Federation Salvation Alliance, who joined the Control Bureau some time ago, and also brought Feng Xiaoying and Shi Daochang, two members of the Southern Salvation Alliance. The latter is the only third-level ability user in the team, but he has also become a fourth-level psychic ability user under the Control Bureau's promotion. This is a team with extremely high configuration. The members of the Eastern Federation Salvation Alliance, who have assassinated many federal politicians, are extremely good at hiding, and they also have quite good frontal combat capabilities, not to mention that they have a good fit after a long period of joint combat. The most important thing is that the main members of this team rely on the staff of the Control Bureau to use some other characteristics, so that those who are not so good at hiding are less likely to be discovered, and those with weaker combat capabilities have also improved their survivability by using characteristics. That's right, Ma En did not expect them to really fight. This kind of ability users, who have little experience in fighting at the same level, can just protect themselves. Those who are good at fighting are the ones who really improve their combat effectiveness. Among them, the former judge who has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level and abandoned the dark and turned to the light has additionally used an abnormal characteristic of the same level of 4.5 and several slightly weaker characteristics, giving him the opportunity to crush the top ability users of the same level. In this way, even if he really needs to fight with other 4th level abnormal ability users, he can quickly suppress the opponent and not give the opponent the opportunity to expose their information, protecting this exploration from leaking the wind. While the staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau were carrying out various operations in full swing, Ma En, as the director, had unprecedented free time. Now he only had to ensure that he could support his staff at any time. He usually taught his disciples, answered a few questions, and occasionally walked around Xiaoyao Sect to see the buildings under construction and the federal disciples who were studying with his junior sister. Ma En found it very interesting to watch the construction and the disciples' learning scenes. Perhaps it was because of such a peaceful day that Ma En could completely immerse himself in the real world and experience the beautiful parts of the real world with a more comfortable attitude. Although the various urgent challenges that followed did not make him feel any discomfort, he did feel a little enjoyment and pleasure when he really lived a peaceful life without worrying about who would come to trouble him tomorrow. But in fact, when looking at those disciples, Ma-En knew deep in his heart that many practitioners there were not worthy of being there. The Federation may have mastered a way to transfer roots through Xiaoyao, and the roots of many politicians' children who worship Xiaoyao's sect came from ordinary people. In such a world, there is no real peace. Fortunately, such time is about to be broken, because today is the day when Xiaoyao returns to the sect. Ma-En, who was taking a nap on the bamboo mat, opened his eyes, because he heard footsteps coming from the corridor, and he also sensed the surging and powerful soul. Ma-En. Xiaoyao pushed open the wooden door and walked in. It seems that you are quite comfortable here. Ma-En stretched and straightened his body. Of course, after all, the trouble that bothered me has been solved. Xiaoyao showed a surprised expression. You solved that problem? He really didn't expect Ma-En to say that. In fact, Xiaoyao had some ideas to use this matter to check and balance Ma-En, and he never thought that he would solve it so smoothly. Ma-En smiled and said, Remember the disciple Shintiani you gave me last time? He is actually an undercover agent behind the scenes. This surprised Xiaoyao again, because he had no intention of letting the mastermind deal with Ma-En, so he carefully checked the disciples given to Ma-En, and he didn't expect the other party's methods to be so clever. And he didn't expect that Ma-En could find out that his disciple, who he didn't even notice the problem, was an undercover. Oh, how did you deal with him? Xiaoyao asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. Ma-En smiled peacefully. I didn't deal with him, and the kid didn't know that he was an undercover of the mastermind. I used him to find the mastermind and found out his true identity. The next thing was simple. The secret alliance took action, and then the mastermind surrendered to us directly and signed a binding contract with us. In fact, if he wasn't really difficult to deal with, we might have killed him directly. Although Xiaoyao had heard of the existence of the Camarilla long ago, he was not a member of the Federation, and did not have a particularly clear understanding of the strength of this organization before, nor did he go out of his way to learn about it. But after listening to what Ma-En said, he instantly respected the Camarilla. Although he had not really seen the mastermind behind the scenes, he must be extremely dangerous and powerful, and such a guy could be defeated. The combat capability of this Camarilla is very strong. Ma-En, who had achieved the goal of delivering information, smiled and said, By the way, I may have to go out for a walk in a few days. You should not mind. If he had not heard this news, Xiaoyao might have found a reason to restrain his deputy leader. But now he just said, Of course, as long as he comes back, it's fine. Chapter 503. Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma-En and Qinlan were sitting in the war room, concentrating on the screen in front of them. The exploration team they sent out had entered the ruins for 2 weeks. Although there was no result yet, there were no obstacles. The way they kept hidden was the same as when they assassinated the politician. The space ability user Lu Huiwen directly created a space that could accommodate the entire team and directly moved this space that was not directly connected to reality. When they needed to explore the surrounding environment, they would send a single member with multiple characteristics to secretly investigate the surrounding environment and communicate through the control bureau to determine how far they were from the target. That's right, although the members of this team did not understand the geographical situation of the Titan ruins, they were not really headless flies wandering around, because Ma-En had come here in the past to take away the lunar eclipse. And before he left, he threatened the flesh and blood puppet who had some status in the local area with death, so that she told all the information she knew and sorted it out and stored it, which was also the confidence for him to explore here. Although the society in the Titan ruins is not as closely connected as the Federation on land, many settlements have maintained independent existence, like primitive tribes due to various practical and conceptual issues. The 2 towns that Ma-En saw at that time, which were built on the tower with the flesh transformation device and the eclipse, were such independent settlements, and they had basically no contact with other settlements. At least for decades before Ma-En arrived, they had not contacted the outside world, which was one of the reasons why Ma-En was able to deal with them so smoothly at that time. However, in addition to the small settlements scattered on this vast land, there are 13 truly magnificent cities. There is no doubt that the rulers of these cities are the 13 kings who were awakened again thousands of years ago. They defeated the remaining human titans and rebuilt a magnificent city in its ruins, and began to prepare for the inevitable decisive battle and the war between gods and humans. But for some reason, these 13 titans who inherited the ancient human memory and consciousness structure have also had new differences in the past 1,000 years. They have also remained independent and out of touch with each other for various reasons. There are similar reasons why other gathering places exist in this form. After all, if they really want to interact with the titans in these cities, they can just choose a city that they are satisfied with and live in, and there is no need to set up their own. The important thing is the identity of these 13 kings. They all have records or memories of the Titan War in their minds, and they naturally know where the weapons left by the Titans are. In fact, they have used a lot of weapons in the past war with human Titans. Now these Titans who are preparing for a decisive battle with the gods must have the most basic weapons reserves. Moreover, as Titans living in that era, they probably also stored a lot of knowledge that could be effectively used to deal with the gods, such as how to create Titan gods, what forms other generations of Titans took, and even the blueprints of weapons against the gods. Marn was not worried that they would forget these memories, because they made improvements in the process of transforming into flesh and blood or mechanical Titans, which could ensure that the data could be preserved almost without loss. And unlike Chao Yin, or the God of Light, who are constantly reincarnated, they don't have to worry about the wear and tear of their souls. So he can be sure that these ancient Titans, who have just awakened, must have weapons that they can use, and they are likely to be able to effectively counter the gods, which is indeed very tempting to him now. And now this team is also based on the information given by the flesh and blood Titan Mira, and is heading to the one in these giant cities where Ma En thinks he is most likely to obtain a 5th level abnormal weapon. Start exploring, Qinlan said. The screen in the middle of the table instantly enlarged several times, and then the picture inside also began to instantly turn into an extremely monotonous gray color, and then the surrounding environment also instantly changed to another look. No longer the appearance of the ordinary building interior of the Federation just now, but a gray forest full of strange plants. Although most of these plants are not species that can be found in the Federation, in Ma En's memory, most of them are still bright and comfortable green, and what they see at this moment is not completely the scene in reality. Because Feng Xiaoying entered the shadow dimension of the Titan ruins. The scene on the screen also began to distort rapidly. Although they were all moving in the shadow dimension, Feng Xiaoying's method was obviously more flexible and erratic than Ma En's. Sometimes she would teleport hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, and sometimes she could see more than 360 degrees of images on the screen. It was obvious that her way of perceiving the world was also extremely unique. With the cooperation of various abnormal characteristics, Feng Xiaoying was passing through the surrounding land at an astonishing speed, and began to look for the magnificent city described by Mira, and determine their current location. This process was very long and boring, and the scene on the screen was too bizarre. Even Ma En was a little distracted, but just when he thought that this exploration would be the same as before, the scene on the screen suddenly stopped for a moment, and then began to twitch in a particularly chaotic way, constantly flashing various fragmented pictures, and then began to gather in a certain rule. Finally, this picture composed of countless fragments gradually became regular, and slowly some strange black patches could be seen flowing in it, and slowly condensed together until it crossed a certain point. Dozens of complete pictures flashed across the screen quickly. Ma En and Qinlan saw several beasts that looked like a combination of tigers and bats, some sections of giant pythons with purely mechanical structures, and groups of creatures that looked like a combination of insects and hummingbirds. These bee colonies continued to form regular patterns in the air, as if they were conducting some kind of detection. And in the last few pictures, there were several handsome humans who seemed to have undergone surgery. They have locked onto Xiaoying. Qinlan said solemnly, "What should we do? Retreat?" Ma En looked at the changing images and thought for a moment before saying, "No, if we just retreat directly, we will alert the enemy. We are going to start teleporting her, but before that, use her as the destination. Teleport me there." Chapter 504. Ilua is the captain of the Never Sleeping Forest Patrol Team and the 7th child of the 9th City's Chief Strategic Officer. This is why he can take on this job. He inherited the excellent genes and skills from his father. The captain of the Never Sleeping Forest Patrol Team is an extremely leisurely job. Living here, he can see the true beauty of the forest every night. His gene of appreciating nature also makes him never tired of the scenery here, which can truly cultivate his mind and lay a good foundation for him to go back to engage in artistic work in the future. If there is any problem, it is that there are no living people here except for the team members. He can only go back to the city for a few days every 3 months to rest, which sometimes makes him feel a little bored. Fortunately, the regulator in his body can effectively reduce fatigue and irritability, and increase the stimulation of natural scenery to him, so that he can spend this long time more comfortably and happily. But he thought he would have to live a dull life for more than 10 years, but he didn't expect that he would actually encounter a time when he needed patrol work. Over the years, the relationship between the 9th City and other cities has been relatively mild, and the Nevernight Forest is not a strategic location. How could there be an intruder suddenly? But the response of the patrol system could not go wrong, so Ilua didn't think deeply, and went directly to the location where the intruder was detected at a speed not inferior to any patrol creature. When he arrived at the destination, the other members of the training team were basically in place. They looked at their superiors for a few times, but their eyes were immediately attracted by the scene in front of them. In the open space ahead, there were more than a dozen swift tigers ready to fight at any time, and 7 or 8 cold pythons were blocking this area. There were also several groups of beasts constantly moving in the air according to a certain pattern, quietly invading this blocked space, and around these creatures there were more than a dozen shadowless leopards lurking. The deputy captain of the patrol team walked to Iluo's side. "I have been here for 70 years, and I have never seen such a scene. The relationship between the 9 kings and the rulers of other cities is particularly harmonious, and no one should invade the Nevernight forest." Iluo looked at the training beasts who were working hard and said, "Don't worry, the other party has been locked by the training beasts. There will be no danger. It may be a member of an isolated gathering place who mistakenly entered our territory." As he spoke, the block space in front of them was also rapidly decomposing, revealing various micro-dimensions, and then the peak beasts became excited as if they had found something, and began to shift the constantly flashing space cracks towards a certain dimension. Then, a figure staggered into the open space in front of him. Ilua turned his head and looked at his deputy, smiling and saying to him, "Don't worry, we can just watch here." As he spoke, the dozen impatient tigers instantly pounced on the male humanoid creature that had just appeared in the open space, trying to tear him into pieces of flesh and blood. But the man did not surrender immediately. He raised his hand and used some kind of telekinesis to push the few tigers running in front more than 10 meters away, and floated directly in the air, trying to avoid these beasts. But he obviously forgot that these creatures that looked like tigers also had bat-like wings. The remaining tigers that he had not pushed away all adjusted their wings to the right angle. Then these structures that looked like wings produced extremely complex vibrations, and began to work like some kind of biological propellers. With a gentle jump, these beasts flew up directly at a low altitude, high speed and lightly, strangling their prey flexibly like sharks in the water. The man who saw this scene seemed to be highly nervous, and began to use telekinesis to try to cause damage to these beasts at the same time that could stop their actions. The result of his doing so was that these beasts had wounds that looked serious one after another. To be precise, they were very serious for ordinary animals, but this did not slow them down. Seeing this, the man could only frantically turn and move in the air, avoiding these beasts in a panic, but he could not completely dodge them when facing these beasts alone. Finally, a tiger caught the opportunity and scratched his body fiercely, but the man was only knocked back for more than 10 seconds, and there was no wound on his body. He was still dodging tenaciously, adapting to the attack rhythm of these beasts. It seemed that if he continued like this, he might have a chance to survive the siege of these tigers. But at a certain moment, when the man was approaching low altitude, he suddenly fell to the ground, as if he had been hit by an invisible heavy blow. Then several gray leopards appeared in the air around him, and they all entangled different limbs of the man's body with their flexible and strong tails. One of them even grabbed his neck with its tail. Just before the shadowless leopard strangled the man to death, Ilua finally smiled at his assistant and said, "See what I said." Then, he also raised his legs and walked towards the subdued intruder, and at the same time linked these cruel beasts by nature through the mechanical device built into the skull, forcing them to stop teasing their prey. When he walked in front of the intruder, he noticed that although he was subdued, the shadowless leopard's playful behavior just now only left him a few shallow marks, and did not threaten his life. Ilua's eyes were a little more surprised. He didn't expect that this intruder was quite resistant. In fact, the skills he just showed were quite good. If he didn't seem to know much about the swift tiger and the shadowless leopard, he might have to deal with this guy himself. However, he was not interested in appreciating an intruder, but just looked down at the man who fell to the ground. "Tell me, who sent you as a spy?" The man opened his mouth with difficulty, but couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Ilua waved his hand, and let the shadowless leopard that was tied around his neck loosen its strong tail. "Huh?" The man gasped immediately after his neck was loosened. Ilua raised his leg impatiently and kicked the lying man. "Stop acting. If you don't say anything, I break your legs." Hearing this, the man stopped with some difficulty, and then said with obvious hesitation and struggle, "I'm not a spy." Ilua snorted coldly, and then showed a cruel smile. "It seems that you haven't heard of the interrogation measures of the 9th city." Hearing this, the man shook his head and explained in panic, "I'm really not. I don't know how I got in." In fact, Ilua knew that what the man said might be true, but he couldn't have a good face for potential spies. but just when he wanted to continue to mock a few words. There was a movement behind him that was a little unfamiliar to him. Chapter 505. Ilua did not turn around to see the source of the noise, but kept his eyes on the young man, who was unknown whether he was a spy or a countryman. He had received special training and knew that he must not turn his back to the unknown person who seemed to be controlled at this time, and he did not come alone. Sure enough, the deputy behind him did react to the noise, but Ilua did not expect his tone. The deputy exclaimed, "It's the soul-eating wolf." As soon as he finished speaking, several wolf beasts with dark red eyes passed through the blockade network formed by other flesh and blood creatures, and came directly to Ilua's side. He was also surprised by the appearance of these terrifying creatures. As far as he knew, the world in the eyes of these creatures had no color distinction, and their spatial perception ability was different from that of ordinary flesh and blood creatures. The world in their eyes was a nearly endless wasteland. But there was something that was particularly conspicuous in their eyes, and that was the soul. Iroh, who realized what was going on, looked at the drooling wolf beasts with some surprise, and then looked at the man who was pinned to the ground by several shadowless leopards. His expression became extremely serious. "You have a soul?" Faced with this seemingly unreliable question, Ma-En also showed a puzzled expression. "What? I don't know. I just accidentally entered this dimension." Looking at the human man constantly explaining, Iroh narrowed his eyes slightly. He did expect some fluctuations in his ordinary life, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. These creatures with souls are almost taboo in various cities, because they may all be the eyes of those evil gods, and there is only one way to deal with these creatures. "Kill him," Iroh said to the several soul-eating wolves beside him, and then stepped back a few steps. Although the other party's reaction was not what Main expected, he still showed a look of fear in an instant, and then began to struggle secretly, begging for mercy. "I really came here accidentally. As long as you show me the way, I will immediately." Iroh ignored him, just staring at Main with cold eyes, and several soul-eating wolves that had been ready to move immediately made a gesture before biting Main, but then they froze in place in an instant. The only third-level ability user among the group of flesh and blood titans quickly came behind Iroh. "Wait, Iroh." Iroh didn't want to listen to the words of his deputy, and turned around and said to him preemptively, "The clearing agreement was jointly formulated by the 13 kings, and all titans are obliged to abide by it. We can't give the gods any chance to infiltrate us. This is a war that cannot afford to make mistakes." The deputy argued with reason, but the 9th king said. The two flesh and blood titans just debated one after another. After seeing this, Main was sure that Myra's information was not outdated. His choice to continue to this titan gathering place was indeed the right thing to do, but there were some insignificant twists and turns. But the current situation also provided Main with some information. The ability level distribution of the patrol team members was particularly unreasonable. The deputy was the only third-level one among them, and Iroh had a combat power of about the beginning of the 4th level, but all the other team members except them were only at the 2nd level. There were a few beasts in this group who had the level of the middle 4th level. With the cooperation of their kind, they could indeed compete with opponents who were slightly stronger than them, but in general, the level distribution of this team member was still very unreasonable. At this moment, Iroh was also arguing fiercely with his deputy, but Ma-En, who heard the content of their conversation, only felt their unprofessionalism. The two flesh and blood titans did not mention any rules and regulations in their discussion on whether to execute Ma-En, nor did they have any really reasonable basis. And they did not seem to have a quick solution to the conflict between the two sides, but really stood there and expressed their opinions like children arguing. In the end, Iroh could not argue with the deputy on the opposite side, so he could only raise his hand and waved, saying somewhat unconvinced, "Okay, then notify the 9th king." If Ma-En was really an ordinary ability user who strayed into this place, he would definitely be glad that the result of their argument allowed him to stay alive temporarily, but Ma-En was just observing their behavior. And he really noticed something. Although this team did not seem to be particularly professional, and Iroh was somewhat specious in the argument, he was particularly decisive when he ordered the soul-devouring wolves to kill him just now, as if he knew that if he said it too late, he would be stopped by others. "Don't be too happy too soon." Iroh looked at the human who had witnessed their argument. "Your kind of creatures will be executed sooner or later here, but some can live a little longer." "Human?" Ma-En shut his mouth obediently, and didn't refute anything. When Iroh said the word human, Ma-En could feel a bit of contempt in his tone, as if the human race was something particularly despised in his eyes, and he was even so arrogant when he mentioned it. The deputy who stopped him from killing himself actually had no good attitude towards Main. After finishing the argument with his captain, he also glanced at Main a few times, but his eyes were extremely cold, and he was unwilling to keep his sight on Maine, as if he would be polluted if he looked at him for 2 more times. Maine could think of many reasons to explain the former's attitude, but the latter could only prove that this should be the general view of the flesh and blood titans on humans. In fact, Maine was not particularly surprised by this. After all, when he first entered the Titan ruins, he knew about the views of these flesh and blood creatures on humans. However, there was a reason why he chose to approach the city. According to the confession of the flesh and blood titan Mira, this city should have the best attitude towards humans, even to the extent that it was hated by other flesh and blood titans. In Myra's description, it seemed that the flesh and blood titans in this city would warmly welcome every human who appeared. But now it seems that this best is only relative, and this can also glimpse how serious the attitude of other cities towards humans may be. Obviously, the current situation is not optimistic. This is definitely bad news for everyone, because it means that there is a group of dangerous races in the Titan ruins that are hostile to both gods and humans, and it is unknown when they will threaten the current situation of the Federation. And it is hard to say whether this is good news or bad news for him. At least now it seems that it will be difficult for him to get the help of these flesh and blood titans through negotiation, which means he may have to rob them. Chapter 506. Ilua watched Ma-En, who was tied up, remain silent and obedient. He couldn't help but look at Ma-En again, saying, "You'd better not have any tricks, or I will kill you immediately." In fact, he expected Ma-En to do something, because then he could kill Ma-En. Ma-En remained silent about his threats, as if he was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would cause Ilua's anger. Although Ma-En was right, his timid appearance made Ilua look down on him even more. These humans were as timid and cowardly as described in the book, and they didn't have the courage to face the truth. Just as they were silent, there was movement in the woods behind Ilua again, and unlike the last time, this time even ordinary people could hear it clearly, and it was obvious that the person who came did not intend to hide his existence. All the patrol members turned and looked in the direction of the woods, and Ma-En also raised his head slightly. A dozen figures gradually appeared in the woods, and walked towards this place quickly. They kept the same speed as a whole, and looked very orderly, which was completely different from this patrol team. As they walked out of the woods one after another, Ma-En also saw their true appearance. These new titans seemed to be wearing silver-white painted mechanical full-body armor. Among them, several slightly skinny titans wore mechanical armor models different from other titans, but Ma-En soon realized that these titans were not flesh and blood titans, because their mechanical armor had special structures that clearly represented facial features. These are pure mechanical titans, and the others that are obviously wrapped in something are the flesh and blood titans wearing armor, but no matter what kind they are, they all look extremely dangerous. When they were all in place, the armor on the head of the flesh and blood titan wearing mechanical armor standing in the front began to automatically remove, revealing the heroic and beautiful face underneath, and walked towards where Ma-En was. The moment they saw her, the patrol members who were standing there all showed surprise, as if they had never expected that the big man in front of them would come here in person, but they immediately lowered their heads slightly and said, "Your Highness." The woman raised her hand and waved, indicating that they didn't need to care about these red tapes, and walked directly to Ma-En, who was entangled by several shadowless leopards, and then looked at Ilua beside him. "How did you find him?" Although Ma-En could feel that the strength of this flesh and blood titan was only level 3, far inferior to Ilua and the other titans who appeared with her, Ilua still lowered his head. "Your Highness," Ilua said, "it was the B-Beast group that detected the abnormal spatial fluctuations, and then we found the human who was lurking using spatial abilities, and subdued him neatly." The woman looked at him and asked, "Did he attack you?" After hearing this question, Ilua lowered his head and did not move. "No, we subdued him quickly." The woman then asked, "Did he do anything dangerous?" At this moment, Ilua was sweating. "No, Your Highness." The woman did not blame him as Ilua imagined, but just said casually, "Be careful next time, don't attack those who strayed in without any dangerous behavior." Iroh lowered his head even lower. "Yes, Your Highness." The woman shook her head slightly, then looked at Maine, and the moment she cast her eyes on him, the shadowless leopards that had been entangled with Maine immediately loosened their tails, then scattered and ran away, and slowly disappeared. She extended her right hand to Maine, who was sitting on the ground. "Sorry, we are not hospitable enough." This sudden change of situation was completely beyond Maine's expectations. He had already felt that the titans in this city must have a very bad attitude towards humans. But this His Highness was so friendly that it seemed like he lived in 2 different worlds with the flesh and blood titans in that team. But no matter what he thought, it did not affect the attitude he should show, which was almost instinctive vigilance and confusion. He did not hold the hand that was extended to him, but crawled back half a step on the ground, and looked at the flesh and blood titan with vigilance and puzzled eyes. What's going on? Maine looked at her and asked. The woman also asked in confusion, So you don't know where you are? Ma-En replied, I know this is not the dimension where the Federation is located. I occasionally approach and enter other dimensions, but I have never been here, and I have never heard of such a place before. The woman nodded slightly. It seems that you have entered this place by mistake, but I may have to tell you bad news. You should not be able to leave here in a short time. We are very worried that you are a spy sent by our enemies. But as long as the inspection is completed, we can confirm that you are not a spy, and solve the problem of how you came here, and prevent such incidents from happening again. We can send you back. I'm sorry, my compatriots may have been a little harsh on you just now. This is because they have some small misunderstandings about your race. I will personally entertain you as a guest next. Ma-En looked at the friendly and heroic woman and said, So you are not human. The woman smiled. Yes, I am a Titan, the enemy of the gods. Ma-En showed a surprised expression. Are you talking about the gods of the south? The woman smiled and said, It seems that you have some understanding of our enemies, which can reduce a lot of problems. Then I want to ask you a most basic question. What is your relationship with these gods? Ma-En shook his head repeatedly, as if he was afraid that he would be killed if he spoke slowly. Not good at all. The gods and most humans always keep their distance. Although there is no relationship between us, the war officially started, but there will be some small conflicts from time to time. No one likes the gods except their people. The woman nodded. Very good, then you are our friend. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Zasna, the daughter of the 9th king. You can just call me by my name. If you don't mind, I will also supervise you on behalf of our city, and help you with the most basic inspections. By the way, I will ask you about the current situation on land. How is it? Can you accept it? Ma-En immediately nodded repeatedly and said, Of course, I am willing to stay by your side. In Elua's eyes, his performance was extremely reasonable. Zasna's attitude was completely opposite to Elua and the others, but this also made him, who was lowering his head, a little more unhappy with Ma-En. After all, that was their highness. Chapter 507. In the Nevernight Forest, a fully armed army was advancing aimlessly. After Zasna rescued Maine from the patrol and the beasts, she brought him to her personal guard and sent 2 members to return to the city with Iroh to inform others about this. Although she sent 2 members of the personal guard, the remaining Titans were enough to suppress Maine. Unlike the members of the patrol just now, Maine's judgment of their strength was not so accurate, but he was sure that at least several of them had reached the level of 4.4 or above, and the rest were not weak in the same level. And after entering this team, Maine also noticed that the eyes of other Titans looking at him were far less friendly than Zasna's, and closer to the feeling given to him by the adjutant just now. Let's go! Zasna looked at Maine, who was no longer restrained. You should have also felt the Titans' view of humans from Iroh's attitude. They are actually somewhat prejudiced against you. I know you will definitely think that our attitude towards you is very bad, but in fact, they are not completely unreasonable, because in the eyes of most Titans, you are almost equivalent to the hands and eyes of the gods. Maine, who was following her, showed a puzzled expression. But most humans and gods are extremely distant, and even most of the ability users around me hate these arrogant immortal gods very much, and our mainstream human forces often conflict with them. Zasna nodded slightly and said, Maybe what you said is true, but unfortunately we have no communication with the human world today, and we can't understand the world you are in, because this is a very dangerous behavior for us. So I'm actually very happy that you showed up, because you can tell them about the current situation of humans. Ma-En showed a surprised look. So in addition to checking if I have any problems, you also want to understand the current situation of humans? Zasna nodded. Well, after all, you have already come here, and my compatriots can't pretend not to see it. Moreover, it takes a lot of resources to start the teleportation chamber that breaks through this dimension. So although it is a pity, the fact is that most of my compatriots will not agree to help you for nothing. If you mind, I will take this information as a small reward for sending you back in exchange. Ma-En immediately replied, Of course I don't mind. I know very well the energy consumed by this scale of dimensional breakthrough. She didn't make any excessive demands. If we don't consider the potential threat of Titan to human civilization, her attitude just now is enough to make any victims answer her questions. And in fact, if he is really a person with abilities who accidentally flowed into this place, then he has no right to raise objections in front of Zasna, and the other party has no need to talk to him properly. Obviously, the Titans were in a prosperous civilization, So Marn could imagine how horribly they could torture and interrogate ordinary level 4 users if they wanted to. This would definitely not be difficult for them. Even if they really thought about it, directly torturing them might be more convenient for them, and it would also be more likely to ensure the accuracy of the information they obtained. If they had no other intentions, the only thing that could really restrain them from doing so was the most basic moral bottom line. Mon's answer made Zasna smile, and then she kindly reminded him, although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, you have to be careful when you meet other titans. As I said, they may be hostile to you, so you have to be careful not to anger them. And you may not understand, but in fact, their ideas are not completely wrong. Because the gods are actually rooted in the hearts of every human being. Even the human beings who fight against the gods will have the shadows of these things in their hearts, and you can't get rid of them a long time ago. So we made an agreement a long time ago to clean up all the humans who enter here. After hearing this, although Mon didn't say anything, his expression was obviously a little stiff. Seeing his expression change, Zasna smiled and said, "Don't worry, this agreement was made a long time ago, and we don't plan to abide by it. In addition, we have made some preparations in advance for the current situation. Take a look." As she spoke, she bent down slightly and reached her hand to the left leg of the mechanical armor. A small compartment popped out with a few crisp mechanical sounds, and then she took out a silver ring and handed it to Ma-In. "This is the collar we use to isolate the power of the gods." Zasna looked at Ma-In and said, at the same time, "It also has the function of suppressing the power of the user. You may have to wear this thing for the next period of time. Although it is called a collar, this thing looks more like a thin silver neck ring in terms of its thickness." Ma-In couldn't see whether there was any mechanical structure in it with his naked eyes, as if it was really made of pure silver. "How do I wear this?" Ma-In asked curiously. He had no intention of resisting. If he was a little more rational, he would not refuse the other party in this situation. After all, the other party should have a more cruel way of restraining. And Ma-In himself was particularly looking forward to wearing this thing, because it meant the other party's trust. Zasna handed the silver ring to Ma-In. "Just put it on, it will adapt by itself." Ma-In took it, and then curiously stretched the silver ring without any breaks to his neck, and when it touched his skin, Ma-In also felt that his neck seemed to be immersed in water. Then he pushed it a little harder, and the silver ring was tightly locked around his neck. In an instant, multiple abilities were directly disconnected from him, but the contact with the control bureau was not affected. In fact, even if the contact with the control bureau was cut off, it didn't matter, because he still had a team lurking around. These were all completely within Ma-In's expectations, but there was one thing he didn't expect. His mental power was still functioning normally. "How is it?" Zasna looked at Mon's neck with concern. "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Mon shook his head slightly. "I can hardly feel its presence." Zasna nodded slightly. "Its reaction is normal. The concentration of gods in your body is far lower than the threat value. Now we can be sure that you are not an undercover of the gods, and they can no longer monitor us through you." "Very good. Now we can change direction." After she finished speaking, the whole team stopped wandering around aimlessly, readjusted the direction of advance, and set off towards the technology that inherited the ancient Titan. Chapter 508. "How is our city?" Zasna, who was sitting opposite Main, looked at him and smiled. "It shouldn't be much worse than your current city, right?" At this moment, they had left the woods. When they were still some distance away from the city, they boarded this vehicle that looked like a miniature floating warehouse with Zasna. It was normal for them to decide to transport themselves in this way. After all, their identity was quite special here. At this moment, Main was standing in front of the window watching this Titan city. The city of the future. This was Main's first impression after seeing the 9th city. There were all kinds of buildings with strange shapes on the ground. Main could see that the structure of these buildings was unreasonable. To be precise, it was unreasonable in terms of modern technology. Moreover, some of these buildings were high and some were low. Whether it was the shape or the material, they were all different, and there was no particularly unified style. Or in fact, it was just that there was no particularly unified style in his eyes. Maybe at this moment, he saw these buildings like a primitive man seeing a modern city. Primitive people would also think that the gap between modern buildings was too large, but in fact, in the eyes of modern people, the places where they lived actually maintained the same style. Although these buildings looked different and extremely strange, Marn found them inexplicably comfortable, as if they were large works of art. And at a slightly higher position, there is a giant floating island suspended in the air, which also has a variety of buildings that dazzle Marn just like the land. The buildings on these islands are much higher and more complex than the urban buildings on land and in modern society, and they are not something that can be made by modern technology. In the whole city, only a dozen towers standing on the ground in the distance have almost the same appearance. They don't look like ordinary buildings. Ma-En speculated that they may have some special functions. However, what really attracted his attention were the non-human titans he had seen in that town. There were all kinds of flesh and blood and mechanical titans on the streets here. These semi-mechanical creatures with animal characteristics were scattered all over the streets. Some of them were positioned like pets or wild animals in the city, but more of them were like some kind of transportation or special equipment. Nearly 70% of the transportation tools were traveling in the sky, but their speed was obviously faster and more flexible than that of modern human cities. This also made Ma-En more wary of the civilization in the Titan ruins. He originally expected that the prosperity of this civilization should be slightly lower than what he saw now. This was actually because the scene in the tower and the town gave him a wrong expectation, but now it seems that this place is much more prosperous than modern cities. Besides, this place looks similar to modern cities in many ways. For example, although the Titans are in a state of war preparation, there are no city walls that are common in ancient magic cities. Moreover, the streets on the land and the miniature floating islands in the air look very much like the streets of modern cities, and there are various places for Titans to live and socialize around. Although he was not particularly close to the city, even at this distance, he could realize that the city in front of him was probably the most prosperous he had ever seen, and it was probably the most technologically advanced. Therefore, in response to her question, Ma-En told her the truth. Not only is it not worse than us, your city looks much more prosperous than ours, and it seems that you frequently use supernatural technology in society. Zasa raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Don't you use it?" Ma-En replied, "For reasons I don't understand, we are extremely restrained in the use of abnormal technology, and even conceal the existence of the supernatural world from most ordinary people. After all, we all call it abnormal power." Zasa's face showed pure curiosity. "Why?" "I don't know." Ma-En shook his head slightly at first, and then said, as if he remembered something, "But I have heard of a saying before, but I didn't believe it at the time. In fact, this is also related to the gods." Zasa immediately became interested when she heard these two words. Gods? Ma-En of course specifically talked about this topic. Yes, at that time, someone in the Federation mentioned that we conceal the abnormal power in order to weaken the gods, because if ordinary people saw these things, it would intensify their imagination of the existence of gods. But in fact, Mon thinks that there must be other reasons for the Federation to do so early. The gods are indeed dangerous to the Federation, but for this purpose alone, the Federation is more likely to take other more cost-effective means. Zasa nodded thoughtfully and said, "This makes sense. Before the rise of the Titans, the gods once tried to use so-called religion and faith to attribute all supernatural phenomena to their power, thereby strengthening their own existence again. But we soon saw through their lies, and then there was a great war that made them what they are now. It seems that the rulers of mankind have now realized their danger." Mon showed a curious look. "That war?" Zasa smiled and said, "We call ourselves Titans, and this word means those who will defeat the gods. A long time ago, we, as the ancestors and descendants of mankind, fought a bloody war with the gods. You will know all this. In the place we arranged for you, there will be records of our past history to help you understand what kind of race we are. Since we want to understand today's human civilization through you, we should also sincerely tell you what we are, and what our relationship with you is." This is indeed what Mon wanted to know, so he accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you. I am indeed a little confused about my current situation." Zasa looked at him and said, "But you may have noticed that we came here immediately after they found you, and we did not let you enter our city directly. In fact, what we are writing now should be considered a mobile prison. For the safety of both you and us, you will not come into contact with Titan civilians. If you really accidentally meet them, please do not reveal your human identity. Your existence is still top secret now. We have arranged a place for you to stay. Please do not leave at will. We have not yet conducted the most basic inspection on you. You are still suspected of being a spy of the gods." Ma-En nodded. "Of course, I will pay attention." Chapter 509. The floating warehouse passed through the bustling city and slowly approached the side of a tall building in the city center. After the floating warehouse approached, the seemingly flat wall on the side of the building began to push outward, revealing the complex and delicate mechanical structure inside, and quickly turned into a platform large enough to stop 7 or 8 floating warehouses. The door of the floating warehouse also began to deform rapidly, and the exposed mechanical structure was directly connected to the platform, and then directly turned into steps for passengers in the warehouse to walk down. Ma-En followed Zasa down, and looked at the mechanical platform that completed the transformation in just a few seconds. It seems that your civilization prefers the kind of technology we are familiar with more than magic. The various buildings in this entire city really look like more advanced modern buildings, rather than some kind of ancient magic creation that is difficult for modern people to understand. Moreover, whether it is the city planning or the transportation tools and passages everywhere, they are particularly close to the appearance of modern cities. Zasna said, "The magic you are talking about should refer to the technical system invented and mastered by the Gurama Empire. After the destruction of the Gurama Empire, that technology became more difficult to use. So although their technology is more advanced than ours, in fact, our use of magic is not much different from Titan technology. After all, Titan technology is what we really master, but in fact, if you can go back to the Titan era before the break with the gods, you will see that we used more magic technology at that time than this city. In fact, you don't see many traces of magic here, mainly because our flesh and blood Titans and mechanical Titans are not particularly good at magic. However, we actually use Gurama magic, but in most cases, we use it to make up for some areas that Titan technology cannot do. After all, we have to admit that the ancient empire is far more powerful than our civilization. We still cannot understand the principles of many of their magic, nor can we accommodate them in our own knowledge system. So many things that magic can do are like miracles to us. For example, they have mastered the method of resurrecting people who have not been dead for a long time. This is almost a miracle in our eyes. But in the Gurama Empire, this is not even a particularly great spell. Maybe a slightly more advanced magician can do this incredible thing, and this is enough to prove that their complete system is definitely more advanced than ours. Of course, I don't think the technological system we created is just similar to yours. The cause and effect relationship here may be exactly the opposite. The actual situation may be that your current technological system is based on the knowledge left by the ancient Titans. You are actually our imitators and followers. In fact, Maan asked this because he had already obtained this information from the Titan spider, but he still pretended to be ignorant and curious. You mean that the scientific system we are familiar with and open to all humans now actually originated from you? Zasna nodded. To be precise, it should be that the core idea of your system is related to us. If I remember correctly, we had a special plan a long time ago when we were fighting against the gods. That is, we once created many knowledge storage devices that can stand the test of time, in an attempt to let future humans master the special thought theory called Menagedon. This was actually the mainstream view of our Titan civilization on various technological systems at that time. That is a way of understanding the world based on verifiability and predictability. If you only master various technologies in this way, then you can effectively weaken the power of those gods. At the end of the Titan civilization, we completely banned the use of Gurama magic among civilians, because ordinary people who do not understand the Gurama civilization often mystify those magics that cannot be reasonably explained by current technology in their hearts, and this will give the gods an opportunity to invade the human mind. The essence of the gods is the human imagination of the universe and reality. If the world today can be explained by a perfect theory in the eyes of all humans, then the gods will naturally have no room to survive. You must know that the gods only exist in human minds. She raised her hand and pointed to the position of her head. Maan showed a look of sudden realization. So that's it. That is to say, if we can make all humans understand nature and the universe, we can effectively weaken these gods. No wonder they deliberately keep the Southern Federation backward and prevent most young children from freely choosing to receive modern scientific education. They are deliberately making humans ignorant and backward. In fact, Maan had known this for a long time, but after hearing Zasna's words, he also remembered that this was indeed a way to effectively suppress and deal with the gods. Unfortunately, this method was not fast, and it was not something that an independent person like him could accomplish. In fact, only the federal government could do something similar, and as far as he knew, the federal government was really always trying to improve the education level of the Southern Federation, but the resources they invested were not enough to compete with the gods. And if you think like this trick may be difficult to work on Saren. After all, among the entities represented by the gods, stars are the least understood by humans, and there is still a lot of room for imagination. Seeing that he figured it out, Zasna also smiled. Yes, and in fact, long before the Titan civilization went to war with the gods, many scholars advocated the scientific model of Menagedon. In fact, it was because we adopted this method that the contradiction between the gods and us was completely aroused. This should be the most fundamental reason for this war. This is not only because the gods will specifically stop us from thinking this way, but also because when we think this way, we will doubt the rationality of the gods' existence and begin to challenge their authority. If you think from another perspective, this war can also be said to be provoked by us. It was Menagedon who gave us the courage and motivation to question the gods, making the friction between us more intense. So your current ruler's decision to isolate the abnormal world is still very smart. It seems that they should not be the kind of fools who ignore the danger of the gods. Saying this, Zasna also walked towards the wall that was rebuilt after the platform extended out, and then stretched out her hand to push open a wall that Marin could not distinguish, and then a door was revealed that was large enough for them to walk in. Behind the door was a room that looked more modern than the building, with tables and chairs familiar to Marin, and no less basic furniture than the modern houses in the Federation, but with more electrical equipment that he could not understand. "I'm sorry that you have to live here for a while," Zasna said. "Although you are not a prisoner, this can only be regarded as a more familiar cell. Of course, we take this measure to protect you and the civilians in our city. After all, you are still a guy of unknown origin to us now." Maine nodded. "I understand. I don't expect to be able to move freely here. As long as I can return to my original dimension in the end, that's all I ask." His cooperation also made Zasna feel a little relieved. Maine's behavior was not like a spy of the gods, and as a person with abilities who strayed into the Titan dimension, his behavior was not stupid. In fact, she was quite worried that Maine was the kind of idiot who would think that they wanted to harm him secretly, which would bring a lot of trouble to her next actions, and now his attitude was just right for Zasna. Zasna walked to a door and pushed it open. "This is the study. There are some discussions about our history and the existence of the gods." Maine looked at the study and suddenly asked, "Then if we can know what the gods are, can we weaken them?" He was deliberately tempting Zasna to reveal more information about the gods. Zasna nodded. "Yes, in fact, this is also the way we have been studying for a long time in the past, and in fact, we have indeed learned the nature and origin of the gods. In fact, this is not a secret." Since Mon said this, she did not mean to hide it. Even if Mon is an undercover of the gods, it is not a bad thing to let him know the nature of the gods. On the contrary, it may shake his faith. Zasna walked inside and picked up a few books and handed them to Ma-In. "This seriously proves the nature of the existence of the gods, and according to our past research, the nature of the gods is actually a bit funny, because we found that these so-called gods believed by humans. Instead, they were created by humans." Ma-In raised his eyelids slightly. "You mean we created the gods?" Zasna smiled and said, "That's right, and I'm not talking about the process of consciousness creating gods. I mean that the race of gods is something created by humans in a certain era. Don't you think this is the only reasonable explanation? It's impossible that there is really a natural phenomenon called gods that will turn our imagination of nature and the universe into a special creature with self-awareness. Think about it carefully. Why do these creatures only exist in the human brain and are not affected by other creatures? And why do the creatures you see now have a consciousness structure that is extremely similar to that of humans? The reason is very simple, that is, it is humans who created the gods. At that time, humans would naturally decide to create a race with a similar personality to themselves, but able to communicate. It's hard for you to imagine how persistent humans are in creating a new race similar to their own consciousness structure, but this is their nature. Even I, who am standing in front of you, am a new race created by humans. And the gods are no exception. If our research is correct, these gods were originally created as a special weapon. At that time, humans should have faced an extremely difficult war. And the opponents of humans at that time were not our kind. In fact, the existence of the gods also determined that when humans fought a life-and-death battle with foreign races, they would inevitably become our allies. Because if humans become extinct, they will also die. Now you should understand. Why can human consciousness determine the form of their existence? Why are they in this form of survival that parasitizes in human consciousness? Because they are a biological weapon that will inevitably maintain the survival of mankind. In the final analysis, humans are the creators of gods. Ma-In showed a surprised look. After listening to you, I do feel that many doubts about the existence of gods make sense. Although Ma-In's purpose was to seek information about the gods, he did not expect to hear such words. But after thinking about it, this is indeed the most reasonable answer. That's right. Gods are originally creations imagined by humans. How could they exist naturally? Zasna nodded. That's right, but as time goes by, humans gradually forget that gods are actually species created by themselves, and they slowly climbed to a higher position in the dark era of humans and became so-called gods. But if you think about it carefully, the gods are just your creations, no different from us. Maine cooperated with a puzzled look. You? Zasna replied, yes, we, the flesh and blood titans and the mechanical titans, are actually brand new species created by humans through the research of biological and mechanical technology. Unlike the gods, we have the same consciousness structure as you, but we don't have souls. We simulate the operation of the soul through biological brains or mechanical brains and their corresponding nervous systems, which makes it impossible for us to be parasitized by the gods in our brains. The gods always think that they are creatures superior to humans. In fact, their ideas are not unreasonable. If they can't surpass humans in some areas, there is no value in being created. Therefore, in order to defeat their former excellent creations, the human titans created us again based on themselves, like the creator, and expected us, the new humans, to defeat the gods. Maine showed a confused look, as if he was overwhelmed by such a huge amount of information. Wait, so you don't have souls? Zasna smiled and said, yes, we and the mechanical titans have no souls, but we all have consciousness, and the gods don't actually have souls like you do. The soul is just a way to bear consciousness, but it's not the only way. Not only the soul can think, cells, metals, or intelligent algorithms that simulate the soul can all perform what you call thinking. Maybe the blood and flesh that make up our heads don't have souls, but they can also be called consciousness. I know I'm alive. Maine blinked. Although I'm not a soul scholar, you do look alive to me. Zasna smiled. It's okay. Even if you don't understand our form of existence, it doesn't matter. This may also be a problem that challenges concepts for some scholars, and these are not important at all. You can rest here first, take a look at the books that record our existence, and accept the inspection of professional titans. Then we can slowly discuss what the gods and we are. Chapter 510. After saying goodbye to Mon, Zasna returned to the platform and boarded the floating capsule again, slowly leaving here and returning to the air track. The platform originally used to park flying vehicles began to transform again, and was reassembled into a transparent balcony completely separated from the outside world, so that Mon could observe the outside world. Zasna took her eyes away from the humans standing in the house, and then looked at the floating capsule. Let's go to the sleeping tower. After she said that, the floating capsule began to drive towards the distance as if it had its own life. In fact, the real situation was indeed the case. This floating capsule had a relatively low-level mechanical intelligence. Its cognition of itself was not much higher than that of ordinary animals, but it had an extraordinary understanding and execution ability for language and instructions. Although this special tool also has a mental structure, it is not a perfect simulation and replication of human consciousness like the mechanical titan. Therefore, their mental structure cannot be directly matched with flesh and blood creatures, so they have no way to misinterpret or violate the orders of the titans. The most important way of this mental model is to understand the driver's language immediately, and automatically respond to the external environment according to the needs. This ability to understand and act is the meaning of the existence of the mental model. And Zasna didn't talk to the floating warehouse just now, because she didn't want Maine to immediately realize how powerful the Titan technology is. The best case scenario is that he remains ignorant of this place before leaving. If he can really leave here. At this moment, the flesh and blood Titan standing at the window overlooking the entire city has an extremely deep expression on his face, which is almost completely different from the appearance in front of Maine just now. No one can see her true thoughts through her expression. Although she always acted calm about this matter, in fact, the appearance of Ma-Un was definitely not a trivial matter. When she learned that a human appeared in the Nevernight Forest, she directly abandoned the important work in her hands and rushed to the Nevernight Forest with the guards left by the Ninth King before others arrived, which saved Ma-Un's life. If Khaled's people arrived before her, it is very likely that Ma-Un would have a different fate now. But now he must have received the news. After all, it was Khaled's son Ilo who bumped into Ma-Un. In fact, he might have thought about killing Ma-Un directly at that time, but he didn't have the chance to do it in the end. However, if he really wanted to take action at that time, he would have been stopped by himself who had received the news. When his adjutant quarreled with him, he had already reported it to himself secretly. So in fact, she waited a few minutes after arriving at the location and pretended to come temporarily. Naturally, there were very complicated reasons for her doing so. Now someone actually didn't want to see the appearance of humans. This person was Khaled, the chief strategic officer of the Ninth City, and Ilo's father. We have reached our destination, the floating warehouse said in an emotionless tone. The floating warehouse had stopped at the top of the tower, and the door had turned into stairs leading down again, but Zasna did not go down immediately, because there were already several figures standing on the top of the tower waiting for her. In fact, Zasna had known that they would stop her in advance, and she even stayed at Ma-Un's place for a while, just because she didn't want to see these people in front of her, but she also knew that she would definitely have to face them. Zasna sighed slightly in her heart, but she walked down slowly. Your Highness Zasna. As soon as she stepped on the ground at the top of the tower, a passionate male voice came from the front. We shouldn't have seen each other for a long time. Zasna walked to the flesh and blood titan whose body was half made of machinery. Fortunately, I think we have seen too much. Carlet smiled and said, I heard that my son found a human, and you have imprisoned him? Zasna looked at the chief strategist and the guards behind him. Yes, and you know Mother's attitude towards humans. This is an opportunity. We can use him to let our people and civilians in other cities realize that humans are no different from us. They are not a race inferior to us, but creatures with the same intelligence as us. Their lives that created us are still important. We cannot use the weapons they created on them. Khaled shrugged, really? But I have also seen humans. 8 out of 10 of them are lackeys of the gods. The remaining 2 can be said to be extremely despicable and disgusting. I don't think this one will be an exception. Zasna frowned slightly at his specious argument. They all knew that most of these humans were lackeys of the gods, just because the lackeys of the gods were more likely to enter this place. But she did not try to argue with him here. But I have seen this man. I can be sure that he is not a lackey of the gods, and he is not like the humans we met before. I think he can better represent the current situation of humans. I have confidence. Khaled sneered. How do you know he is not lying to you? Maybe he is just a good actor, or he is a spy sent by a land organization. Do you really think he will be so lucky to appear here? Your Highness, I understand your optimism about humans, but you are too young to realize that reality may be far more cruel and cold than you think, and peaceful transformation is impossible to succeed. Humans are the minions of the gods. Zasna said coldly. So you want to stop me from waking her up? She will know about this when she wakes up. Khaled smiled and said, I know, but I am thinking about us. Now her new body has not been made yet. It is not a good thing for us to wake her up in advance. What if other cities take the opportunity to attack us? And I have said that he may not be as populous as you think. If he can't accomplish what you want, then wouldn't it be a waste to wake up the 9th king in advance? Even if you really want to awaken the 9th king, you must at least be sure that he can convince other cities, or at least you must convince me, otherwise I will regard your actions as a threat to the city. She used 3 bodies to exchange for the current peace. We can't afford a new war. Zasna sneered and shook her head, saying sarcastically, You are really loyal to my mother. Well, I will let you see whether he can realize our plan. Chapter 511. The inspectors arrived almost half an hour after Zasna left. When they pushed open the door, Maine also noticed that the main door was not an ordinary corridor, but a spacious compartment. Obviously, the room he was in was designed specifically for special prisoners like himself. And all the inspectors who rushed in were wearing thick armor like armor, completely isolating them from the outside world, and giving Maine no chance to pollute or harm them. At the same time, they also pushed in several complex instruments, some of which were mechanical devices that Maine could understand, but some were some strange creatures, like giant worms. These inspectors carried these large and small devices, and surrounded Maine in silence to start the inspection, and had no intention of communicating with him at all. However, Maine could hear the dull sound coming from under their armor from time to time, and even though he could not understand the noisy sound inside as words and sentences, it seemed that the sound coming out was encrypted, and they seemed to be communicating with each other. Maine just cooperated with them like a puppet, occasionally raised his hand, walked a few steps between the mechanical devices, let them manipulate him to accept the test, and was ready to escape from here at any time. But the test went very smoothly. Maine could even detect from the movements of these titans that they were getting more and more relaxed during the whole test process, as if they were almost sure that Maine was fine. They didn't say anything when they left, but just silently walked out of the room with these complex devices and returned to the compartment outside and locked Maine back in the room. After they finished the inspection, Ma-En did not just sit there idle, but really followed Zasna's instructions before leaving and came to the study room and began to read the books that Mr. Gu had, whether they were true or false. These things were exactly the purpose of Ma-En's coming here. But she did not immediately look for the content that he really cared about, but started reading from the books that she should care about, even though there was a lot of information in them that he had already known. Moreover, in these books that he might be more familiar with, there was also a lot of information that he did not know at all, which was very helpful for expanding the database of the Control Bureau, but he needed to be a little careful when reading, because he soon realized that the information in these books might not be completely accurate, especially when it came to the content of the Titan era and the post-Titan era. Ma-En could feel that these contents were not so rigorous, and there were some differences from what he had known before, but fortunately, these were not what Ma-En really wanted. What he wanted to know was whether there was any way to deal with the gods, But although these books made him understand the gods a little more, it was far from being able to use them to deal with the gods. Even the nature of the gods that Zasna mentioned casually at the time was not recorded in these books. It can be seen that although Zasna was not particularly wary of him, they did not really put everything in his study. It seems that if he wants to know the weaknesses of the gods, or how to deal with them, he still has to communicate with these titans, especially Zasna, who is relatively kind to him. He also needed to understand the mainstream views of the titan rulers on humans, and where in this city, or the ruins outside the city, there were 5th level weapons that could deal with the gods. If there were any particularly powerful and abandoned weapons against the gods, he could just steal them and run back to the Federation. This was still a relatively bad situation. If the titan rulers had a subtle attitude towards humans and gods, he might be able to use these titan rulers to fight against the gods, or even get their help. After all, if you think about it carefully, it might be a good thing for them to let humans and gods fight each other. With this idea in mind, Mayan also began to disguise himself as a normal person who strayed into this place. After reading enough books to satisfy his curiosity, he showed a slight boredom and fatigue, and began to look for other entertainment activities in the house, and began to try to touch the furniture in this room that he didn't recognize. But he also went back to the desk because he really couldn't figure out these things, and endured reading various books for an hour, and almost no one turned over for more than 5 minutes. All of them were just a superficial taste. Ma-En, who couldn't stand reading anymore, returned to the living room and started exercising on the spot, forcing himself to divert his attention by sweating and making his body tired. After wasting time, he finally found a piece of furniture that should be a bed, and after tossing and turning for more than 10 minutes, he fell asleep slowly due to fatigue. When he regained consciousness, he was awakened by the bright sunshine outside the window. When Mon felt the warmth shining on him, he felt a little uncomfortable because he had fallen asleep in the place where the sun touched him for a long time. However, he soon remembered that he was no longer in the Federation, and the sunlight shining on him was not real sunlight. Not long after he finished washing with the Titan's tools, he heard very clear footsteps coming from the door. But he couldn't hear anything when the inspectors came. Dong dong. The visitor knocked on the door. Mon opened the door, and the figure standing outside the door was not beyond his expectation. It was Her Highness Zasna, and now she took off the mechanical armor and looked like an ordinary beautiful woman. I heard that they have completed the inspection. She was holding a plate with hot food in her hand. You should not have had breakfast yet. Do you have the habit of having breakfast? Mon took the plate. Thank you. I am indeed a little hungry. Then he returned to the table with the plate, and Zasna walked in naturally, sat down opposite him, and looked at Mon opposite with curiosity. Although she was the one who brought Maine back here, she had not really seen the human's appearance. Although Zasna had seen many humans, Maine was slightly different. After she looked at him carefully, she also noticed something very interesting. That is, Maine actually looked more like a Titan than his ordinary-looking compatriots. Such a handsome appearance should be relatively rare among humans, who have not mastered advanced flesh and blood technology. This is probably why when Iroh first saw Maine, he mistook him for a Titan who had strayed into this place, and never thought that he might be a human, because most humans are not ugly, but they can clearly perceive the word mediocre when they see him. In addition, she could also vaguely feel that the human opposite seemed to be a little bit unusual. In fact, his reaction when he met the Titan did show that he was not an ordinary person, and the human who could stray into this place was probably not that simple. She watched Ma-En finish the food on his plate in no time, smiled and said, I think you'd like to talk about going back home. Chapter 512. After hearing this, Ma-En immediately perked up. Of course, you should have completed the inspection of me and confirmed that there is nothing wrong with me, right? According to the promise at that time, after completing the inspection of himself, these Titans should begin to accurately investigate how he entered this place, and then send him back to the Federation. And Ma-En naturally did not intend to go back, but he did not want to do anything immediately, because he felt that he could stay here without doing anything. The fact was indeed as he expected. Zasna nodded slightly and said, Yes, now I have started to find someone to prepare the resources for teleportation, but you may need to wait a little longer. After all, we don't usually teleport creatures to the Federation, and your appearance is also very sudden. And we also have to figure out where you came from. Can you tell me in detail about this? Ma-En showed a sincere look and said, Of course, but I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. After all, you know about space. If I can really figure out the process of how I entered here, I won't get into this place by mistake. I was just walking normally in the shadow dimension, and then the space around me had problems. What happened next is almost indescribable. I felt that the whole world was disrupted, and I was like rolling from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. I couldn't react to the scene here at all. After arriving at your place, I have been hiding in the shadow dimension, and have been constantly looking for other lives that can communicate, and then I met you." Zasna nodded, showing a look of understanding. "I understand. You will try your best to recall where you came from. We will send a special team to investigate the surrounding space. But it doesn't matter if you can't remember. This kind of thing is indeed not certain to get results just by wanting to investigate. Space is an extremely complex subject." She didn't mean to ask Ma-En any more questions, as if she didn't really care where Ma-En came from in the Titan dimension, and she was not in a hurry to solve this potential problem. Ma-En asked curiously, "So I have to stay here and wait for this period of time?" Zasna thought for a while, and said, "Let me think about it. You can stay here and wait until we complete other preparations, but I know it must be uncomfortable to be depressed all the time. But we definitely can't let you contact Titan civilians. Although you have accepted our inspection, you can't hurt other Titans with a collar, but they may hurt you. You may not understand that many Titans have a rather hostile attitude towards humans. Some of the more extreme ones even hate humans. If they know your existence, there is no guarantee what they will do. And this is the most human-friendly Titan city in the 9th city." Mon asked with some doubts. "The Titans will hate us, but how? Is there any deep hatred between us? According to the book, aren't you creatures with almost the same mind as us? We are the closest different races." Zasna said, "You are right, but you should also know that Titans and gods are enemies, and in the eyes of most Titans, humans are equivalent to the minions of gods. Your own will is not important. You are the soil that nourishes them. To put it more bluntly, you can actually be regarded as the same species as the gods. You are like the flesh of the gods in the real world, and they are the real souls that control this flesh." Marn frowned. "I can assure you that today's humans are not afraid of or subservient to the gods. Even if we are the reason for their existence, we can still fight against them. For example, a few years ago, a human called Shishao Walker went to the Southern Federation and directly forced the gods, who wanted to make trouble, back into the gutter. And now there are forces like the Federation and the Holy Church among humans that are not on good terms with the gods. If they can kill these southern gods by joining forces with you, they will definitely not hesitate. Although these forces are not noble, it is definitely a good thing for them that the gods are gone. It's just that it was too troublesome and not worth it for them to deal with the gods in the past. Since the gods are the common enemy of you and humans, it should be the best way for us to cooperate with you to deal with them. You don't have to regard humans as enemies at all." Zasna smiled. "You said it very nicely, but the problem is that the gods still exist. It's not that we didn't expect you, but look at how many thousands of years have passed since then, and the gods still exist in the hearts of you humans. It's easy to say, but the fact is that you haven't done it. The patience of the Titans has long been exhausted, and I don't really believe what you said. Even if you have the power to deal with the gods now, I still think you humans can't do it. Because the gods coexist with you, it is difficult for you to cut off your own flesh." After hearing her evaluation of humans, Ma-En showed a somewhat unconvinced look. "That's not necessarily the case. As far as I know, the Federation actually has a very detailed plan to secretly deal with all humans born in the Southern Federation, which can instantly eliminate all humans needed for the existence of the gods. And from my understanding of the Federation, they are not incapable of doing such a thing. In fact, this plan really has a deterrent effect. It is difficult for the Federation to really implement such a plan. It's not that Ma-En has any expectations of them, but it's too costly for the Federation to do so." But Zasna didn't know this, so Ma-En's words really surprised her. She showed a curious look. "Your current rulers are so courageous?" Ma-En said, "Some time ago, in order to deal with the Shishao Walker I just mentioned, they almost used nuclear bombs to cover 1/10 of the territory in the country. Believe me, there is nothing they can't do." After hearing this, Zasna was secretly happy about the information she had obtained, but she did not show it. She just wanted to learn more about the current situation on the ground through Ma-En. "Oh," Zasna asked curiously, "so the Shishao Walker you just mentioned who had fought against the gods has now been killed by the Federation? Is she a very powerful person?" Ma-En also cooperated and deliberately leaked the information of the Federation. "Yes, she is the strongest person with abilities I have ever seen, so the Federation did not really kill her. I don't think it's that the Federation can't do it, but they are reluctant to do so. The purpose of their hostility with her is not to kill her, but to be able to use her power. Now the Federation is trying to recruit her again. When they succeed, they will become the strongest organization in the world, and they will definitely be the unquestionable strongest force. By then, even the gods will no longer be the enemy of mankind." Chapter 513. After hearing Mon's description, Zasa was obviously interested in the God Walker he mentioned. In fact, what really concerned her was that Mon just mentioned that this human ability user had fought against the gods and seemed to have achieved good results. For the Titans, nothing is more important than the gods, even after so long after the war. Now, if you go to the streets of the city and ask a few Titans what they think of the gods, they will definitely express their anger and hostility towards the gods very fiercely. The hostility towards the gods has been deeply rooted in the blood and culture of the Titans. Under good education, all Titans know very well what the gods did to them in the past, and what they are going to do. They were born to defeat the gods, and the gods also understand this, so it is absolutely impossible for them to coexist peacefully. This is why most Titans now have that view of humans, because they have long ago figured out what level they have to achieve to have a chance to defeat those dangerous creatures that their ancestors failed to defeat, and what price they have to pay. I'm curious about something. Zasa asked casually, what happened to the Shishao you just mentioned who went to the Southern Federation to force the gods to retreat? How did she do it? And why did she do it? Mon asked, do you know about reality twisters? Zasa showed a surprised expression. In fact, these few words were enough to answer her question, but various new questions emerged in her mind one after another. Reality twisters are often questions, not answers. So she is a reality twister? Zasa asked in surprise, what kind of reality twister is she? This is a somewhat vague question, but it is particularly appropriate when used on reality twisters. Mon naturally answered her question very sincerely, as he expected. She is a kind and just person, or to put it another way, she is a kind and just reality twister, and I think you will definitely agree with the view held by most of us humans that the gods are creatures that stand on the opposite side of justice. And this is why she wanted to force the gods back. I didn't witness this with my own eyes, but I later learned that the gods had a good opportunity to expand their power in the Southern Federation at that time. So Xin Shao went to the Southern Federation alone to face the gods alone. And she also took the opportunity to weaken the power of the gods in the Southern Federation. I think she should represent our human hostility towards the gods. This incident happened 2 years before Ma was discharged from the hospital. In fact, he only learned the details recently. If Xin Shao had not gone to the Southern Federation, the middle-level power of the gods might be several times stronger than it is now, and the high-end power would definitely be slightly improved. Perhaps this is why the gods helped the Federation imprison Xin Shao even though they knew the risks involved. They did not hide aside and watch the two human forces, Xin Shao and the Federation, fighting each other, but stood on the opposite side of Xin Shao. In fact, when Ma En looked back, he also noticed that the past 10 years of Xin Shao's activeness had profoundly changed the world. If she hadn't existed, the world today would definitely be different, and the impact she had caused in recent years has been increasing. This is also likely the reason why the Federation finally couldn't hold back. Even though Shi Shao seemed far from threatening the existence of the Federation, they didn't dare to believe their rational judgment. They were afraid that it would be too late if they were late. But your rulers caught this reality twister? Zasa's tone was a bit questioning, as if asking whether the current rulers of mankind had brains. Ma began to say half-truthfully, yes, but they did this just to achieve deeper cooperation with Shi Shao. They do have many completely opposite views, but they must have the same view on the gods. That is, the gods are a common threat to the Federation and humans. When they really cooperate completely, they will definitely threaten the existence of the gods. Since you Titans have opinions about the gods, you can cooperate with the Federation to deal with the gods. I have also read your books. You should have weapons suitable for fighting against the gods. You don't even have to do anything. Just provide the Federation and Xin Shao with a few handy weapons. After Ma En said these things he had planned long ago, he looked at Zasa quietly, waiting for her reaction. What he expected most was naturally that Zasa would show a positive attitude towards this kind of cooperation, because that would mean that he, who stood on the opposite side of the gods, would also have the opportunity to obtain the assistance of these Titans. As for Main's reasonable proposal as a human, Zasa's expression was a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to confess to Main, you are right, the Titans do have weapons to deal with the gods, and to be honest, we can even kill the gods completely, but it may be a little different from what you imagined. We can't cooperate with the Federation or other human forces. You also know that we will eliminate the humans who enter here. At that time, I told you that this was because you might be the minions of the gods. This is indeed the reason why we did this, but it is not the only reason. We did this to prevent you from knowing a cruel fact. When the Titan Empire was at its strongest, it did not find a way to deal with the gods. We are not better now than it was then, so we are not able to do what they could not do, But we are just missing a small restriction. What the ancient titans have to do is to kill the gods without destroying humans. She stopped talking here. Ma'an's expression also became serious. Zasa's implication was very clear. Yes, solving the gods is actually particularly difficult for the human race. But the difficulty is different for other races, because they only need to destroy humans. Hearing this, Ma'an's expression became worse, just like what Zasna thought, and soon, he seemed to think of something, and then he smiled bitterly at Zasna. After hearing what you said, I have some doubts about whether I can really leave here. But Zasna suddenly laughed. It's scary, but you don't have to be afraid, because what I just said is the current situation, but it's not my idea. Ma'an showed a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Zasna looked at him and smiled and said, I said that the 9th city is the most friendly city to humans, because my mother, the ruler here, is a pacifist, and this is what I came to you to talk about today. I need you to help me and my mother. To save mankind. The computer exploded, I gave up. Chapter 514. Seeing Ma'an's surprised expression, Zasna, who had expected it, smiled and said, Yes, my mother is the most famous pacifist among the 13 kings. The other 12 kings basically regard you humans as enemies of the Titans, but my mother is different. She regards you as humans, who have not yet walked the right path. In this bloody war with the gods, you should not be sacrificed, you should not suffer inhumane massacres and destruction, and you should definitely not be left with nothing. Ma'an listened to this and showed a surprised expression. Then shouldn't you cooperate with the current federation to deal with the gods? But Zasna shook her head slightly. No, although my mother is a pacifist and hopes that we can avoid bloody massacres, she also knows how difficult it is to win this war. The reason why we don't cooperate with you has nothing to do with you. We don't do this only because Saren, who rules the gods now, is too dangerous. Cooperating with you may give him the opportunity to launch an effective counterattack, and you may not accept my mother's peace plan. After hearing this, Mane vaguely realized something. What does your mother want to do? Zasna did not mean to hide it. My mother wants all titans to build a giant device here to transform all humans into flesh and blood titans like us at the same time. I know you will definitely have some doubts, after all you also know. The main difference between flesh and blood titans and you is that we have no souls. Mane's eyes were filled with fear and doubt. So you mean, your mother wants to erase the souls of all humans? This doesn't sound like a pacifist at all. Zasna also realized the problem with this statement. She thought and said, your statement is not accurate. There should still be vampires in your era, right? Ma'an nodded. I have seen a few vampires. Although the vampires he saw were transformed by federal technology. Zasna looked at him and said, yes, in our time, the vampires in the legend could not be reflected in the mirror. One explanation is that the mirror reflects the soul of the creature, and vampires have no soul. Although this statement is not completely accurate, the soul and mind of vampires will be affected to some extent after the transformation, and their personality may also change, but even so. No one will say that vampires are not the same human beings as before, and vampires are like transitional creatures between humans and flesh and blood titans in terms of soul. In fact, the soul is not that important. You think the soul is indispensable only because it carries your consciousness, and when you lose your soul, you will really die. But our transformation surgery can transform your head into a new consciousness-carrying organ, and pour your consciousness that was originally in the soul into the brain. And since you have obtained the manage-on system left to you by the ancient titans, you should also realize that your head is also performing certain consciousness functions, and it works together with the soul. We also have detailed arguments to ensure that this is not killing you. You can also see it. Last time when Martin sent people to the Titan ruins, he also received a book on the so-called soul, but a lot of the content and it was based on the advanced knowledge mastered by the Titans, and that book was too profound for modern people. It was so profound that he couldn't tell the truth from the false. Therefore, although Martin didn't have any evidence, he had a vague judgment in his heart because they would give such a book. He didn't think the Titans could really prove that it didn't matter to humans. Then why don't you just give this book to the Federation people? Ma'an frowned and said. Zasna smiled at his expression. It's still hard for you to accept, right? You see, even if you are like this, your compatriots will definitely not accept the evidence we give them. Suspicion and fear will occupy their hearts, so we can't be honest with them. Let's put it this way, even if this ritual has no side effects and only kills the gods, your compatriots will not easily accept the transformation. You and I are very clear about this, right? So we can only secretly build a transformation device here that can affect all humans. Looking at Ma'an's still somewhat unacceptable expression, Zasna paused and then said, and even if you think about this matter from the worst angle, this plan is the best ending you can have, Because the other 12 kings don't even plan to carry out large-scale transformation rituals. Because my mother proposed that this plan consumes too many resources and takes too long, it is too unworthy in the eyes of other titans, and they don't plan to pay so much for humans. And killing almost all humans and transforming the remaining few humans is the easiest way to deal with gods. By then, you will have nothing left, and they can really do it. You don't understand how great the technology of the ancient titans is. They can solve all of them without even seeing humans. Their technology is simply a miracle to you. Even today, we may not fully understand how it works, let alone the power to stop it. As a member of the Federation, Ma-En naturally showed resistance when he heard this. I don't think we can't resist you. You don't even understand the Federation. How do you know that you can definitely defeat this powerful organization? Zasna corrected. It's not me who thinks so, but they think so. Remember, I am the one who hopes for peace. The 12 kings are not stupid. They are all ancient titans. When they think they have a way to defeat humans, you better not be lucky. They will definitely succeed. Let's think about it from another angle. I said that my mother's plan takes a long time, right? Ma-En nodded. Zasna continued, this is a long time. It will take at least 1,000 years, maybe even 7 or 8,000 years, and if we can get other titans to agree to this plan, you will have enough time. Whether it is to deal with the gods, or to improve to a level that can compete with us, and even the worst result may be that you will exist in this form for thousands of years. I think this number is enough for you. Ma-En nodded. If you say so, then your mother's plan is really good. Zasna smiled and said, yes, but it is actually very difficult for us to realize her plan now, until you appeared in front of us. Chapter 515. After hearing what Zasna said, Ma-En looked a little shaken. The Flesh Titan was not surprised. After all, the information she revealed was still very shocking to this ordinary modern ability user. Ma-En did show a hesitant expression. What exactly do you mean by this sentence? What impact will my arrival have on humans? Zasna said, my mother wants to persuade other Titan kings to change their strategies towards humans, and in her opinion there is no easier way than to contact humans, so it can be said that she has been waiting for your arrival all these years. Ma-En was a little confused when he heard this. Has there been no humans here before? Zasna replied, yes, but there is no one like you, how to say it. In fact, we have never had particularly high expectations for humans who strayed into this place. But even so, most of the humans my mother met are not suitable for use as examples. If they are brought to other titans, it will only strengthen their determination to launch a massacre war against humans. But you are different from them. Although we have only met a few times, I can already see your extraordinariness. You are even better than the kind of human my mother originally expected to meet. You are almost a perfect display object. You are as good as a titan. Ma-En didn't know whether her titan-like condition included her appearance, nor did he know the specific conditions. After all, she hadn't shown any outstanding qualities in the past few days, or her so-called good standards were actually very low. He also showed a somewhat flattered expression. Really? But I think I am just an ordinary person. Zasna smiled. It's better if you think so, because it also proves that humans as a whole are still very good. Mother's impression of them is still correct. Mother always said that the humans who came here in recent years made her somewhat doubt her past memories of her fellow humans. Ma-En said with some doubt. So are we going to find other Titan kings? Zasna shook her head, her expression a little deeper. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but now we are still facing a very serious problem, that is, my mother, the 9th reincarnated human king, is not in a sober state now. She had a conflict with the 5th king because of her ideas a few decades ago. This Titan king sneered at my mother's idea of transforming most humans into flesh and blood titans. He believed that humans had no need to survive, and if they wanted to defeat the gods, they could not have any mercy or sympathy for you. I even heard that they had conflicts before they were transformed into flesh and blood titans, and they even wanted to exclude each other from the planet at that time. So naturally their conflicts intensified decades ago, and developed to the point of direct combat. So they fought many times over the years, and the final result was that several functional bodies of my mother and the 5th king were destroyed, and they were considered to have a draw. After that, my mother and the 5th king fell into a deep sleep and began to repair their bodies, and unless there was something particularly important, we should not disturb her. Ma-En said, but now is a special situation. Zasna nodded, yes, but the problem lies here. I should have gone directly to wake up my mother, but when I went to the sleeping tower, I was stopped by the city's strategic officer. He claimed that he did not trust humans, directly rejected my proposal to wake up my mother, and asked me to prove that you are worthy of him to do so. Ma-En showed a puzzled look. Don't you have the power to do it directly? Of course I have this power. Facing his temptation, Zasna also said frankly, as the chief strategic officer of the Ninth City, he also has the power to make decisions when the city's security is threatened. And his decision to temporarily deprive me of this ability is completely reasonable. If we want to solve this problem, we have to come up with evidence that can convince others and make them believe that it is worthwhile to wake up my mother in advance, even if this will cause her new body to be less perfect. Ma'an said, so what I have to do is to cooperate with you to make them believe that I am a qualified human being. Zasna nodded, yes, and in fact, there is something I didn't tell you, that is, your return may not go so smoothly. This sudden news was a pleasant surprise to Ma'an. This sentence solved his problem of finding an excuse to stay here and search for Titan weapons, and he immediately showed a look of surprise. What do you mean? Ma'an said, didn't you just say that I can stay here? Is it because you told me the reason why Titan wants to deal with humans? Zasna immediately shook her head and clarified, of course, it has nothing to do with this. On the contrary, it is because I know that you may not be able to leave here so easily that I told you this. Otherwise, I would definitely tell you the specific risks before I said it. Although the chief strategic officer Khaled I just mentioned is my mother's subordinate, he does not particularly agree with my mother's ideas. In fact, this cannot be completely blamed on him. He has agreed with my mother's views before. But several minions of the gods, who sneaked into the Ninth City, as humans caused considerable casualties during his tenure. Those spies of Saren mastered disguise methods that were beyond our understanding at the time. When we were chasing them, many innocent people died, including Khaled's friend for decades. After that, he was extremely opposed to his mother's proposal, but out of loyalty, he never talked about this matter in public, nor did he express such opinions, but his mother had noticed his changes. After that, he even tried to resign from his position as a strategic officer several times, but he was my mother's most trusted and capable subordinate, and he returned to this position on the eve of my mother's sleep. He can also handle almost any problem perfectly, except for those involving humans. Before my mother fell asleep, she didn't expect that humans would enter in such a short time. We should have blocked all the passages. So our current situation is a bit awkward. He now suspects that you are also a spy sent by a god. The so-called mistaken entry is actually a carefully planned coincidence, so he is likely to want to execute you immediately. He is not very rational in this matter. Ma'an said, in this case, I have no choice but to agree, right? Zasna looked at him and said, no, if you really want to leave, and don't want to get involved in this kind of thing, you can tell me. I will try my best to protect you and find a way to prove your innocence, but I think the possibility of success of these two approaches is about the same. Which one do you want to choose? Under Zasna's gaze, Ma'an was silent for more than 10 seconds before speaking. You just mentioned saving humanity, right? Now that we've come to this point, then I'd play the role of the Godwalker. Chapter 516. Ma'an's words really aroused Zasna's interest. From what you said, it seems that this Shinshao is also related to saving mankind? Seeing that Zasna took the bait, Ma'an also answered naturally, yes, she wants to distort reality to save mankind. Although this sounds very broad and difficult for other people with abilities to do, the power she is good at happens to save mankind. And this is also the source of her power. Zasna showed a puzzled look. What power is she good at? In fact, if Marn had not mentioned the word saving humanity, Zasna would not have been so eager to ask about the ability of the Shishao Walker. After all, the human extinction plan of other titans and her transformation plan did not care about what kind of strong people humans had, because they did not intend to have direct contact with humans. That's right, they only need to do what they should do here, and they can directly eliminate all humans and gods without leaving the Titan ruins. In fact, this is not only what they can do, but also a strategy they must adopt. The Titans unanimously agreed that not contacting humans can effectively increase the chances of winning this war. There are many complex factors here, the most basic of which is the problem of intelligence warfare. If there is excessive contact with the human world, it will easily arouse the vigilance of that Saran, and it will also give him a chance to fight back. Because if he obtains key evidence, he can use this matter to unite all human forces, use fear to enhance the power of the gods, and even join forces with humans to destroy the great seal left by the Titans in the past. This is why Saren always sent spies to the Titan ruins in the past. Fortunately, as descendants of the Titans, they have rich experience in fighting the gods in Saren, and have mastered many great technologies against the gods. They also blocked most of the passages that can enter the Titan ruins, changed the spatial structure here, and made the Titan ruins easy to enter and difficult to exit, trapping all the spies here, so that Saren did not succeed. In addition to the threats of the gods, their practice of not contacting humans can also avoid the risks of humans themselves. They hope that humans can die without knowing anything, and there will be no possibility of counterattack. At the same time, the Ninth King also thinks that this is also to prevent the Titans from sympathizing with humans. So she was so curious after hearing about saving humans. Normally, humans can't do anything to them, but reality twisters are still worth asking a few questions. Precognition? Ma-En frowned slightly. Although we all call her power this, I think a more accurate description should be observation and influence of the future. After all, she can do more than just predict. Zasna was stunned. She didn't expect Ma-En's answer. It sounds like this Shishao Walker really has the possibility to prevent the Titans' attacks, although they actually have extremely strong anti-detection technology. But the other party is a reality twister. If they really join forces with their ruling organization and their prophetic ability is supported by other people who are good at fighting, then it's really a bit dangerous. Just when she was thinking about this, Ma-En suddenly said, by the way, in addition to prophecy, she is also good at pure combat. She has fought with many people of the same level, including Saran, and as far as I know, she seems to have only lost once. Zasna, who heard this, had not yet realized what it meant, and just said casually, many times we can only lose once. Ma-En nodded and agreed. Yes, this failure allowed the Federation to imprison her, but you may want to know that the 17 top ability users who fought against her in this battle included the god Saran. Zasna blinked, and then realized, she lost the battle against 17 opponents of the same level at the same time? Ma-En replied, yes, she fought against 17 top ability users in the 5th level, but because in addition to them, the Federation itself also made many preparations and measures to suppress and target her, weakening her combat power. So in the end, Xin Shao was defeated after killing 3 opponents. After hearing this, Zasna has deeply realized that something is wrong. Wait, the 17 people you just mentioned are all level 5? Ma-En replied, most of them are at the level of Saran. Of course, people including Saran have been defeated by Shishao, and even those killed by her were once real celebrities. If we don't consider the immortality of the gods, they may not be weaker than Saran in terms of combat power. Zasna finally couldn't sit still. Then she should have a lot of allies, right? Ma-En shook his head slightly. No, she fought alone, because she is a person with few selfish desires, and many powerful people have irreconcilable conflicts with her, and she has not been active for a long time. Of course, the main reason is that she used to belong to the Federation, and it is not very suitable for her to develop her own power in the open. If she really recruited people of the same level, she would definitely be dealt with by the Federation earlier. Zasna's expression became more and more serious. Although she didn't know much about the human situation, the Titans knew the current ability of Saran, although Saran could not threaten them. But even with so many weapons left by the Titans, they were not sure that Saran would fall into a deep sleep. As for defeating him a few times like Shishao, they might be able to do it, but she didn't think the Titans could never lose. Now she even had some doubts about whether Ma-En was telling the truth, and whether he exaggerated the ability of this Shishao Walker. If what he said was all true, or even only 50% true, then the other Titans should really reconsider their plans. Ma-En naturally felt Zasna's doubts and worries at the moment. After she told the peaceful transformation plan, he tried to make Zasna realize how dangerous Shishao was more naturally. When they realized the danger of Shishao, their way of thinking would change randomly. If other Titans wanted to start a war against humans recently, they would stop a little after hearing this news. What's important is that Zasna, after making them realize that there is a nuclear weapon called Shishao among humans, can his next plan proceed smoothly and obtain the weapons left behind by the Titans. If what you said is true. Zasna slowly restrained her surprised expression, then this is perfect good news for us. I have thought of a way to convince the strategic officer. Chapter 517. Then Zasna, who was still a little skeptical, repeatedly asked Ma-En about various things about Shishao. Although she seemed to be curious about Shinshao's strength, her real purpose was to confirm whether Ma-En was lying. No matter how perfect a lie is, it cannot be told forever. As long as it is said too much, it will reveal its flaws. Therefore, as Ma-En talked more and more in detail, Zasna gradually believed that there really was a top-level person named Shishao on the earth. In fact, it was normal for her to think so, because what Ma-En said was basically the truth. He only did not express his own opinion when talking about the possibility of cooperation between Shishao and the Federation, but this was not completely a lie. To be precise, this should be the view held and announced by some politicians in the Federation. Even if these Titans really went to the ground to inquire about Shishao, they would not think that Ma-En was deliberately lying to deceive them. And in fact, he only slightly exaggerated the possibility of cooperation between Shinshao and the Federation, and did not mention her current predicament, but his description of Shinshao herself was completely based on real deeds, which was enough to make them wary. After Zasna realized the threat of Shinshao, she couldn't hold back and chatted with Main. She directly said that she would arrange a meeting between Main and other Titans, and then left here. However, Main felt that she left so quickly because of Shinshao. She must quickly inform other Titans of the news, and let her compatriots also realize the existence of this threat. After all, no matter what the specific situation of Shinshao is now, as long as the Titans go to war with humans, she will put aside other things and take the initiative to cooperate with the Federation and the gods to deal with these Titans after receiving the prophecy. By then, they will also realize the cooperation that Mon lied about in a completely different way. And the development of things was indeed as he expected. The next afternoon, when Mon was sitting in the living room reading a book, he suddenly heard the sound of a handle turning at the door, and when he looked up, Zasna had already pushed the door open and walked in. But when Mon was about to greet this friendly Titan, he noticed that her expression was particularly serious, and there were several other fully armed Titans behind her. They were all wearing semi-mechanical and semi-biological light armor, some of which were more mechanical, and some were more biological. Two of the Titans with mechanical armor were the ones Mon had met before. They were the members of the guards, who followed Zasna to the Nevernight Forest, and the one with flesh and blood armor also had a voice that Mon was familiar with. It was Iroh, the son of the chief strategic officer of the Ninth City, who personally grabbed him. The Titans looked at Main as if they were watching a dangerous criminal, as if they were afraid that he would suddenly attack and hurt His Highness Zasna. Only Iroh looked at him with a different look in his eyes, but Main could feel that it was definitely not good intentions. After the fully armed Titan stood up, Zasna looked at the surprised Main and said, "Sir Main, please follow me." Seeing this scene, Main didn't say anything and stood up obediently. His cooperative appearance made the Titans around him feel a little relieved. Although Main had already put on a collar, theoretically he couldn't cause any danger, and Main had behaved well in the past few days. But after all, this is a human, a vessel and minions of the gods. Iroh was not as nervous as they were. After all, he had captured Main himself. He knew very well that this so-called human was nothing special, and even the biological system of the Nevernight Forest could easily deal with him. If Iroh had known Main's race first, he might have been a little afraid of attacking him again, but it was precisely because he had subdued Main before he knew the situation that he realized that humans were just like that. As his father had preached, humans were already an eliminated race. Their racial characteristics determined that they would sooner or later become minions of the gods. Even if there were humans who did not believe in or even rebelled against the gods, after a few generations, their descendants would provide power to those gods again. As the wise second king of the Titans said, worship is the nature of human beings. History has proved that no matter how many times the gods have fallen asleep or fallen, they will rise again, because humans will always kneel down at their feet again, and the influence of the gods is now considered low. The reason for this situation is not that humans have realized the stupidity of worshipping gods, but because the religion created by humans has robbed the gods of their followers. Now humans no longer worship gods. They worship humans who are stronger than themselves. This behavior is extremely stupid and ridiculous in the eyes of Titans. No matter how powerful other Titans are, they will not have any idea of worshipping them. When the flesh and blood Titans and mechanical Titans were born, the behavior of worship was erased from the genetic and algorithm level by their creators. The purpose of their doing so is naturally to create perfect weapons against the gods. But it is these subtle differences from humans, and their various improvements to themselves in the future that make them a species far greater and more advanced than humans, and also make them a species that deserves to survive. And in order to survive, they must never be kind and sympathetic to humans. This is a cruel world. Chapter 518. Main was almost escorted to the destination. The Titan team pushed him directly into a room, and then they stood in silence with Main in the room. Zasna and Iroh did not say anything to Main, because all the Titans except them were in a state of high tension. After all, they had left the prison now. Although Zasna acted very naturally when she brought Main to the prison, it was actually the most strict prison in the 9 cities, and the seemingly ordinary way to enter was also designed to trick prisoners into entering. As long as the prisoner was not a 5th level ability user, there would be no chance to escape from the prison. Even most 5th level ability users could block it for a few minutes. Therefore, after leaving there, these Titans were also a little nervous. After all, they had all heard about the deeds of the Saran spies who stained Cute Street with blood. In this atmosphere, Main naturally said nothing and just stood in the middle of the room, keeping himself under the gaze of other Titans, trying not to stimulate their nervous hearts. The silence of these titans after entering the house also made Ma unaware of something. Now they should be on their way to their destination. This should be the confidentiality measure taken by these titans for themselves. This is indeed the case. After a few minutes, Zasa's expression changed slightly, and the other titans also looked a little relaxed, as if they were no longer worried about their own safety at this moment. As the sound of complex mechanical operation sounded, the wall facing Mon began to deform and decompose rapidly, revealing a long and narrow metal passage. When Mon was pushed out, he knew the true appearance of the room. Outside the passage was a spacious circular hall, and behind him was a very majestic and exquisite giant aircraft. The room they were in was actually just a cabin inside the aircraft. He didn't feel the bumps only because of the Titan's superb technology. Keep going forward. Iroh scolded Main, who had slowed down his pace a little. Main immediately increased his speed, and was carried out of the enclosed giant hall by the crowd. He entered a corridor that looked equally ordinary. After walking around for several thousand meters, he saw a wooden door of the height of an ordinary house door when he turned the last corner. Zasa, who was walking at the front of the team, pushed open the door and revealed the scene behind. Inside was a circular hall that was slightly smaller than before, but it was enough to accommodate hundreds of people. There were indeed dozens of fully armed Titan soldiers standing inside, and a tall male figure stood in front of them. Blake. Zasa said the name of the Titan. As she spoke, Mon looked up at the dome of the hall, where some vague shadows were constantly flowing, as if some evil power was surging outside the hall. After noticing Mon's expression, Zasa turned sideways to look at him, and said gently, "Many people are watching us." Seeing that she finally returned to her normal tone, Mon immediately asked, "What is going on?" But when Zasa heard Mon's question, her tone became slightly more formal. "Colette will ask you questions on behalf of all Titans, including me, and you just need to answer truthfully." Zasa deliberately acted cold to Main on the way. Of course, she didn't suddenly have any opinions about Main. If possible, she would also like to give Main some advice in advance. But she couldn't do that. Their goal was to make Main come here in a daze, and let him accept the questions and tests from the Titans without any preparation. And even if she wanted Main to convince the Titans, who had the right to speak, he had to tell the truth. If he couldn't even survive Khaled's questioning, then he might have some problems. Even though she acted very relaxed in front of Main, she never really let down her guard in her heart. She knew very well how terrible the ancient gods were. "Are you Main? The human?" The Titan standing in the front looked at him and asked. Main took a half step forward and stood up. "Yes, I am the human who strayed into this place." This was also the first time that Khaled really saw Main. He was also looking at this human up and down. Iroh had already described and captured this human in detail to him, so Khaled also had the most basic expectations for Main. And Main did meet his initial imagination. This human was quite calm when he entered here, but that was it. He was not at the same level as those legendary figures. Khaled was not like many Titans, who looked down on humans. In fact, he believed from the bottom of his heart that there were still many people worthy of admiration among humans. After all, he also knew about the war in the past. When fighting against the gods, countless humans who were like heroes emerged one after another. The 13 kings who now led the flesh and blood and mechanical Titans were also those outstanding humans at that time. So in fact, he can be regarded as having close contact and relationship with ancient humans, and he knows very well how noble real humans can be. But the problem is that today's humans still have some of the glory of the past. At least, he did not notice this sign in Main. This is good news for him. "I will question and examine you on behalf of all the Titans of the 9th city," Khaled said with a cold face. "Next you must answer each of my questions truthfully, and you are not allowed to hide or mislead anything. If I find out that you have any little tricks, you will be executed immediately by us, understand?" Main fell into a brief silence, as if he was frightened by the words immediate execution, and Khaled, who saw the scene, reaffirmed that his judgment was correct, and the other Titans were not particularly surprised. Because Main did not remain silent for long, and soon gave a calm answer again, "I know." Khaled was not surprised. After all, Main had no choice. "Very good, the first question." He asked, "You frequently mention this human called Shishao Walker to Zasa, claiming that she has unparalleled power, so I want to know. Do you know her?" Main paused for a few seconds and then said, "Although we are not very familiar with each other, I have met her a few times, and she also knows my name, so I should be able to barely know her." Khaled nodded slightly and said, "That is to say, your views and judgments on Shishao are likely mixed with your own subjective personal feelings. Am I right?" Chapter 519. The moment Khaled asked this question, Zasna's eyes changed when she looked at him, and Maine seemed to be choked and didn't know how to answer. It was obvious that Khaled had ulterior motives in asking this question. What Zasna didn't expect was that he had no intention of hiding his thoughts at all. Blake came here just to bring Maine down, so even if Maine was fine, he would probably reveal a flaw. It seems that he doesn't care about the truth that much. But Mon's pause was actually shorter than Zasna and Khaled expected, of course, but what kind of things are our views completely free of subjectivity? According to what I have learned in the past few days, even the consciousness of the mechanical titan is closer to that of humans. Khaled said expressionlessly like an interrogator, yes, but your subjective view of Xiao may seriously affect your judgment of her. When you talked about her, there was even a lot of worship in your tone. You must know that worship is the reason why the gods exist, and according to our research, this state will seriously affect human beings' correct understanding of things. As far as I know, humans can easily have such emotions towards things they don't understand, and are stronger than themselves. In the past, you naturally had this view of things you couldn't understand, and recently you seem to have begun to worship other humans. You are so easy to worship, so you will worship Xiao, and I am no exception. But you have to know that the gods have never been able to reflect the true nature. The Ren is not the eternal star, Shana is not the great existence that gave birth to all life on this planet, and Thor is not the fleeting lightning itself. Looking at the object of worship is like looking at distant stars through a distorted telescope. You can never really see the true appearance of those being worshipped, whether it is the gods or the destined returners, and the most common characteristics of this distortion are exaggeration of their advantages and neglect of their shortcomings. In this case, how can I believe that the Xiao you are talking about is her true appearance? After saying this, Zasna could feel that the titans who were watching this scene would begin to be a little biased towards Khaled. After all, worship is almost equivalent to mistake in the eyes of the titans. Even she was somewhat resistant to this behavior, and Maine really had some worshipful meaning when he spoke at that time. Maine also frowned slightly. At that time, he deliberately showed a little admiration for Xiao Walker. After all, this was in line with the role he was going to play next, and it also corresponded to his own ability level. He did this to imitate many members of the Salvation Alliance that he had seen and heard of. Among the first batch of members of the Salvation Alliance, who died in the battle, many of them had already reached a fanatical level of admiration for Xiao. It is said that some of them would even stand in the battle and silently chant slogans such as "Long live Xiao" to cheer themselves up. He did not expect that his deliberate imitation would give Khaled a chance to fight back, and looking at the expressions of other titans, his words seemed to make sense in their ears, and even their eyes looking at him were a little more suspicious. No, I think you misunderstood. Ma did not try to make a fuss about the admiration, but directly and forcibly denied his previous behavior. I don't admire her, but I can understand your thoughts. Because no matter how objectively you describe her, it is easy to make people feel that there is too much subjectivity mixed in. After all, you haven't seen her in person, but I told the truth when I described her achievements. That should be enough. Khaled asked, what is your relationship with Xiao? If I were to say, your understanding and admiration of her are not just that of an ordinary person who has heard of her. You can't have no relationship with her. His accusation just now was indeed not so repressive, but this was just the beginning. When he looked through the conversation recorded by Zasna, he had vaguely realized that there must be an unspoken relationship between Ma-En and Xiao, and Ma-En's statement just now also indirectly confirmed his speculation. Ma-En also told the truth about this. You guessed right, I did have a reason to mention her, but that was all in the past. In the past, Xiao had an organization called the Salvation Alliance. In fact, we are just a loose organization that does the right things around it, but this organization itself is too weak compared to Xiao. Therefore, whether in the past or now, the Salvation Alliance has little influence, and we were eventually forced to disband in the subsequent battles with the Federation. The identity of the Salvation Alliance members is no longer important. After seeing Ma-En admit this, Khaled also smiled. Ma-En finally said what he expected. Just as Zasna suspected in her heart at this time, Khaled's real purpose was not to find out whether what Ma-En said was true or false, but to make him die here. Even Ma-En's life or death was not important to him at all. What Khaled really cared about was the Ninth King's whimsical plan, although he couldn't oppose her ideas when she was awake. But now that she is asleep, I can just screen these humans for her. Anyway, she won't really do anything to me. The worst result is to deprive him of his position, but he didn't want to do it a long time ago, so he doesn't have to worry about any punishment. So you are actually Shinjiao's subordinate? Carlette showed a mocking smile. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to mention this after you said so much? Do you still want to say that what you said is objective? Mayan still maintained a calm expression and said, of course, the Salvation Alliance is not a particularly formal organization. If the Federation hadn't insisted on killing all the members of the Salvation Alliance, I would have run away long ago. And I joined the Salvation Alliance only because Shinshao promised me benefits at that time. But in the end, I would stay there to help them fight the Federation because I believe in Shinxiao's ability. It's not because of what I think of her that I think she's strong, but it's because she's strong that there are so many things that sound incredible, and since you all think that humans are such a despicable and bad race, then a person with the ability who upholds kindness and justice can call on so many people to follow her, and is dealt with so seriously by the strongest force in the human race. Doesn't this just prove her strength? Chapter 520. Main's words choked Khalid. He didn't know how to answer this question, even though he knew the real answer. Main's words were enough to prove Shinxia's strength. If the world where Shinxiao lived was really so unfavorable to goodness and justice, then the things that Main described Shinxiao could do were enough to prove her strength. But Khalid didn't think Shinxiao really lived in the bad environment that Main described, because he knew that humans were actually not as bad as described in various books and cultural products of Titan, but he couldn't use this reason to refute Main. If he said so, he would be against all Titans. At the moment he paused, Mon immediately seized the opportunity to ask back. In fact, I have basically understood what you want to do. Now I don't even expect to return to the land alive. So whether you find this a bit offensive or not, I want to say a few words from the heart. Hearing this, Khalid showed an unhappy look. You just need to answer my questions. Now tell me, what do you have to prove that Shinxiao is real? Although Khalid's tone was a bit threatening, Mon, who finally choked Khalid, did not show any intention of retreating. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I'm really tired of your stupid questions. Hearing this, Khalid narrowed his eyes slightly, then raised his hand directly, and said in a cold tone, take him down for me. But just when several Titans wanted to rush to Mon, Zasna stood up and scolded, Khalid, what are you doing? Do you think you can do whatever you want when your mother is asleep? The Titans who had already walked forward suddenly stopped when they heard this, because in fact, Khalid's order just now did not fully comply with the standard procedure. Logically speaking, he had no power to do so at this time, so Zasna would ask him if he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. However, Khalid just said indifferently, if you think I am incompetent, then let your mother dismiss me, but since she gave me this position, it means that she trusts me. Although he said so, it seems that he did not intend to let his men catch Main again, as if his behavior just now was just a test of Zasna. And Zasna did not say anything else, but just said to Main, you continue talking. Khalid looked at Main, you just said we are stupid. Hearing this, Main was no longer polite. That's right, because when you asked questions, your attitude was as if I really had to do my best to explain to you why Shinxiao is really powerful, but I don't have much hope of leaving alive. So I tell the truth directly, you are too arrogant. Khalid looked at Mon with amusement. You think we are arrogant? A human thinks Titans are arrogant? Mon pointed at him. Yes, that's what you look like now, and when you asked questions, it seemed that if I couldn't convince you how powerful Shinxiao is, you would destroy the current human civilization, or make my compatriots pay a painful price. It seems that you are the judge of human civilization, and are deciding our life and death based on my testimony. But there is a problem here. You can't decide whether we live or die. Khalid sneered, you think we are not your opponents. Mayan nodded confidently, yes, I don't want to explain to you why Shinxiao is so powerful, because no matter what I say, the ending will not change. You can't defeat the Federation that joins hands with her. I even doubt that you can't threaten the existence of mankind at all, because if you can really affect the survival of mankind, then she must have seen you long ago. And if she hasn't seen you, it can only prove that you can't threaten the human world. Khalid sneered, it seems that you don't understand the extent of Titan civilization. Maybe I don't know the specific situation. Ma-En interrupted, but I know that you are all hiding here now, and dare not go out to face the gods, and Shinxiao can defeat all the gods by herself. If Shinxiao doesn't have other threats to deal with, she can beat these gods into sleep. If you really have a way to defeat her, you won't hide here. Most Titans were very angry when they heard this, but they couldn't say anything to refute. Only Khalid was still resisting. Shinxiao only exists in your mouth now, and what you say may not be true. Ma-En directly choked. Since you Titans are so powerful, why don't you send some spies to the land to ask for Shinxiao's name? Or are you worried that the gods who were easily defeated by Shinxiao will take the opportunity to deal with you? But Shinxiao is not afraid of anything. In fact, many forces, including the gods, are afraid of Shinxiao. After saying this, even Khalid didn't know how to quibble. In fact, He could still find other reasons to explain why they didn't contact the land, but it was meaningless to say it now. Because Maine's performance at this moment has proved everything. He has already put life and death aside. At this time, he has no need to lie, so if he wants to refute him, he must produce real evidence. But he can't produce anything, and Titan can't really risk contacting the gods for this matter. For Titan, humans in the Southern Alliance can also be regarded as part of the gods. The most important reason why these people did not refute Maine is that at this moment, they gradually believed what Maine said. If Maine didn't really believe these, he wouldn't behave like this. Khaled suddenly thought of a point. But didn't you say that Shishao was defeated? Ma-In smiled. Yes, as a former member of the Salvation Alliance, this is a pity for me, because the Federation wants to turn Shishao into their own weapon, and Shishao absolutely does not want this to become a reality. So this is bad news for both me and Shishao, but don't get me wrong, this is not good news for you either. Because the purpose of the existence of this Federation is to maintain the dominance of human civilization, and this subtle difference is the root cause of their conflict with Shishao, and you obviously threaten human rule. So you will face Shishao, and an organization stronger than Shishao. You should still remember? The Federation defeated Shishao. Chapter 521. Marn's arrogance made the Titans hate him, but the more he talked, the more helpless they were. After all, he didn't care about life or death at this moment. At least that's what the Titans thought. Now it was not him who had to convince the Titans, but they had to convince themselves. Carlet hadn't noticed this subtle change and began to fall into Marn's rhythm. Maybe we can't leave here to fight the gods. Shishao and the Federation can really beat the gods back to sleep. I don't believe this, but let's assume it's true. Then, this definitely doesn't mean we can't defeat you. You don't understand how magical the Titan weapons we have are, and how they can destroy human civilization silently. Ma-In showed a questioning look. So you mean that you have weapons that can destroy human civilization, but you can't kill the gods? Does the word Titan mean those who resist the gods? Hearing this, Khaled said unconvincedly, of course we have weapons that can deal with the gods. Don't make it sound like it's easy to deal with the gods. You don't understand how dangerous the gods are. The gods you see can't reflect their true strengths and weaknesses. In the most prosperous period of the gods, there were even 7th-level gods among them. Now you are facing gods restrained by shackles. Their true immortality is definitely not comparable to any 5th-level ability users. If we just let them sleep, we can do it, but that doesn't have any practical meaning for us. What we really need to do is to erase the existence of these gods forever. And the simplest way to deal with this is to wipe out you humans. Hearing this, Ma-In frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. Since you have such weapons, why don't you just let them fall into eternal sleep? However, he didn't really give Khaled time to answer, but came up with the answer himself. Yes, after all, you Titans don't live in the human world. If you really want to put them into eternal sleep, there must be a strong enough organization to constantly influence human understanding of nature. In this case, why don't you cooperate with Shishao and the Federation? Let the gods fall into eternal sleep. The whole hall fell into silence. Even the shadows on the dome froze for a moment, and even many Titans felt that what Ma-In said actually made sense. Khaled, who noticed the change in the atmosphere, immediately said, "We don't want them to sleep." Ma-In also said without giving in, "But I think there is not much difference between wiping them out and keeping them asleep forever. As long as you can keep the gods asleep for a long time, and with the cooperation of the Federation and Shishao, isn't it easy to destroy the gods? If you say you don't have confidence, how dare you say that you can defeat the gods by hiding here?" Zasa also showed an expression of approval when she heard this, and the shadow on the dome began to flow. Khaled could see that they were already a little shaken. Khaled said with a straight face, "It is unknown whether Shishao and the Federation will cooperate with us, not to mention whether these guys can deal with the gods." "Then go up there and have a look." Ma-In interrupted, "I'm not stopping you." Khaled snorted coldly, "Go to the land just to know the truth? You are not qualified to let us take this risk." Ma-In raised his eyebrows slightly. "Really? Did I hear it right?" Khaled looked at Ma-In in confusion. "What do you mean?" Ma-In looked at the other Titans on both sides, and said with some curiosity, "If I remember correctly, you always seem to say how bad humans are, and your book also lists so much evidence to show that Titans are more virtuous than humans. But now you tell me that you all know that it is very likely that humans can join hands with you to get rid of the gods, but you are still worried about the insignificant risk and want to destroy humans together. In this case, a race that still dares not take any risks, I don't think you are much nobler than humans. I only see selfishness and cowardice in you. You are not worthy of being the opponent of the gods, nor will you be a threat to humans." After hearing this, Carlet's face turned black, and he was furious and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he seemed to be choked and froze in place. Because a low voice came from the dome where the shadows were flowing. No need to say, we have made a decision. Chapter 522. A low voice came from the shadows flowing on the dome. Main's answer is reasonable and well-founded. As Titans, we need to think of a better solution. As he said, if we give up now, how can we be qualified to call ourselves Titans? And he also showed us a better way to deal with the gods. We have an obligation to learn more. Although Khaled's expression was ugly after hearing this result, he had no choice. Although his words as the chief strategic officer were very important in the Ninth City, and even more so after the Ninth King fell asleep, he could only obey the majority in this situation. So he just snorted coldly, looked at Main deeply, as if he wanted to imprint his face in his mind, and then retreated to the other Titans without trying to argue. He had already lost this debate. And when Khaled walked away, Zasna naturally walked to the position where he had just stood, as if this was a process that had been arranged long ago, and she also smiled happily at Main. You said it very well, he couldn't find any reason to refute it, Zasna said with relief. She actually didn't expect Main to perform so well. As long as he could withstand Khaled's torture, she would be satisfied. But the final result was countless times better than she imagined. As long as Main really had no problems, then entering the sleeping tower to awaken the Ninth King should be smooth, and now she has also seen a new path. No matter how ethereal and unreal it is always better to have it than not. In response to Zasna's praise, Main also said modestly, I just said what I thought in my heart. In fact, when you mentioned the transformation ceremony for all mankind, I was thinking about this issue. I know you did it with good intentions. But as a human, I still minded a little, so I was thinking at that time if there is a better solution that can meet the needs of both Titans and humans, and Shinsha's name naturally emerged. Since you are already considering my proposal, I also want to ask a question. Do you really have weapons that can deal with the gods? The dagger is revealed. This is the real reason why Marn laid so much groundwork. He wants these Titans to feel that there is a possibility of cooperating with Shinshao to defeat the gods, just to reasonably ask them if they have any weapons suitable for Shinshao. If this weapon is suitable for Shinshao to use against the gods, then it is likely to be suitable for him. Although Shinshao, as a weapon user, is definitely much stronger than himself, he also has the power of the Control Bureau to make ordinary weapons against the gods play a normal level. For example, if you just use the sea-covering scepter, it is definitely far worse than using its characteristics. This is no longer just using a weapon called the sea-covering scepter, but becoming the scepter itself. When he dealt with the moon god, he did not use the eclipse, but turned himself into this weapon, which not only strengthened the effect of the weapon itself, but also caught the moon god off guard. Otherwise, with his level at that time, it would be impossible for him to approach the moon god with this weapon. Therefore, even if the weapons that did not work in the past were in Shinshao or his hands, they might bloom with a new vitality, which is why he chose Shinshao as an excuse. In a sense, he was not even lying, but he did not tell the truth completely. After all, what he had to do after taking these weapons was no different, and they were all dealing with those gods. However, after Mon asked this, Zasna did not answer his question immediately, but showed a little hesitation, as if she was considering whether she should say this now. Seeing this, Mon also said very tactfully, I don't want to ask what trump cards you have to deal with the gods now, but since you Titans have been opponents of the gods for many years, you must have weapons in your inventory specifically for dealing with the gods, right? Even if you can't use them, just provide Shinshao with a few weapons that can help in the battle with the gods. In her hands, these weapons are enough to put all the gods to sleep. After hearing this, the hesitation on Zasna's face gradually dissipated. We do have some weapons that have been sealed for many years, and we have not used them because they are too difficult to take effect. But if Shinshao is really as powerful as you said, it should not be difficult to use these weapons to put the gods to sleep. We have a few weapons here, but if we really want to defeat the gods, the most needed weapon is actually the weapon that can allow Shinshao to defeat Saran, right? Ma'an nodded. Saran should be considered the current leader of the gods. From my shallow understanding, there are more difficult gods like Thunder God and Fire God, but the most dangerous one is definitely Saran. His danger does not only come from his powerful strength, but also from his years of experience and wisdom. After all, he was much stronger in his heyday. In fact, if the moon goddess was still there, she should also be considered an extremely dangerous god. Fortunately, Ma'an has transformed her into his own person, which actually weakened the overall power of the gods today. Zasna nodded and said, that's right, so what we need is weapons that can deal with Saran, and I know that there are indeed some weapons that can target Saren in other cities, one of which is called solar eclipse. Ma showed a curious look. Solar eclipse? I have heard of lunar eclipse? Zasna said, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, solar eclipse is a word made up by the Titans. When we don't use this weapon, solar eclipse does not exist, but this phenomenon can really hit Saren hard. You also know the principle of lunar eclipse. The light of the moon we see actually comes from the sun, so when the sun, Orin's, and the moon are in a straight line, the moon will completely enter Orin's shadow and form a lunar eclipse. And the total solar eclipse we want to create is to almost block the sun, but the premise for this is that the distance between Orin's and the two planets is the same as the ratio of their diameters. Therefore, when they are arranged in the order of the sun, the moon, and Orin's, they will almost block the sun. But in reality, the moon will never be in front of the sun, so there is no natural phenomenon such as a solar eclipse that we created, let alone a total solar eclipse that just blocks it. Mayan said puzzledly, but as far as I know, the distance between Orin's and the two planets is not the same as the ratio of their diameters, which is why there is no natural phenomenon such as a total solar eclipse. And we have never heard of such a thing as a solar eclipse. Zasna smiled. Indeed, how could there be such a coincidence? But we don't need to be really the same, we just need to make humans think so, and the reason why we can't use this weapon is the same. Although we can cause a solar eclipse, we can't explain the principle of a solar eclipse. But your Shenshao and the Federation can do it. Chapter 523. After listening to her talk about the existence of this weapon, Mayan did not show any strange expression, but many thoughts emerged in his mind. After all, according to her words, the essence of a solar eclipse is the moon blocking the sun. From a human perspective, the moon blocks the sun. If the principle of this phenomenon is like this in human understanding, then when the solar eclipse comes, it is likely that not only will the power of Saren be severely weakened, but the power of the moon god will also be enhanced and strengthened. Thinking carefully, perhaps this is the real reason why the Titans did not use this weapon in the past, because until recently, there was an entity called the moon god in their memory and cognition, and at that time, even if they could suppress Saren with this weapon, the overall power of the gods would not be affected too much. If it is said that this weapon was jointly created by the former moon god and the Titans, no one would doubt that the existence of the concept of solar eclipse is almost to let the moon god usurp the power of Saren. So now this weapon is almost meaningless to the Titans, who want to defeat all the gods. But the situation changed after Mon imprisoned the moon god. Even if he just killed the moon god, he could make this originally unusable weapon more difficult to use. As long as he spread the wrong knowledge through the Federation, he could use this weapon to weaken the power of Saren. But the fact is that he not only solved the old moon god, but also created a new moon god who was willing to stand with him. Now that they can create a total solar eclipse that completely blocks the sun. Then as the moon blocking the star, the power of the moon god will definitely be greatly improved, and it is also very likely to become restrained by Saren. After all, the moon god at that time will be the moon that blocks all the sunlight. This weapon is almost perfect. The only shortcoming is that it needs the cooperation of the Federation. It's not that Main thinks he can't convince the Federation to do this. The problem is that the noise caused by doing so will easily attract the attention of Saren. Either he has to let the Federation broadcast a temporary news report to suddenly attack the gods, but the effect of doing so is obviously not as strong as pre-spreading and preheating on the internet and various media, and the effect will be worse. Or he can have enough confidence to fight Saren head-on, so that even if Saren notices what he has done, he still has no way to deal with it. This is actually the best situation. However, the difficulties he thought of at this moment are also based on the purpose of killing or imprisoning Saren. If the solar eclipse is used as a strategic weapon for threat, it is more than enough. After all, he has no reason to kill Saren now. Of course, if he can really kill or imprison Saren, it will be better. If he can get his power, then he can really start to consider rescuing Shishao. And the solar eclipse is just the first good news he has heard, and there must be more than this weapon here. With such expectations, Mayan also asked, what level is the solar eclipse among the weapons you know? The solar eclipse should be the most powerful weapon I know. Zasna said, in our estimation, the solar eclipse is actually quite effective in weakening Sirene. In fact, the power of the solar eclipse itself is enough to turn the other strongest 5th level ability users into the weakest ones. But Sirene itself has too much power beyond the class. If there were no Titan's curse, he should have returned to the 6th level now, but even a very limited weakening is fatal to a god of Saran's level. The key is the existence of Shenshao. If the usual Saran is still a little tricky for her, with the help of the solar eclipse, she can definitely easily deal with an opponent like Saran. And the more important role of this weapon is to weaken the concept of Saran as the sun. Simply put, if Xiao destroys his incarnation and can temporarily suppress his highest combat power, then the solar eclipse itself can push him towards the limit of sleeping and really hurt his body. Otherwise, even if you destroy all his incarnations, you can't put him into a deep sleep. Ma'an asked, so it actually has the purpose of suppressing Saran's power and making him sleep at the same time. If we can use illusions to create a similar effect, then it is actually possible. Zasna smiled. What you said is indeed feasible, but the effect will not be 1/3 of the real solar eclipse, and it is already difficult to deceive most humans. Even if you can really deceive most humans, you can't deceive those top-level ability users, and you can't make the gods think so. The last point is actually extremely important. And the gods, as the embodiment of nature, although they originated from human thinking, will be affected by nature itself after their birth. If humans are their flesh and blood, and human understanding of nature is their soul, then nature itself is their skeleton. If there is a problem with nature itself, they will also be affected. And why do we need to do this? You know, our weapons can move the moon to a position that just blocks the stars. Fake things can never beat the real ones. Ma'an nodded. I see. I don't know much about the existence of gods. This sentence made him give up this idea a little. Zasna continued. If you want to put him into a deep sleep completely, then at least you have to deal with all his high-level incarnations, and you also have to use weapons, like solar eclipse, to reduce human understanding of the sun. In fact, among such weapons, the impact of solar eclipse itself should be the strongest. It can make the distance of Saran, who is far beyond the normal level, from sleeping to the same as that of ordinary 5th-level top gods. We also have other weapons specifically for suppressing downwards, but these things do not need to be handed over to Xiao personally. As long as you deal with all his incarnations at that time, we will naturally put him into a deep sleep. Although she did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that she did not intend to tell him all such weapons. After all, such operations did not require the participation of Xiao and the Federation, which was nothing to Ma'an. Because when they mentioned the solar eclipse, Ma'an had an idea to contain Saran. Do you have any weapons that can help Xiao in the battle? Ma'an asked. Although Xiao can show overwhelming combat power against Saran, he still can't be careless. After all, Saran is not a fool. He won't watch himself being killed. He will definitely think of various ways to deal with Xiao at that time. It's not surprising if he really comes up with some good ideas. Zasna nodded. This is naturally indispensable. Polar night, black hole, chasing sun, the Titans in the past have forged countless weapons to fight against Saran, and those left behind are enough for him to eat a pot. The problem is that most of the weapons, including Sunset, are in the hands of other Titans. We only have a spear that can always fly towards the scorching sun, chasing the sun, and it is not easy to get them to agree to hand over the weapons. Even the Titans of the 9th city have not fully agreed to this approach. If we really want others to hand over these weapons, we must first wake up our sleeping mother. But Zasna did not notice the subtle emotions of Maine when she mentioned chasing the sun. Chapter 524. Ma'an naturally showed a curious expression. Is the sun chaser here with you now? Yes. Zasna replied, then turned her head and looked behind her. Wait a minute. In the direction she was looking at, a middle-aged Titan walked into the hall. When he appeared, Khaled immediately walked in front of him and began to ask something in a low voice. Khaled's expression was not very good from here. Obviously, the other party's words were not very to his liking. As they chatted, they were even close to arguing. Seeing this, Zasna temporarily left Ma'an where he was, and walked towards the middle-aged Titan, who was stopped by Khaled. Ma'an just stood there and watched her walk directly to Khaled and the middle-aged Titan, interrupting their heated discussion casually, and then took the lead in saying a few words to Khaled with a cold face. After a few words, Khaled showed an ugly expression, but could only turn around and walk away, leaving Zasna to communicate with the flesh and blood Titan alone. As they continued to talk, Zasna looked happier and happier. Zasna chatted with him for more than 10 minutes, then turned around and walked back to Maine with a smile on her face. It looks like the result is very good? Maine asked expectantly. Zasna smiled and nodded. Yes, Khaled is about to be mad to death. The high-level Titans of the 9th city all think that what you said makes sense, and they have already felt that cooperating with Xiao and the Federation is indeed a feasible idea. Of course, neither we nor they can make the best decision, so the result of their discussion is not to directly decide for us to contact humans. The real decision is still made by my mother. So what they actually discussed was whether my mother would agree to do this, and whether it was worth paying the price to wake up my mother in advance, and they finally concluded that it was worth it. After hearing this answer, Mon's face also showed some joy. It sounds like everything is going well. Zasna also agreed. And if they can wake up my mother, then you will definitely be able to leave here safely. Of course, the premise is that you don't plan to continue to interfere in our affairs. But when my mother wakes up, she will definitely want to ask you to help us contact humans. After all, it was you who let me know that there are strong people like Shishao and the Federation on the land. You are also the only human here, and after these days of contact, I also think you are a trustworthy human. Of course, we will provide you with a very good reward, and this is definitely not something you can easily get on land. There are countless powerful treasures in our treasure house. You can take a look at it at that time. Maine looked a little hesitant. If possible, I still want to return to land first. Zasna was not surprised at his hesitation, but she was very confident that Maine would reconsider this matter carefully at that time, because the reward she was going to offer was indeed generous enough. It was generous enough to make the humans who wanted to escape from this place stop in their tracks. After all, for the Titans, the value of humans like Maine was far greater than that of himself, so the reward they could give was also something that Maine could never get in his lifetime on land. Zasna smiled and said, "It's okay, there's no rush for this matter. Let's talk slowly after my mother wakes up. Although they have agreed to wake up my mother, the sleeping tower will still operate for a few days to complete her body. We have to take some time to minimize the damage caused by premature awakening." Ma-En nodded, and then casually asked again, "Is the weapon called Chasing the Sun strong? If it is strong enough, maybe Shishao can directly defeat Saran." Zasna disagreed with his opinion. Don't underestimate Saran. Although Chasing the Sun is indeed very strong, it can always chase the scorching sun and will definitely hit Saran's body, constantly passing through his body at an astonishing speed. But you can definitely imagine its problems. Chasing the Sun can actually severely injure many 5th level ability users with weaknesses, but it is difficult to hurt Saran now. If you really want to hurt him, you have to rely on the solar eclipse to weaken his power. But don't worry, we still have many weapons with enough lethality. Ma-En blinked. Well, I understand. Chasing the Sun is not enough to seriously injure Saran, but it can chase and hit him for sure. Although some other weapons may have strong enough lethality, they do not have the special effects like Chasing the Sun. In fact, the latter is more useful to Shinshao, because Shinshao can hit Saran by itself, and does not need a weapon like Chasing the Sun at all, and this weapon itself does not have enough lethality. So among the many weapons against Saran, Chasing the Sun should be the one that is more useless. But if the user is replaced by Ma-En, it will be completely different. Because he has a way to combine Sun Chaser with a more lethal weapon, he can use Sun Chaser and other Titan relics at the same time through the Control Bureau to turn himself into a weapon that is sure to hit and powerful enough. Yes, he can fuse two weapons and absorb their advantages at the same time, and the advantages of Sun Chaser itself are also very important for a slightly weaker ability user like him. After all, he is not Shishao, who can directly see how to hit Saran. He really needs the characteristics of Sun Chaser to strengthen himself in all aspects. At that time, he will become a collection of weapons against Saran. Seeing Ma-En's undisguised curiosity, Zasna also said, "If you want, I can also take you to see the Sun Chaser weapon. Anyway, we still have to wait for a few more days for the 9th king to wake up, and we are idle anyway." Ma-En nodded. "I really want to see such a weapon with my own eyes, but since you have all agreed to consider my suggestions, I think you can also give me a real introduction to the history of Titans during this period of time. The information prepared for me in that study must have been screened, but if you really want to cooperate with the Federation and Shishao, and still want me to help, at least I have to know about the Titans. Indeed, as long as you are not particularly simple or stupid, you will definitely think of this. After all, the Titans cannot casually confess everything to Ma-En, a human who suddenly broke into this place. But now, as he said, it is indeed time to tell him more. Anyway, he still has a collar around his neck." Zasna replied, "Of course, you do have a lot of things to know. I can take you to understand." Ma-En nodded slightly. "Okay. He still needs to know more about the Titans, because then he can ask about the existence of the God of Light." Chapter 525. The Ninth City, Khalet's private residence. This Titan, who had lived for several hundred years, rarely felt bored again. Even when the 9th king asked him to return to his post, he did not feel so uncomfortable. If he had known this day would come, he would have been tougher when he refused. As far as he knew, after the meeting, the human Maine followed Zasna to the treasury. It was said that Zasna took him to see the weapon Sun Chaser that would be used for cooperation with humans. After observing the weapon, Zasa also took Maine to the floating book island and introduced him to a lot of Titan history and knowledge. Although there were heavy soldiers following them when they went to these places, and the suppression device on Maine's neck had no intention of being removed, and they also blocked the local area in advance, the human would not come into contact with other Titan civilians, but he was allowed to enter these places, which showed that the Titans of the Ninth City really agreed with the human's point of view. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the Ninth King was awakened in advance. Thinking of this, Khaled felt a little annoyed. He had never thought that Mon would be able to successfully convince the other Titans during that interrogation. He had thought that the human would be easily frightened by him. After all, he was just an ordinary human who had never seen the Titan civilization. But in the end, he was speechless by the other party. He could not think of any argument to refute this human, who he thought had never seen the world, and in the end, he could only watch Zasa's plan succeed. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the Ninth King wakes up. Dong dong. Come in, Khaled said in a low voice. The person who pushed open the door and walked into the room was none other than his son Iroh, but at this moment, his more important identity was to find and personally capture the Titan, who was Marn, which was why Khaled called him over. Father. Iroh also knew why he was called here. Khaled didn't mean to talk nonsense or cover up, and went straight to the point and said, "You know I don't want Zasna to wake up the Ninth King." Iroh nodded and said, "Well, because the Ninth King is likely to agree to the human's proposal after waking up. But those humans are not worthy of our trust and salvation at all, and we shouldn't take any risks for them at all." Iroh looked a little indignant when he said this, but in fact, his thoughts were very common among young Titans, and the Ninth King's attitude towards humans should be the most positive among the 13 kings. She often publicly expressed her positive views on humans, such as claiming that humans are not as bad as most Titan books record, and opposed to the war against all humans because of the gods. What she said actually made sense, but when she said it more, many young Titans became somewhat disgusted with her attitude towards humans. Khaled knew that Iroh had the same view deep in his heart. In fact, he once mentioned this phenomenon to the Ninth King himself, but she didn't care much. The Ninth King just replied, "This is inevitable. The prejudice against humans in Titan culture is too deep-rooted. It has already flowed deeply into their blood, and is subtly influencing them. And to put it bluntly, what I'm going to do will be quite bad for them in the short term, and they can't see any long-term benefits, so they will naturally exclude helping humans. But in my opinion, we are not qualified to decide the life and death of humans." Carla does not completely agree with the Ninth King's views. Although he does not think he is a bloodthirsty monster, he still agrees with the proposal to destroy human civilization and race. He just thinks that the Ninth King's vision is too unrealistic to realize, and the Titans can't take such a risk. As a Titan, he doesn't think they have any need to consider the survival of humans. After all, he is not like the Ninth King who was once a human. As a pure-blooded Titan, he doesn't care so much about the human race. But in fact, Iroh was wrong. These are not the real reasons why he doesn't want Zasna to wake up the Ninth King. Iroh can't think of Carlet's real motive, because in fact his idea is extremely simple. He just thinks, waking up the Ninth King early now is too dangerous for her safety. Waking up early means extremely serious risks. This danger does not come from the gods or the outside world, but from the other 12 kings. If the Ninth King wakes up early for Marn, and wastes a lot of time running around for his proposal, this will cause the awakened Ninth King to be quite weak. This may not be a problem in the short term, but when the Fifth King fully wakes up, the weak Ninth King will face the Fifth King in his prime. Over the years, the hatred between them is no longer the original ideological dispute, and the relationship is the worst among the kings. So Khaled is actually very worried and afraid that the Fifth King will pose a real threat to the Ninth King. What really made him make this decision was not the risk that Titan civilization needed to take, but the risk that the Ninth King took. However, Khaled had no intention of explaining to Iroh. Well, the current situation is not ideal. Zasna has convinced those idiots. They all think that the Ninth King is willing to wake up early to see this Maine. In fact, after this incident, I really doubted the so-called human who strayed into this place. What he did here was too smooth, as if he was really a deliberate spy. I know Zasna, and the others will definitely think I am too suspicious. We have done all the inspections related to the gods for Maine, and have also put on a suppression collar, but this is my real thought. It's my job to stay suspicious. And if we want to convince them, we have to find the problem with Maine, so... Did you notice anything unusual when you caught him? Iroh instantly fell into memories, but after thinking for a long time, he just arched his nose and frowned and said, "I didn't think of any problems." His performance at that time, and his later confession were completely consistent. But if I try to recall it again, maybe I can really think of some reasons. At this point, Iroh glanced at Khaled, and there was a little more questioning in his eyes. He meant whether to make up some reasons to frame Maine. The old Titan who saw what Iroh meant shook his head slightly. Forget it if you can't think of it. In fact, it's not easy to stop them now. Even if making up a lie can delay time, it is impossible to really stop the awakening of the Ninth King. The other Titans are not all fools. This little trick can't fool them at all. Just when Khaled gave up the idea of stopping Zasna, there was a knock on the door. But he didn't remember that he had other guests. Chapter 526. Who? Khaled said with some confusion. Me. A familiar female Titan voice came from outside the door. She was one of the senior strategic officers in the strategic department, but she would never come to his private residence easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the female Titan standing outside the door opened the door and walked in. This also made Khaled narrow his eyes slightly in a bit of vigilance, because the door of his residence was just locked, and the other party had no permission to come in. We need to talk, said the senior strategic officer. Iroh, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, immediately looked up at Khaled, and seeing this, Khaled said, "You go back first." Iroh also nodded quickly. "Then I go." The female Titan watched him leave, then slowly looked at Khaled. "A secret envoy from the second city has arrived," Khaled said with a little surprise. "Secret envoy, at this time?" Each city in the Titan ruins has its own envoy. This position was established because they could not communicate freely in the Titan ruins, and the secret envoy was the highest level envoy who would only be sent in an emergency. These secret envoys would only communicate with the 13 kings under normal circumstances. They basically came to represent the will of a certain Titan king, and when they appeared, they had very important news to convey. In the past, 90% of the news they brought was related to the gods, and it was basically because the gods had some new means to guard against. "That's right," the female Titan replied, "all the inspection procedures have been passed, and it has been confirmed that he is a secret envoy from the second city. Now what should we do with him?" Normally, only the ninth king has the right to meet the secret envoy, but when she was asleep, she had allowed Khaled to meet the envoy on her behalf in this case. But the current situation is a bit special. According to the current situation in the ninth city, if there is no change, the ninth king will wake up in a few days, so if she is willing to wait, she can actually meet the envoy in person. This is why she asked this question. Khaled also asked, "Did the envoy say anything?" The female Titan shook her head. "He won't say anything before meeting the ninth king or you. This is done to ensure that there will be no leaks. But in this way they can't know whether the envoy's words are urgent or not." So Khaled thought about it, and made a decision. "Let me meet him first," he said. "The news of the secret envoy cannot be delayed." The senior strategic officer nodded and said, "Then I will take you to see him now." After that, Khaled followed the female Titan and left her residence, got on the hovercraft in the backyard, and then crossed half of the city to the strategic department. After changing several means of transportation, she finally arrived at the meeting place. Khaled pushed open the door in front of her, and walked into the meeting room, isolated from the outside world. The secret envoy sitting inside was wearing a dark robe, and under the robe was a silver-white metallic color. This envoy was an extremely pure mechanical Titan, and this kind of pure mechanical Titan was not common in the ninth city. Even if the mechanical Titans in the ninth city were purely mechanical inside, they would use fake skin to decorate their appearance. In the Titan ruins, except for a few cities, the dominant members of most Titan cities are a single race, and the dominant race of these cities is often the same as the 13 kings of each city. After all, if the various facilities required by the Flesh Titans and the Mechanical Titans are completely different, and both sides cannot use each other's infrastructure, if the basic and advanced needs of the two races are to be met at the same time, extremely high resources must be invested in building cities. For the sake of convenience and economy, different Titans will choose to live in different cities. Moreover, the difference between Mechanical Titans and Flesh Titans is becoming more and more obvious nowadays. For example, many Titans in the second city are not like their ancestors, who wear fake skins, but are keen to fully show their mechanical bodies, and are proud of it. Interestingly, unlike the ideas of most Titans today, the original division of this city was entirely based on resource utilization considerations, not because of the difference in personality between Flesh Titans and Mechanical Titans. Many young Titans now think that the essence of the consciousness of Flesh Titans and Mechanical Titans is an insurmountable and amazing difference, but in fact this idea is an extreme underestimation of the ancient Titan civilization. Although the underlying principles of their consciousness are completely different, the ancient Titans used very clever techniques and methods to distort this difference, allowing both flesh and blood and machines to perfectly simulate human consciousness. Even if their consciousness is subtly different, they cannot detect it. Now the difference in thinking between mechanical titans and flesh and blood titans actually emerged slowly after they lived separately. Living in different cities has reaffected the two races, so there are sometimes some small frictions between mechanical titans and flesh and blood titans. So when he saw the mechanical titan envoy, Khaled was still a little wary, but his vigilance against mechanical titans was much lower than that against humans. Although they and humans are made of flesh and blood, they and mechanical titans are the same race. They just have different appearance features. You are Khaled. The mechanical titan slightly raised the angle of his head and looked at the titan opposite. I have heard of your name. You are the most trusted subordinate of the 9th king. Khaled sat down opposite him. Does the 2nd king have any news for us? Is it about the gods? The secret envoy said, as if he didn't hear the question, and I heard that you are also very loyal to her, which is a problem for us. Khaled, who had realized that something was wrong, immediately stood up again and took a few steps back. What do you mean? The secret envoy stared at Khaled with emotionless mechanical eyes. I'm not here to find the 9th king, I'm here to find you. You found a human today, right? Khaled looked at him warily and said, You have a spy here. The mechanical titan gave an extremely stiff smile. Of course, you also have spies with us. There is no need to say more about this tacit understanding. We did receive the news, and it is a little more than you think. We heard about the proposal of that human. You should know that many titans do not agree to contact humans, but as long as she wakes up, she will definitely unite with other titan kings to propose this absurd request that does not take the safety of titans into consideration. Carlet stared at him deeply. So? The mechanical titan remained motionless with a static smile. You are right, I am here to stop you from waking her up early. Chapter 527. After hearing this, Khaled sneered sarcastically. Do you think I will betray the 9th king? You look down on me a little too much. Although he wanted to stop Zasna from waking up the 9th king in advance, he did so for the 9th king's sake. He just felt that doing so would not benefit the 9th king or the titans, not that he wanted to betray the 9th king. So the envoy's words made him feel extremely ridiculous, and even a little insulted. Betrayal? The mechanical titan stared at Khaled with his cold eyes. No, you misunderstood? I didn't want you to betray the 9th king. The reason I wanted to stop her from waking up was because of that human. You also know what would happen if she saw that human. He would find a way to use this human to persuade other titans to agree with her naive and pathetic stupid idea, which would only bring us unnecessary trouble. Taking the initiative to contact humans will not help the titans' inventory and victory in the war. It will only increase the possibility of us being found by the gods. We all know what the 9th king's motive is for doing this. She sympathized with humans and felt that they also had the right to live. But the survival of the race is cruel. The 9th king's idea is both naive and stupid. It is ridiculous to sacrifice the survival probability of Titan for the sake of humans, and we should not let her Titan civilization take risks. This actually makes some sense, but Khaled is also very clear that there is a small problem. He said coldly, if it is really as you said, I think the other 12 kings will not agree with our proposal, so what does it matter whether she contacts this human or not? Anyway, she alone can't fight against all of you. But in fact, it is not the case. The other Titans will indeed be shaken by this, right? The envoy sighed slightly. You are right. From the perspective of the Titans, the 9th king's idea is particularly bad, but many of the 12 kings will seriously consider her proposal, because unlike us, they were all human beings, or they all originated from humans. And this will lead to their different feelings towards humans than other Titans. I also understand that the 9th king must have done this because she was once a human being and still has compassion for her former compatriots. But we are not human beings. You and I have been pure Titans since birth. Carlet said with cold eyes. You don't have to guess what I think. My thoughts are not important at all. I am loyal to the 9th king. This is the reason for my attitude. You don't have to say anything more. The mechanical Titan imitated the flesh and blood creature and sighed slightly, and then said, Okay, what if I can solve the problem that plagues the 9th city? Carlet looked at him arrogantly. You? What problem can you solve for us? The mechanical Titan replied, To be precise, it's not me, but the 2nd king. He can solve your problems. We all know about your affairs with the 5th king over the years. Although wars among Titans are not uncommon, the level of war between you and the 5th king is particularly fierce. Khaled agreed with this. In fact, many of the 13 kings would fight each other, but the way they killed each other was completely different from that of ordinary Titans. The fighting between ordinary Titans may not be significantly different from the internal killing among humans in the past. However, the internal battles among the 13 kings are closer to the internal conflicts among the gods, because the 13 kings and the gods have the same existence form. These titans who can constantly replace new bodies are also immortal in a sense. Death is like the sleep of the gods to them. The gods are resurrected through human consciousness, while they transfer their consciousness to a powerful body that is the same as the original one. What is better than the gods is that their consciousness will not change because of sleep, and it is still the same as it was in the Titan era. Therefore, for the same reason as the gods, the 13 kings actually kill each other frequently. Of course, none of them will try to destroy the mechanism of the other's resurrection. It is almost impossible to do this, but even if they can do it, they will never try to really kill any of their kind. The real meaning of this mutual killing is actually to reduce the time for the other party to wake up, which has nothing to do with death in the eyes of humans. So the fighting between the 13 kings is actually not a big deal here. However, the conflict between the 9th king and the 5th king is quite special. Everyone can see that these two Titan kings have really had some tempers over the years. Sometimes they fight each other not because they really need to put the other party into a deep sleep, but simply because of some very emotional reasons. So when she fell into a deep sleep, she had to find herself back to watch the 9th city. The 9th king himself had some doubts and concerns that the other party would secretly attack. Although it was not to the point of a real fight to the death, it was necessary to take precautions. After noticing Carlet's hesitation, the mechanical titan immediately said, "This is the condition brought by the 2nd king. He knows very well about the 5th king and your affairs. The other Titan kings have no interest in intervening in your affairs. It is not worth it for them." Before receiving this news, the matter between you and the 5th king was the same for my king. We will never risk intervening in the fight between the other two kings. The disadvantages to us far outweigh the advantages. But it was different after this human appeared. You may find it difficult to understand, but the 2nd king is willing to promise to protect you before the 9th king wakes up in exchange for erasing the traces of this human's existence at this time. The protection I mentioned means that during this period, no matter what the 5th king does, it will not threaten you. This made Khaled's eyes light up, but as the envoy said, he also had doubts in his heart, because he really couldn't understand why the other party made such a promise for this. Maine was just a human who strayed into this place, and the conflict between the two Titan kings was not worth mentioning at all. But the other party didn't seem to be joking. Khaled said, "Are you serious? If the 2nd king can really handle the problem of the 5th king, then the 9th king's late awakening is indeed not a problem, and this is also extremely beneficial to the 9th king and the 9th city. At the same time, it also conforms to his own ideas." The secret envoy smiled again. "Of course, I brought the golden oath." After hearing this, Khaled fell silent, and his eyes became deep. Then he raised his head and looked at the smile of the mechanical titan opposite. "So what do you want me to do?" Chapter 528. Ma-En and Zasna had seen the spear named Sun Chaser together, although they were in a heavily guarded treasury at the time, and could not really get close to the weapon. Even from a distance, Ma-En could feel the extraordinariness of the rusty-looking spear. Ma-En could determine with his naked eyes that this thing must be a 5th-level weapon, and he also remembered the way to the treasury. When visiting the weapon, Ma-En also felt quite confident that he could grab it, which means that even if all his plans in the Titan ruins failed, in the worst case, he could just steal the Sun Chaser and run away. Of course, Ma-En did not intend to just take a 5th-level weapon and run away, so when visiting the weapon, he did not say much or do anything meaningless, but turned to Zasna to ask about the history of Titan. After mentioning this request, Zasna took him to the largest floating island of books. The Book Island in the 9th city is actually closer to a social and entertainment venue, because both the flesh and blood titans and the mechanical titans have other ways to read text and receive and browse information. Most of them will be implanted with some kind of mechanical organ, like a miniature personal terminal, and directly exchange information with the Titan's internal database. However, although this thing is very similar to a more advanced computer and can be connected to the internet in theory, in fact, these Titans do not have infrastructure like the internet, which seems to be the same reason why they cannot communicate remotely. According to Zasna's explanation, this is because many long-distance and high-speed information transmissions will be hindered, so the 13 cities today still retain the ancient messengers. For some reasons that she can't explain easily, it seems that the information carried by all creatures will not be affected by this, so they will still retain the profession of messenger. That's why, for them, the implanted organs are more like some kind of information storage device. Titans are not like today's humans, who all have internet devices such as mobile phones, so libraries can still exist as social and entertainment venues. After all, some Titans still want to read with their eyes. However, In cities dominated by mechanical titans, it is completely different, because for mechanical titans, implanting personal terminals is as simple as drinking water, so almost every mechanical titan will implant personal terminals. In the past few days, he has also read a lot of books, and his understanding of the ancient Titan civilization has finally barely caught up with the level he knew before, and he has enough understanding of the post-Titan civilization composed of mechanical and flesh Titans. The history of the Titans recorded in the book is also clearer the closer it is. The information of the ancient Titan civilization and the early post-Titan civilization stage is relatively vague, but it may be different from the situation on land. Marin can vaguely perceive that the clearer the history is, not because the past history is lost, but because they deliberately cover up something. Based on these books, and the information he had learned before, Marin was able to figure out a basic historical line. The original 13 kings woke up a long time ago, and then it seemed that they went through a particularly chaotic era. It was roughly mentioned that the 13 kings created today's flesh and blood and mechanical titans through ancient facilities. Then, there seemed to be various internal and external wars, and then something big happened. This incident directly caused the 13 kings to fall into a deep sleep again, and they did not wake up again until 1,000 years ago, and established the current Titan civilization again, and slowly formed the situation that Marin saw now. In fact, the things that happened in the past 1,000 years were not particularly important, so after sorting out these things, Marin once again devoted himself to the books that recorded the more distant times, and then tried to find something useful. And he really found something. Marin, who was sitting and reading attentively, put down the thick ancient book in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Zasna, who seemed to be accompanying him to read, but was actually looking at him. After noticing Marin's sight, Zasna immediately put down the book and looked at him. Marin showed a curious look. This book mentions that a long time ago, the gods also betrayed their kind. Is this true? Similar questions have occurred countless times in the past 2 days, so Zasna did not doubt it at this time because Marin asked this question, but just regarded it as an extremely ordinary question. It's really unexpected, isn't it? Zasna said, it must be hard for you to imagine that the gods would betray their compatriots to help us. You think so because the gods are like this now. But in fact, the cause and effect here is the opposite, because the gods today are like this because those just and kind gods died on the battlefield a long time ago. It was that ancient war that wiped out the last kindness and justice among the gods. Marin said with some surprise. If so, then the ancient titans should be the most just side in that war. Although many wars are not just, if it is really a war where both sides are almost right or wrong, those kind and just gods would not betray their compatriots to help humans. Zasna nodded slightly and said, yes, these ancient gods are extremely great and admirable heroes. Hearing this, Marin's expression was also a little depressed. So if I understand correctly, they are all dead? Zasna's eyes seemed to flow with a hint of sadness, but it disappeared almost in an instant, making Marin, who was sitting opposite her, doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Yes, she answered calmly, without the sacrifice of these gods, the war would not have been won. They deserved to live more than any other gods. But they gave up their eternal life for the sake of mankind. Main blinked. These gods betrayed their own kind and sacrificed their lives for kindness and justice. I think most humans and titans today can't do the same thing, but your mother also cares, right? Zasna nodded. Yes, my mother is the kind of person who can also invest love and sympathy for other races. Many of her compatriots think this is extremely stupid, but I don't agree. She thinks the gap between our two races is not that big. We don't need to regard each other as completely different races. The gap between you and me is like the different skin colors of humans. It's just a little different at first glance, but we all have almost the same consciousness structure. Yes, there is indeed a gap in our consciousness. But are the consciousnesses of humans and humans exactly the same? She felt that the difference in consciousness between humans and titans was not fundamentally different from the difference in consciousness between humans and humans. If she loved her compatriots, then she should love a race that was almost the same as her compatriots. Chapter 529. Mayan looked a little surprised. It sounds like your mother should be a very gentle person. Zasna showed a look of reminiscence and said with some sincerity, yes, although we haven't seen each other for a long time, I can still clearly remember how she treated other intelligent creatures as if they were her children. In fact, she knew in her heart that we were not the same, but she was still willing to lend a hand. When she said this, she looked into Mayan's eyes and seemed to have thought of something. Mayan asked naturally, as if he had not noticed anything, then these ancient gods were killed just like that, leaving no trace? Is there no survivor among them who has lived with you until now? Or did they leave you something? Zasna showed a thoughtful look and replied, although it is a pity, these gods are all dead. The form of their existence destined them to not survive until now, but they did not leave nothing behind. They once worked with us to forge a lot of weapons. Most of these weapons have been consumed or destroyed in the past, but there are still a few of them. However, the weapons they forged are not necessarily the best. Forging has never been the best thing for gods. At that time, humans who were born without divine power were better at creation than gods. The best weapons were almost all made by humans. But these are completely unimportant. After we really establish an alliance with humans, Xiao can slowly select suitable weapons. As long as they can make the gods sleep, they are good weapons. In fact, what Mayan wants to know is whether there are any weapons here that can help the young man Shintiani, who is the reincarnation of the god of light. Although according to the detection of the Control Bureau, he seems to have no power and memory, only his consciousness and personality still have traces of the god, but he is still the reincarnation of the god. This is actually what Mayan cares about. After all, Shintiani is really the reincarnation of the god of light. He always feels that there may be some way to tap into some ancient power through the identity of the reincarnation of the god. There is obviously a reincarnation of the god of light in the Control Bureau, but he can't do anything. This situation is not common for Mayan, who has the Control Bureau. This is also because he took into account the nature of the gods. Their power comes from human consciousness, and now the concept of light still exists in the minds of humans. If he can understand the principle of the gods' transformation into titans, or if the gods in the past left any tricks, he may really be able to regain their power. Of course, this kind of thing is purely a matter of luck. He really just asked casually. In fact, Zasna didn't mention anything that met his expectations. It seemed that if he didn't reveal that he was the reincarnation of the god of light, it would be almost impossible to find a way to transform his reincarnation identity into power here. Mayan, who was sure of this, didn't intend to waste his precious time here. He picked up the book in his hand with a normal look, but he was already thinking silently about what knowledge to look for next. Zasna also picked up the book and started reading. In fact, she had the habit of reading before, so although she was reading here to look at Mayan this time, she was actually reading most of the time. Anyway, there were more than a dozen of her personal guards and strategic guards watching around, so it didn't matter whether she looked at Mayan or not. In name, she was monitoring Mayan together with them, but in fact, her more important role here might be to calm Mayan's emotions. In fact, until now, she had not worried that Mayan would suddenly act dangerously. Now she had completely believed in Mayan's behavior, and was really looking forward to Mayan helping them to cooperate deeply with the current human powerhouse Xiao and the Federation. Therefore, after the conversation, the two of them really immersed themselves in the ocean of books again. While reading, Zasna was also waiting for Mayan to ask questions again, and Mayan was also waiting to think of new questions. But half an hour later, Mayan suddenly heard some strange movements from the opposite side. He looked up at Zasna on the opposite side with curiosity, and then he was surprised to see that her eyes were emitting a light blue light at this moment, and her expression became unprecedentedly serious and solemn. And although Mayan responded to her change, Zasna did not respond to his surprise, but turned around and looked at the bookshelves around her, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the bookshelves and see what was behind them. Something is wrong, Zasna said in a low voice. My guards are gone. As she spoke, the blue light in her eyes began to turn purple, and then she did not turn her neck again, but stared at the air in front of her as if she was stunned. She looked like this for about 10 seconds, and the purple light in her eyes suddenly went out again. Then she stood up suddenly, and turned to look at Mayan, and then said anxiously, something happened. I just lost contact with the guards. Mayan looked at her with some confusion. What's going on? Zasna walked towards Mayan quickly, stretched out her hand to pull him up, and began to look around the surrounding environment, looking for a possible way to leave here. I don't know. Zasna looked around vigilantly, but there must be something. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped looking around and looked at Mayan standing in front of her, and then showed a look of sudden realization, as if she suddenly figured out the reason for all this. It's you, Zasna said. Someone must have leaked the news. They want to prevent the Ninth King from waking up and contacting you. Although I don't think Khaled has the courage, this is the only possibility, and if I'm right, they are coming to kill you. Hearing this, Mayan's expression also became solemn, as if he was really worried about his life or death. Then he asked Zasna anxiously, what should we do then? Wait here to die? Speaking of this, Mayan raised his hand, and touched the collar on his neck seemingly casually, as if he was particularly anxious about the bad situation that he could not use his ability to solve the problem at the moment. Zasna also noticed his movements and stared at his neck. After staring at him for a few seconds, she suddenly made up her mind and said, "If I lift the suppression of your abnormal power, do you have the confidence to take us away from here?" Chapter 530. This sudden question surprised Ma-In, but if you think about it carefully, this extremely bold behavior is actually very reasonable, and it may be their only variable. Zasna didn't even wait for Ma-In to answer, and directly reached out to touch his neck, pressing it several times quickly and neatly, and when she withdrew her hand, the collar was still on Ma-In's neck. But I felt that my body became much lighter. I didn't remove the isolation from the gods. Zasna said, "But you can use your ability. No matter how difficult it is, we have to try to get to the way of escape before they arrive. If I am found, I will be imprisoned at most, but if you are caught, you will definitely die." After lifting the restrictions, Ma-In raised his hand and touched the air first, as if he wanted to push something away but failed, then turned to look at Zasna and said, "Thank you, but can we really escape from here? This is the city of Titans. When the restrictions were lifted, I tried to feel it. They have blocked the space here. Even if we can escape from here, how can we escape from this city?" Zasna paused for half a second and then immediately said, "We don't need to escape from this city, we just need to go to the sleeping tower. I can show you the way." Her eyes flashed purple light twice, and then she raised her arm and pointed in the direction behind Ma-In as if she had finally determined the escape route. "Let's run there. I remember you should be able to fly, right?" Ma-In nodded slightly, without any more nonsense, and floated up directly, and at the same time, he used his telekinesis to slightly lift up Zasna's body, and then began to accelerate in the direction she pointed. In just a few seconds, Ma-In and Zasna turned into two high-speed flying shadows, and the various bookshelves and walls that could hinder them were quickly destroyed under Ma-In's telekinesis. But before they left this extremely vast book island, there were several dazzling flashes in front of them, and then several titans appeared in front of Ma-In and Zasna, and behind them lay a bloody giant python nearly as tall as a person, forcing the two flying people to stop directly on the spot. "It's still too late," Zasna said in a low voice. "It's the sky-devouring python. Khaled and the strategic department have colluded with them." The sky-devouring python was the giant beast lying in front of them, and behind those titans. This top-level, fourth-level flesh creature was more than 1 meter tall, and its body was blocked by various bookshelves and buildings. Standing here, it was impossible to see the whole of the giant beast. When they stopped, Ma-In and Zasna could see that vibrations began to come from a few hundred meters behind the body, as if something was moving through the structure, and the feeling quickly dissipated, but came from another completely different direction. Ma-In soon realized what was going on with the jumping vibrations, because he saw the air more than 100 meters away suddenly drill directly out of the python's head, and then it quickly sank into the air again, leaving a constantly wriggling body suspended in the air. This giant python was constantly jumping in space, and leaving pieces of its body. This sky-devouring python has blocked the surrounding space, and it is itself an extremely dangerous and powerful biological warfare weapon that can easily crush an ordinary 4th-level ability user. At this moment, the titans standing in front of that body were all wearing black anchor armor. They could kill the top-level 4 ability users by working together. Now they were facing a dead end. Zasna also looked at the titan, who had stopped and was watching the titan opposite. Unlike what she imagined, Maine looked extremely calm at this moment, as if he was not facing a life-and-death situation at this moment. Zasna, who noticed this, whispered to Maine beside her, "They are anchoring you through the armor. We have to find a way to escape." Maine asked in a very calm voice, "Or get rid of them in a short time." Zasna was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Maine to say this at all. But before she could react, a familiar voice came from an armored vehicle on the opposite side. "You want to kill us? Did I hear you right? You want to show off in front of His Highness? If you really think so, then you really chose a bad time. Your bluffing may deceive others, but it can't fool me. Because I saw with my own eyes how embarrassed you were when you were caught by those beasts." This contemptuous evaluation came from Khaled's son Iroh, the young titan who subdued Maine. After hearing this, Zasna also looked at Maine in surprise, because she had also read the report of Maine's battle with those biological puppets, and knew what level of combat effectiveness Maine showed at that time. "Maine, you are not their opponent." Zasna also kindly advised, "They are more dangerous than the biological puppets you faced in the Nevernight Forest, but I already have an idea." However, Mon did not want to listen to her opinion at all, but asked an important question. "It is not appropriate to kill them in this city, right?" Iroh, who was anchoring Mon, sneered, "Kill us? You can't even beat those beasts? You still want to kill us? It seems that humans are really an inferior race. They have gone completely crazy when they encounter such a little pressure." Seeing that Zasna seemed to be suspicious and did not answer his question, Mon also looked at the female titan, who was trying to escape from here by her own way, and then calmly explained at the same time, I did not defeat those beasts at that time, but that was because I held back. If you really pay more attention to the report, you will realize that no beasts were killed by me, because I just wanted to push them away. You are the only intelligent creatures I have met here, and my last hope to leave here. How could I really kill you? Hearing this, Iroh raised his mouth and sneered, You are more like a fool than a madman. At the same time, his and several other titans' black armors flashed dark green light, as if they were about to launch an offensive against Mon, and Zasna, who saw this scene, did not abandon her doubts. She said anxiously, If possible, leave their heads alone, but if there is really no other way, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Boom! Several titans started to move quickly towards Marn at the same time, but the strange thing was that they did not make any movements, but the distance between them was shortened in stillness. At the same time, a hideous python head emerged from the air behind Marn and opened its bloody mouth towards him. Swish! The smelly blood rain instantly poured on everyone, and the bodies of several titans that were originally moving and also stopped in place, because the python head that was trying to swallow Marn was torn in half like a tongue. Then the two halves of the giant beast's body fell heavily on both sides behind Marn. Chapter 531. The bodies of several titans paused slightly for a moment. The blood rain in front of them was beyond their understanding, but they had no time to be shocked. The anchor kill armor had locked onto Main. They calmed down immediately. Although Iroh was really laughing at Main, he was actually stalling for time to let the anchor kill armor lock onto Main, and this precious time also allowed them to lock onto Main. Continue attacking. Iroh immediately made a judgment, and said in the short-distance communication channel. Looking at these titans who were obviously approaching him through some kind of space ability, Main took the lead in trying to move in space again, but killing the python did not remove the surrounding space restrictions, and he also noticed that the nearby section of the python had stopped moving, but the section in the distance was still wriggling. And as they continued to approach, Main could vaguely feel that these black armors were emitting some extremely dangerous power. If they could really touch him, they might really cause some harm. So Main immediately floated away from them, and began to retreat, but he realized that it was meaningless to do so after retreating a few meters, because their relative speed did not change. It was as if the space where he and the titans were located had solidified. As he retreated, he also pulled the space and the titans backwards, and did not really distance himself from them. If this continued, these titans would really run into Main sooner or later, and Zasna, who was watching him from a distance, became more and more solemn. Main's ability to kill the sky-devouring python was indeed beyond her expectations. But these titans wearing anchor-killing armor were not weak at all, and Main's move just now was definitely not something he could use casually. Iroh and the others had exactly the same idea as Zasna. In their eyes, the time Main had just wasted had completely cost him the chance to escape successfully. The anchor armor was the best weapon to intercept the enemy. Once locked, there would be no chance to escape. Main, who had already determined that he could not distance himself, looked a little more serious. He raised his hands to the titans who were approaching him, and stared straight ahead, looking as if he was fighting them with great difficulty, but it was useless. Several titans still stood, and moved towards Main at a constant speed, almost to a position 2 meters in front of Main, and just when all the titans thought that Main was going to be taken down like this, Main spread his raised hands to both sides, as if he wanted to separate the tsunami that was about to drown him. In the next moment, all the titans heard a strange sound. Even Zasna, who was standing on the ground and doing something quietly, raised her head. Then she saw that all the titans who were moving forward suddenly froze in place, as if they were fixed in place. But according to her understanding, it should be impossible to stop the anchor armor after locking the opponent. Crack. As Marn retracted his raised hands, the armor on these titans began to quickly turn into scrap metal and peel off. These anchor armors were torn into pieces by Marn's telekinesis, just like ordinary armors without any countermeasures and defense measures, and the titans wearing them also showed a look of horror. I didn't lie. Main turned to look at Zasna, who was shocked. I did hold back a little when I met them. When I realized that you just wanted to subdue me instead of killing me, I planned to surrender. I might have been able to escape at that time, but I guess I wouldn't have had a chance to leave here alive. I just didn't expect the situation to be much better after surrendering. Zasna stopped what she was doing, and then the expression on her face slowly turned into surprise. What you said is actually true. Whether it was Zasna or the titans who were now terrified and suspended in the air, they didn't think that Main would hold back in the battle when he was captured. After all, in their eyes, Main should have struggled madly to survive. But after listening to Main's answer, they all realized that Main thought much more than they thought. When Main met them, he didn't think about how to solve the difficulties in front of him, but to leave this Titan ruins. Thinking about it carefully at this moment, it is extremely reasonable for Ma En to propose Shen Xiao. Although Zasna still feels that Ma En is speaking from the heart, he may not do this at all, but because he was thinking about how to escape from here alive at that time. This human is much more complicated than he looks. Ma En looked up at the suspended Titans, as if he didn't notice Zasna's psychological activities. They were all struggling in the air, and looking at Ma En in horror. Among them, Iroh seemed to want to say something, but Ma En made him shut his mouth tightly. "I just want to leave here alive," Ma En said. "Even now I don't dare to kill these Titans who want to kill me. After all, even if we can wake up your mother, I don't know if the Titans I kill now will become an obstacle to my return." Seeing Ma En say this, Zasna immediately said, "If you want, you can cut off their heads from the shoulders. There are still many Titans around us rushing towards us. They will not die. They will not escape trial when their mother wakes up. Although they are not guilty of death, we have a reason to act after they betrayed us. You don't have to hold back. Even if you kill them all, no one will dare to blame you afterwards. We are protecting ourselves." Ma En nodded slightly, and then looked at the Titans, who were becoming more and more terrified. Iroh's expression became more and more ferocious. He struggled to open his mouth and roar at Ma En, but he couldn't even open his mouth in front of this human. Just when he tried to struggle, he saw a pair of indifferent eyes. Then he felt a chill on his neck. Snap! Several headless bodies fell heavily to the ground like rag dolls, while several unconscious heads were gently placed on the ground by Ma En, allowing them to roll around at will. "Since you have such ability," Zasna said seriously, looking in another direction, "then we can change the way and continue to escape. There will be many Titan guards to intercept us next. Do you have information to reach the sleeping tower?" Ma En said calmly, "Of course." Chapter 532. Above the sleeping tower, two bodies were moving at high speed and were flying towards the top of the tower. After dealing with the team led by Iroh, they began to fly towards the sleeping tower. Although Zasna had been guiding the route to avoid the guards in some way, they still encountered several fully armed teams on the road, but Main easily dealt with them. However, even with Zasna's help, Main always felt that these Titan guards were not that strong, at least much easier to deal with than he expected. Although his power after strengthening is indeed the strongest and most comprehensive 4th level top ability, after all, this is a city with Titan legacy weapons, and their middle level conventional power should be slightly stronger. Is it because these traitors cannot fully represent the true combat power of Titan City? But when he approached the sleeping tower, he knew why. Just when Mon and Zasna were about to reach the sleeping tower, many Titans suddenly rushed into the tower like a tide, and quickly formed a formation in the sky in front of them. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of people wearing different 4th level armors appeared in front of Mon and Zasna. Although the bodies of these armored Titans may be relatively fragile, they are definitely not inferior to any 4th level ability users after wearing armor. When they appeared, several sky-swallowing pythons emerged from the surrounding space, and dozens of different flesh and blood and mechanical flying creatures poured into this place through the portals they created, and began to slowly form an encirclement of Mon and Zasna, and Mon could feel that the weakest among them was 4.3 in strength. The empty top of the tower was instantly filled with powerful Titans and biological weapons. Khaled had been waiting for them here. The strategic officer had anticipated their reaction, and made the most perfect strategy to set up the final ambush at the location where they would inevitably arrive. As long as Main and Zasna could not enter the sleeping tower, they would have no chance of turning the tables. Zasna and Main fell silent when watching the scene. Even if Main did not use the 5th level characteristics, he could not forcefully defeat them and break into the sleeping tower. Even if he wanted to escape, it would take some effort. Looking at Khaled, the front of the Titans, slowly flying towards here, Zasna, who was floating beside Main, showed a desperate look. "It seems that we have no chance of escaping successfully. As long as the 9th king could not be awakened, no matter where the human Main ran, he would not be a threat. Even if he escaped from here today, he would probably face the joint pursuit of multiple Titan cities." Khaled knew that when he agreed to the secret envoy, Main's fate was doomed. Sure enough, Mon and Zasna fell into their trap. He also flew to a distance of several hundred meters in front of Mon and Zasna, and shouted in a cold tone, "We have thought of all your little calculations. I know your target is the 9th king, the spy of the gods. You have no chance of winning. You will not die so miserably if you surrender now." Although Khaled had planned to kill Mon, he promised the secret envoy that if there was a chance, he would let Mon live for a while, and let the secret envoy interrogate him before executing him. Hearing the threat, Mon's expression became extremely solemn, and then he sighed softly. After all, we are facing the entire Titan city. When they want to kill me, we actually have no chance to escape safely. There is nothing we can do. While they were talking, other Titan guards also flew off the ground and began to slowly surround them, ready to rush over and drown Mon and Zasna at any time. Looking at this depressing scene, Zasna whispered, "This may be our last chance to escape. I will give you some time. After leaving here, you go to the third city to find their king and tell him everything you told us. He may agree to your proposal." Speaking of this, Zasna showed a resolute look, as if he wanted to do something. Hearing this, Mon showed a surprised expression. He couldn't think of how Zasna could delay so many Titan guards. You know, even if he didn't expose the problem, he couldn't do such a thing. "You want to stop them alone?" Ma-in said worriedly, "If I really leave here alive with your help, will they forgive you?" Zasna has already put her hand into her arms. "It doesn't matter, I can't let them betray the ninth king." The encirclement against them has gradually taken shape, and Ma-in can also feel that it is much more difficult to escape from here now than before. He can hardly imagine how Zasna can hold them back. Khaled also issued a final notice with a cold look. "Give you one last minute to consider. If you don't surrender, we will not hold back." Although Khaled said to give Main time, he was actually waiting for the blockade to be completed. As long as the blockade was completed, Main's life would no longer belong to him. He also heard the conversation between Zasna and Main, but he was not worried at all, because the current situation could not change unless the opponent could take out some 5th level weapons. If the opponent could really take it out, then there would be no point in what they did now. Seeing this, Main also showed a firm expression and looked at Zasna. "If I take you to force my way in, can you wake up the ninth king?" Zasna asked in surprise. "Can you do it?" Main looked at the sleeping tower and said, "I can't guarantee it. I have some very costly moves, and I have never faced such a situation. I may be able to do it with your secret weapon. But this is the last chance to leave here alive." At this moment, he absolutely could not turn around and flee. Although it was difficult, he did have to come up with a way to escort Zasna to awaken the ninth king without exposing his problem. Although this was indeed difficult, it was the best way. And considering the secret weapon that Zasna had not yet taken out, as well as the control bureau itself, he really had some chances to successfully awaken the ninth king. If it didn't work, he could only grab some 5th level anti-god weapons and then escape. After all, he suddenly encountered such an emergency, and even he didn't have any particularly good solutions. But just when he made up his mind, he heard an extremely unfamiliar female voice. "Since you said so, there is no reason for me not to accompany you." Chapter 533. Marn looked around in surprise, but could not find the speaker. However, he immediately noticed the subtle changes around him. The air instantly fell into a strange silence. Even Khaled, who had thought that Marn had no chance of turning the tables, showed a look of fear. Marn followed his line of sight, and saw Zasna standing beside him. Under the gaze of Marn and the Titans, Zasna took her hand out of her arms, then showed the ancient ring on her finger to the Titans, and said again in the unfamiliar voice just now, "Get out of my way." Her tone was so tough that it could not be questioned, as if Zasna did not regard the Titans blocking them as enemies at all, but was giving them orders. And after she said this, the Titans who had completely surrounded them began to make waves one after another. Obviously, her threat did play a significant role. However, before these Titans completely fell into chaos, Khaled calmly gave a few orders to appease these subordinates, who were somewhat suspicious, and then he looked at Zasna with a questioning look. "The imitation is quite similar, and there is also this fake king ring, but you are not the queen. Maybe your disguise can fool these young people, but you can't fool me. No one in this city knows the ninth king better than me. I can see at a glance that you are not her at all." Zasna showed an inexplicable smile. "Khaled, when I came back to find you, I knew that you could not be loyal to help me solve all the problems. Do you think that I would not leave any backup to check you at that time, or do you think that I didn't notice your hostility towards humans at all? You have only lived for a few hundred years. Do you really think I can't see through your little tricks?" Khaled's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Zasna's tone of voice was almost exactly the same as when the ninth king was angry, which made him a little shaken and worried. But he immediately suppressed these thoughts, and secretly told himself in his heart that Zasna could pretend to be nearly perfect with the backup plan left by the ninth king, and if the ninth king was really standing in front of him. She only needed 2 short sentences to make him give up resistance completely. "Go!" Khaled ordered fiercely. When he gave the order, some Titan guards, who had not figured out the situation, all followed their instincts, and began to charge in the direction of Maine and Zasa. Who dares? Zasa looked so calm that it was almost like contempt. Just half a second after she said this, a guard's charge slowed down slightly, and then the entire Titan army began to slow down as if a chain reaction had been triggered, and they all stopped after walking a few meters. Although they all stopped, Khaled did not panic, but made a few gestures very calmly, and then the various war creatures that were still wandering around suddenly rushed towards the location where Maine and Zasa were. At this time, these biological weapons are indeed more reliable. This is also the reason why he dared to attack Maine and Zasa. Even if these Titans were temporarily frightened by Zasa's disguise of the Ninth King, he could rely on these biological weapons to deal with them. After all, for two people with less than 5th level abilities, it doesn't really matter whether the opponent is hundreds or dozens of 4th level abnormal ability users. Anyway, they have no chance to struggle. But as these biological weapons of various shapes flew towards Maine, he looked at these winged monsters flying towards him with a serious expression, then raised his hands and moved extremely slowly. It seemed that just moving his arms was very difficult. As his hands slowly approached, an incredible scene appeared above the sleeping tower. A long snake with wings on its back was leaping towards Maine in the air, but just as it was about to approach Maine, it suddenly turned its body and slammed into the giant eagle not far away. Snap! After they collided, nearly half of these creatures charging towards Maine deviated from their original trajectory and crashed into the remaining half of their kind, which caused almost all biological weapons to fall into chaos, and could not immediately attack Maine. Khaled had never thought that the human in front of him could affect so many creatures at the same time. Even though his efficiency in using power seemed high, and the power average to each biological weapon was not that strong, being able to affect such a large number of creatures at the same time only showed that Maine's overall power was already ridiculously strong. As he had initially worried, this human was not as ordinary as he had initially shown, and a human who would deliberately conceal his strength must have bad intentions. However, although Maine had restrained most of the creatures, Khaled could still see that this was already the limit for him, because there were still several flesh and blood creatures with no similar creatures around that had not been affected, and when other flying beasts were in chaos, they also came to Maine. At this time, Maine was doing his best to restrain other flying beasts, which meant that this was probably his weakest time. Khaled also kept a close eye on the creatures that had passed through the defense line, looking forward to their effectiveness. If they couldn't kill Maine immediately, he might have to step forward and take action himself. But just when Khaled thought that Maine was about to be torn into pieces by these vicious biological weapons, one of the winged flying beasts that was almost about to touch Maine paused in flight, and then, bang, the heads of these slippery fish exploded one after another, turning into several gorgeous blood-red fireworks. It's not that Maine couldn't stop these flying beasts, he was just defeating them one by one. Chapter 534. Bright blood flowers continued to bloom in the air, and the headless beast bodies fell to the ground one after another like heavy boulders, and this was just the beginning. After Maine dealt with the few flying beasts that he deliberately let go, he turned his attention to the other beasts that he had temporarily restrained, and began to try to deal with them in batches like just now. The Titans who saw the scene were very shocked. Khaled didn't expect that Maine could launch another attack immediately after killing several creatures of the same level. Could it be that the previous attack was not very exhausting for him? Maine's posture seemed to want to kill these dozens of creatures of the same level in succession. Seeing the scene, Khaled also felt a strong sense of doubt and uneasiness. You know, even the strongest ability users in the 4th level, only a few can handle such a scene. This is no longer a simple problem of strength and weakness, but more of a matter of suitability. Therefore, Khaled never thought that Maine could really deal with this biological army, and now he can no longer sit still. If he continued to watch from a safe distance, the situation would probably change. Realizing this, Khaled decided to go out in person. Although he had not really done anything in many years, he was wearing the best mechanical armor in the 9th city at the moment, and he also had a secret weapon specially used to prevent unexpected situations. But he never thought that this secret weapon would really be used. While Maine was struggling to deal with these dangerous creatures, Khaled, who was standing in the distance and watching, also reached behind his back and slowly drew out the long sword that half reflected the cold light. Zasa, who was silently watching Maine face the dilemma, also saw Khaled's actions. When she saw the appearance of the long sword, she was also extremely surprised, because this weapon was not in the inventory of the 9th city. This is the collection of the 2nd king, the 5th level weapon, the Solus Solar. Obviously, this is a backup plan specially brought to Khaled by the 2nd city to guard against human and god spies. Although this weapon looks like a sword, it is actually closer to some special magic device that can erase and destroy the souls of surrounding creatures. This is also one of the few high-level weapons that are not left over from the ancient Titan period, but a brand new weapon forged by these Titans specifically to deal with gods and humans. If this weapon is held in the hands of the second king, it can erase the souls of most humans in an entire city with just a slight wave. Only those psychic users of level 4 have a chance to survive, but this is only if they don't come into close contact with the weapon. If they are specifically targeting someone, they must be at least level 5 psychic users to not be easily affected by this power. Even so, this weapon will not be much weaker than other sharp level 5 weapons for humans in face-to-face combat. Fortunately, the one holding the empty soul at this moment is not any Titan King, but Khaled, who cannot use the empty soul in the correct way. He can only use this powerful weapon as a real long sword, otherwise Main should have turned into a hollow corpse and fell directly when he pulled out the weapon. Even though the user is Khaled, the moment he pulled out the weapon, Main also felt a slight tingling in his head, and his spiritual power also trembled slightly. It was like some sharp needles brushing against his skin. Although they didn't really penetrate him, Ma-En could still realize what harm would be caused when the needle penetrated him. When he saw the long sword emitting cold light, he could clearly realize that when the long sword was inserted into his body, it would definitely not only bring out his own flesh and blood when it was pulled out. This was an extremely dangerous weapon, and even if he won, it might leave serious sequelae. Realizing this, Ma-En did not hesitate and immediately did something very important. The 5th level of the heart-locking method has been used. After using the spiritual treasure made of antimine metal, Ma-En instantly felt much more relaxed, and the power emitted by the long sword could no longer make him feel stinging. Although the soul and the mind are not exactly the same, so the heart-locking method does not completely isolate the damage caused by this weapon to the soul. But Ma-En can also feel that this weapon has reduced his sense of danger a lot. If he needed to rest for several months before being hit by it, then even if he was stabbed by this weapon now, he only needed to sleep for a few sleeps to recover. Anyway, his spiritual power can heal itself. However, these are just insurance measures. Main's real way to deal with it is not to use the 5th level abnormal characteristics. After all, he can't expose his extraordinary mental strength now. There is also a very simple solution, which is not to be hit by Khaled. Just when Main repeated the previous strategy and crushed several beast skulls in a row, Khaled, who was waiting for the opportunity, finally rushed towards him. The armor he wore opened several jets and spit out light blue heat light to the back, and then he rushed towards Main at the speed of a meteorite. But just when the Titans thought that Khaled was going to smash Main's body, Main's reaction stunned most Titans, because he did not try to resist when he encountered Khaled. Main turned around and flew away. Khaled was also extremely shocked, but what he cared about was different from other Titans. What really surprised him was the speed that Main burst out at this time. At his current speed, most Titans and biological weapons would find it difficult to really catch up with him and attack him. But fortunately, Khaled was wearing the best armor of the 9th city. Not only was this armor the strongest below the 5th level in terms of power amplifier, but its speed was also not slow at all. Khaled, who was already falling towards Main at a high speed, also increased his speed a few points, following behind him at almost the same speed as Main, and closing the distance very slowly. Khaled did not burst out with all his strength immediately, because he only needed to hit Main with the long sword in his hand to end his life, so he wanted to let Main relax his vigilance and reveal his flaws. Although he had considered asking Mon to surrender at the beginning, when Mon showed unexpected strength, Khaled no longer intended to give him any chance to explain. Now he had to kill Mon. But Khaled did not realize that as they flew farther and farther, other Titans and creatures were also left behind. Chapter 535. Just as Main and Khaled were chasing each other at a very high speed, Main, who was originally a fleeing character, suddenly began to slow down sharply, and Khaled was shocked and paused. However, he immediately raised his sword and tried to cut Main in half. Although Main's deceleration and turning were not what he expected, and he was moving in the opposite direction at high speed, making it difficult for him to determine the opponent's position, Khaled quickly adjusted the direction of movement in the air through the armor, and slammed into Main. But he hit an invisible iron plate. Khaled was unable to catch his target. Main passed by him easily like a dragonfly skimming the water. This was not because Khaled did not come over with the Sanskrit sound, but because Main blocked him with a wall of telekinesis. Khaled, who was a little dizzy from the collision, shook his head in the air, and then raised the long sword in his hand, and slashed at the invisible wall in front of him composed of Main's spiritual power. As he expected, when the empty soul passed through the telekinetic wall, it easily separated it like a sharp knife cutting into fat meat. At the same time, the spiritual forces on both sides instinctively avoided the blade that could really hurt them, and directly made way for him. Although Main's spirit was not seriously damaged, his strongest power at this time could not approach and directly affect or control this weapon. This is the kind of weapon that is extremely restrained. Fortunately, the one using this weapon is Khaled. If the one using this weapon is a soulless titan belonging to the Control Bureau, then he will directly turn into a walking soul annihilator, and he can wipe out the souls of distant humans with just a wave of his hand. But in the hands of Khaled or any other ordinary ability user who has not mastered special skills, this weapon becomes countless times weaker. The same is true for the sea-covering scepter that Main already has. Except for its forger, no one can exert its power to the extent of Main, and it is difficult to even reach half of it. In fact, the value of most 5th level weapons to other ability users in the world is also the same. They are all far lower than those with their own consciousness, but for Main who has the abnormal Control Bureau. A 5th level weapon itself is a 5th level ability user. This weapon is really powerful. Mayan also said what he was thinking directly. If it wasn't in your hands, maybe it would really have a chance to hurt me. Seeing that Mayan had no intention of running away, Carlet did not approach him immediately to scare him away, but floated in place and looked at Mayan who was talking hard, and responded with a firm look, then try to see if I can hurt you. Mayan said calmly, you don't realize that you have already lost when you followed me. After leaving them, I don't need to disperse my strength to other enemies. You are holding a very powerful weapon. If it is held by a person with the same ability as me, I will definitely die, but you may overestimate yourself. Mayan is not in the habit of speaking his mind in battle. At this time, he does not need to delay time so much. In fact, it is Carlet who should delay time and not fight immediately. The most important decision he should make now is to wait for the biological weapons controlled by him to catch up and change the situation. But he was still delaying time here, because he didn't want other titans to realize how sinister he was, nor did he want them to know that he could actually kill Khaled right now. Khaled sneered, very good, let me see how you take my move. He put the long sword in front of him and prepared to attack Main again. This time Main couldn't use the wall cast by telekinesis to stop him. Although Main thought that what Khaled should do was to delay time, he himself didn't think so. Khaled was very confident in the weapons and armor in his hands, otherwise he wouldn't have caught up. When he started to sprint, Main's eyes were also extremely stern, and the cold eyes looking over made Khaled feel something was wrong, as if Main had already confirmed his victory. You wasted too much time. Main spit out 2 words lightly, disintegration. Blank. When Khaled was moving towards Main for the first 10 meters, he didn't feel anything at all. What really made him notice something was wrong was that his speed began to slow down. When he lowered his head, he noticed. Half of his leg had disappeared. Bones, blood, muscles, armor, nothing was left. It was as if this part of his body and machinery didn't exist in this world. Khaled looked at Main again, with a puzzled look on his face. His body, which was originally like a popular sprint, became like a broken doll that was abandoned high up, and flew towards Main. Titan, who had completely lost his sense of pain, looked numbly at his body that was constantly disintegrating. Because the organs exposed by the dissipation of flesh and blood had not fallen out, they were crushed again by Main's telekinesis. The speed of the disintegration slowed down only when it approached his right arm holding the long sword, but at this moment, Khaled could no longer hold the empty soul tightly, and this 5th level weapon finally slipped out of his hand. And nothing could stop Main's disintegration. Khaled looked at the long sword falling towards the city, and the fear at his heart at this moment dispelled his confusion, making him truly realize what kind of fate he was facing. How could this human be so strong? But just when Khaled's whole body almost turned into dust, and only his head was left, he felt that he was about to die, and the disintegration that had spread to his neck suddenly stopped. And Main also stretched out his hand to him, and fixed his remaining head in front of him. When he was pulled in front of Mon, Khaled looked at Mon angrily. What? Why don't you do it? How else do you want to humiliate me? I didn't intend to kill you. Mon looked at him calmly. There's no need for you to be so angry. You are the ones who want to kill me for no reason. Even if I really want to humiliate you, you should bear it. I didn't kill you not out of mercy, but I can get rid of you without killing you. I said. You overestimate yourself. Khaled looked at him in surprise. You don't kill me? What are you planning? Mon answered sincerely. What do I want? I just want to leave here alive. It's that simple. I'm not bloodthirsty, and I don't want the Titans to see me like this, because I said at the beginning that you are the only way for me to leave here. After hearing this, Carlet couldn't believe what he heard. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think that Ma-En really thought it was that simple, but now Ma-En didn't need to act anymore. That's right, Mon didn't say these words to him. Chapter 536. On the top of the sleeping tower, Zasna was surrounded by countless titans. These fully armed titan guards kept a very subtle distance from her, as if they were asked to watch her, but out of their inner worries and fears, they unconsciously kept the farthest and safest distance from her, as if she was the dangerous beast. Zasna did not do anything to provoke them. She and these titans all stayed here quietly, waiting for the final result brought back by Khaled and Mon. Before that, they did not dare to act rashly. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not last long, because after only a dozen minutes, they saw two shadows appear in the sky in the distance. When they appeared, all the titans raised their heads and looked over. Unlike when they left, the two returning figures had a clear difference in size. When they got closer, these titans could see the normal-sized figure in front of them, and they immediately realized that was not Khaled. When the two figures got closer, they could see the thing floating behind Main, and the leader who was chasing Main away. The head was Khaled. The deathly silence spread quickly among the Titan guards. They looked up in disbelief. The most trusted Titan in the 9th city was only left with a head. It was like a toy that was brought back here by humans with telekinesis. This made them feel angry and desperate. Only Zasna looked at Main with surprise, who was flying over with Khaled's head. She was not only happy that Main defeated Khaled, but more importantly, as he asked at the time, he did not kill Khaled. Mon landed gently on the top of the tower, put Khaled's head on the ground, then looked up at the other Titan guards, and said calmly, as if he didn't take them seriously, "Does anyone have any objections?" Theoretically, the humans in front of them could not be the opponents of so many Titans, but when Mon's eyes swept over them, they still lowered their heads, like sheep trembling in front of a lion. After feeling the fear of these Titans, Zasna also took the opportunity to stand up. "Now it's time for me to return to my body." Khaled, who was lying on the ground, opened his head and shouted, "Don't believe her, give it all to me." "Shut up," Zasna said in a cold tone. Khaled's expression froze, and then he closed his eyes and mouth as if he had accepted his fate, and the other Titans also consciously made way for them, and stopped trying to stop them. Seeing this, Zasna immediately walked towards the entrance, and Mon followed behind her, watching Zasna push the door open and walk in, and then close the door again to block all the Titans outside. Behind the door was a short staircase. Zasna and Mon walked around a few times, and saw a very spacious hall, which was filled with various mechanical equipment, and a tightly closed door. Zasna walked forward and began to operate the machine. "So," Mon broke the silence, "are you Zasna or the 9th king now?" Zasna turned around and smiled at him, then changed back to her original voice, and said, "Do I look like I have loaded the consciousness of the 9th king just now?" Mon asked curiously, "So you were just lying to him?" Zasna inserted her right hand into the mechanical device in front of her. "Not entirely, you remember, Mon. I said my mother had noticed something strange about Khalid a long time ago, so she never really trusted Khalid completely." As she spoke, the sound of machinery running came from the inside of the tower under their feet, and at the same time, the tightly closed metal door began to operate slowly, and within a few seconds it began to open to both sides. At the beginning, he was just a decoy. This sentence came from inside the door. A beautiful woman who looked much more gentle than her daughter was standing behind the open door, and was gently shaking her arms, as if she was getting familiar with this new body. "Sorry, I didn't tell the truth until now." The 9th king smiled gently. "I was indeed acting before, but on the contrary, there is no Zasna at all, and my consciousness has never fallen asleep. This is a very dangerous thing for me. Enemies who know this may take the opportunity to destroy my fragile body. Although the 9th king will not die, I will disappear. Just like the gods are afraid of sleeping, I don't want a new 9th king to replace me." Mon showed a look of realization. "You did lie to them. You have been lying all these years." The 9th king nodded slightly and said, "In my opinion, this is a risk that must be taken. When Khaled became disloyal, I no longer had a Titan that I could really trust. Even if this may cause my consciousness to dissipate, I have to stay awake to deal with possible unexpected situations, and now it seems that my decision is correct. And the worst case scenario is that I die, but the 9th king will not die, so as long as you don't care about your own life or death, this is not really a real adventure." Mayan nodded slightly and said, "So before completing the transfer of consciousness, you didn't plan to answer my questions." The 9th king walked in front of Mayan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, although I already believe you, but as the 13th king who has lived for so many years, I also know that I shouldn't relax at any time. I didn't pay so much attention to this when several people died. And there is another thing I'm very sorry about. In fact, I had a way to stop Khalid at any time just now, but I wanted to observe you for a while, so I spoke up when you were completely defeated, but I didn't expect that you didn't need any help from me in the end. I'm sorry, I was a little too worried about the methods of those gods. Her expression looked very sincere, and Ma-En immediately raised his hand. It's nothing, you are responsible for your compatriots by doing this. Ma-En had no reason to be unhappy as the role he played now, and if the real Ma-En was in the position of the ninth king, he would do much more than her. If he was the ninth king, he might not even explain that he was Zasna, but in fact, there was nothing wrong with the ninth king doing so. Because when she spoke in the voice of the ninth king, Ma-En had already noticed something strange. Chapter 537. After hearing these words, Ma-En also felt the real strength of these 13 kings. When the ninth king recast her body, she did not let her consciousness fall asleep together, but found a brand new body to use. It was just that the ninth city did not trust her after she fell asleep. But this was a very dangerous behavior, because if her body was destroyed during this period, she would really die. But the important thing is not what she did, but the reason why the ninth king dared to take such a risk. According to her, even if Zasna was killed by someone, there would still be a ninth king who would wake up from this tower. But that ninth king should not have the memory of Zasna during this period, and the current Zasna did not think it was her. The ninth king who will wake up is a replica, just as the ninth king standing in front of Ma-En now is also a replica of the original human, and this will also make the 13 kings immortal, just like those gods. Ma-En asked curiously, so this is how you deal with the gods, to make yourself a life form similar to the gods? The ninth king nodded slightly and said, yes, mother, and they did think so at first. At that time, they thought that the important reason why these gods were invincible was that we couldn't kill them. So when they were implementing the new Titan plan, they wanted to fight against the gods by creating 13 immortal kings like us. Although mother and them didn't have many resources at that time, the 13 bodies they cast were all only level 5. But fortunately, that war also knocked the gods down to level 5. So although there are some coincidences and ironies, the similarities between us and the gods are indeed the real reason why we can fight against the gods. You know, the gods also dealt with us a long time ago. They killed many 13 kings, but we are still standing here. In fact, looking back, there are many plans similar to the 13 kings. Mother and others are not the most expected and trusted among these titans, but most of those plans were destroyed by the gods led by Saren afterwards. Only we are still here to fight against the gods. The result has explained everything. Most of what the ninth king said was easy for Ma-En to accept. There were many things that he had known or guessed in advance, but there was a detail in it that made him a little concerned. Your mother? He asked curiously. During the time of contact with Zasna, she often mentioned her mother, but at that time, such words did not sound particularly strange to Ma-En, because she was playing the role of the ninth king's daughter. But now she has revealed her true identity, and who is the mother she is referring to at this moment? Yes, my mother. She smiled. These days, when I mention my mother, I'm mostly referring to her, and only very rarely do I refer to myself, the ninth king, as Zasna. But in fact, this can't really be considered as confusion. In the eyes of some titans, I am my mother, and the ninth king is also my mother. After all, we have almost the same consciousness structure. At this time, Ma-En also remembered that when he talked to Zasna some time ago, she once mentioned that her mother felt that there was not much difference between humans and titans. So if she really loved her compatriots, she would naturally love a race that was almost exactly the same as her compatriots. When he heard this sentence at that time, Ma-En only heard that this was the reason why the ninth king cared about humans. But now, after recollecting and thinking about it again, he also realized that the ninth king might be talking about the reason why her mother chose to help the flesh and blood and mechanical titans. The human at that time also noticed the similarity between this life and himself. After understanding this, Ma-En spoke out his opinion. So this is why your mother became the 13th king, right? The ninth king nodded. Well, she is a scholar. At that time, the situation of the titans was not good, so some humans who felt that we would not win in the end or worried that this situation would become a reality came up with a backup plan. And the mother, who was pessimistic about the outcome of the war, was also an important participant in this plan. She had extremely professional biological knowledge, and therefore had a special perspective different from ordinary people. Unlike some Titan King prototypes, my mother at that time had clearly realized that we were definitely not the same race. We were just similar enough. But we are definitely not just two different races. The relationship between the new Titans and the human race is like that between parents and children. We are all children of you humans. That's how she viewed me and us at that time. We were creatures created by these great scientists based on humans. We are your offspring beyond genes and blood. Just as you as individuals can have and love your own children, they can also love us from a perspective beyond the individual. So when she felt that humans might not be able to defeat the gods and survive, she wanted us children to survive. In her eyes, your transformation into us was far from the destruction of the human race, but the active self-evolution of the human race. In fact, the feeling I had when accepting this period of history was also very subtle, because when I recalled her, it was not like you recalling your friends, but reviewing my own memories. I always felt that I was her, but I knew that I was not her, as if the reflection in the mirror suddenly had its own life, which made me the person who understood her best, even surpassing herself. Because I am not only in her, but also in front of her. Ma-En also suddenly realized and said, because she is such a human being, she chose to help the Titans at that time, because she felt that letting you survive is also the continuation of human civilization, and that is why. At this time, as a Titan, you will care about the survival of mankind. Your mother will implement the new Titan plan, and you will want to try to stop other Titans from destroying mankind for exactly the same reason. It's just that our identities are reversed. This also made Ma-En feel a sense of inevitability like fate, but there was no luck involved, but a Mobius strip woven by pure logic. The ninth king wanted to do what her mother had done. She remembered what she had done. She was very happy that Ma-En understood and accepted all this. That's right. I was right about you, so you should have been able to think of it. I want to repeat the proposal I once made as Zasa. Are you willing to help me? Save all mankind. Chapter 538. Ma-En did not answer the ninth king immediately, because there were a few points in the ninth king's words that needed his attention, which made him ask the ninth king, you mean you want to save us humans from the plans of other Titan kings for humans? But you just mentioned that you think the first human is your mother, which means that you actually know that you are no longer the original human after being transformed. But when I came here, you once said that your plan is to transform all humans into Titans, but according to your opinion, doing so seems to mean killing all humans, which is not saving all humans at all. That's right. The ninth king admitted it naturally, doing so can only preserve human memory and consciousness. Although those new Titans will unconsciously convince themselves that they are you, otherwise they will be tortured by the confusion of their own identities. But you are indeed right. Some Titan kings may not understand it very well, and have no interest in knowing it, but I, who inherited the memory of a biologist, know the essence of the transformation ritual very well. It is to create new life by sacrificing one life. So transforming all humans into flesh and blood Titans is indeed an extremely cruel act, as you said, and it has nothing to do with saving humanity. But I think you should also understand that we have to take one step at a time. Even though this proposal has been opposed by most Titan kings, and many young Titans have instinctively resisted after hearing my idea, even the ninth city has many opponents of this plan. If I directly say that I want to save humanity in other ways, then all the Titan kings who are wavering now will stand against me, and even my people will continue to accumulate resentment towards me. If you really want to stop them, you can't reveal your intentions immediately. Don't look at what I said. You should pay more attention to what I am doing now. After you mentioned the possibility of an alliance with humans, I have been confirming this possibility and wanting to make it happen. This is the key point. The ninth king said almost all the truth. Although she did not say that she had considered converting all humans, that was only the last resort when there was no choice. After all, compared to turning all humans into ashes, this method would at least not completely destroy this civilization, the civilization she had been in and originated from. Ma-En could also vaguely sense this, because the ninth king did not mean to hide it. She said this can preserve human memory and consciousness, which had already shown her thoughts. But Ma-En also believed the last words of the ninth king. What she wanted to do now was the key. If she was not telling the truth, she would have secretly executed herself long ago. Ma-En had no reason to doubt the ninth king, and she had a very reasonable motive. Although it seemed that her behavior could be regarded as betraying the Titans, if she thought so, she had betrayed humans at the beginning, so betraying the Titans was not impossible for her now. What's more, these Titan kings were not completely new Titans. They could be regarded as half human and half Titan. They were not pure other races. It was natural that they would not want to see the destruction of human civilization. So you want me to help you contact Shishao and the Federation? Ma-En asked. The ninth king looked at him and said, this is something that must be done, but it is not the most urgent thing for us. Without the help of others, Khalid would not be able to make up his mind to betray me, and the person who helped him is the biggest obstacle. But fortunately, we took this opportunity to determine who least wanted me to help humans. This time, it was the second king who provided help to Khalid, and he actually did not openly oppose my proposal in the past, and even showed vague goodwill to my proposal. If I hadn't obtained this information because of this incident, my plan would definitely encounter all kinds of inexplicable resistance, and I would not be able to find the real mastermind for a long time. Fortunately, he still revealed a flaw, but speaking of this, I have to apologize to you again. Because in fact, the news that humans appeared in the Ninth City was leaked by me personally. Ma-En blinked in surprise. The Ninth King smiled and said, looking back now, do you think their sudden appearance is too coincidental? And I also said that it is difficult to transmit information over long distances here, so it is not so easy to pass the news to other cities in just a few days, but it is also thanks to this. They couldn't realize that this was a trap in a short time, and when the second king really reacted, it was too late, and he couldn't watch the opportunity slip away in front of him. Although I didn't tell you in advance that you might not be very happy, but I am a Titan King after all, and I can't always let others know the decisions I make immediately, otherwise I can't do anything. Ma-En immediately replied, I understand all this, you don't really need to explain anything. The Ninth King's performance was indeed somewhat different from Ma-En's initial impression of her, but this was the skill and attitude she should have. If Ma-En was right, the main purpose of the Ninth King's doing this was to find out who among the Titan Kings was opposite her, but she was also taking the opportunity to observe herself. Although she said that the reason she did not speak out to stop Khaled was because she was afraid of exposing herself, Ma-En felt that she must have been prepared to be exposed. As long as she showed a little bit of defeat, she would have to expose her identity, and this was actually very likely to happen, so she was not so worried about her identity. She dared to release the news actively, which meant that she had the confidence to end this test at any time, so the Ninth King still did not stop Khaled, which was more likely to see how far he could go. Fortunately, he did not do anything out of line after he noticed something strange, and when the 5th level weapon that could plunder souls fell into the city, he did not greedily pick it up. Because she dared to let herself leave at that time, it also exposed that she actually had a way to monitor herself remotely, and had a way to stop Khaled remotely when he wanted to kill her. If I had revealed some of my greed at that time, the Ninth King might not have waited for me to come back, and his chance to join forces with the Titans to fight against the gods would probably have been declared bankrupt. These Titan Kings are not that simple. Chapter 539. When Mane followed the Ninth King out of the sleeping tower, all the Titans looked at him in disbelief. Although they were also worried that Zasna was the Ninth King when they were outside, they seemed to have not expected this result at all when they saw it with their own eyes. And there was no surprise in what happened next. The Ninth King took over the city again, and Khaled and his confidants, who had become disloyal, were all imprisoned, and most of them were sentenced to life imprisonment by the Ninth King himself, including Khaled. It is said that the Ninth King also executed many Titan-specific punishments on him. It seems that even the personal relationship between Khaled and the Ninth King can only keep him alive at this moment. And this also made the impression of the Ninth King in Mane's heart clearer and clearer. When Mane first heard Khaled talk about his and the Ninth King's identities, he felt that he was not afraid of any punishment at all. Later, he dared to betray the Ninth King directly, and thought he had some special confidence. Now it seems that he is either taking a risk, or he misjudged the reaction of the Ninth King. After that, the Ninth King also temporarily arranged him to a place that seemed more free. There were some guards around him. Although they were guards, they did not talk to him at all like in the past. Instead, they showed special respect to him and basically answered all his questions. Even if there were some questions they did not know whether to answer, they would ask the Ninth King, and then bring them back from the Ninth King, who was busy rebuilding the city. Ma-En also got all kinds of information from them. Although the Ninth King was more cautious than Ma-En had initially imagined, this was actually good news. After all, although his purpose was to come here to obtain weapons against the gods, cheating was only the last resort when he had no choice. After Ma-En knew that the leak was the work of the Ninth King, he had basically given up the idea of stealing the weapons of the gods. The Ninth King was a good partner, not to mention that he had completely gained the Ninth King's trust at this moment. The leak was obviously a test for everyone, and he was one of the few who passed the test. Ma-En stayed in the place arranged by the Ninth King, chatting with the guards, who came and went every day about the changes in the city, patiently waiting for the Ninth King to take time out. Half a month passed, and there was finally a knock on the door. Ma-En got up and opened the door. The guards who were standing outside the door had disappeared without a trace, and in front of him stood a beautiful woman in casual clothes, and she did not exude any leadership temperament. Ma-En could not feel the power of the 5th level, as if she was really just an ordinary person. But it was normal to think about it carefully. After all, she had been hiding as Zasna for so long. When he saw her, Ma-En also said, "Ninth King. You should call me Zasna." It always feels weird for a human like you to call me the ninth king. The female Titan interrupted and said, although they don't know, this is actually my real name. Every time my consciousness is revived, I will give myself a new name to distinguish myself from my mother and the past 9 kings. Mon nodded. So what should we do next? You already know the mastermind. So should we start to win over other Titan kings and show them me, a human? Zasna smiled. You are right, but I went to win over other Titan kings. Now they all know the existence of you, a human, so it doesn't matter whether you go or not, and you have more important things to do. Then she took out a silver arm armor from her arms and handed it to Maine. Maine looked at it and asked, what is this? Zasna explained, first of all, this thing also has the function of suppressing the invasion of the gods, but it will not affect your ability. Instead, it can be used for teleportation between the Federation and Titan. Maine's eyes lit up, as if he really wanted to leave here. You mean this can take me away from here? Zasna nodded. If you want to leave just like that, I can set it to be destroyed after leaving here, and if you are willing to do me a few small favors first, you can also rely on it to shuttle back and forth here. Of course, before you leave here, we have to sign a golden oath to constrain you not, and cannot leak important information about the Titan civilization, even if someone wants to force you. If Maine was a spy of a certain organization, he would also be troubled by this golden oath and unable to report information to his superiors. Fortunately, he is not a member of a certain organization, but their leader. He also does not need his subordinates to know what they are doing. Maine nodded. Okay, but what is this golden oath? Zasna showed a look of reminiscence. Swear to gold and let gold witness it. This is a contract developed by the Titans. Are you no longer using it? Or do you no longer really understand gold? Mon asked out of pure curiosity. What gold? It's gold. Zasna said, it seems that you don't know the secret of gold. It's hard to explain it to you. Let's finish the business first. Are you willing to help us? And what kind of reward do you want? Mon asked, what do you want me to do? Zasna said, first of all, we need evidence that can prove the power of Shishao. I'm not talking about videos, but hard evidence. In my memory, there are many abnormal items in the world that can be used as evidence. I believe you can take them out. Then we may need you to help us get in touch with the Federation and Shishao. Of course, you can't reveal too much information in this process, so this will be more difficult. If you can't do it at that time, we can also discuss other plans. As for your reward, she took out a book from her arms and handed it to Ma-En. You can pick it up here, as long as you like it, you can take it away. Ma-En reached out and flipped through the book, and was really attracted by many things in it. It's not that the things in it are so powerful, but that many of them can do things that the Federation can't imagine. After all, the Titan civilization from which these technologies originated had already surpassed the Fifth Order, and many of the technologies seemed incredible to the Federation people who were still at the Fifth Order, and he soon noticed something special. Something that would allow him to turn a lie into reality. These life extension technologies. Maine raised his head curiously and asked, are they also useful to us humans? Are you worried that this will only work for flesh and blood and mechanical titans? Zasna smiled. You may not have remembered that all these technologies originated from the most powerful Titan period, and what we use on flesh and blood and mechanical titans today are just special versions of those technologies. In that era, even the most ordinary humans could live for 300 years. As an ancient Titan biologist, I assure you that this is useful for any human being. Chapter 540. Anomaly Control Bureau. Mon pushed the door and walked out of the containment room, shook his empty arms, then turned to look at the room behind him with the silver metal arm armor, and began to slowly read the text on it. Anomaly Entity, Titan Teleport Arm. Anomaly Strength, 4.4. Description, arm armor that allows creatures and objects to freely shuttle between 2 dimensions. Features, Anchored Teleport 4.4. Can teleport the marked creature Mon, or teleport inanimate objects through the arm armor. The effect of the arm armor is just as Zasna promised, and there is no other backup. Although the golden oath they signed is enough for Zasna to ensure the safety of her and other Titans, it is not completely impossible to use this arm armor to monitor herself. Now it seems that either she really trusts Mon enough, or she believes in this golden oath enough. In fact, as long as the golden oath can take effect like the devil's contract, then she has no need to do anything extra. Mon checked the arm armor only for the purpose of caution. Although his performance had no flaws, and he had basically gained Zasna's trust, he still had to be wary. After all, if the Titans really installed a monitor in the arm armor, they would directly see the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau. However, even if there was something wrong with the arm armor, it would not be particularly serious, because based on his observation of the Ninth King during this period, he felt that he could actually cooperate with the Ninth King as the Control Bureau. Because in fact, what he was going to do was exactly the same as what he claimed to let Shishao do, and he was not even unable to cooperate with the Federation. As long as he could produce weapons and evidence that could deal with the gods, the Federation would definitely not be stingy in providing some help that only they could provide, and now he also had the Secret Alliance as a backer. Main's desire to deal with the gods would certainly make the Federation feel ridiculous and suspicious, but if it is said that the powerful organization of the Secret Alliance with Main as a member wants to deal with the gods, it sounds extremely convincing. The only problem is that he is far from being as strong as the Shishao described to the Ninth King, and even if the Secret Alliance is now a powerful organization in the minds of the Federation and the gods, no one with the ability thinks that the Secret Alliance can be comparable to the ability of the Shishao Walker. When she was still free, any top organization except the Federation probably had no possibility and hoped to defeat Shishao. In fact, for a period of time before she was defeated, the mainstream abnormal world had already felt that even the Federation was not a match for Shishao. Of course, the Federation later proved that this view was not accurate. However, if it is true, Main with the Control Bureau is enough of a threat to the gods. Although he is not as strong as Shishao, as long as he can cooperate with these titans and obtain strong enough and enough weapons against the gods, then Main with the Abnormal Control Bureau can directly become the ultimate humanoid weapon against the gods. The combination of the Abnormal Control Bureau and the Titan legacy can be said to be 1 + 1 is far greater than 2 in dealing with the gods. Although he lied about the details, the ultimate goal is no different from what he said. He checked the armor for another purpose, which is to make sure that the Titans really don't want to contact humans. Because if these Titans really think so for safety reasons, then he, as the bridge between the two dimensions, will have room for operation, and Main has already had a very bold idea. "You're back." A familiar voice came from behind Ma-En. Qin-Lan stood behind Ma-En and looked at him expectantly. "Is everything going well?" Ma-En turned around. "It's going well, but I signed a special contract with them, and can't reveal too many details, but now I have a very good idea. The trust gained this time can provide us with a lot of help. You can take a look at this." He pointed to another containment room, where dozens of syringes were placed on the table. Abnormal entity, healthy number 17. Abnormal strength, 4.1. Description: it can increase the lifespan of humans who have not undergone the life extension process during the fetal period to 300 years. Qin-Lan asked curiously, "Did you get this from Titan?" She originally thought that Ma-En was going to show the weapon to deal with the gods, but she didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. You know, most of the employees of the Control Bureau basically can't use this thing now, and they are not as eager as the Federation. Qin-Lan showed a look of realization when she thought of this. Ma-En said, "This technology comes from a very ancient era. It is not only extremely advanced and sophisticated, but also not a very common technology. Therefore, the Federation will definitely want to get these things. In addition to these, I have 2 other less gentle life-extending items. The value of those 2 items should not be as high as this one, but they are enough to make the Federation pay a very high price. These will be our bargaining chips in negotiations with the Federation. We also need these bargaining chips, because the conditions we want the Federation to agree to next are not so easy to obtain. We have to rely on the Federation to get those Titans to hand over their weapons, and the weapons handed over by these Titans will become our new bargaining chips. We will be the middleman between the Federation and the Titans. At the same time, we must strengthen the weapons that the Titans can take out so that the Federation can also see the opportunity to deal with the gods, and give them enough benefits to make them excited." Qin-Lan showed a look of understanding. "So we will not let the Federation know the existence of the Titan ruins, right?" Ma-En nodded. "What we took out is not the reward given to us by the Titans, but the mysterious ancient relics found by the Secret Alliance through some means. These things belong to the Secret Alliance, and will also reflect the strength of the Secret Alliance." Qin-Lan nodded. "I understand, but it is not easy to negotiate cooperation with the Federation." Ma-En also agreed. "That's right, but this time we have a special advantage, that is, the Federation will not doubt me, and will not worry at all that I or the Secret Alliance will threaten their most important thing, Shishao. Because I have signed a contract with them." Just like Ma-En, a member of the Salvation Alliance who signed the Armistice Agreement, did not have to worry about the Federation. The Federation does not have to worry about or doubt Ma-En now. Although the price was high, he did gain the Federation's trust. Qin-Lan said, "Are we going to prepare for a meeting with the Federation?" Ma-En said, "I prepare for this. You still have something to deal with. We have to get some evidence that can prove Xin Zhao's strength. It's best to fight against the gods, And it must be the kind of evidence that Saran brought out to deal with me. Can you do it? Qinlan said, of course, if you are looking for other people's battle records, it's a bit difficult, but my sister's various battle videos are everywhere in the market. When she was free, she was the most eye-catching son, and she didn't have any intention of covering up her whereabouts in most of the battles. After all, letting others see her fights is often good for her. Chapter 541. The first task that the ninth king gave Ma En was to find evidence that could prove Shen Zhao's strength, and told Ma En that he would give him new tasks after he understood Shen Zhao's whole situation. Although this was indeed an indispensable first step, and without these things, the ninth king could not convince other Titan kings, it was also a test. Only when Ma En returned with these evidences would he be qualified to continue the conversation with her. If Ma En couldn't even get these things, he would not be able to reach a cooperation with Zasna, but Ma En believed that Zasna didn't particularly doubt whether he could do it. Ma En had already demonstrated his ability when Khaled betrayed him. Now in her heart, he is the strongest person with abilities below the 5th level, and he also showed enough rationality and kindness throughout the incident. When he could kill Khaled and Iroh, 2 annoying titans, he chose to spare their lives. All these combined are enough to make Zasna believe in him enough. What Zasna needs to observe is not whether he can find evidence, but how long it takes him to get the evidence, in order to understand his ability to handle things. This will definitely affect Zasna's next contact with him. Main, who wants to cooperate with the Titans, naturally has to perform a little better. So after the staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau, he spent a week to get the battle records of the 3 Shen Zhao and erase the traces. He did not immediately teleport back to see the ninth king, but stayed here for another half a month. This speed should be just right. Main did not intend to show his ability to the ninth king by showing an extremely high speed, but to show his ability by bringing more evidence. This would not only show his level, but also not arouse suspicion. After carrying all the evidence with him, Ma En found a place in the Federation again, put on the armor given to him by the ninth king, and then activated the teleportation function according to her instructions. Ma En could feel the surrounding space distorted, and then the objects in front of him slowly became blurred and replaced by pure silver white. As the new space stabilized, the scene in front of Ma En gradually became clearer. The silver white that penetrated into the space was the 4 metal walls. Now he was standing in an isolation room sealed by metal walls, and when he appeared, Zasna's voice came from somewhere. Wait a moment, we are disinfecting you. There was also a faint sound of mechanical operation behind the metal wall. Ma En stood there for a few minutes, and the seemingly completely sealed mechanical wall in front of him somehow opened a door, and revealed a long and narrow corridor. And outside this corridor is still not outdoors, but a fairly spacious hall, and according to Ma En's observation, this place is likely to have been built recently, as if it was specially prepared for him to teleport. There was only Zasna in the spacious hall. Look serious, right? We will be very cautious about anything from the outside world. The 13 kings in the past have suffered a lot, even those of us who are more vigilant. The gods have made us realize several times that we are not cautious enough. If it weren't for the fact that our resurrection device was built during the most powerful era of the Titans, there would be almost no way for the 5th level abnormal entities to find and destroy them. We would have been killed by the gods long ago. So, did you bring back the evidence we need? Ma En took out 3 things from his arms and placed them in front of Zasna: a book page, a fist-sized light blue beautiful gem, and a bronze cylindrical object. These abnormal objects that can be used as evidence have a common feature, that is, they have existed in the abnormal world a long time ago, so Zasna did not have any doubts when she saw these things. History book page, after image stone, and the recorder of the ancient civilization. She first picked up the blue gem in the middle, and then knocked the gem a few times at a certain frequency. Then several hazy lights shot out from the gem, and formed a slightly transparent full system projection around them, making them simultaneously under the influence of the hall and the gem formation. The main color of the projection was an evil dark red. The top of the hall had turned into a blood-red sky. The black fog almost enveloped the entire world. Sometimes, there would be amorphous flowing flames falling down, and the cracked ground would sometimes spew hot magma. They could even really smell the faint smell of sulfur. This is hell. Ma En explained to Zasna, an evil dimension that a reality twister turned into after his death. Now there are creatures called demons and devils living here. There are also many 5th level creatures among them, and there are also 5 top 5th level hell princes. As he spoke, waves of rolling black fog floated from the blood-red sky in the distance. Then, they saw that the thick fog floated not far away at an astonishing speed, and then a hot red light tore through the thick black fog. With a heavy crash and flying dust, A blood-red hoof pierced through the clouds and hit the ground, and half of it sank directly into the ground. However, even so, those standing here could only see the calf of the giant demon when they looked up at the black clouds. Zasna and Maine judged with their naked eyes that although these black clouds were not particularly high, they were still nearly 1,000 meters away from the mantle. But what was really shocking was what happened next. After stepping into the ground, this mountain-like calf actually began to tilt backwards, as if the owner of this calf was pushed down by a stronger creature. A giant demon fell backwards heavily, setting off an amazing storm and black fog, and stimulating the cracked ground to begin to spew out magma and black smoke, completely covering the scene in front of him. These smokes drowned the recorder, who used the afterimage stone. This state lasted for several minutes. From time to time, a dark red light could be heard from afar, breaking through the clouds and mist. However, the recorder, whose vision was obscured by the smoke and dust, could not see any specific situation. After a while, the black mist began to slowly dissipate, and at this time, Ma-En and Zasna could feel that the surrounding scene began to tremble slightly, because the recorder's hand was also shaking at that time. Zasna did not care about this, but looked at the black mist that was slowly dissipating in the distance. Xinxia's heroic figure appeared in front of Zasna. Chapter 542. Is this Xinxiao? Zasna sighed as she stared at the figure that Ma-En was already familiar with. She looks a little more ordinary now than I thought. This actually highlights Xinxiao's extraordinariness, because many ordinary and introverted 5th level ability users often reveal their true ferocity in battle, but Xinxiao at this moment still looks very ordinary. It's as if this battle is not so stressful for her now. When the smoke really dissipated completely, the giant demon body that was originally lying in front of them disappeared, and a blood-red demon with a height of only 5 meters appeared in the distance. This demon has a strong body similar to that of a human, a handsome and powerful face, for pairs of broken and ferocious bat wings on his back, and a golden-red crown hanging on the broken horns on his head. The skin color of his right arm and left leg looks a little lighter, but the most eye-catching thing is the hole in his left chest. Zasna, who was watching the demon, said, not only was his heart dug out, his right arm and left leg were also broken, and the wings behind him were also seriously damaged, so he fell down just now. I can vaguely feel that. He is very strong. The afterimage stone can naturally preserve more than just the image. If it only preserved that, it would not be qualified as evidence. A 5th level ability user like Zasna can vaguely feel the remaining breath of the ability user through the afterimage stone. In her opinion, this demon is much stronger than the current embarrassed appearance. Even in the Titan ruins, only the 1st and 2nd kings could compete with him. This also highlights how powerful Xinxiao, who is still calm and composed, is completely in line with her expectations and assumptions, and it is interesting that she did not feel Xinxia's powerful aura through the afterimage stone. Xinxiao controlled him. It's a pity that this recorder can't see the real battlefield, Zasna said regretfully, but just this scene is enough for me to imagine how powerful Xinxiao is, but it may be a bit difficult to convince other titans in this way. After all, there is no record of the real battle here. Ma-En looked at the demon standing in the distance and said, the video is not over yet. As he finished speaking, several black geometric bodies fell from the sky one after another and landed heavily behind the demon, and then these black geometric bodies slowly floated up to form a certain shape, and faint colorful starlight began to flow out from them, and finally turned into a figure that Ma-En had also seen. The one who looked as embarrassed as the blood-red devil was the 5th level devil balancer. Before the Prince of Hell could stand firm, new noises came from the sky in the distance. Boom! A dazzling white light hit the ground far behind the two princes like a real meteor, raising dust that was not much weaker than the previous one. Moreover, the stream of light did not stop there, but flew straight towards the location of the few people. In the blink of an eye, it passed through dozens of kilometers and arrived in front of him. Only then could Ma-En and Zasna see the true appearance of the light. It was a silver spear, and there was a devil like a broken doll hanging on it. Moreover, his condition looked much worse than the other two princes of hell. He looked like he was almost on the verge of death. When approaching the other two princes, the spear shook lightly and threw the slender devil in front of the blood-red demon, and then returned to Xinxiao's hand like lightning. These three are the princes of hell I just mentioned. Ma-En began to introduce them at this time. The blood-red demon is Sir, the pile of stones and starlight is called the balancer, and the last one is Prince Bliss. Prince Bliss in the distance also supported his broken body with some difficulty, then reached out and patted himself. A few soft lights flowed, and the injuries on his body disappeared instantly, and a handsome man who looked difficult to distinguish between male and female stood in the position just now, with an elegant posture. But Shishao didn't look at Prince Giles' face, but lowered his head to look at his legs. Your illusion can't deceive me, don't waste your energy. Mayan explained to Zasna again like a tour guide. Prince Giles is very good at illusion. Although frontal combat is not his strong point, he is not much weaker than the other two princes of Hell in the battles recorded in Hell, and their battles are also wins and losses. But this time his situation is the most tragic. It is said that he rested for a long time after this battle. This is actually because his illusion has no meaning for Shishao, who can see the future, and Shishao has a terrifying will that will never be shaken or deceived. The phantom of Prince Zhao pulled the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. Sol took a half step forward. Shishao, I thought you didn't like those angels. Shishao turned his head slightly and looked at the strong demon. Yes, and I don't like you either. Sir continued, then let us go, let us, the despicable demons and angels in your eyes, kill each other. You humans can just watch and take advantage. Why do you want to stop us? Shishao stared at him coldly. Do you think you still have a chance? At the same time, she slightly side-glanced at the balancer, and several black mists instantly flowed out from behind his body, and quickly spread out in all directions, as if she had just driven it away from the balancer's body with that glance. Seeing that the magic of the balancer was discovered, Sir continued, you also know what we are going to do. Shishao nodded slightly and said, yes, I don't care about the battle between you and the angels, but the price cannot be humans. Sir looked at Shishao and said, the price paid by the devil is much higher than that of humans. The destined day is approaching. You stopped us from saving humans this time. They will die 100 times in number in the future. You are harming them. Shishao replied calmly, I will deal with the destined day. I didn't kill you. You can go back and think of a new idea to continue what you want to do, but you have to be a little more careful next time. Don't block my way again. Sol said angrily, I didn't see you kill a few angels. If we drag it on like this, we will have no time and opportunity to make up for it. Shishao replied calmly, you think you are on the right path, but I can tell you, you are wrong. Hearing this, the several princes of Hell fell into silence. The balancer looked at Sir for a few seconds, and the latter nodded reluctantly. Then the devil raised his hand, and snapped his fingers, as if he had confirmed something. The record of the afterimage stone also ended here. Chapter 543. Looking at the swaying and extinguished afterimage stone, Zasna looked at the dissipated image with a solemn expression, still recalling the figures of the demons she had just seen, and their conversation with Shishao. These three demons are very strong, she said with some lingering feelings. Even the aura of the Prince of Bliss, who looks the worst, is no worse than the other two. Among the 13 kings, it is estimated that only those two can compete with them, and according to what you said, there are a total of 5 such strong men in Hell. Mayan nodded slightly. Hell itself is the corpse of a reality twister, and the so-called Prince of Hell is a great demon close to the essence of this corpse. If ordinary demons are the cells of this living corpse, the Prince of Hell is its hands and feet. But in fact, Hell is not a particularly strong organization in the Federation, because in fact, these princes of Hell are not particularly united. What we just saw is the biggest move of Hell in the past few hundred years. If Shishao hadn't taken action this time, in the best case scenario, at least millions of humans would have died and more people would have been injured. Moreover, their target was not humans at all, and these casualties were just incidental. But even so, only 3 princes of Hell showed up. Zasna nodded slightly and said, this video can make them realize the power of these demons, but it still lacks a little bit of the scene of Shinshia's direct battle. Those titans are still difficult to be convinced by this thing. The last one did show a little bit of Shinshia's power, but it was still too little. Mayan asked, you just said that only 2 of the 13 kings can compete with these Hell Lords, but Shishao defeated 3 Hell Princes, who were equal to them at the same time. Isn't this enough to make them realize how powerful Shishao is? Zasna smiled. We have always known that there are many strong people outside. If we really have to fight head-on, we have no chance of winning. Even if we can be resurrected, we will definitely not be the opponent of humans. But they did not intend to rely on the so-called head-on battle to deal with humans. What can really end you is the powerful weapons left by the ancient Titan civilization. These things can destroy you and us at the same time. That is a weapon far more powerful than the 13 kings. Mayan nodded slightly. I see, fortunately I brought a few more. As he said that, Mayan reached out to the bronze recorder and turned it slightly a few times. The gaps in the recorder began to flow out of the mist, and slowly obscured their vision. When the mist dissipated, they were no longer in the Titan ruins. Moreover, at this time, Mayan had put on something that looked like a gas mask. This mask also had several tubes connected to several oxygen cylinders. The reason why he wore this was that the illusion created by the ancient recorder was enough to be mistaken for the real thing, and it could also allow the user to personally experience the momentum of Xiao. Of course, there was another very special reason why Ma En wore an oxygen mask. Behind them at this time was the vast and dark sea of stars, and Xiao was floating dozens of meters in front of them. This was the dark side of the moon. The blazing star and Orenz were not in the sight of Ma En and Zasna, but this place was as bright as the daytime of Orenz, and this was because there was an object emitting light floating in the distance. It was a regular crystal emitting a faint glow. Although the light it emitted did not seem particularly bright in the eyes of Ma En and Zasna, it illuminated every inch of lunar soil they could see. Ma En said, this was actually originally an internal document of the Federation. Some people in the Federation used it to explain to others the necessity of the existence of Xiao's level of combat power. Later, it was leaked for various reasons. The crystal in the distance was slowly deforming and getting closer and closer to the human form, but Xiao had no intention of stopping it, just standing there and watching. Don't walk around later. Ma En said, this position is the only safe place nearby. Although the illusion of their battle aftermath can't really kill us, it will drive us out. The human figure transformed by the crystal became clearer and clearer, and was almost exactly the same as Xiao on the opposite side, except that the body surface still had the special color of the crystal. And Xiao also raised his right hand. Zasna said, it's okay, I am a Titan King after all. She was interrupted by the leaping Xiao. The strongest man in the Federation raised his fist, and rushed towards the crystal man, who was almost identical to himself, and started a fierce melee in the purest way. Zasna opened her mouth slightly, staring at the two constantly intertwined figures, and had no time to continue talking, as if she would be much thicker if she blinked. And Ma En didn't even look up to see the battle, because this was no longer a level that he couldn't understand. For Ma En, who didn't use the 5th level characteristics, he couldn't see this battle clearly at all, and even exaggeratedly. He couldn't see it at all. Zasna said in disbelief, how is it possible? So fast and so strong, this is unreasonable, and there are two. Ma En explained, this alien creature can copy any living creature it encounters, even non-living things. The Federation does not know where its limit is, but Xiao is obviously not its limit. It can completely copy Xinqi's ability. Zasna, who was staring at the battle, asked incomprehensibly, so why did you let it see Xiao? This is simply a disaster. Ma En replied, Xiao asked for it personally. Zasna's expression was close to panic, because this battle was beyond her understanding. Compared with the brutal battle, their fight was more like an elegant dance, because the two Xiao could predict the opponent's movements, so that it looked like two extremely tacit dance partners coordinating with each other. Just when she thought that this inextricable battle would last forever, two figures flew across and pulled away from each other, and only then could Ma En see the battlefield clearly. The crystal Xiao had a very tragic wound on her neck, and blood with crystal color was flowing, but her wound slowly healed after only a few seconds. But what really attracted Ma En and Zasna's attention was the desperate look of the crystal Xiao. The Xiao opposite her calmly declared, you also saw the scene in my eyes. The crystal man raised her head slightly and looked at Xiao. A faint golden light appeared in her eyes, and her body began to melt slowly, as if she was about to transform into something new. But in the end, she still maintained the appearance of Xiao. Xiao kindly reminded her, you are about to lose. Crystal Xiao lowered her head and looked at her body. At the same time, the despair on her face slowly turned into calmness, and then she slowly extinguished the light of her body, as if she had accepted her fate. She turned into a pile of rubble and fell down. Chapter 544. How about this? Ma En asked, is it enough to prove her strength? Zasna nodded slightly. It is enough. In fact, you should not be able to feel it, but the power she showed is far stronger than all the Titan Kings I know. If I tell other Titan Kings that she has a way to defeat the gods, I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to refute such a statement, but I want to ask. Is the suicide of the Crystal Man at the end due to Xiao's prophetic ability? Ma En nodded slightly. I'm not sure if this is true, but in the leaked federal report, Xiao himself said that this Crystal Man can indeed perfectly copy her ability, but has its own consciousness. In the case of exactly the same ability, Xiao and its different consciousness became the turning point of this battle. Although according to Xiao's observation, this Crystal Man can basically defeat the original after copying the ability, it is a pity that it is still not Xiao's opponent, and the scene in its eyes is probably an all-round defeat. If it could see a little chance of victory, it would not end its life in this way. Zasna said seriously, Xiao is such a scary guy, he can actually defeat such a creature. Ma En said, in fact, when Shen Shao came to fight in person, it meant that she already knew the outcome. She once said something that sounded a bit modest. She can always win, because she only fights battles that she can win. Zasna understood what Ma En wanted to say, but this sentence can also be said the other way around. As long as you choose like her, you will be invincible. The fact is that she is almost invincible, and this is the key point. As for how she does it, it is not important at all, and the scene just now has already shown her all-round strength. In fact, if you think about it calmly, her strength, speed, physical strength, regeneration ability, and prophecy, etc., these have not really exceeded the scope of the 5th level, but they are all at the level of the 5th level. And reaching this level alone can actually be regarded as a top-level 5th level ability user. The really terrifying thing is that Shen Shao seems to have such a terrifying level in any field, and what she just saw is definitely not all the fields that Shen Shao has mastered. For example, she can't understand the application of prophecy and strategy through this battle. Shen Shao is a reality twister, and it will not be surprising if she shows any new abilities next, not to mention that Shen Shao brought weapons when she went on the field to fight, and she may have many extremely powerful weapons. Although she only glimpsed the figure of this human strongman through 2 stages of influence, Zasna has deeply felt her invincible strength. If this Shen Shao ran over and hostile to the Titans, it is difficult for her to imagine how they can win. Although there are many extremely powerful weapons in the Titan ruins, and they are also prepared for outside invaders, if Shen Shao really wants to go here to fight them, he will not face a few Titan kings. But no matter how confident she is in the technology of the ancient Titan civilization, she is not sure that they can stop Shen Shao, because the top prophecy ability mastered by Shen Shao is too terrifying, and the ancient Titan technology may have some weaknesses that cannot be detected under normal circumstances, and Shen Shao may find such weaknesses. She had seen several prophets and forecasters in the past, so she knew how terrible this power was, and how terrifying it would be if it was controlled by a reality twister. In the hands of prophets, forecasters, and ancient prophet, this power actually had various restrictions, but it was completely different in the hands of reality twisters, because they were unreasonable. Thinking of this, Zasna reached out and picked up the history page, and then looked at the record on it. After seeing the content above, Zasna finally had confidence. Because these 3 pieces of evidence were enough to make any Titan reconsider their plans carefully. Thinking of this, Zasna also looked up at Ma En. The things you found are very good. With these, I can prove to them that it is worth discussing to join forces with Shen Shao to deal with the gods, and dealing with humans may not be as simple as they think. I will start to convene all the Titan kings for a meeting soon, but these things can only make them start to consider our plan, and what we have to do next is to get in touch with Shen Shao and the Federation, but this may not be as easy as finding some evidence. I want to ask you, do you think you can do this? When Zasna said this, she did not particularly expect Ma En to give a positive answer. In her mind, things like Shen Shao and the Federation might be difficult for Ma En to handle. After all, these are still too far away from him. What Zasna really wanted in her heart was to think of other ways to contact the Federation and Shen Shao through Ma En. Actually, but Ma En's reaction was beyond her expectations. I haven't told you a few things. Zasna cooperated and showed a curious look. What's the matter? Ma En said, first of all, Shen Shao can't communicate with us directly now. She was imprisoned by the Federation after her defeat. In fact, they can be regarded as a semi-cooperative relationship now. If the Federation knew about this, it would probably be willing to let Shen Shao take action against those gods, so these are not the main points. The real problem is that the leader of the gods, Saren, stimulated a 7th-level abnormal creature sleeping on this planet through conspiracy and cooperation some time ago, and the aftermath of this stimulation may destroy different civilizations and races around the world now. Zasna's expression became extremely serious. You are talking about the crust, right? Ma En nodded. Yes, so the Federation can only send Shen Shao to suppress the crust's defense system to prevent it from spreading to the entire world and destroying everything, but in the process the Federation still has to suppress Shen Shao. They are in a very special relationship. Although there is a possibility of cooperation between them, the Federation definitely does not want Shen Shao to escape their control again, so Shen Shao's power is also suppressed. So she and the Federation will have to spend a lot of time to deal with this problem. The Federation certainly hopes that Shen Shao can get out of their control as soon as possible, but this is definitely not something that can be done in a few days. Of course, this is actually an example that proves the possibility of cooperation between the Federation and Shen Shao when necessary. In fact, if Saren had not designed to trap Shen Shao, then the gods might really be in danger of being beaten back to sleep by Ma and Titan, the Federation and Shen Xiao. So it seems that he is also taking precautions against the arrival of the end of the gods in advance. Mon even suspects that Saran may be dealing with Shen Xiao for this reason. Whether it is an accident or a real foresight, Saran is quite difficult to deal with. Chapter 545. Ma continued, although the Federation is willing to send Shen Xiao to cooperate, and I can guarantee that the Federation is very happy to see these gods completely destroyed, which will also allow them to completely regain control of the Southern Federation. But they will definitely not be able to launch an offensive against the gods immediately. At least they have to wait until the Federation or Shen Xiao finds a way to free her hands. But you should not be in a hurry. Zasna nodded. Of course, and we can reach a contract in various ways. But before Shen Xiao frees up her hands, we have to find a way to contact the Federation. But will this Federation organization be difficult to contact? She was hinting whether Ma was capable of doing this. And Ma also confessed, this is the second thing I didn't tell you. I said that I used to be a member of the Salvation Alliance, who followed Shen Xiao, but I didn't tell you my current identity in the Federation's abnormal world. In fact, I am not a free ability user now. Even when I followed Shen Xiao, I was not just a member of the Salvation Alliance. Zasa's eyes were a little subtle. You didn't tell her at that time? Ma shrugged. You didn't ask me. Of course, in fact, the power I belong to does not allow us members to reveal our identities at will under normal circumstances. There are even many secret members that even our top leaders don't know. Now we call ourselves the Secret Alliance in the Federation, which also means the Secret Alliance. But I didn't mention it at the time because it was not particularly necessary, because in fact our organization is not a mysterious organization with a great goal. We are more like a loose alliance. For things like joining the Salvation Alliance and cooperating with you, I don't actually need to discuss this with other members of the Camarilla, and they won't care or control what I'm doing. But if necessary, I can also use the power of this mysterious organization to do something. For example, the negotiation with the Federation. In fact, I have had a lot of contact with the Federation as a member of the Camarilla in the past. In fact, my main job in the Camarilla is to represent them. Although I have made a golden oath with you and cannot tell them the specific details, even in this situation, I can get the support of the Camarilla and they are willing to believe me. As long as I go to the Federation as a member of the Camarilla, they will definitely be willing to communicate with me. So, Zasna looked at him and said, you mean you can actually handle this, but we can give you a reward. In fact, we showed it to you last time. Do you want anything else? She asked this because she wanted to know why Ma would be willing to continue cooperating. Ma's words were not what Zasna expected. What she really expected was Ma's answer that he couldn't handle this matter. Moreover, she had already thought about how to contact the Federation through him, and what kind of reward would convince Ma to agree. In fact, Zasna's thinking was not entirely doubting Ma's ability, but more because she felt that Ma would not be willing to continue working for them. After all, even though Ma was already very strong among the 4th level, it was very dangerous for any 4th level ability user to get involved in such things. Even if we don't consider the 2 top ability users and organizations such as Shen Xiao and the Federation, the gods alone are dangerous enough for Ma. If these gods notice something strange, he will definitely die without a burial place. After noticing Zasna's probing, Ma did not beat around the bush. Nowadays, mainstream human forces do not like the gods either. A relatively neutral organization like the Federation will not refuse the opportunity to kill the gods, and Shen Xiao is completely on the opposite side of these gods. As I said, when Shen Xiao and the Federation were entangled, Saran also framed her. I also said that I used to follow Shen Xiao, so this is at least enough to prove that she and I have similar positions in some areas, so dealing with the gods is what I want to do. At the same time, many members of the Camarilla also support me in doing so. Ma did not talk about kindness and justice. Since these titans had not come into contact with Shen Xiao, they might not believe that Shen Xiao was a good person. It would be even more troublesome for him to say that he and Shen Xiao had similar positions. So he directly told Zasna that he and Shen Xiao had similar positions. And Zasna obviously accepted his words. After all, when they were communicating, Ma deliberately showed his recognition and a little admiration for Shen Xiao, which also led to Carlet taking the opportunity to make a fuss later. Although he found an excuse to refute successfully at that time, he did show it deliberately. This was naturally not Ma's true thoughts. In fact, his attitude towards admiration was similar to that of the Titans. Since he woke up, he had never had any admiration for anything. Even for Shen Xiao, it was just admiration and respect. But according to his observation of other ability users and the Savior Alliance, they actually had some admiration for Shinshao. After all, they were not like Ma En, who joined the Savior Alliance by accident, but joined the Savior Alliance on their own initiative, and even fought for her ideals. Ma En believed that most members of the World Savior Alliance were willing to save the world out of their own hearts, but he also felt that Shinzhao's personal charm was another important reason why they chose to save the world as their ideal. Interestingly, Shinzhao's personal charm also came from her choosing to save the world as her ideal. In order to make himself look more like a follower of Shinzhao, Ma En also imitated them, and now his disguise has really played its due role, and Zasna easily accepted his words. "So what else do you need?" Zasna asked. Ma En replied, "I don't need anything as a reward, and I also said that I actually hope to see the gods in trouble, not to mention that this matter is related to the war between humans and you." In fact, after knowing Shinzhao's ability, Zasna no longer said that this would destroy humanity, because even through Ma En's description of Shinzhao, she could feel that Titans might not be so easy to truly destroy humanity in a short time, at least in the era when Shinzhao was alive. This is not a problem that Ma En and contemporary humans need to worry about. Fortunately, as Titans, they also have enough time like the gods. Zasna asked, "So you don't need anything?" Mon said, "No, if we want to convince the Federation to deal with the gods, I and the Camarilla can't do it alone, because we don't have any secret weapons that can threaten the gods in this era." "But you do." Chapter 546. Zasna nodded slightly. "What do you want?" She certainly knew what Maine was hinting at. Maine wanted to obtain some weapons that could threaten the gods from her, and then take them back to negotiate with the Federation, and he naturally didn't want any low-level weapons that could be easily obtained. In fact, this was a very reasonable request. Zasna knew that what she wanted Maine to do was not simple, and it was her obligation to provide such help, but even so, any Titan would hesitate when faced with this request. But who would easily hand over a 5th-level item to someone else? Ma En said, "What I need is evidence that someone wants to deal with the gods and can threaten the gods. As for where this weapon comes from, it doesn't matter. We can tell the Federation that these weapons come from the Camarilla, or even just say that it's a secret. The Federation doesn't care about the source of these things. Of course, I don't need to use particularly powerful weapons. The real use of this weapon is to prove that there are other weapons that are more numerous and stronger against the gods. You should have some weapons that are no longer available, but were originally developed specifically for these gods, right?" Zasna nodded. "Well, you're right. The Sun Chaser Spear that I showed you some time ago is such a weapon. Although it has the powerful characteristic of hitting Saren, it is not enough to hurt it." In the end, she still didn't show the slight hesitation in her heart, and went on to say what Ma En said, because as Ma En said, weapons like the Sun Chaser are actually not that important. They collect and keep these ancient Titan weapons more out of habit, and the most basic respect for these high-level weapons, rather than really thinking they are useful. For most ancient weapons, the Titans keep them just because they are worried that they might be useful, but in fact, without this, Zasna would only hesitate a little and talk to Maine more. The real factor that made her make the decision was actually her observation of Maine during this period. In short, she believed in Maine. Maine nodded slightly. Federation experts will definitely be able to see the mystery of this weapon. Zasna looked into the distance, and sent a specific signal to the flesh and blood creature on standby nearby through the short-range communicator in her body, then looked at Maine again, and said, "Last time, I showed you the Sun Chaser, you might be a little confused as to why the Titans in the past would forge such a useless weapon, which has such strong characteristics, but can't really hurt Saran." Maine nodded. "Yes, I am indeed a little curious about this. In fact, such a weapon should not have been developed at all." Zasna looked up at the direction where the flying beast left and said, "Yes, and this weapon was forged when the ancient Titans and the gods went to war. Since this weapon can't hurt Saran now, it is even more impossible to deal with the gods in the past." Maine showed a curious expression. "So is there any reason for this?" Zasna did not answer Maine immediately, but looked up at the sky. The moment she looked up, a giant air-devouring python suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and it easily flew over Zasna and Mon, then dropped a heavy metal box. Zasna turned around and pressed a few times in front of the metal box, and the box slowly opened, revealing the ancient weapon that Maine had seen and remembered its specific location. Unlike the last time he saw it, the mottled rust on the gun body was now completely gone, revealing a beautiful and warm light golden gun body, and various ancient runes engraved on it. Zasna reached out and grasped the spear, then gently touched the tip of the spear, and then she pulled off the golden tip of the spear. "That's the reason." Zasna handed the tip of the spear to Maine. The moment he took the tip of the spear, Maine also realized the problem. Although the sharp tip of the spear looked slightly more conspicuous than the gun body, it did not have the extraordinary temperament of the main body. Main looked up at the gun body that looked like a stick. This is. Zasa replied, what you have in your hand is the spear tip that we Titan survivors imitated after the end of the War of the Gods. This is the real reason why this weapon cannot hurt Saran. The real ancient weapon only has the spear body. And the effect of the spear body is only to track Saran. It has no other effect, because in fact, this thing is more like a guidance device than the gun body. In the past, this device also had many so-called spear tips that can be replaced according to different situations. Of course, those spear tips are only at the top level of the 5th level. After all, this thing is just a mass-produced weapon that has achieved modularization. Main reached out to take the Sun Chaser and gently weighed the counterweight of this weapon. He clearly felt that its weight distribution was even far worse than the spear forged by Shishao against the church, because this was not a spear at all. So there were a lot of these things before? Ma-En said in a tone of sudden enlightenment. Zasa smiled proudly. Yes, this is just a component of a complex weapon system, and it can't even be considered a complete tiny component. In fact, the strongest part of this weapon system is still the coordination of multiple spear tips, which has formed a special array with these spears. In the past, this system also caused a lot of trouble to Saran. It seems that although Saran finally found a way to solve this system, he can't use that kind of move now that he has fallen to the 5th level. Now even if there is only a complete spear, it can cause him a lot of threat. What a pity. When Zasa looked at the spear with regret, Ma-En looked very happy. If this is the case, the persuasiveness of this weapon will definitely be much stronger, and the information you said can also be used in negotiations with the Federation. So what level of commitment do you need? Zasa raised her hand and touched the gun of Jueri for the last time, then gently pushed it into Ma-En's arms. I know it is difficult to ask the Federation and Shishao to trust us at the beginning, and I don't expect to achieve any results immediately, so I hope you can only obtain the basis for negotiation this time. Let them sign a golden oath with you, so that they can't disclose the content of their communication with you. This naturally includes our intention to deal with the gods and the existence of these weapons. Then we can see their oath through the gold. This is a very reasonable request. As long as the Federation has a little intention to cooperate, it will not refuse to agree to sign such a contract. At the same time, this can also ensure the safety of them and this plan. Ma-En nodded and clenched the spear in his hand. Leave it to me. Chapter 547. Federal Government, Investigation Department Secret Building. Ma-En, who had returned from the Titan ruins, was walking towards the secret building. After he returned, he immediately notified the Federation and proposed the idea of meeting him as a member of the Camarilla. After learning the news, the Federation immediately responded and quickly arranged a time for him. In addition, the members of the Federation showed almost flattering respect throughout the exchange. This feeling came not only from the lower-ranking members of the Federation, but also from the entire Federation organization to Ma-En. It was as if he was a big shot. It was also at this moment that Ma-En remembered that he was now a 5th-level ability user. And a 5th-level ability user, who was not an enemy of the Federation for the time being, was enough for the Federation to show respect, not to mention that he was also an important member of the mysterious organization Camarilla, and had recently solved the record of solving the behind-the-scenes mastermind. Their lineup was actually quite reasonable. In fact, this time Ma-En did bring something that was enough for them to treat with caution, including those life-extending items that were purely for the exchange of interests. And the 5th-level weapon he had just obtained, Abnormal Entity, Sun Chaser. Abnormal Strength, V.4. Description: a creation of the ancient Titan civilization, it can track the components of the semi-intelligent weapons of the Ren, can form a complete weapon with a special gun tip, and can form a combat array with multiple weapons of the same type. Features: Sun Chaser V.4. Can chase the incarnation of the scorching sun therein, has the characteristic of being sure to hit regardless of relative distance and speed, and can also resist specific damage from the scorching sun, and is not afraid of flames and gravity. Bearer V.3. The ancient Titan magic allows it to perfectly adapt and combine specially adjusted abnormal items, and also has the potential to combine with other items at the ordinary level, and can be combined through special magic and abilities, including the Abnormal Control Bureau. The abnormal strength of this spear actually exceeded Ma-En's imagination. He originally thought that even if this spear was the strongest, it would only be at the level of V.3. In fact, he felt that the 9th king was also at this level of V.3. According to Ma-En's not necessarily accurate vision and experience, the 9th king was only V.4 even in his heyday, and according to her own words, only the first and second kings of the 13 Titan Kings could reach the strength of E.5. And this weapon is at the level of E.4, and it seemed that it didn't matter when Zasna handed it over, which made Ma-En feel that she must have more and stronger collections, which also made Ma-En understand what she said a little. The way these Titans tried to deal with humans was not the 13 Kings themselves, but the ancient Titan weapons and relics that were far stronger than them. If the ability possessed by Xin Xiao was not a prophecy, maybe they could really threaten humans. But if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable that this weapon has a strength of 5.4. After all, when it was forged, Saren was still a 6th level immortal god. If this spear was weaker, it would probably not even be able to get close to Saren. Although it is now used to deal with the 5th level Saren, its tracking characteristics can allow it to hit the 6th level gods. Its current tracking ability is so strong that it is a waste. And Ma-En may feel that it is not that strong because it does not have lethality. After all, it is just a component of a complete weapon, but this is also because this weapon has a surprise that Ma-En did not expect in advance. It is the second weapon characteristic of this weapon, Carrier, that allows Jui to be combined with the special spear tips of the ancient Titans. It is not surprising that it has this characteristic. The connection between such high-level weapons is not a simple matter, and it must require the intervention of some abnormal forces. But this transformation also makes this weapon particularly suitable for combining with other abnormal items, and the most important thing is that if someone masters the method of combining different items, they can also install certain things as spear tips. Although it is not so perfect, it can save the 5th level item space that Ma-En can bear. And it just happens that the Abnormal Control Bureau is the most magical combination magic. In other words, if he wants, he can also load other abnormal items directly on the spear, and then use the characteristics of Jui to hit the Sun God directly. All he needs now is a spear tip. But what really surprised Ma-En was actually this reminder, and the feasibility of this matter. After all, the employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau used to be creatures, and such a reminder was a bit too direct, which was not so consistent with the overall style of the information presented by the Abnormal Control Bureau. But if you think about it carefully, similar situations have actually occurred. There are also some casual messages in the abnormal objects that I collected before I lost my memory, and if I really recall it, the various information of the Abnormal Control Bureau only looks rigorous. The details of this information are often quite casual. For example, the description of some abnormal objects seems to be related to the memories I know, but sometimes there are some things I don't understand. Or these things that I don't seem to know, the Control Bureau has already known through analysis. But in general, the description of the Abnormal Control Bureau always gave Ma-En a casual feeling. At first glance, it seemed like some rigorous internal document, but after a closer look, it seemed to be a simple imitation of this format. However, after seeing this hint, Ma-En quickly accepted it, because he had figured out the reason for this not completely rigorous format. The Abnormal Control Bureau is not an organization with a sophisticated structure at all. The Abnormal Control Bureau is a creation of reality distortion, an imagination transformed into reality, which is why the description of the Control Bureau is sometimes particularly colloquial, and it may even be that these words are the product of his own subconscious. And this can also explain why the Control Bureau is so irregular. The creation of the reality twister itself does not need to be reasonable, as long as it can be used almost, and the specific implementation method does not need to be thought about deeply. Moreover, after learning a little about the reality twisters, Ma-En also had some new views on the Control Bureau. Perhaps the current form of this power itself means something. Just like the destined returner will be killed by mortals when alive, the power of the creator of hell can only be exerted after death, and Xin Zhao's prophecy. Their powers seem to echo something deep in their hearts. The destined returner is not clear, but it is the hatred of the dead that makes hell a reality, and Xin Zhao's ability to see the future is undoubtedly because she wants to prevent the arrival of the end of the world. Even Han Yuan's power has something to do with his personality. If this power really comes from himself, then what does the Control Bureau mean to him? Chapter 548. As soon as Ma-En walked to the front door, he caught a glimpse of a very familiar figure standing leisurely behind the door. The man with a typical face of the Eastern Federation smiled warmly, as if he had seen an old friend, and waved at him, as if to invite him to come over. Ma-En walked in front of him. I really didn't expect you to wait for me. Shadow smiled. Who made me the most idle 5th level ability user in the entire Federation? Those politicians will definitely find ways to squeeze the power of all my avatars, and there are not many 5th level ability users suitable for receiving a mysterious organization like you. And now you are an important target of the Federation, they have to consider your feelings, and whether it is open or secret, I am considered a high-level ability user who has more contact with you they think you may be more receptive to communication with me. By the way, speaking of this, what is the matter with you coming to the Federation this time? Although Shadow's expression was very natural when he asked the question, they all knew that this was an urgent question, and the Federation was very eager to know the purpose of Ma-En's visit to them. Ma-En followed him and sighed. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, and now I have signed a contract with you. There is no way to try to save Shinshao, and in this case, I have no reason to go against you. You should understand this very well. Shadow took him into the building. Yes, but they are still very worried that you have ulterior motives. After all, in their eyes, you have never been a particularly peaceful ability user, and even your seemingly mildest behavior is a conspiracy. Last time you showed us your goodwill, you were plotting to rescue Shinshao. Ma-En said, not this time. They will definitely be very happy after hearing the news I brought. Shadow stretched out his hand to push open a door, and took Ma-En directly into the reception room that was originally dozens of meters away, and looked at several federal staff members around, signaling them with his eyes to entertain Ma-En. Shadow and Ma-En also sat down opposite each other, and then the director of the investigation department asked, from what you said, it seems that you brought something they'd like? Ma-En nodded slightly, then reached into his arms, and took out a syringe. Yes, I noticed that the Federation likes this kind of thing that can prolong life, and as far as I know, you should not have found the products left by these ancient civilizations. When he put the syringe on the table, Shadow immediately looked over. As a 5th-level ability user, Shadow had no interest in this kind of life-extending item, but as the director of the Federal Investigation Department, he had to pay attention to this abnormal item that had no meaning to him. I have never seen this thing before. Shadow said, looking at the syringe, what do you want? Martin looked at him and said, this time I will discuss something with you as a member of the Camarilla, and I have anticipated that you may be particularly hesitant, so I don't expect you to reply immediately. But as I said, what I want to say is not something that can be said casually. I hope this can become a unique secret between us and the Federation. When he mentioned the secret, he emphasized his tone, which also made Shadow have the illusion that the secret had some subtle relationship with the Camarilla behind Martin, and he did not think of refusing. So what do you want to do? Shadow asked directly. Ma-En took out several contracts and several pieces of gold with words printed on them. Sign these confidentiality contracts first. Shadow took them, looked at them quickly, and then closed his eyes slightly. His eyes became a little empty, as if his soul suddenly left his body and was no longer here. After half a minute, he raised his eyelids slightly and said, the Federation agrees. Shadow took the lead in picking up a pen and signing his name on a contract and a golden slate, and raised his hand to call other federal employees to leave, leaving him and Ma-En alone. Not long after, the space behind him began to be infiltrated by shadows, and then several federal politicians wearing masks and dressed tightly came out one after another, signed the contract in front of him, and then immediately left the room through the portal created by Shadow as if they were in a hurry to go somewhere. According to the requirements of these contracts, if they did not explode into blood immediately when they signed, it meant that they were senior politicians who could represent the Federation, and they were likely to have a higher status than all the politicians Ma-En had ever seen. This is why they came, and went in a hurry and wore masks. All the clothes they wore exuded an extraordinary aura. If Ma-En was right, these should be abnormal items used to cover up their identities. They didn't want Ma-En to see their true faces. There might even be many senior members in the Federation who didn't know their appearance very well, and they didn't want to stay in the same room with Ma-En. Ma-En could see that they were very afraid of high-level ability users, like him, who were not affiliated with the Federation, and worried that their information would be mastered by him, and their lives would be threatened. But the interesting thing is that even though they are so afraid of death, it actually took not long from the time Shadow knew that they needed to sign the contract to the time they were teleported here in person, as if this worry did not affect their decision at all. Maybe they can distinguish well between what they should do, and what they want to do, or maybe this life extension technology is so precious that they are willing to take the risk, and more likely it is both. Are you done? Shadow said, although I have some impression of you, I didn't expect you to bring so many contracts. We didn't use so many when we signed the contract with you. Ma-En replied, it's always better to be careful, and the Salvation Alliance at that time was nothing to you, but you were dangerous and powerful enough for me, not to mention that you are so insidious and cunning. Shadow asked, now you can tell me, what exactly needs to be so cautious and careful? Ma-En said, it has something to do with a mastermind who dealt with me not long ago. I think you should have heard some rumors. After hearing this, Shadow also became serious, but his expression did not change. Oh, I heard that you seem to have solved this problem. Ma-En nodded. Yes, to be precise, I found and captured him, but for various reasons, I did not retaliate against him immediately, but forced him to sign a ceasefire agreement on both sides. And I have a reason to do so, because the mastermind is the immortal god. Serene. Chapter 549. The atmosphere suddenly became more serious. The name that Maine uttered was also quite important to the Federation. Even Shadow was a little surprised by the answer. He himself had actually thought about who would deal with the mastermind, but Saran was not among the names that he would immediately think of. This was because Maine and the leader of the Southern Gods had no conflicts in the past, and because they knew that Maine had successfully solved the problem, and the mastermind had given in. In his impression, Saran was a very strong ability user of the same level, and as the top ability users, they might be comparable in terms of fighting, but Saran had unique strengths. As a special race of gods, he had an immortality far stronger than other 5th level ability users. Even Shinshao was not sure that she could kill him, and even if she could, it would definitely not be worth it for her. Whether before or after Shinshao was imprisoned, Saran did a lot of things that were not good for her. Even if solving Saran was a more difficult task for her, she would definitely do it. Shadow knew that Shinshao didn't like the King of Gods, but now that Saran was still alive, it had already proved how difficult he was to deal with, and it was definitely not just because of his strength and immortality. As a 5th level ability user, Saran was one of the few ability users who were not completely suppressed by Shinshao. In terms of combat experience and skills, he was even slightly better than Shinshao. In fact, this situation almost did not exist for 5th level ability users, and the reason why Saran could suppress Shinshao in this regard was actually very simple and crude. He was once an abnormal entity that surpassed the 5th level. This also led to his extraordinary cunning mind. As a psychic, Shadow could feel that many high-level psychics actually disdained to use conspiracies like Saran. Of course, not everyone's conspiracy could succeed like Saran. After all, they had long been accustomed to using power to solve problems. And in fact, in many cases, their power is more effective than most good brains. The power controlled by these high-level psychics is already the strongest power, and to surpass such power, one must have the best brain. Not to mention that Shadow is very clear about the difference between intelligence and wisdom. The two have an impact on each other. The wisdom of solving problems is often highly affected by intelligence, but it also comes from experience, knowledge and other aspects. Saran does have extraordinary wisdom, which is actually largely due to the fact that he has lived longer than everyone else. Even this wisdom has relatively abstract parts, and some are particularly simple. For example, when dealing with Maine, Saran knew where there were abnormal items that could be used. Over the years, he has accumulated countless such effective information. If Saran just happened to know 1 or 2 pieces of information like this, it would only be considered good luck, but if he knew thousands of such quick solutions, it would be considered wisdom. So he didn't expect Saran to be defeated by Ma En, and he heard that Ma En followed Xiaoyao to the Southern Federation some time ago, which means that Ma En did not solve the problem by avoiding. He faced Saran directly. Now think about it. When Ma En asked Xiaoyao to set up the sect in the Southern Federation, he should have been preparing to go and deal with Saran in person, and this is the key reason why Shadow was surprised. Ma En solved him in Saran's territory, and it seems that he is not afraid of Saran at all. You should know that 5th level ability users also have strengths and weaknesses, and according to Shadow's impression of Ma En, he is definitely not the strongest ability user, and he is not even as good as Li Hu, who is slightly weaker than Shadow. At least he used to think so. But at this moment, Ma En said that he solved Saran, which Shadow could not have thought of at all, and at this moment, the politicians around his other clone who were monitoring this conversation also showed strong surprise. I really didn't expect that the mastermind behind this was Saran. Shadow said half-truthfully, I didn't expect that a strong man like him would fall in front of you. To be honest, I may have underestimated you before. In the face of his deliberate boasting, Ma En did not really admit it, but just waved his hand. Of course, I am not his opponent, but his opponent is not me either. I am a member of the Camarilla. My companions will not watch me die. Although I am not that useful to them as a pure ability user, I actually have some strengths that you don't know about. And the relationship in the Camarilla is not as cold and realistic as your Federation. This sentence is hinting at the strength and unity of the Camarilla. Although Shadow does not think that Ma En is very strong, he is a real 5th level ability user. It is a bit too much to say that he is of no use to other members of the Camarilla. Even for a top-level ability user like Shinshao, a weaker ability user of the same level like Ma En can never be described as useless. In fact, if she had such a subordinate, the Federation might not have thought of imprisoning her. No 5th level ability user is really useless. So Main's words were either modest or hinting at the power of the Camarilla. Shadow asked, "So your companions help you deal with Saren?" Main nodded. "Yes, they forced Saren to sign some simple contracts. Although they did not directly require him not to attack me again, the content of the contract was enough to ensure my safety. You also know that these gods can't leave the Southern Federation at all, and if they don't have any chips that can threaten me, I don't have to worry about these gods at all." This sounds very confident, but Shadow didn't think much of it. After all, Ma'an was a 5th level ability user. Maybe he would be solved by Saran in a head-on battle, but it would be easy for Ma'an to avoid being found by this god. He just needs to not go to the Southern Federation, and even if he goes there, he will not be in any danger as long as he keeps a low profile. Saran is not without any power outside the Southern Federation, but it is impossible to deal with a 5th level ability user like Ma'an. Even 5th level ability users, who are weaker than Ma and are not afraid of him. Shadow asked, "So this matter is over?" Ma'an smiled. "Yes, we just stopped fighting. After all, you know how difficult these gods are to kill, so we didn't start to completely solve these gods at that time, so I waited until now to come to you." Chapter 550. This statement once again surprised Shadow. "You mean, you didn't deal with Saren immediately just because they are immortal gods? But you are just waiting for the opportunity." "You are right," Main said. "These gods may have become accustomed to being reckless and feel that people with abilities like us cannot retaliate against them, but unfortunately they have offended the wrong person this time. The Camarilla has a way to deal with him." Shadow looked into Main's eyes and asked, "So this is just revenge? In my impression, you are not that kind of person." Main smiled. "Of course it's not just revenge, but the fact that he attacked me is definitely the most important reason for our counterattack, but compared to hatred, I think it would be better to say that solving potential problems is a little better. After we clashed, the seeds of contradiction had already been planted between us. I just dug out the potential roots in the soil before the danger really grew. The moment they started, nothing could be stopped." Shadow asked, "So you want to destroy the gods?" In fact, what Main said made sense. Under normal circumstances, the gods had no opponents to fear, and they would not stop just because they were successfully stopped. However, Main's situation was actually a little subtle. If the Camarilla really existed as he said, then Saren might really be a little timid, but this was just a lie made up by Main, so he had to be prepared for the possibility of the lie being exposed. Although he believed in his lying ability, accidents were unreasonable, and if the Camarilla's disguise was really torn apart, he would face a serious threat that could endanger his life. Of course, in fact, Main was just making preparations in advance. His real thoughts were somewhat different from what he told Shadow now, but he had to give reasons that would convince the Federation. So Main immediately continued to say to Shadow, "But you don't have to worry about this fierce war. How far we will go depends on the actual situation. I'm not saying that we have to fight to the death with the gods now. If you ask me, what I hope most is to prevent this kind of thing from happening again forever." Shadow also asked, "What is your purpose here?" He obviously thought that the Alliance's fight against the gods had nothing to do with the Federation. Ma'an said, "You are the strongest organization in the world today, and you also have the strongest ability user." When he said this, Shadow's face became a little serious, because he knew who Ma'an was referring to when he mentioned the strongest ability user, and Ma'an, who noticed this, did not continue. Ma'an immediately replied, "Don't be nervous. Have you forgotten that I have signed the contract? I can't save Shinshao anymore, and I think this underwater incident has also allowed you to collect useful information. Isn't this your purpose? Use that incident to slowly find the specific strength to suppress Shinshao. And I don't have to ask her to take action, but Shinshao is your strongest ability user. If you can find other ability users who can deal with Saran, it's fine, and I don't just need ability users. The Federation itself is the strongest abnormal force." Shadow raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Yes, but I have something to ask you. Why does the Federation want to help you?" Ma'an looked him in the eyes and said, "Because you also want to deal with the gods. I was indeed plotted against by Saren, but the most serious thing they have dealt with in recent days is not me, nor the Salvation Alliance at that time, but your Federation. The current situation of Shinshao is all due to Saren's conspiracy. Although you can indeed collect some information that may be useful now, we all know that this matter is definitely more harmful than beneficial to you. Saren's purpose is obviously to delay and prevent you from getting Shinshao. I think most forces do not want to see you really let Shinshao surrender, because then the power of the Federation will be greatly enhanced. And this is probably just the beginning. Letting Shinshao leave the prison is just the beginning of their plan. They will definitely seize this opportunity to continue to destroy your plan to subdue Shinshao. If the gods fall into a deep sleep or need to be more vigilant against you, it will definitely not be a bad thing for you to regain Shishao next. Hearing that Ma and could tell these facts, Shadow nodded slightly. You are right, but this matter is not just done by the gods. To be precise, any organization in the world that has a little bit of ulterior motives and is strong enough is secretly working hard. Even the Holy Church that only cares about their so-called true God is actually involved in the sinking of Atlantis. They have reached a tacit understanding. But we have never launched a counterattack against them, because there are too many of these organizations, and we don't have the resources and energy to deal with a few of them. Even if we really succeed, we can't kill the chicken to scare the monkey. When these organizations realize that we have fewer resources, they will become more unscrupulous. So the Federation has not dealt with the gods so far. If it were an ordinary single human, they might retreat in fear of death, but these forces and individuals who secretly dealt with them were actually very clear that the Federation was in an extremely embarrassing situation and could not act at will. Now any counterattack they made was just to find a certain organization to die together. And he said this to express their difficulties to Maine. But Maine did not seem to be scared after hearing this, but looked very calm. That's why I came to you. I just said that we did not tear our faces with the gods immediately, but now I appear here, naturally because we have the confidence to take action during this period. My friends in the Secret Alliance took a little time to find a way to deal with the gods. As he said this, Maine spread his right hand with his palm facing up, and then looked up at the Shadow, as if he remembered something. Don't mind. The Shadow roughly realized what Maine wanted to do, and after getting the answers from other politicians, he nodded slightly to Maine. Please go ahead. Mayan's left hand gently brushed over his right palm, and he directly pulled out a spear that looked extremely beautiful and dangerous. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly after feeling the powerful aura of the spear. At the same time, the federal politicians in the distance also stared at the close-up of the screen, as if they could understand something. After a few seconds of silence, Shadow still asked, "What is this?" Mayan gently handed the spear to Shadow. This spear is called Chasing the Sun. As its name suggests, it can be destined to hit Saren. This is a weapon against the gods. Chapter 551. After receiving it, Shadow could feel more and more that this weapon was not simple, and this was not entirely because of how powerful this weapon itself was. Some details made him feel surprised and shocked. Even though he was not a professional scholar, as the director of the investigation department, Shadow often had to deal with various abnormal items and the geniuses of the research institute. He also had his own vision of abnormal items. From his perspective, the forger of this weapon was probably not simple, and this also reminded him of the ancient Titan civilization mentioned in the database, which was also the reason why the gods were imprisoned today. If he guessed correctly, this should be the creation of that civilization, so even if this weapon itself was not particularly strong, there were many details that could shock him. However, after looking at it more carefully, Shadow felt that this weapon was still a little bit worse. "Is this your secret weapon?" he asked tentatively. Maine simply replied, "This is one of our secret weapons." Shadow looked at the spear in his hand with some surprise, and the words he had already thought of were stuck in his mouth. He just wanted to say that this thing might not be able to deal with Saren. "So you have a lot of such weapons?" Shadow asked immediately. Maine nodded. "Yes, even this spear is only half a weapon. I didn't bring its tip, so you may not feel a lot of exposed breath through it, but its tracking ability is already strong enough. I think if we can take out some more powerful weapons than it, and some non-weapon abnormal entities against the gods, you should have some confidence in solving and killing Saren." Shadow said, "If Shishao takes action, I think there is indeed some chance, but killing him will not solve the problem. This is actually the point that Saren often mentions, but it is also true. If we kill Saren, the sun god who appears again will still be so powerful, and it is likely that he will not be as easy to talk to as him. Saran's wisdom not only makes him dangerous, but also allows him to remain calm and humble when necessary, and will not die with us. Killing him will not benefit us." Mon said, "What if we can keep him asleep?" Silence instantly fell in this room, and the monitoring room in the distance. All the politicians standing beside Shadow looked at Ma-En on the screen in disbelief, and even really doubted what Ma-En said. Seeing this, Shadow also asked with his body, "Are you sure? This is something that neither the Federation nor Shishao can do." Ma-En said calmly, "Of course, I can make a promise with a contract. Do you think we have only found a few weapons during this period? Since the Camarilla wants to deal with the gods, we must have thought of all the solutions." Looking at the way Ma-En spoke, both Shadow and the politicians watching in the monitoring room realized that he was indeed very confident in this matter, and that the Camarilla might be more terrible than they initially imagined, and they did not despise this organization at all. It has not been long since their attack Ma-En, and the Camarilla has found a way to completely put these gods to sleep, and it seems that they did not master the solution in the past, but went to find it specifically when they provoked them. But no matter which one the real situation is, it is not simple. Because even the Federation and Shen Shao were not sure that they could put the gods to sleep. They had thought about finding such a way, but they never achieved anything. That's why they later prepared the Southern Federation clearing plan to kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 1,000 of their own. This was a last resort. So when Maine claimed that they had mastered the method of putting the gods to sleep, the members of the Federation, who knew how difficult it was, were skeptical, but as the conversation continued, they basically believed Maine. After all, both Maine and the secret alliance behind him had recently proved their abilities. Shadow seemed to think for a few seconds and then said, "If what you said is true, then we may indeed cooperate with you, but I have to ask you a few more questions on behalf of the Federation. First of all, we want to know where these weapons come from." Although Shadow said he actually didn't care much about the source of these weapons. The politicians who were hiding in the surveillance room and giving orders raised this question. And he didn't think Maine would really give an answer. The situation was exactly as he thought. Mon did not intend to tell them the source of the weapons. This is the business of the Camarilla. Even I don't know how they found these things, and they are not going to tell me or you, but these are not important. The key is what we are going to do. At this point, Shadow knew that he should change the subject, but he couldn't do so at this time. Because the questioner was not him. "We can indeed sign a contract," Shadow said. "This can theoretically guarantee that the weapons you provide are fine, but the politicians of the Federation do not trust you yet, just like you do not trust us. Otherwise you wouldn't have brought so many contracts." Maine nodded. "This problem sounds easy to solve. The other information is a secret that cannot be told to you. To be honest, it's not entirely because these things are so important, but simply because they are secrets. But I can tell you that these are weapons against the gods forged by the ancient titans, and I can also temporarily give this weapon to you for inspection, so that you can confirm that this thing can indeed pose a threat to Saren." After saying this, the politicians in the monitoring room no longer had any objections. The promise given by Maine was enough, and he also hinted that this thing was a secret. Maine also knew that the Federation would be more receptive to this. After all, the main feature of the Camarilla is secrecy, so it is reasonable to have some small quirks in this regard, and the Federation politicians would not want to make demands in this regard. I think they should believe it this way. Shadow continued, "Then the second question is, you can provide the majority of weapons, and what quality? We want to solve the gods with this thing alone is not enough." The purpose of the federal politicians in raising this question is particularly obvious. They want to use this to understand how many resources the Camarilla and Marn have in this regard, and consider how much resources the Federation needs to invest. So Marn did not answer them directly. The specific number is also a secret, but I can tell you that it is enough to deal with the current gods. Even if you don't send out the Divine Skywalker. Chapter 552. Shadow showed a curious look. "Then you just said Shen Shao." Ma-En didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. The best situation is naturally to let Shen Shao take action personally. But if Shen Shao must take action to solve these gods, I would not come here to find you. I know how sensitive you are about this matter. Not to mention that even if you really want Shen Shao to help me, she may not be able to spare a hand. Now that the ancient creatures under Atlantis are threatening this planet, other forces may also take the opportunity to plan something. I think it is not so easy for you to let Shen Shao return to prison safely." Shadow nodded. "You are right. There are many forces eyeing it covetously. The Federation and Shen Shao are not safe. That's why I think it's not so easy to let Shen Shao take action. If you must let her take action, then we can't agree so easily. In fact, we are not worried about what you will do, but we are afraid that other forces that fear our alliance with Shen Shao will take the opportunity to play dirty tricks on us. We have no choice but to send her to suppress Atlantis. Don't think that we can get some benefits from it, but in fact we are just trying to make up for it in the worst situation. Unless there is a similar situation, I think it will be difficult for the Federation to send Shen Shao again, and if those foreign forces really take the opportunity to do something to Shen Shao, I can assure you that it will not push the reality in the direction you hope for even half a centimeter, and they will never let Shen Shao be free again." The purpose of his saying this is to remind Ma-En not to think about using other forces to help Shen Shao. Even if those forces really intervene, the situation will definitely not develop in the way Ma-En expects. They are the common enemy of Shen Shao and the Federation. Ma-En nodded and said, "Of course, I understand this. I have already signed the contract. You really don't have to worry that I want to help Xiao escape. This is why I specifically mentioned that Xiao doesn't have to do it. To be honest, these gods are also enemies of Xiao. If I really want to help her, isn't it the best way to get rid of these gods? And it won't do you any harm. You may even think that what I just said is just an excuse, and this is the real reason why I want to deal with the gods. Maybe I am taking revenge on Xiao for their conspiracy against you. He said the last sentence in a joking tone, but when he said this, neither Shadow nor the Federation members who were listening to the whole conversation could easily ignore it. Even Shadow was a little concerned about what Ma En said, but he immediately threw this question to his clone to think about, and this body directly regarded it as Ma En's smoke bomb. A smoke bomb to cover up his real purpose. Okay. Shadow didn't ask any more questions after receiving the politician's agreement. As long as you have the confidence to provide enough weapons for us to deal with the gods, then the last question. Why should we help you? Although Marn had just said that the gods were their common problem, in fact, the Federation and Shadow also agreed with this point of view, but there is no doubt that Marn was the one who was really eager to deal with the gods at the moment, and it didn't matter whether the Federation itself did it or not. Otherwise, Ma En wouldn't have come to us. Ma En repeated, this is a win-win situation. He was telling the truth. And Shadow also admitted what he said, you are right, but obviously you get more benefits, and you are more urgent than us. It is not that we have to agree to this deal immediately just because it is beneficial to us. I think you understand this. Ma En smiled. Of course, I understand that a glass of water is priceless to a person who is about to die of thirst. You will definitely want to sell the things at the highest price you can, but unfortunately, I am not a person who is about to die of thirst. I brought 3 different life-extending drugs, and they all came from the ancient Titan civilization, and there are multiples of each, enough for you to study slowly. I know how much you like these things. This is my price, not a bit more. You can refuse, but you only have one chance. If you don't agree, I will leave here and find other partners. If it doesn't work, I can also ask other members of the Secret Alliance to help. I suggest that you better not think of taking advantage of me. I promise that you will only regret it later. If this sentence was said by someone else, Shadow would think he was too arrogant and presumptuous, but when Main said this, he really thought it was the truth. And Shadow thought so not because of Main's deeds, but because of his most basic understanding of him. Judging from his past contact with Main can definitely do what he said. He is a smart man. But other politicians don't think so. At this moment, they are asking themselves to put pressure on Main. They want to use Main's demand for the Federation to squeeze every drop of oil out of Main as much as possible. In fact, this is also related to the fact that Main took out life-extending items. They think that the Camarilla must have mastered some life-extending technologies under other systems, and handing them over is not a serious request for the Camarilla. All they want is a little more. Greed that can never be satisfied. Shadow sighed in his heart, and then used his clone to explain the current situation to the politicians. At the same time, he turned to look at Ma En and said, I believe what you said, so I won't reject you immediately, but I think you should also know that this matter is not something I can give an immediate answer to now. The Federation is a very large organization. We need enough time to carefully discuss how to deal with it. How about this? Give us some time first, let us think and discuss how to answer you, and contact you after we have a conclusion. Anyway, you have signed a contract with us, and you don't have to worry about us betraying you and leaking this conversation. You should have time, right? Ma En nodded slightly. Of course, if you have a decision, you can notify me at any time. As long as it is not delayed for a long time, we will still wait for you for a while, unless you really waste too much time. By then, we may choose other partners. After saying this, Ma En casually left a contact number, then took a few steps back in front of him and escaped into the Shadow dimension, and Shadow also watched Ma En leave here. Then Shadow closed his eyes. Chapter 553. Shadow opened his eyes. Chaotic colors and noisy sounds assaulted his senses at the same time, but Shadow had long been accustomed to such sudden information bombardment, and did not show any unusual emotions. I told you that we can't treat this guy well. Do you remember how he treated us? The Federation gave him a chance to start over, but he cheated us. We haven't settled accounts with him yet? He is a dangerous ability user. We shouldn't push him so hard. I think it's better to use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to slowly disintegrate his defense and lure him into the pot first. By then, he won't have a chance to escape. We can afford to be rejected. We shouldn't give in to these lawless wild ability users. The image of the Federation is more important than these life-extending props. We have to consider the existence of the Camarilla. You should have delayed time just now, so that we can discuss how to treat him. You shouldn't have let him leave here at all. Shadow, didn't you hear what we just said? Why did you suddenly let him go on your own initiative? These chattering words were far more common to Shadow than sensory shocks. He looked at the politicians who came to him and questioned him with expression on his face, and didn't really answer their questions. I think there is nothing left to talk to him about, Shadow said, and if I really want to delay time by talking about this and that, it will definitely affect his plan, so I can only let him go first. In fact, his answer was a bit irrelevant, but Shadow knew that these politicians would buy into it. Those who showed off in front of him didn't want the real answer, they just wanted an explanation. Shadow cast his eyes to a politician who was watching from the sidelines. This politician had no intention of showing off in front of him. Although that was also the job of politicians, they only had to create a bad environment when they really wanted to target him, but he didn't intend to do such an offensive job. In fact, this was not wisdom. He didn't have to run to him and say these meaningless nonsense because he had the highest status among these politicians. If those seemingly annoying guys were in his position at the moment, they would also play a friendly role like him. This division of labor is actually very useful, because it can give them various reasons and conditions, and it can also ensure that the person being embarrassed will not get angry in the end. The only problem is that they are doing this to themselves. Because Shadow didn't care about the impact of these words at all, but these politicians had already formed conditioned reflexes like well-trained dogs, unable to resist the urge to try in their bodies. But Shadow also knew that it was not their desires that really shaped them, but this machine-like federation. The space provided by the Federation to these politicians is fixed, and the soft flesh and blood will slowly change into the shape of screws and nails over time, becoming part of this terrifying machine. The Federation is devouring everything. The politician he was watching at the moment actually realized this, and from this point of view, he can actually be considered outstanding among these politicians, but even he can only accept this cruel fact. Even these politicians who realized this did not try to struggle. After all, even Xin Xiao was crushed by the Federation. Of course, the rationality of these politicians is also the reason why the Federation chose them. Seeing that he hadn't spoken yet, Shadow finally took the lead and said, "Niechingyu, you have also met Ma In. What do you think?" This politician was the representative of the Federation who went to negotiate with Ma In at that time, and witnessed the emergence of the secret organization of the Secret Alliance with Shadow. When the Secret Alliance appeared, he immediately reconciled with all and on behalf of the Federation. After hearing Shadow's words, Niechingyu did not answer immediately, but looked at the other members of the Federation who were also standing in the corner and did not take the initiative to speak, and then asked, "You have also had contact with Ma In. What do you think of his answer? Do you think that what he said is a lie? What words we need to treat carefully, and how should we treat his proposal?" Among these members of the Federation is a member of the Research Institute named Kanya. At this time, she did have some opinions about the situation just now, but for some reason, she didn't want to say what she was thinking. So she simply said, "I don't know enough about Marx and Engels. I have judged him in the past, but the results show that my judgment is obviously quite different from the facts. I am not sure to make an evaluation of the current situation." Niechingyu asked, "So you don't know?" Kanya admitted very frankly, "I don't know." Niechingyu nodded slightly, and seemed to have no opinion on this answer. In fact, this is also the attitude that many researchers will show. The more knowledge you have, the more you can be in awe of the fields you don't understand. Then he looked at a young federal politician standing beside her. Of course, young as compared with other politicians. After all, he is nearly 10 years older than Niechingyu, and his status is far inferior to his own. But politicians like him are actually already promising talents. In the future, they will be the middle force to fill the parliamentary space. This politician was Xin Zhongdu, who jumped out to sing the opposite tune when Ma In asked for anti-psychic metal, and had met Xin Xiao. At that time, he was speechless because Xiao Taoist came out to help Ma In. But after the Ma In problem was exposed, Xin Zhongdu got a lot of benefits. His performance against Ma In at that time was also regarded as a kind of foresight, and he became a Federation hero who saw through Ma In's disguise. Although Xin Zhongdu knew what was going on, he quickly began to hype up his unappreciated identity of a hero after Ma In was exposed, preparing to use it as his political bargaining chip. Therefore, when asked about Ma In, he immediately launched an attack based on his identity. I don't think he has a single word of truth in his mouth. At the beginning, he used his excellent lies to deceive almost every member of the Federation, making them really think that Ma In wanted to join the Federation. But we all know what the facts are. Ma In joined the Federation just to get close to Xin Xiao. He is an extremely cunning and clever liar. I think we should look at every word of his with the most suspicious eyes. And I suggest that we reject his proposal, and observe his and the secret alliance's movements from a distance, and use this information to understand what his real purpose is. If we put aside the part where Shin Jong-du hinted that he could see through Main's disguise, what he said, as a whole, actually made sense, but he overlooked a very important thing. An old man who looked very old said, "What about the technology and secrets in his hands? Even if we don't want to cooperate with him, we can't shut him out at this stage, at least let him in first." This old politician was the one who just said to boil the frog in warm water. Shadow knew that he had used a lot of life extension techniques, which was why he was so eager to keep Ma in. However, it was precisely because of his eagerness that he did not get to the point about Ma in. And Shadow also spoke at this time. Ma in may have deceived us, but the contract he signed with us was not fake. He no longer has any opportunity and ability to plan for Shishao, and he will not offend us for other reasons. At that time, he was able to succeed because he hid in the dark, but now Ma in has been pulled into the daylight, and his lies are no longer likely to deceive us, not to mention that they have enemies who are more eager to deal with than us. What you said is not the real problem. Hearing this, Niechingyu also nodded thoughtfully, and Shin Zongdao, who saw this scene, also knew that he had hit a stone, and shut his mouth obediently, and did not try to say bad things about Ma in. Then what do you think? Niechingyu turned to look at the last person. You should be the one who has the most contact with Ma in among us, and the one who knows him best among the federal politicians. What do you think? The person he asked was a pretty young woman. I have indeed been in contact with him for a long time, but I may not really understand him. After all, I am the one who was deceived the most by Ma in among us, and it is difficult for me to say how rational I can be about him. You know, he is the enemy who killed my sister. The speaker was Tang Xuelwan, Ma in's former partner in the Federation. In the past, she even put their partnership relationship above her own family several times, so she is indeed the federal politician who knows Ma in best. Niechingyu, who knew this, encouraged gently, "It's okay, this experience will help you see him more clearly." Tang Xuelwan also showed a serious look of thinking. I don't think he told the truth. Niechingyu looked at her expectantly and asked, "Where?" Tang Xuelwan replied, "First of all, he didn't tell the truth in terms of motivation. He certainly didn't do it out of hatred. Ma in is not the kind of person who will be easily controlled by hatred or anger, but I don't think he did it because he wanted to solve any trouble in advance, and it has nothing to do with what he said about Shinshao. Of course, I don't have any particularly convincing evidence, these are just my feelings." Ying was somewhat surprised and delighted to hear this. He actually vaguely realized that all the reasons Ma in said were smokescreens, but he was far less determined than Tang Xuelwan. It seems that deception really makes people grow. Niechingyu then asked, "What do you think his motive is?" Tang Xuelwan shook her head slightly. "I don't know, but I think it may be related to some of his interests, and if there is no accident, it should have nothing to do with the Federation, so if you really want to ask me whether I should accept the proposal. Emotionally, I am unwilling to accept it, but rationally, I think there is no harm in cooperating with him. Also, the last sentence he said may be true. The Ma in I know can do such a thing." Chapter 554. Titan Ruins, Communication Tower. Having successfully completed the mission again, Main returned to the Titan Ruins and prepared to report his latest progress to Zasa. But this time when he came back, Zasa was not waiting for him. A few minutes after he completed the transmission, a Titan guard came to the transmission site in a flying vehicle and said that he would take Main to see Zasa, and the Queen was dealing with busy affairs at the moment. Through this, Main could feel that Zasa was indeed very busy now, and this action also showed her complete trust in Main, because she no longer had to watch Main in person. This also shows that she was not worried about Main when she came to the scene in person last time, but was afraid that the gods would infiltrate the Titan ruins through Main, which made Main look forward to the next plan of taking away the Titan weapons. Not long after Main got on the flying vehicle, he stopped on another tower he had seen, and he followed the Titan guard into the top floor of the tower, and sat in an elevator similar to the last time. But when the elevator stopped and opened the door, the scene that Mon saw was completely different from what he expected. This was not a gloomy secret basement, or a laboratory full of strange technology. Instead, it was a spacious living room that looked like a normal person's residence. Although this living room was not luxuriously decorated, it exuded a kind of awe-inspiring solemnity, as if this was a place with special significance. Zasa was already standing inside waiting for Mon, and when she saw Mon, she also raised her head. "You came just in time. Actually, I was a little early, but I didn't expect you to come back here so soon. Did you get the contract with the Federation?" Mayan took out a piece of gold and handed it to Zasna. Here. Zasna took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then showed a happy expression. What is the reaction of the Federation? Mayan replied, they said they would consider it again, but I think this matter is already a done deal. Now all I have to do is wait for them to give me more news. I will temporarily hand over the Sun Chaser to them. When they are completely sure that the Sun Chaser was specially made to deal with Saran, we can consider the next thing. Zasna nodded heavily. Very good, but before you go back, we still have something to do before we go. You wait here for a while. A very important guest will come here next. You can meet him with me. Mayan asked curiously, who? Zasna replied, the first king. Mayan was also alerted when he heard this name. Zasna specifically mentioned that the second king and the first king were the only two Titan kings who could compete with the regional prince. They must be at least level 5.4, and they are likely to be top-level strongmen at level 5.5. Their titles actually mean something. Mayan actually didn't expect that he would meet the strongest Titan so soon. He also thought that Zasna might meet some Titan kings in advance, but he didn't expect that they would be so strong at the beginning. Mayan suddenly realized something when he thought of this. Have you met other Titan kings? Zasna nodded. I have met the third and sixth kings. They are actually on our side. Although they are not as proactive as me in wanting to change anything, if I can really do something, they will support it. But since it is the second king who is against us, it is far from enough to just get their support. Among the 13 kings, only the first king can suppress him. So even though he is not so supportive of us, we have to find a time to meet him properly. In fact, if you don't come back in time as agreed, I will leave him here and wait for you to come back to see him. We have to let him see you, a human, with his own eyes. Mayan asked, so he doesn't actually support helping humans? Zasna nodded. Yes, he doesn't think he is a human, nor does he think he is a descendant of humans, and he doesn't have the same feelings for humans as I do, but he is not as cruel as the second king or the fifth king. Let's put it this way. If it is necessary to destroy humans in order to save himself, I think he will destroy humans without hesitation, but if there are other similar methods, he will try his best to choose the one that does not hurt you. And if it is like now, with the possibility of joining forces with humans to fight, I don't know what choice he will make in the end, but he will definitely not refuse directly in a particularly tough way. Mayan said, so we want to win him over to our side? Zasna nodded, yes, but we don't need to rush to achieve our goal this time. It's enough to let him have some basic impression of what we are going to do. It's not easy to really convince him to help us completely, and we can't be impatient. Mayan nodded slightly. I see. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Zasna said, it's just some trivial things, but I can also talk to you before he comes. Then she began to tell Main about the Titan King and reminded him what details he should pay attention to when facing the Titan King, and they chatted for several hours. Finally, when it was close to dusk, Zasna suddenly interrupted the conversation and said, he's here. Not long after she said this, there was a knock on the door of the living room. Then the visitor did not wait for Zasna to invite him in, but pushed the door open and walked in. And Main was able to see the face of this strong man. Half flesh and half machine, this was Main's most intuitive feeling after seeing him. Half of this Titan's body was made of flesh and blood, and half was made of machine, and it was different from other Titans Main had seen. The first king was not a mixture of flesh and blood and machine. These two structures were clearly distinguished in him. His entire left side was made of flesh and blood that Main was familiar with, while the right side was made of complete machine. In other words, half of his brain was made of flesh and half was made of machine structure. As soon as he walked in, the Titan King's eyes glanced at Mayan. In fact, his face did not look completely like a machine, but more like a living silver-white metal mask. Therefore, when his eyes looked over, Mayan first felt strange. Then there was a terrifying sense of oppression. In an instant, Mayan knew that this Titan King was the strongest ability user of level 5.5. Only such an ability user could emit such an amazing pressure, which made Mayan, who had already experienced the power of level 5, instinctively startled by it, and even his whole body was transmitting signals to his soul to stay away from this strong man. Very good. The Titan King said in a gentle and cold tone, you are not a spy of the gods. Chapter 555. After the Titan King, who had a face of blood and iron, pronounced Main not guilty, he began to seriously look at and observe the young human standing in the Titan ruins, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through Main's thin body, and directly see his soul and consciousness, even though the Titan King now had no soul. You are the human who gave the ninth king confidence. His voice was creepy and gentle, contrasting with the cold eyes, and his whole body exuded an uncoordinated atmosphere. Fortunately, Zasna did not let Maine respond to the Titan King, and said before he could react, "Walter, you are still the same." Walter glanced at Zasna. "You are still the same. Obviously, you have realized that we in the past are not the me now. We are brand new lives at the moment of reincarnation, but you always put unnecessary energy on these humans. You should pay more attention to our compatriots, not the fate of human civilization." Zasna replied, "If you don't intend to destroy human civilization, I will send him back immediately, and never waste precious energy on humans, but you want to destroy the race that created us. You and I are both human, and their genes flow in the blood of the entire Titan." Walter shook his head slightly. "You haven't changed at all." Zasna sighed, "But you have changed too much. You used to be such a gentle person. You certainly didn't think that you would eventually become this cold-blooded and cruel, otherwise you wouldn't have proposed this plan." Walter looked at Zasna with his cold, iron-like eyes. "That's not who I was in the past, and he couldn't imagine what I would become. You are always carried forward by the powerful inertia of your initial consciousness, and you can't realize when your true self was born. You don't even have a soul. How dare you say you are her?" Zasna replied calmly, "I didn't say I was her, but I don't think I need to change. I didn't ask you to come today to discuss how to treat our roots as the 13th king. We are talking about cooperation with humans." Walter interrupted again, with a gentle voice that made Ma-En feel weird. "But in my opinion, it is the problem I said that led to your current decision. If you can distinguish between her in the past and yourself now, you won't repeat what she did like now. She is just a shadow from the past. Maybe she shaped your original appearance, but that's all. You don't have to continue her path. You should find out who you really are. Grow on their corpses, instead of becoming a shadow of yesterday." Zasna's voice turned cold. "Of course you can have your own ideas, but I made my own choice. The path you think is right is not the only right way. We can choose different ways to deal with the past." Walter still said in that gentle tone that made people angry, "If you don't open your eyes, how dare you say that you have made a choice?" Seeing the atmosphere in front of him gradually become deadlocked, Ma-En, who didn't know what to say, also realized that now was his best opportunity to interrupt. He cleared his throat, and attracted the attention of the two people to himself. "Ahem." Mon said sincerely, "Maybe you think Zasna's decision is wrong, but I also want to stop you from going to war with human civilization, and I should have sufficient reasons and qualifications to say so. I am a pure human." He was actually cleverly changing the subject, and it was somewhat related to what Walter said. At this moment, he was questioning whether Zasna should help humans, so Mon directly shifted the focus of the matter to himself, and his behavior as a human being to stop the Titans can be said to be natural. But what Mon didn't expect was that Walter looked at him with a little more doubt in his eyes. "Really?" This sentence instantly turned the atmosphere to a completely different kind of weirdness from just now. This sentence also caught Mon and Zasna off guard, and they didn't realize what Walter was asking at the first time. But Mon still reacted to the meaning of this sentence. He was indeed questioning the words pure human. "I can't see the soul directly." Walter blinked his mechanical eyes alone, "but I can sense those non-soul substances affected by the soul, and use them to infer the outline of your soul. And based on my limited information, the outline of your soul does not look so much like a human, or not like the kind of human I am most familiar with, but like a humanoid subspecies. Of course, there may be many reasons for the strange shape of your soul, and what I see is just the reflection of your soul in my eyes, which is not even as good as the world in your eyes. Maybe you are gifted, or you have encountered something, which makes you have a different soul outline from other humans. After all, I am not a soul expert." Ma-En also said at this time, "My ability is indeed related to the spiritual realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the matter seemed to have passed, and Walter had no intention of delving into it, but Ma-En knew very well that his last few words were just polite words. If Walter really felt that Ma-En was just gifted or had a soul outline that was a little different from ordinary people, as he said, he would not have said the 3 words really. He must have been very confident when he raised the question. After all, Walter was telling the truth. Although Ma-En was indeed a native human of the Federation, he did not forget that he also came from another world that was completely different from here. Although his memory now did not have much information about that world, he was sure that it was a completely different place from the Federation, and if there was anything about him that belonged to that world, it was only the soul. So the reason why Walter raised the question was also very obvious. He was secretly reminding himself that this could be regarded as some kind of obscure hint, and the meaning contained in it was also extremely subtle and complex. But the fact that Walter didn't get to the bottom of it also revealed that he didn't seem to have completely rejected Mon and Zasna's proposal. His purpose was more like telling Mon that he knew. This meant that Walter was still hesitating. I understand that you are a Titan King. So Mon said, you are not like Zasna, who is willing to consider the survival of our human civilization. You prefer to use a seemingly simpler method to solve the gods. But what if I can prove you wrong? Walter showed a playful look. Oh? Chapter 556. Walter's expression was as if no one had ever said to him you are wrong, and his face also showed anticipation for what Maine would say next. If the ability user who saw this expression had a slightly weaker will, he might have begun to regret what he said. But Maine still had a calm expression. Yes, you got a very important premise wrong. We are not here to ask for your help. Hearing this, Zasna glanced at Maine, because she came to ask for the help of the first king, but considering what Maine had done in the past, she chose to believe him at this moment, and did not try to interfere. The expectation on Walter's face became stronger. Go on. Mon looked up and looked into the eyes of the strong man and said, I am not here to ask for your help, because I can see that you will not accept the request. You value the interests of your own race very much, and you will not change your mind out of pity. Zasna looked at Mon with a little more surprise. What he said was indeed the truth, but she did not expect Mon to see it in such a short time. Mon continued, so I don't plan to discuss the matter of humans and Titans with you. I just want to tell you a simple fact. If you continue with your current plan, the final result is doomed to be a disastrous defeat. If you continue to fight against humans, then the only civilization that will be destroyed in the end is the Titan civilization. Because you are not our opponent. Faced with Mon's provocative words, Walter still maintained that strange gentleness. The messenger sent by Zasna also mentioned a similar point of view, but even she was not as arrogant as you are now. But as far as I know, you are only a 4th level ability user. How can you be sure that your judgment of the strong in the abnormal world is accurate? Even Walter's words were leisurely and unhurried, as if he was sincerely asking Maine this question, and he didn't feel the provocation in Maine's words just now. Maine's answer remained arrogant. You are right. I do not have the ability to judge you strong people, but as long as I have eyes, I can see the difference between mountains and dwarf rocks. As the Titan King, Walter had no dissatisfaction with this extremely arrogant appreciation, nor did he feel it was because of Maine's words. Instead, he discussed it seriously. I also heard from Zasna that you have a very strong ability user and a very strong organization, but even she is not as confident as you, because she actually knows a lot of facts that you don't know. But you don't understand the power of Titan hidden in the dark at all, and in this case, your arrogance will only make me feel that you lack wisdom. The problem is not who is right in our speculation. And you made a conclusion without having enough information. This makes your words weightless, and makes me unable to believe the words you utter. Walter's reasoning also somewhat disrupted Mon's plan. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at Zasna standing beside him, and said firmly, show him. Although Mon's words were completely inconsistent with Zasna's plan, after seeing his firm eyes, she continued to choose to believe Mon, and then took out the afterimage stone that recorded the battle of hell from her arms. As the smell of sulfur filled every space around them, the giant leg of the Prince of Hell appeared in front of them again, and seeing this scene, Walter also shifted his gaze over. He had realized what Mon was trying to do. This is not Shishao, right? Walter said, the owner of this leg is very strong, but not as strong as you or Zasna said. It's not that I can't deal with him. Mon said, of course, he is just one of Shinxia's countless defeated opponents. Then the surrounding scene began to change as they saw last time. The giant demon's body began to fall slowly, stirring up the clouds in the sky and raising countless dust. The seemingly thin figure gradually appeared in front of them, and Shishao also appeared in front of Walter. When he saw her, the Titan King also narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at her back in silence. This was quite different from Zasna's reaction at the time. Mon still remembered that she sighed that Shinxia's appearance was a little more ordinary than she imagined, but Walter just looked at her silently. Then, 2 princes of status, Prince of Bliss and Prince of Balance, appeared one after another. The spear that severely injured Prince of Bliss returned to Shinxia's hand from his broken body, and they began to chat. But at this moment, Walter's eyes did not move away from Shishao, unlike Maine and Zasna, who were watching the interaction between Prince of Hell and her at that time, as if he only had Shishao in his eyes. Until the end of the whole video, his eyes stayed on Shishao. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze and look at Maine, and then asked a question in his usual gentle tone, but for some reason, the weird feeling was slightly reduced this time. Anything else? Mon looked at Zasna, and she immediately took out the bronze recorder. The dark starry sky once again transcended space and appeared in their eyes. When Shishao appeared again, Walter stared at her again. But just when everyone thought he was going to keep staring at Shishao again, the crystal turned into a completely identical appearance to Shishao, and also exuded a nearly identical aura. This change also made Walter a little unsure of where to put his eyes. But this matter did not particularly bother him, because the two Shishao immediately started an extremely fierce battle. Walter's flesh and blood pupils gradually dispersed, and the metal eyes lit up a faint light, trying to take in all the scenes in front of him into his mind, not intending to miss any of them. Then he suddenly asked, "She can see the future?" Mon looked at Zasna in confusion, and then saw her surprised expression, because she had not told Walter this information yet. He had just seen it through the battle between the two Shishao. When Mon and Zasna were about to answer Walter, they noticed that he once again put all his attention on the battle in front of him, as if he did not expect to get an answer to his question. In the end, it was still the scene of the monster's suicide. After the impact dissipated, Walter said solemnly, "It's really terrifying. It can't see the chance of winning at all." Mon did not explain to Walter the specific abilities of the Crystal Man and Shishao, but it seemed that Walter had fully understood what was going on in front of him, and after all this was over, he also looked at Mon. This time, his gentle tone did not sound any weird. "I will help you. I can't guarantee that your plan can be realized, but even if you fail, I will not consider destroying human civilization for a long time after the death of this strong man. You are right. The difference between mountains and dwarf rocks is so obvious to any eye." Chapter 557. The next thing was very simple. Zasna and Walter discussed in detail for half an hour, and determined some details. Then, the first king joined their camp smoothly. Although as Walter said, he could not guarantee the smooth implementation of Zasna and Mon's plan. He could not really provide help firmly, nor would he provide help as unreservedly as Zasna, but he would stand behind them when necessary. And this actually saved them. Zasna and Mon really needed this attitude. Zasna already knew that it was the second king who was hiding in the shadows, and wanted to stop them. If there was no strong enough ability person to support them, this Titan, who was second only to Walter, could easily solve them. Although Zasna and Mon were confident that they could convince him with similar methods, the premise was that they had the opportunity to introduce Shinshao to him in detail again, but the second king might not give them this opportunity. That's why they need the help of Walter. He can call all the Titans to a meeting. Then they can convince the second Titan and other Titans through the meeting. If any Titan wants to be petty, Walter will stand up to prevent such a situation. How do you know that you can convince him? Zasna looked at Mon curiously. She was naturally surprised that Mon solved the problem so easily, but she didn't expect that Mon would solve the problem so easily. She originally planned to convince the first king herself. Mon also gave a sincere answer to Zasna's question. "When I heard him talking to you, I felt that he was a very pragmatic person, so I think that when it comes to whether to destroy humans, race and kindness are not within his consideration. The only thing that can really change his mind is the cost, risk and reward of this matter. After I showed him how powerful Shishao is, he will naturally feel that it is not worth continuing the original approach." Although Zasna also had a similar feeling, she did not really think that simply showing the influence of Shishao to Walter would make him change his mind. So she asked curiously, "Shishao is indeed very strong, and I also think this thing is a particularly important bargaining chip, but I never thought that this alone could make him make the final decision. I still want to say something else. And Ma-En also told the truth, because I think the stronger the ability, the easier it is to realize how strong Shishao is. For example, when I watched her image, I could hardly detect the gap between her and other top ability users. Even the sense of oppression she brought to me was far less than when the first king appeared, but Shishao could not be the weaker one. Of course, I can think of this because I have lived in a world shrouded by Shishao for a long time. The horror of Shishao has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all federal ability users, who have a little understanding of the world situation. And I've heard of similar situations. Many top-level people didn't really realize how strong Shishao was before seeing her in person, but often just one look was enough to change their minds. The most famous story is about the mortal enemies of the princes of hell. Several angels in heaven were angry about Shinshao's behavior for some reason, and at that time, heaven, which didn't know her well enough, sent out several of its strongest angels to teach this new powerful person in the Federation a lesson. But those angels who were strong enough to enter hell turned around and flapped their wings, and returned to heaven after staring at Shinshao for a few seconds. This was also one of Shinshia's early famous battles. After hearing this, Zasna also understood what Main said. But she immediately thought, "So Walter felt something you are familiar with?" Main nodded. "Yes, just by watching Shishao fight, he may have a deeper understanding of what Shinshia's ability can do than any of us." Finally, he said that he would not consider destroying human civilization for a long time after Shinxia's death. This is actually not because he has any special emotional fear of Xiao, nor is it because he has any respect for the strong, but because he fully understands how Shinxia's ability works. Because Shinxia's death does not mean the end of her power, the long future after her death is within her watch range before her death, so if he is going to destroy mankind in the future, then Shinxiao will stop him now. This incident not only proved Shinxiao's strength once again, but also reflected Walter's extraordinariness. You should know that in that battle, Shinxiao did fully demonstrate her ability to predict. When fighting each other, all her actions would definitely follow the power of prediction, and the final self-destruction of the Crystal Man was also caused by the power of prediction. But if it is not told in advance, even if you can see the battle clearly, it is difficult to understand the details. Ma En actually secretly watched the battle in the state of the sea-covering scepter, but he could not see anything at all. Zasna nodded. If that's the case, I think it will be easier to convince the second king than I originally thought. My current body really can't show the power of Xiao, so there's not much we need to do here. Now we are waiting for Walter to arrange the meeting. What we need to deal with is the Federation. Ma En said, although they haven't given me an accurate answer yet, I can foresee that they will definitely discuss the conditions with me in detail in the end, and the key point is what kind of contract we will reach. Or, can we sign a strategic cooperation clause? Hearing this, Zasna smiled. There is no need to be so anxious. Our real purpose is not to solve the gods. Have you forgotten? Our original motivation for doing this was just to prevent the Titan civilization from destroying human civilization. And as the situation changes, what we need to prevent now may be the loss of both Titans and humans. As for dealing with the gods, it is not so urgent. We just need to show this possibility to other Titans. If we really fight the gods now, we don't know how many things will be involved. It's better to wait until all our problems are solved. We have communicated with the Federation, and the strong man Shinxiao is ready to fight the gods. Hearing this, Ma En blinked silently. Although he didn't plan to fight the gods immediately, he was much more radical than Zasna at this time, because his purpose here was not to stop the Titans from trying to destroy humans in the distant future, but to prevent the gods from fighting him at this moment. And more importantly, he knew very well that Xiao might not be able to really fight against the gods. The only one who could really fight against the gods was himself, who used multiple abnormal entities of the gods. Chapter 558. After listening to Zasna's words, Mon thought for a moment and continued, You are right. The most important thing is to stop the Titans' plan against humans, but I also need to give them an explanation in time. I am not saying that I will take action against the gods immediately, but I have to give them something. You may not understand that although the Federation is a positive role in facing external enemies, it often acts as the biggest villain when dealing with human internal problems. It is a complex giant living creature without human nature. And this organization is quite suspicious. I have deceived them in the past. At the same time, Shinxiao itself is a very sensitive issue to the Federation. So if we just keep it hanging, I think this organization may deepen its suspicion of us, and may even hinder our real cooperation in the future. After listening to this, Zasna noticed a detail. Have you had conflicts with them before? Ma En nodded. As I said, the Federation is a very complex and cold giant entity, so anyone may have various conflicts and cooperation with this behemoth at the same time. The typical example should be Xiao. She is in conflict and cooperation with the Federation at the same time. During the most intense period of her conflict with the Federation, as her follower, my relationship with the Federation was not good. In fact, to be honest, this is not even a conflict between us. The Federation just wanted to weaken Xiao, so they directly massacred all the members of the Salvation Alliance. I had just joined for a few days at that time, but I was also listed on the list. And I didn't fully reveal my strength at that time. I was already a member of the Secret Alliance before I became a member of the Salvation Alliance, so I just contacted Xiao out of curiosity. Perhaps it was because of this that the Federation did not even consider sparing my life at that time. I was chased to the point of desperation by them, and could only kill a few Federation members to escape, and then our feud was completely established. After that, I also dealt with many members of the Federation and thwarted several of their conspiracies. Thanks to the efforts of the members of the World Salvation Alliance around the world, the Federation finally decided to deal with us in a more gentle way. This is also one of the reasons why the relationship between Shinxiao and the Federation has eased a lot now. And after that, my relationship with the Federation has become complicated. We have both cooperation and confrontation. Recently, we had an extremely fierce confrontation, but it ended peacefully in the end. But no matter what conflicts we had in the past, as long as you can give enough chips, the Federation will be willing to sit down and talk with you, provided that you don't give it the opportunity to eat you directly. The purpose of Ma'an's long speech was certainly not a whim. The purpose of showing Zasna his current situation was to tell her the necessity of continuing to cooperate with the Federation in depth, so that he would have an excuse to take away more weapons against the gods. Because his relationship with Zasna is very similar to his past relationship with the Federation. They are all based on lies. Although Ma'an always thinks that he is not a particularly liar, he has been lying in various ways since he left Victor Sanatorium. When he met the East New State Coordination Bureau led by Qin Lan, he hid his strength. It seems that he had the instinct to cover up his tracks when he just woke up. After that, he often lied in various official matters. Some of them were because of the secrets he knew, and some lies were more like a habit. Only in very rare private matters would he try not to lie, but communicate sincerely or hide some facts. However, in such cases, he would not hide anything if he could. This seems to indicate that he does not want to lie about anything in his heart, but he has indeed lied a little more after leaving the sanatorium. For example, when he came to see Zasna this time, he made up a lie about Shishao being able to deal with the gods, which led to him having to find a way to make up new lies. However, he was not reflecting on what he thought of. Facts have proved that lying like this is indeed quite useful. Ma'an has no intention of changing at all. He just suddenly thought of something. Could this habit of his have been formed long before his memory collapsed? All the current situations are very consistent with his conjecture, but if this is the case, it means that his past self often used lies to gain convenience in various official affairs. What shaped him like that? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and in reality, Ma'an immediately continued. So no matter what, we have to think of a reason to delay the Federation. At least when they agree to cooperate with us, we have to give an answer immediately, instead of being silent as if we are making up a lie. After hearing this, Zasna nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Let's do this. You can discuss the solar eclipse with the Federation first. We should not expose the existence of the solar eclipse to the gods for the time being, but if we want to do it quickly at that time, I think the Federation must also make sufficient preparations in advance. Hearing this, Ma'an nodded, and then said bluntly, okay, then there is only one thing left. What if the Federation wants to see other weapons against the gods? I told the Federation that we have many weapons, and if we only show this one all the time, they may also be suspicious. This sentence matches Ma'an's description of the Federation's suspicion just now. He said this of course to cheat more weapons against the gods. As long as these weapons are enough, he could also abandon the Shishao lie he is using now, and replace it with a lie that is closer to the truth and more convenient. Hearing this, Zasna was not as suspicious as the Federation. The strongest weapon against Saren can only be obtained through a meeting, but during this period I also met several other Titan Kings, and one Titan King also brought me a gift. In fact, even if Main didn't ask, Zasna also planned to take this opportunity to hand over the weapon to Main. After Main brought back the Federation's golden oath, she completely trusted Main in this matter. The degree of trust was enough for her to hand over another precious 5th-level abnormal weapon to Main. While she was talking, a swallowing python once again drilled out of the space around them, and then dropped a heavy metal box again, and the box opened the door automatically the moment it fell. It also revealed the weapon against the gods inside. It was an extremely exquisite decorative metal instrument. At first glance, it looked like a complex shape composed of countless complex patterns and tiny figures, but when Main pulled his eyes away and looked back, he saw an eye. This is not a weapon against Saren, Zasna said, but it is an extremely powerful weapon when dealing with other gods, and the reason why it can't deal with Saren is also very simple. It is called the Eye of Truth, also called the Eye of Menagedon, just as its name. It can pull the gods to the true facts. Darkness no longer causes fear, fire no longer means anger deep in the heart, and thunder is no longer a mysterious power, but unfortunately, the sun is still the sun. Chapter 559. Anomaly Control Bureau. Anomaly Entity, Eye of Menagedon. Anomaly Strength, V.3. Danger Level, V.3. Description: a weapon against gods that contains the ancient Titan Menagedon theory and advanced technology, which can give the seen gods their true essence and reveal the false faces distorted by worship. Features: Eye of Truth V.3. The gods seen return to their positions. This V.3 weapon against gods is already considered to be a stronger level in the same level, and it is not a special tracking device like the Sun Chaser, but a real weapon. If combined with the sea covering scepter he already has, he may have been able to easily deal with some southern gods, who are not as strong as Wooly. And this is because Ma'an, as a person who has just come into contact with the power of the 5th level, has a much weaker grasp of his own abilities than those gods, who have lived for who knows how many years. Even if Mayan wants to approach 70% to 80% of their level, the best situation is that he needs at least a dozen years to slowly get familiar with this power. Therefore, if he wants to deal with these gods, he must obtain a power far stronger than them. Moreover, although the Eye of Menageddon can be effective against almost all gods, it can't deal with the god who needs to be dealt with the most. When lying to Zasna, Main was ready to expose the lie, and the explanation he prepared was enough for the Titans to continue to cooperate with him. But he didn't just lie to Zasna. He scared off Saren with lies, and as long as it was a lie, it would be impossible to keep it secret forever. Before he could deal with the threat of Saren, he couldn't do anything big. If he simply lives, there may not be any trouble, but if he wants to try to remove the constraints that the Federation has imposed on him through the Hell contract or something, then he is likely to reveal some suspicious details. As long as he reveals some flaws, Saren will pounce on him like a venomous snake that seizes the opportunity and quickly give him a fatal blow, so he must be prepared for protection. Even if he doesn't really want to kill these gods, he must have a plan to prevent them from attacking in full force. And to be honest, he does covet Saran's power. Among these top 5th level ability users, Saran can also be regarded as a leader, but this does not mean that it is more difficult for Mon to contain him than other top ability users, because if he wants to deal with him, he can find 2 allies, who are not much inferior to the gods at the same time, and he also has a way to completely deal with the gods. With the Abnormal Control Bureau, he can theoretically even contain these gods quietly. Of course, this requires extremely strong mental abilities, and he does not have this level of power now. But if he could weaken or even kill these gods in a direct battle, it would be much easier to contain them by influencing human beings' cognition of the natural existence they represent. And in fact, under normal circumstances, it is far more difficult for him to restrain other top 5th level ability users than to kill them. Mayan also felt that he had no chance of imprisoning Saran, but he had a chance to kill him. After that, he could obtain the divine power that had not really dissipated through Saran's sleeping corpse. He might be the 5th level ability user in the world, who is most suitable for dealing with gods. This is also his shortcut and opportunity to reach the top of the 5th level. Although he is not a person who particularly likes adventure, solving Saran is not an adventure. It is more like avoiding future risks. Therefore, he is indeed thinking about whether he has a chance to kill this immortal god, who is far more powerful than himself. However, whether it is to prevent the attack of the gods or to truly plunder Saran's power, the premise is to be able to obtain enough weapons against the gods, and to do this, he must continue to recommend the cooperation between Titan and the Federation. Click. Mon pushed open the door in front of him and walked into an empty room with only a table and 2 chairs. Sitting on the chair is the somewhat dizzy federal researcher Kanya. When Mon went to see Shadow, she was also in the monitoring room and watched their entire discussion. And that video is also saved in the Abnormal Control Bureau at this moment. Kanya, who had just regained her memory, was still a little confused, but she quickly became alert after seeing Main come in, as if Main's appearance could stimulate her to recall the erased memories. Main walked over to her and sat down. "How do you think the Federation will deal with my proposal?" But unexpectedly, she did not answer Main's question, but asked, "When are you going to help me rescue Alice? You should not have forgotten that I joined you not because I believe in your ideals, but because you can give me what I want. Although you did show the ability to save Alice, I didn't see any intention of you to do so. It's as if you are just using this reason to drag me, to use my identity, as a federal researcher to bring you convenience." Mon's expression did not change after being exposed. "I did promise to help you rescue Alice, but if we are facing an extremely dangerous and powerful enemy at this time, how can we have the energy to offend another difficult reality twister? Although I solved the problem of Saren on the surface, his threat has not been completely eliminated." After hearing this, Kanya did not want to question it anymore. In fact, she just wanted to remind Mon of the existence of this matter. After all, Mon was her last straw. We did not participate in the discussion of politicians in depth. Kanya began to answer Mon's questions. "After all, I don't have any memory of this place outside, and it is impossible for me to take the initiative to ask about these things. But I have heard about the weapon. The Research Institute has identified that this weapon does have the power to restrain Saren. Now they didn't reply to you just because they want to study it more secretly. But the ancient Titan technology is indeed very profound. It is difficult for us to research anything about this thing in a short time. Mr. Zhao now has his own things to do, so you don't have to worry about them noticing anything." Mon didn't care at all. What can they research better? Kanaya nodded slightly. "Well, then things should go as smoothly as you imagined. But there is one thing you may be a little concerned about, that is Tang Xuowan, who made a relatively important suggestion in the monitoring room. I heard that after the discussion, Nie Qingyu specially visited Tang Xuowan and invited her to join the negotiation team responsible for analyzing you. I think you may pay attention to this matter. Ma En replied calmly. It's okay, her joining should not bring any difficult to solve problems. Kanaya looked at his face and lowered her brows slightly. What a cold person. Chapter 560. Federation? Nie Qingyu stood in front of the glass cabinet and looked up and down at the horizontal spear. Then his eyes fell slightly on the panel with dense text below, and he looked at the introduction of the spear carefully. So what Ma En said is indeed true. Nie Qingyu looked at it and said, this weapon does come from that ancient civilization, and it is specially forged for Saren. The middle-aged researcher standing opposite him replied, that's right, but we don't know much about its specific effects. It will take at least a few months to crack this weapon. If you don't plan to study it in depth, the current evidence is enough. Nie Qingyu nodded slightly. The authenticity of this weapon is actually not important. Ma En will make a promise in the contract, and if he wants to continue to cooperate with us, he must provide more evidence, and we have to think about it. Is there any way to trick 1 or 2 such weapons from the hands of the Camarilla? How do you think we can do it? He looked at Tang Xuowan, who was also looking at the spear beside him. Tang Xuowan raised her head as if she was suddenly awakened, and then showed an expression that she didn't hear what he said clearly, but about 2 seconds later she sobered up a little. Oh, to trick these weapons from Ma En. She paused slightly, and also showed a thoughtful look, but finally shook her head. I think it's difficult. Ma En is not the type that we can knock at will, because he will definitely be able to see through our tricks, and know where the bottom line of the Federation is. The most important thing is that he has courage. He has the courage to stick to the bottom line, and fight to the death with us. Nie Qingyu looked at her and said, do you think this kind of courage is more important? Tang Xuowan nodded. It's useless to know where our bottom line is, because we also know where their bottom line is, and we can afford it. They will definitely give up first. But Ma En is different. I have never seen fear in his eyes. Nie Qingyu said undeniably, as long as he is a human, he will have fear. He is just very good at hiding his emotions. I have actually seen a lot of such people. The key is to guess where their bottom line is. They have a bottom line, but it's invisible. Tang Xuowan disagreed with Nie Qingyu's opinion. You are right, but I still think Ma En is different. He is not the kind of person you said. I don't think he is human at all. Nie Qingyu said puzzledly, you mean he is a little crazy? Tang Xuowan nodded slightly. Yes, I will never forget his expression when I exposed Ma En in my life. At that time, he looked as if the secret he mentioned was just a trivial matter, not as bloody as killing his sister. He was like a monster without emotions. But Tang Xuowan felt that Ma En was not really a cold-blooded monster. At least in her opinion, Ma En was like all normal humans, and understood emotions. When getting along with him, Tang Xuowan never felt that he was so cold. So when Ma En was still so calm at that moment, she felt so strange and uncomfortable. It was as if the person standing opposite her was a monster in human skin. This is a very tricky explanation, but unfortunately, Ma En is not a monster. After that incident, she spent a lot of time investigating Ma En's past, and noticed some problems. However, there is no clue that Ma En is the so-called monster in her mind. Instead, it proves that Ma En may be a very gentle and kind ordinary person, and has relatives who love him. This result actually makes Tang Xuowan even more uncomfortable. She would rather Ma En showed his true nature at that time. However, there is actually one thing in these things that seems to have some hope, but this hope is extremely slim. That is, Ma En had been in a mental hospital. He was described in the case as a hysterical madman, which can actually be used to explain Ma En's mental problems. But later, the Federation found out the secret of Ma En's attending physician. He often took money to forge mental illness certificates for rich people, and it was a more reasonable possibility that Ma En found him to sneak into the hospital than that he was crazy. So she still has no answer, and she really wants the answer. Nie Qingyu nodded slightly. I understand, thank you, what do you think? Hearing this, Tang Xuowan still shook her head. I'm still not going to join your group. But she didn't want the answer that much. Nie Qingyu said sincerely, we really need you, and the Federation needs you too. Tang Xuowan still insisted. I also hope to provide help to the Federation, but in fact I don't know Ma En that well, and I don't think I can analyze anything useful. He is an elusive monster to me. What happened in the real world is that I was easily fooled by him. Nie Qingyu did not mean to give up, but it is this unforgettable feeling that may allow you to see him clearly, and even if you say that you don't know Ma En well enough, you definitely know him better than us, you see. If it weren't for you, I would never have realized that we couldn't fool Ma En, and I would still be thinking about how to get some weapons from him, and according to what you said, it might anger him, right? Tang Xuowan said, that's all the help I can provide. Nie Qingyu smiled. You are too modest. I think you may have completely seen what kind of person Ma En is, and you refuse just because you think it's useless even if you see him clearly, because he is too troublesome. But if your vision is combined with our method, many problems can be solved. Tang Xuowan didn't think much of it. She felt that even if she and the Federation were combined, it would be useless. For a guy like Ma En, understanding Ma En would not make him easier to deal with. He is not that type. So she still refused. I'm sorry. Nie Qingyu smiled and interrupted. I understand your idea, but how can we know if we don't try? To put it another way, your understanding of Ma En can also help prevent the breakdown of this negotiation. You see, I almost made a wrong decision just now. If this negotiation is successful, the whole Federation will benefit. You should also know what the gods have done in the southern part of the Federation. I think everyone in the Federation will want them to sleep. I believe you are no exception, right? He was not really asking questions at the end. Tang Xuowan paused and said, okay, but I have a request. I don't want him to see me. Nie Qingyu readily agreed, of course. Chapter 561. Federal Government Building. Ma En received the message faster than he expected. He originally thought that a bloated and huge organization like the Federation would take some time to respond. And it was not just him who thought so. Kanya also inferred that the Federation would waste some time internally, but the Federation responded to him in time. This means that either the Federation attaches great importance to this matter, or there is a politician or a capable person who is in charge of this matter, and does not let them delay it for too long. When Ma En walked to the door of the building, he knew who was pushing this matter behind the scenes. Nie Qingyu was standing alone at the door waiting for him at this moment, and the moment he saw Ma En appear, he immediately showed a warm smile and quickly walked up to greet Ma En. As soon as he walked in front of Ma En, he said directly, Mr. Ma En, the Federation has completed the inspection of the weapons provided to you, and has discussed your proposal. You can certainly expect that some federal politicians will raise objections, but we have convinced them. The Federation has made a decision. Nie Qingyu's decisiveness was somewhat beyond Ma En's expectations. He thought these politicians would find trouble with him in various details. This is also the usual style of the Federation. It seems that this time they really intend to take a different attitude on this matter. Ma En asked, have you decided to deal with the gods? Nie Qingyu directly stated the Federation's intentions. Yes, we are ready to deal with the gods. They have already planned to deal with us, and when we joined forces with them to arrest you, these gods also played a lot of tricks. In fact, if it weren't for the characteristics of the gods, we might have already taken action against them a long time ago. Since you brought weapons that can solve this problem this time, we can't just stand by and watch. In Nie Qingyu's experience, normal negotiations should not expose one's needs in this way, but after seeking Tang Xuowan's opinion, he still chose this more sincere method. Ma En nodded slightly and said, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Nie Qingyu's expression suddenly became a little serious again. But I still have to say that if you want Shishao to take action, it may not be easy. And Ma En immediately said, don't worry, you just need to provide a top-level strongman. Although the strongest people in the Secret Alliance are unwilling to expose their existence, they can also take action if necessary. However, compared with Shishao or a certain strongman, the Federation itself is more important to us. After hearing this, Nie Qingyu also showed a curious look. You said that the Federation is more important to you than Shishao? Ma En nodded. Yes, after all, you defeated Shinshao's Federation, and as an organized Federation, you will have an advantage over Shishao when dealing with many problems. She is better at other things. Nie Qingyu then asked, oh, what are we better than Shishao? Ma En, who had already entered the corridor of the building, said, let's go to a safe place first. Nie Qingyu nodded slightly, then slightly quickened his pace, and took Ma En to turn several corners in the corridor of the building quickly, and then came to a room that looked very ordinary. When they sat facing each other in the room, the monitoring room was already filled with densely packed members, but unlike last time, there were almost no politicians in the monitoring room this time. The only politician was Tang Xuowan, a former partner who knew Ma En very well, and the others were all professional members. And their equipment was also connected to the encrypted mind communication device implanted in Nie Qingyu's skull. This equipment can not only receive specific mind signals, but also defend against mind attacks and detection. This is also the reason why he chose to meet Ma En alone this time. Although he was the one who made the final decision, his mind was still processing various professional suggestions and information from the monitoring room at the same time, and each of his answers and decisions was based on this information. Now you can tell me. Yu looked at him and said, "No one can know what we are discussing in this building, let alone the gods of the Southern Federation." Ma nodded slightly and continued, "You should know about lunar eclipses." Yu answered directly, "Of course, I have seen it several times." Ma said, "But you have not seen a solar eclipse." After saying this, Yu and the members of the Federation in the monitoring room had vaguely thought of something, but at this moment, they did not really realize how much weight Ma's words had. Yu answered in cooperation, "I have indeed not seen it, because as far as I know, there is no such phenomenon at all." Ma said calmly, "That's right, unless the moon can stop at the right place at the right time." The monitoring team behind Yu quickly reacted and gave what he should say that would be an extremely coincidental coincidence, and based on our understanding of the orbit of the moon, it is impossible for it to move to such a position in the next few thousand years, and it is even likely that there will never be such an opportunity. Ma said, "Yes, this is an extremely amazing coincidence, but we can always give an explanation as long as we want to, and with your resources, it should be easy to deceive most people. You should do this kind of thing often." Yu said a little embarrassedly, "We haven't done so much, but if we have enough time, we can do it. We can first propose a few so-called new scientific discoveries, and then smoothly connect to this matter. So you want to tell a lie and tell all ordinary people that the moon blocks the sun to weaken the power of Saran? How do you plan to do this? Rely on powerful illusions? If so, maybe the Federation can indeed provide some help. We have the shadow of the most powerful human psychic ability, and we also have some special instruments. But these activation resources consumption is not less." The last sentence was added by the Federation members in the surveillance. This is a fact in itself. At the same time, they also want to use this to show a little bit of the Federation's efforts, so as to gain bargaining chips in the subsequent negotiations. But what Ma said next caught him off guard. "No, this is not necessary. We have a way to move the moon to that position." Without waiting for the Federation members' response, Yu exclaimed, "What did you say?" Ma calmly repeated, "We can move the moon." Chapter 562. The entire monitoring room fell silent. All the federal professionals looked at each other, but they still didn't dare to judge whether what Ma said was true or not, and they couldn't give Yu any advice immediately. Only Tang Xuelwan broke the silence firmly. He repeated it twice. Ma would not repeat metaphors. This sentence means literally. But before she told Yu the news, she saw Yu on the monitoring screen showing a very natural expression of shock, as if he had quickly accepted what Ma said as a fact. "I really didn't expect the Camarilla to be able to do such a thing, moving the moon to a designated location." Although his quick response was based on professionalism, Yu's emotions were so natural at this time because of his true feelings, and what Ma said was also unbelievable to him. But after the confusion faded, he immediately felt that what Ma said was probably true. This is not the first time that the Camarilla has made. They were surprised, and Ma's words also disrupted all his original plans for this negotiation. After all, if he could move the moon, the demand for the Federation would not be so high. Now he recalled Ma's words about dealing with the gods, and the whole thing became more formal and serious in Yu's mind. It seemed that they could really deal with those southern gods. Ma also answered seriously, "Simply moving the moon is enough to weaken Saran. Gods of his level will also be greatly affected by nature itself, but to fully exert the power of this phenomenon, we still need your help. After all, these gods come from the human heart. We have to make the solar eclipse happen in reality, and in the human heart at the same time. Without either one, we can't really weaken Saran, and this is the important reason why I need you." Yu asked, "So you want us to start preparing now, so that we can quickly root this idea into the minds of all humans? Theoretically, we can even do this in one day. But if we really want to shorten it to such a short time, we need at least a few months to prepare, and it will definitely consume a lot of social resources, and the implementation process will not be simple. This is not the kind of thing that will definitely succeed if you prepare." Ma nodded. "I fully understand, but I also believe you can do it. You are the Federation." Yu showed a little embarrassment. "The Federation is not omnipotent." Ma interrupted, "You are the Federation that can even imprison Shishao, so there is no need to pull it anymore. I can assure you that the effect of the solar eclipse is definitely worth your investment of so many resources, and I know you also want to put Saran to sleep. The fewer top powerhouses and leaders like Saran in this world, the stronger you will be. This is also an extremely tempting opportunity for the Federation." Ma knew very well that Yu's purpose in saying these nonsense was not to really think how difficult it was. He might not have lied about the difficulty of selling goods in seconds, but he was just bluffing when he said that the Federation could not do it. His purpose was naturally to propose conditions, so Ma-en also directly pointed out his intention. Nietchigyu did not face Ma-en's hint after hearing this, but said, "Our goal this time should be Saren. We are not going to go to war with all the gods." Ma-en replied, "Yes, we will behead Saren first, and after his death, other gods will no longer be a threat to you or us. Without Saren, other gods are not worth mentioning at all. At that time, it will definitely not be difficult for us to put all the gods into a deep sleep. At least it will not be more difficult than defeating Saren, the strongest god. The destruction of the gods is only a matter of time for us." But Nietchigyu shook his head. "Maybe it is so for you, but in fact they are still a threat to the Federation, because the Federation is an extremely large collective, and harm to any part is unacceptable. They may not be able to kill our high-level ability users, but they can kill ordinary people in the Federation. After Saren's death, we can't solve the remaining gods in just a few days, which gives these gods a chance to fight back, and this time, they will definitely be more fierce than before. In this case, the Federation will suffer extremely tragic revenge, because they may not be able to find how to retaliate against you, and maybe they can't find me, but they can definitely find ordinary people in the Federation. Have you thought about how to deal with this situation?" Ma-en said. "This requires us to solve it slowly. There are countless ways to solve this problem. Lies, make corresponding preparations in advance, and we will also work with you to solve this matter." Nietchigyu shook his head slightly. "You can make a promise now, but our most important thing is definitely Saren, and we can't really invest huge resources in things after victory. That is extremely stupid. And to be honest, we don't trust you. This does not represent my personal opinion, but I think you should be able to understand why the Federation does not trust you, and the secret alliance represented by you. Don't forget how you deceived us." The professional guidance of the last sentence was Tang Xuowan. After hearing this, Ma-en had already seen through his intentions. "Just tell me what you want to be satisfied with." Nietchigyu lowered his chin slightly to hide his swallowing, and then said calmly, "We want some chips to guarantee our safety in advance, because we don't have a particularly good solution for the gods. These resurrected creatures are extremely dangerous, but you have a lot of weapons that can deal with them." All the reasons he said were lies, but as long as they sounded reasonable, it would be fine. But at this moment, although he looked very calm, Nietchigyu was actually very nervous. This was actually a request they had thought of long ago, but after hearing that Ma-en could move the moon, Nietchigyu was slightly shaken about whether they could realize the original plan. Ma-en looked at him and asked, "You want our weapons against the gods?" Nietchigyu nodded, and then added what he had not said just now because of the pressure. "Yes, and you need weapons that are strong enough to prevent all the gods of Saren from taking revenge." But just when he thought he was going to be rejected, Ma-en nodded thoughtfully. "That's not impossible. I can go back and discuss it with other members of the Secret Alliance. Although I don't think they will agree to give you weapons, but maybe we can make a deal." Chapter 563. After retrieving the Sun Chaser, Ma-en left the Federal Building. He did not give a final answer in the negotiation, but gave the Federation time to consider, and also seriously stated that the Federation could not get the anti-gods weapon otherwise, and he knew that they would agree in the end. It was uncertain what level of weapons he could exchange. If he was lucky, he might be able to exchange for weapons of the same level and grade. If he was unlucky, he might only be able to exchange a 5.4 anti-gods weapon for a 5.3 ordinary weapon, but he believed deep in his heart that this transaction was destined to be completed smoothly, because he needed a 5th level ordinary weapon, and the Federation needed a 5th level anti-gods weapon. For Ma-en, it was definitely worth exchanging the anti-gods weapon for ordinary weapons, because these weapons might be useless after dealing with these gods, and if he still wanted to gain a foothold in this world, he would need other ordinary weapons, so that he could deal with the evil villains other than the gods. Although he couldn't use the weapon casually after getting it, at least he couldn't use it casually with the Control Bureau, otherwise the Federation would think of something, and in fact, the weapon he exchanged was probably particularly suitable for full use through use, because only those weapons that were stronger than normal under use were cost-effective for him. But even so, he would always encounter the last situation where he had to use it. At that time, as long as he was a little careful, it was not impossible to use it, but he just couldn't expose it openly. And he could also use this weapon in the Titan Ruins, and use the Titan Ruins weapons in the Federation. At the same time, the reason why Maine believed that the Federation would finally agree to the deal was also very similar. It was just the opposite of him. The Federation did not need to improve their ability to deal with ordinary people, but they needed something that could target the gods. It was just that if the gods were destined to be destroyed, such things would definitely depreciate in the future, but they still needed such weapons as insurance and wanted to use them for research, so they would definitely find a way to get them. The only question was how high the price they would offer. The Federation naturally hoped that the price would be as low as possible, while Maine hoped that the price would be as high as possible, which was why he was not in a hurry to make a deal immediately, even though he already had weapons that met the conditions. The Eye of Menagedon was the basis for Maine to propose a deal, but if possible, he wanted to obtain stronger ordinary weapons. If possible, he planned to exchange the best weapons with the Federation without affecting the battle. This made him have to try his best to obtain better weapons against the gods, and they were not the kind of weapons used to deal with Saren. He could not easily give such weapons to the Federation, but he might have to spend some time to obtain such weapons against all the gods, unlike Saren weapons, which Titan would naturally give to him. Of course, if he didn't get any suitable weapons in the end, he could also use the Eye of Menagedon to trade with the Federation, and what weapons he would get in the end would depend on what he did next in the Titan ruins. Therefore, during this period of time, Maine was slowly preparing, waiting for the time agreed with Zasna to arrive, and there were no accidents during this period, and there was no change in the Federation. Xiao Yao, who had signed a contract with him, did not force him to do anything after learning that he had solved the mastermind, and the gods did not notice anything. The agreed time came. As the teleportation power surged from the armor, the scene in front of him began to blur, the colors and space began to reorganize rapidly, and then the familiar place appeared in front of him again. And this time Zasna was also waiting for him here in person, but the Ninth King looked a little different from before. This time, her flesh and blood body was covered with a silver armor that looked very light, and she also had two weapons that looked like long swords on her back. This time, Zasna's appearance was different from the previous times when she met Ma-En as the Ninth King, but it was very similar to the first time he saw Zasna rushing out of the woods to catch him, and it exuded a heroic atmosphere. Zasna noticed Mon's look and smiled. These are my usual combat equipment. Although I haven't touched these two swords for hundreds of years, I haven't taken off my armor for hundreds of years. As a Titan King, I must be able to handle the affairs of the city, and rush to the battlefield with my weapons when necessary. Mon asked, and now is the time when it is necessary. Zasna stood there waiting for the surrounding instruments to check Mon completely. Yes, you came at the right time. Although we set the time a little earlier, it doesn't affect us to set off now, and we don't know if there will be any accidents on the way. Anything can happen before the parliament starts. While they were talking, a flying vehicle that looked very different from ordinary vehicles stopped near the automatically open skylight above the hall in the distance. Then Zasna gently tiptoed, and then her body floated lightly, and began to float towards the opening of the flying vehicle. Ma-En also used telekinesis to prop up his body, floating behind Zasna, and said, "The Federation has given me a reply, and I also went to them to propose a new plan. They are particularly interested in the solar eclipse plan, and have basically agreed to cooperate with us." Zasna nodded slightly. "Very good, so our next plan will be smoother." Ma-En continued, "However, during this process, the Federation made a small request. They hope to see some weapons that are not specifically used to deal with Saren, and they must be strong enough. I think their purpose may be more complicated, but the reason they claimed is still reasonable. They hope to see that we have enough ability to pacify other gods after solving Saren, and we must have enough quantity and quality of weapons to ensure that many powerful gods can be solved at the same time, because they are actually very worried about the revenge of the gods. For us and you, the revenge of the gods is nothing, but the Federation, as the ruling power of mankind, cannot deal with the revenge and counterattack of the gods so well. The gods can destroy those places without strong power guards, so they can only quickly deal with all the gods. What do you think?" After listening to Ma-En's exaggerated retelling, Zasna frowned slightly. This matter may also need to be resolved by the meeting. The Eye of Menagedon is the most suitable weapon for this type of weapon. Although our Curry still has a lot of high-level weapons, they are actually useless now. These weapons were created for that distant war. Many of them are not suitable for use, and many of them are only aimed at a few gods. Moreover, the strongest weapons here are no longer a threat to the gods, and some of them have even fallen into a deep sleep. If you want quantity and quality, then it can only be solved through a meeting. However, I think it is not difficult to ask other Titan Kings to provide weapons through a meeting. After all, we have sufficient reasons. They chatted while getting on the aircraft, and began to drive to the destination of the meeting. After sitting down, Ma-En also said, "The premise is that if the parliament ends smoothly." Zasna smiled. "It's okay, just leave any problems to me, and we still have Walter. If there is any trouble, he will suppress it. He is the most trustworthy Titan King." Ma-En really believes in Walter, or he believes in Walter, who has seen the Shishao video with his own eyes. If the second king also has the same vision as Walter, he will also recognize the reality at a considerable speed. However, he is really worried about whether there will be any accidents before the meeting starts, such as whether someone will come to rob on this road. If he really encounters such a situation, he doesn't know how to deal with it. He can't expose his ability at will, but this time he probably can't convince the visitor with words. At that time, it will probably depend on Zasna. Judging from Zasna's outfit, she is probably prepared to deal with unexpected situations, and Mon can only trust the Titan King to resolve the problems he encounters. Mon also asked casually, "Are you sure that Walter can suppress the second king?" Zasna showed a look of reminiscence. You may not be able to see it now, but Walter was actually an extremely idealistic wise man. He was the general initiator of this Titan continuation plan, and his purpose at that time was actually the purest among us. He simply wanted to leave the seeds of civilization for mankind, and in fact, they were not as pessimistic as I was at that time. Because he predicted that we might perish together with the gods, some of our titans did think about committing suicide and perishing together with the gods. Of course, this is definitely not a mainstream idea, and the existence of this thing is more important than whether it is used or not. Such a plan is more like a kind of ultimate weapon, used to deter the gods rather than destroy them, and if we really want to use it, we will only do so when it is better for humans than not to use it. This is a deterrent, because when the gods realize this, they will not create the most tragic future for humans, and will not be overwhelmed by emotions to retaliate against us. This is more like a restriction device than a weapon. But since such a weapon exists, it is possible to be used. Voltaire originally thought about how to continue our civilization if humans really perished together with the gods, and in fact, his original plan was not to continue through flesh and blood and mechanical titans. This was just a second-best solution. At the beginning, Walter planned to preserve the human flame in some way, and restart our civilization and race after the human race was destroyed. In fact, many of the current facilities were proposed and studied at that stage, but in the end, the plan obviously still had problems. This involves some very profound issues, which is not my professional field, and Walter did not tell us what was going on at the time. It seems that there are some taboos in this, and he did not allow us, who are not soul scholars, to intervene in the research. I only know that it involves some soul issues, and this incident made Walter depressed for a long time, and when he cheered up, he turned the plan to the current direction. The second king also joined the plan at this time. In fact, he is more like a wealthy investor to us, not like scholars like us. And the reason why he invested in this plan is very simple. After Walter changed his direction, the plan became what it is now. It means that it can allow us to survive in this form. Mayan blinked. So he invested in this plan just to keep himself alive? Zasna nodded. Yes, although I said he is not like us, he is also a very high-level scholar, and he may be the second only to Walter in our team, and may even be more talented than Walter. But he doesn't have any scholarly temperament at all. I'm not talking about a stereotype. I mean that he doesn't respect the knowledge he has mastered like a normal scholar, and this makes him particularly frivolous. He is more like a playboy who only seeks academic solutions to physiological problems when needed. You should be able to see that I don't like his style, but it is also the resources and technology he provides that make our next plan go smoothly. He helped us build many facilities necessary for the implementation of the plan, including the sleeping tower that allows us to revive continuously, the reproduction tower that can create new titans, and the entire resurrection facilities of the 13 kings. In fact, you may also notice, we have invested a little too much resources in the reincarnation of the 13 kings. These resources could actually be used in other places that are more useful to the Titan civilization, and this was not our original intention. But the second king is an investor, and he can influence where these resources are used to some extent, and he is also very good at persuading Walter, because the requirements he put forward are not contradictory to our goals. It's just a little bit off. Mon said, "It sounds like he is the villain in your story." Zasna sighed with a look of reminiscence. Yes, Volt and him often had various disagreements back then, but the Volt in the story is no longer the same as before. When we met last time, we mentioned that his personality was completely different after he was reincarnated as a Titan, but I don't think that was the beginning. The real source of the change was after his plan changed, and after the second king joined. After that, he had some extremely subtle changes, and now I can hardly recognize him. Volt is no longer the young man who hopes to continue human civilization. Chapter 564. This journey was unexpectedly smooth. Before Mon and Zasna could react, they were already close to their final destination. Once they were here, it was almost impossible for anyone to intercept them. This was already under the jurisdiction of Walter. If anyone really wanted to deal with them, they would definitely do it from a farther place. That is, the mastermind behind the attack on the Ninth City gave up intercepting them. Mon stood in front of the window of the aircraft, looking at the black tower standing in the desert in the distance, and asked, "Did they change their minds?" Zasna stood behind him and stared into the distance and said, "No, I'm not that optimistic. The Second King is definitely not the kind of person who will give up easily, and he will not make decisions based on his own strength. Although I still don't understand why he wants to stop us, he must have thought it through carefully, so he will definitely not give up halfway. When he supported us at that time, he encountered quite a lot of problems, but those problems that were enough to defeat anyone did not scare him off at all, not to mention that now, he doesn't even know that we have seen through him. As for why he didn't try to attack us on the road, maybe it's because Walter's care was effective. He may have said a few words of warning, so that the Second King gave up the idea of intercepting us on the road and planned to find a way to defeat us in the Parliament. But this is indeed good news for us." Ma-en agreed, "because we have a way to make him change his mind." Zasna nodded. "That's right, but we still have to be a little careful. Although he won't dare to do anything in the Parliament, I can't say what accidents will happen at that time, and you are different from me. We Titan Kings are not afraid of death at all, so the fights between us are sometimes very tragic, but after the matter is over, we can shake hands and make peace again, but you can't. If you die, you die?" Ma-en nodded. "Well, I will pay attention." Seeing his calm appearance, Zasna couldn't help but say in advance, "If you really encounter any problems, you can just teleport through the armor. Although the teleportation point I usually set must be in the special facilities of the Ninth City, it is actually because there are some special space rules here that are different from the outside world. This is also to reduce the difficulty of teleportation. But even here, this armor can be forcibly teleported, but because of the spatial characteristics here, it can only be teleported once, and it will be directly scrapped after that. If you really encounter that kind of situation, just leave here and don't come back." After hearing this, Ma-en looked down at the armor in his hand with some surprise, and then said to her, "Thank you. If it really comes to that situation, I won't hesitate." He didn't expect Zasna to be so considerate. Fortunately, he didn't need this thing at all, and he didn't think he would make things turn into such a terrible situation, but he still thanked her very formally. Zasna nodded. "I believe you won't. There is no point in you dying here. If you leave here alive, then in the worst case, both of us will be alive at the same time, and there is still hope to save humanity. Even if they really kill me, you don't have to worry. For us, death is just the horn of the beginning of the war, and the next step is the formal confrontation. The aftermath of this war can easily kill you, and you are not suitable to stay here." Although she said she believed Maine would not, in fact, Zasna said this to make Maine feel more at ease when she left. In the past, as a human, she had seen many heroes and knew very well how admirable many humans could do. The contact during this period also made her feel that Maine was extraordinary. However, Titans and humans have real cultural differences. Death has completely different meanings for her and Maine, and she doesn't want Maine to make the wrong choice because he doesn't realize this difference. Maine nodded, of course. As they talked, the aircraft finally approached the Black Tower. Maine and Zasna both walked to the door of the aircraft, waiting for it to land smoothly on the top of the tower. When the hatch slowly opened, a figure appeared in front of them that Maine had never seen before. The man looked quite young. He smiled the moment he saw Zasna, and then greeted her and said, "Long time no see." "Long time no see, Sixth King." Zasna also smiled happily, and then introduced, "This is the Sixth King, also my friend, and this is Ma-en, the human I mentioned." The Sixth King nodded, and then said seriously, "The Fifth King arrived very early. I think he didn't want to meet you. The other Titan Kings also arrived at the meeting before you came. I am the second to last Titan King to come, but the Second King is waiting for you not far ahead. He said he wanted to meet this human as soon as possible." Zasna nodded slightly, indicating that she understood what he meant. "Okay." After saying this, the Sixth King left the top of the tower first and walked directly inside. Zasna did not follow him immediately, but waited for a few minutes before stepping inside. Ma-en did nothing, but used his eyes to hint that he understood the situation, and he was ready to deal with the Second King he was about to meet verbally. When they entered the tower, the scene they saw was completely different from what Ma-en imagined. They just walked down the stairs a few times, and when they opened the door, they saw an extremely spacious and gorgeous corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there was a spacious door that looked particularly luxurious. Obviously, the space here was not normal. And more than 10 meters outside the corridor, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground obediently, and the appearance of this figure was the same as the scene in the tower, which was completely beyond Ma'en's expectations. According to his understanding during this period, the second city is a city composed of almost all mechanical titans, and they also particularly advocate using pure metal bodies to show people, instead of the flesh and blood disguise that other titans would use. But the person sitting on the ground at this moment was a young boy who looked completely made of flesh and blood, and Ma'en did not feel that this appearance was a disguise, and there was no sign of any mechanical existence in his body. The moment he saw them, the boy looked at Ma'en, and then grinned cheerfully. "Hello, my name is Victor." Chapter 565. This name is particularly familiar to Ma'en. The name of the mental hospital, where he first woke up, is called Victor Sanatorium. His former partner Tang Xuowan often chose Victor Hotel as a secret meeting place, and these buildings were built by a top ability user called Victor. Then Ma'en felt even more strongly that it was strange, because Victor, who had participated in the beating of Shishao, was an ability user who had been active in the Federation world for many years, and according to his incomplete understanding, that ability user was definitely not a titan who looked like a child, but an adult human man. But is this a coincidence? There are two top-level ability users with the same name? Just when Ma'en was confused, the Teen Titan King in front of them smiled and said, "Why, have you heard of this name before?" After realizing that the other party obviously knew about this phenomenon, Ma'en did not hide and try to lie. "I did hear of a top-level ability user named Victor before. He is a very mysterious strongman. I don't know much about him, but as far as I know, he should be a human, and titans can't easily leave here and go to the ground. Is this a simple coincidence?" Young Victor smiled. "Do you think there is such a coincidence in the world? But I am indeed not the Victor you know. I don't know if Zasa has introduced me well. No matter what she said, I can tell you, I don't want to die." At this point, he smiled politely at Zasa, and then continued to say to Ma'en, who seemed to be a supporting role. To be precise, it was the original one who didn't want to die. He lived in the Titan era, and was extremely talented and rich. After he succeeded, he relied on his talent and wealth to indulge in pleasure. So when the war started, the fear of death was like a dark cloud hanging over his head, and this eventually made him start to pursue longevity and immortality extremely fanatically. He began to look for various rebirth technologies, which is why he joined the Titan King project and why I am here. But I think you should be able to guess what's going on now, right? Ma'en did realize what was going on. He has other rebirth plans. Young Victor smiled sincerely. Yes, the Titan King project is not his best choice. He is just like a person who is never full and is frantically swallowing food, frantically executing every rebirth plan he can find. I don't know how many Victors there are out there, and whether they are successful or not, but I can guess that we must have other copies of me active, and it's normal for you to hear my name. I have never been a low-key person." After saying this, Ma'en also felt that it made sense, because a normal top-level ability user might build various facilities everywhere like Victor, but would never name them after themselves. Ma'en also said with a look of realization, "No wonder there are two Victors." The young Victor leaned forward slightly, and then looked at Ma'en with curious eyes. "Then can you tell me what kind of person is the Victor outside?" Ma'en thought for a few seconds, and then showed an embarrassed look. "Sorry, you are also a very strong ability user outside, so I don't have much chance to contact him, but I suddenly thought of an interesting thing. You may have known the relationship between the Federation and Shishao." The second king nodded. They seemed to be in some kind of awkward cooperation. Ma'en said, "Yes, and in order to make Shishao cooperate with them obediently, the Federation also joined forces with 13 top-level ability users from all over the world to deal with her, and Victor also took action in that battle." The boy's expression suddenly became a little surprised, and he asked with a little doubt, "I and the other 12 ability users went to deal with Shishao together?" Ma'en nodded, "And the Federation's entire suppression plan for her, and Shishao killed 3 of them in that battle." The boy's face suddenly became a little ugly after hearing this, and he said in disbelief, "Although that Victor is not me, and Shishao is a reality twister, it's not that I haven't seen other reality twisters. Since you said he is a top-level ability user, it is impossible for 13 top abilities to deal with one person at the same time, and they still need the support of the Federation. Although I understand that you want to boast about your Shishao, this is a bit too much." At this point, he was obviously unhappy with Ma'en's use of his replica to praise Shishao. Seeing this, Zasna finally spoke up, "You will know later. We have some evidence that is more important than words, but it seems that you really take this meeting very seriously this time, and you didn't even bring a disguise." Victor did not resist Zasna's behavior of changing the subject. "There are no outsiders here. Although I feel very comfortable wearing that suit, I always feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. But since you also think Shinshao is so strong, you must be able to come up with enough evidence to convince me and other Titan Kings. We will not be easily fooled. Zasna nodded. You will know soon. After that, they didn't say anything and started to move towards the corridor. Mon followed the two Titan Kings silently and listened to their chat. When they pushed open the door, Mon saw an extremely magnificent hall. A huge round table made of gold was placed in the middle of the hall, and the other Titan Kings were already seated. Mon also noticed that a Titan King, who looked like a middle-aged flesh and blood man, cast an extremely unfriendly look when they came in, and Zasna immediately returned a cold look. If he was right, this middle-aged male Titan was the fifth king who had a grudge against her. Walter, who noticed this in the main seat, also called out, "Sit down, the meeting is about to begin." After hearing this, Zasna and the fifth king retracted their gazes, and then the second king walked to the seat next to Walter and sat down, while Zasna took Main to the middle seat and sat down. After they all sat down, Walter also raised his head slightly and looked around, looking at the 12 participants of different forms except himself, and then slowly said, "Since everyone is here, the meeting will officially begin." Witnessed by the Golden Oath. Chapter 566. After all 13 participants were seated and Voltel finished reading the Golden Oath, the Titan meeting officially began, and Voltel, as the initiator, stood up directly. You should already know the content of this meeting. He looked at the Titans and humans in front of him and said, Zasna thinks that our current plan to destroy humans is problematic and suggests that we cooperate with humans. The moment he finished speaking, the fifth king immediately stood up and looked at Zasna and Main beside her with his unfriendly look. His eyes were as cold as an eagle staring at its prey. "So you brought this human to the Titan Council? Tell him all our secrets." Before he finished his accusation, Zasna threw out a golden plate with words engraved on it. He signed. "The Golden Oath cannot reveal our information. Even if I want to go back on my word now, humans will not know our plan to destroy them. Your worry is meaningless. Or do you not believe in gold?" The fifth king seemed to be choked when he heard this. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the gold plate engraved with the oath. Then he looked up at Mon and Zasna again and organized his words again. In any case, this is a risky behavior. Gold can prevent him from revealing the news, but it can't prevent the federal people from prying open his head and taking the information inside. You are taking risks with the Titan civilization by doing this. Zasna said in a confrontational manner. The risk of telling Mon is not higher than when the god's spies came before. At that time, we did not reveal our intentions. Why do you think there will be an accident this time, and there is no risk in everything? The key point is whether the risk is worth it, and now the question is no longer whether this risk is worth taking. The reality is that we have no choice, we must take this risk. Because the Federation has opponents that we can't defeat at all. The fifth king sneered. You are talking about that Shishao, we all know how much you want to protect those humans. Do you think we will really believe what you said? This is obviously a lie you used to deceive us. Zasna then took out the 3 recorders brought by Main. So I brought evidence. The fifth king sneered. How do we know you are not faking it? Hearing this, Walter suddenly said, I have watched these videos. I can guarantee that this is not a fake. If Zasna or the Federation really comes up with this level of fakes, we shouldn't consider dealing with them. Seeing Walter's words, the fifth king was obviously choked. He did not expect the first king to support Zasna at this time, and could only say with some displeasure, the evidence she brought out had better be useful. Although Zasna was somewhat happy to see the fifth king being defeated, she was also very clear that the fifth king was not her real problem at the moment. He was just a smoke screen that confused her vision. The real threat was the ninth king who had not yet spoken at the meeting. Sure enough, not long after the fifth king finished speaking, the second king also looked at them. To be honest, I don't really believe it. Victor said, if you say that this Shinshao has the ability to defeat our 13 Titan kings at the same time, I may still have a chance to believe it, but against the Titan civilization? This is not the same concept. The weapons stored by the Titan civilization are beyond the imagination of those humans. You certainly haven't told this little guy what new weapons we have made to deal with humans. And we are in the dark at the moment. This is not a fair war. We have advantages in all aspects, and there is no possibility of losing. As for what you just said, Ma-En, that Shishao fought against 13 top powerhouses at the same time while being weakened, and killed 3 of them, it is simply a lie that has no brains. You think we believe this is almost a naked humiliation. At this time, Ma-En also replied calmly, this is indeed what happened. The second king asked, then is there this battle in these videos? Hearing this, Ma-En paused, then shook his head slightly. No, the Federation kept the battle secret. Victor sneered. so you have no evidence at all. Faced with his ridicule, Zasna also stood up. I think you will change your mind after watching the video. Victor looked very confident and said, then I will wait and see. Zasna actually knew that Victor seemed to be dissatisfied with what Marn said just now, but in fact it was just an excuse for him to express his opposition, which was not his real purpose at all. Therefore, the best way to refute was to shut him up with heavy evidence. As she said that, she took the lead in activating the afterimage stone that preserved the battle of hell. The whole hall instantly turned into hell again. The Titan Kings were very calm about this, and they all immediately cast their eyes on the giant demon foot, and the fifth king said impatiently, this is Shishao, it doesn't look very good. But before he could finish, the giant foot fell backwards, and the smoke raised instantly obscured their vision. When the mist dissipated, Shishao appeared again. When most Titans saw her, they didn't look particularly serious. Obviously, Shishao at this time didn't shock them. Even the second king who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Walter seemed very relaxed. But Zasna, who had long known that he was wrong, immediately realized that this ease was just a performance. At this moment, Victor was fully focused on Shishao, and he obviously realized that he was wrong. Zasna, who felt this, was a little relieved. Victor was able to realize that Shinxia's problem was enough to solve all problems, and as long as he could figure it out, the fifth king would no longer be a threat. Then several demons appeared one after another, and what the Titan Kings were most concerned about was naturally the spear that pierced Prince Giles and flew back to Shinxia's hand. This was also one of the few clips in this video that could show Shinxia's power. There was nothing worth noting after that. When the video ended, the fifth king stood up again, looked at Zasna and Ma In and said, this is Xinxiao. I don't see how powerful she is. Zasna also replied, then you can continue to watch. The 3 demons she has defeated are all top-level ability users. The fifth king sneered, you said so? They are really top-level ability users. Surprisingly, the speaker was the second king, but even if we put aside the possibility that this video may be fake, being able to defeat 3 top-level ability users is not a little bit away from being able to defeat us. Let's continue to watch. Chapter 567. The second king seemed to be speaking for Zasna and Mon, but they could see that the second king was trying to stop the fifth king from being obsessed with something that he couldn't win, and shifted the problem to other places. And Zasna didn't waste time talking to them, and immediately started the second video. The suffocating darkness instantly covered the entire hall, and the twinkling stars in the distance also reminded them where they were at the moment, and the opposing figures of Xinxiao and the crystal instantly attracted their attention. Unlike last time, this time Zasna began to take the initiative to explain the battle. The ability of this crystal is to perfectly copy the power of the opponent. As she spoke, the crystal began to transform into the appearance of Xinxiao. At this time, the Titan Kings had not yet realized what this meant, and their expressions when looking at this scene were still extremely calm, and the fifth king even showed a bit of contempt. Zasna, who noticed this scene, slightly raised her lips. The battle is about to begin. As Xinxiao leaped towards the opponent, the eyes of all the Titan Kings changed. They all stared at Xinxiao and crystal Xinxiao tightly, and they didn't even dare to blink. Shock gradually appeared on their faces, and even several Titan Kings were afraid and retreated from the scene before their eyes, but they didn't show it on the surface. Before seeing the scene, they all didn't believe that there would be any incredibly powerful ability users, but at this moment, most of them looked at this human strongman in horror, because just by watching this battle, they could easily imagine how easy it would be for Xinxiao to kill them, even if the 13 of them attacked at the same time. There is no chance of winning. This is why Ma-En chose to find this video. Both sides in this battle are Xinxiao, so she can show her top combat power. If it is other opponents, she may not be able to show her strength at all. The Titan Kings did not move their eyes throughout the battle, but the next situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. When the battle seemed to be very intense, Crystal Xinxiao ended his life. The surprise instantly diluted the surprise and awe of the Titan Kings. The seventh king also looked at Zasna and said with a questioning tone, "What is going on? Is this a joke?" The other Titan Kings also cast questioning eyes, and the fifth king seemed to be preparing to question his long speech next, but Zasna straightened his chest. Finally, she can repeat what Ma-En told her at that time. Zasna said confidently, "You may not have noticed it at all, but Xinxiao has some kind of predictive ability, which is why some of her actions looked strange when she was fighting just now, and this crystal Xinxiao naturally has the same ability. And Xinxiao's predictions can not only be used for combat power, but also for the distant future. And the future in the eyes of crystal Xinxiao just now represents extreme despair for it. So it will bring the destined ending forward." After saying these words, Zasna looked at the unbelievable expressions of the Titans, and felt a little comfortable. Then she immediately said, at the same time, this also means that even if she faces an opponent with exactly the same ability as herself, she can rely on the remaining differences between her and the opponent to completely tilt the balance of the battle to her side. She not only has the strongest power, but also the strongest mind. This is the person you want to fight. The Titans fell silent. Even the fifth king, who was eager to try, lost his temper. After seeing the scene just now, he no longer had the confidence to refute. Ma-En also added at this time, and the source of her power is to save the human world. If you want to destroy human civilization, she will see your possible success in the future, and then destroy you before you react. You are provoking her. Even though Ma-En's words were a bit of a fox pretending to be powerful, the Titans did not refute him, because what he said seemed to be all true, and they really should reconsider how to deal with the gods. But just when Zasna and Ma-En thought the problem had been solved, the second king still spoke. Really? How invincible do you all think she is? This surprised Ma-En and Zasna, because in their opinion, the second king should be the Titan king who can best understand how powerful Shen Xiao is, and the Titan king who should not continue to oppose. Even Walter looked at the second king with some suspicion. But the young Titan king still insisted, I have a way to deal with her. Although I can't say it now, I can use the golden oath to prove that I can prevent Shen Xiao's prophecy. You don't have to be afraid of her at all. All the Titan kings cast surprised eyes. They obviously didn't expect Victor to say this. However, facing such a situation, Zasna and Ma-En had already discussed countermeasures. Zasna also stood up and said in the way that Ma-En suggested to her, you may be right, but if we join forces with Shen Xiao, the possibility of defeating the gods is much higher than our current plan. And the premise of what I said is to put aside the impact of Shen Xiao on our original plan, assuming that you can really solve her problem perfectly, but we all know that you can't. If that's the case, should we cooperate with her? After all, our goal is not to destroy mankind, but to solve the gods, right? Hearing this, the second king paused, and then said in a cold tone, I don't believe it, and I don't trust them. Compared to taking this unnecessary risk, I prefer our current solution. It is much simpler and more efficient than your proposal, and there is no need to consider so many things. It has been proven that it is impossible to defeat the gods without destroying humans. Zasna stretched out her hand to the history book page on the table, and then said confidently, then you should see it with your own eyes. As she opened the page, the surrounding environment began to change rapidly, and unlike the previous two times, the previous two images were like illusions to them, but this time, they could no longer feel the original hall. At this moment, they are in history. And in front of the 13 Titan Kings is the back of Shen Xiao. She is standing on an extremely vast coastline, and just as the coastline divides the dry land and the raging ocean, the sky at this moment also has a line dividing the clear sky and the dark clouds. The red sun in front of her is burning the world, and there are also winding thunder dragons leaping in the dark clouds behind her. Shen Xiao gently raised the spear in his hand, looked up and looked directly at the blazing star. Come out, you have no way to retreat. Chapter 568. When Shen Xiao looked up at the scorching sun, a figure slowly walked out of the sun, as if born from a star, and fell into the mortal world, looking down at Shen Xiao, who was challenging them. You shouldn't have stepped into the Southern Federation, Siren pronounced. And while he was speaking, several thunderbolts broke through the sky and fell behind Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao said arrogantly, you shouldn't have let me come here in person. As she spoke, the seawater in the distance began to churn and gather, slowly forming the figure of the sea god that Ma-En had seen before, and at this moment she was emitting a completely different powerful aura from that time. However, the source of this aura was not this figure, but the pearl necklace hanging on her neck. The jade-like white pearls on it were emitting a faint glow and providing strength to her current seawater body. Waterspouts began to appear out of thin air on the sea surface in the distance, raising breezes and drizzles under the scorching sun, and then the seawater gradually faded from the tornado, revealing the figure of a young-looking girl. The god of wind gently landed beside the god of the sea, staring at Shen Xiao from afar. Pale lightning instantly cut through the sky, and when the light dissipated, the strong god of thunder had already appeared not far behind Shen Xiao, and at the same time as he appeared, several slightly slender lightnings gently fell on the woods farther away, and in the instantly burning flames, a figure that Dao Main was very familiar with also walked out. The god of fire slowly walked a few meters behind the god of thunder, looking at Shen Xiao's back with a ferocious look. On the beach to the right of Shen Xiao, the gravel began to roll and gather, turning into a white-haired old man. The god of earth coughed a few times weakly. Sorry, Shen Xiao, I don't agree with their approach, but I am also one of the gods. Shen Xiao's expression was slightly gentler to the old man, but his words were not polite, Then stay away from me after the fight. I will try not to beat you to sleep." The body of Saran, who was suspended in the distance, suddenly burst out with a hot and dazzling blood-red light, and as he slowly floated down to the land, a terrifying sense of oppression instantly appeared in the hearts of every Titan King. And when they looked up, they could no longer see the real star. Saran became the sun in their eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, and a hot breath burst out. The beach was steaming, as if it was about to be burned. The air was so distorted that it was difficult to see the scene in the distance. Everything in time seemed to be melting. And now the sand under their feet has not melted yet, just because Saran is still restraining his power. Even you can't be so rampant in the Southern Federation. He looked down at Shishao and said, "Now is your last chance to leave here, otherwise we will make the Southern Federation and humans pay the price." Although Saran's tone was extremely arrogant at the moment, the Titan Kings watching this scene had already realized that he was not so confident at the moment, otherwise, he would not threaten the Southern Federation and humans. He didn't say what he would do to Shishao at all. With so many gods in full force, Saran could only say this in the end. Shishao also smiled. "Saran, you won't do that. That means you have really become a threat to me, and the gods will usher in the worst era. You have wisdom, but no real courage." Saran replied, "Sometimes courage is also a kind of wisdom." Shishao looked into his eyes, and said arrogantly, "That's right, but you are afraid of me, and won't do anything. Don't forget. I can see it." After saying this, all of Saran's threats turned into bubbles. Nothing is more terrifying than Shinshi's ability to see the future. All of his wisdom is meaningless. At this point, all the Titan King's expressions became extremely serious, completely different from the video just now. At this moment, the one who was repeatedly defeated in front of Shishao was the one they were very familiar with, Saran. They knew very well how strong their nemesis was, so they were more aware of the horror of Shishao. If Shishao just now seemed like a figure in a distant legend in their hearts, her figure suddenly became extremely real and clear at this moment, as if they had seen Shishao with their own eyes. After Shishao said this, it was clear that words were meaningless. Thurin also slightly lowered his eyelids, and as he did so, the white light flooded the world. Marn, who had closed his eyes long ago, carefully raised his eyelids after hearing the belated thunder roar. What appeared in front of him were several lightning bolts that spanned the world and were as still as if solidified. Thor was half a meter behind Shishao at this moment, and Shinshi's spear was already against his throat, and his body was also in a strange stillness at this moment, just like those solidified lightning bolts. But Shishao easily put the spear on her shoulder at this moment, and her expression was relaxed as if the spear in her hand did not touch Thor's throat at all. But the gods and Titan Kings all realized what was going on. Shishao caught the lightning. After seeing this, Saran also stretched out his right hand towards Shishao, and then the surrounding space began to slowly deform and twist, and the whole world began to present a strange curved arc with the star as the center. Everything in the eyes of Titan King and Mane became extremely distorted like objects in a funhouse mirror. Only Shishao remained the same. However, Saran did not seem to be surprised. He just gently clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the whole world returned to its original state, and Saran seemed to be pushed out by this force of return and disappeared instantly, and then appeared directly in front of Shishao, and his body seemed to have become a burning star in the true sense, without any flesh and blood limit. And Shishao still carried the spear, and took 2 steps forward while keeping the spear still. Steadily caught the fist swung by Saran. Mon and the Titan Kings could also see a fiery energy that seemed to be transmitted from Saran's body through his arms to his fists. But just when this energy was about to burst out, it was inexplicably extinguished. It was like a candle flame extinguished by Shishao. But at this moment, the ground Shishao was standing on shook slightly. And the tip of her gun also tilted in a way that could not be seen by the naked eye, and in an instant, the originally solidified lightning flashed along the original trajectory towards a distance away from Shishao, but Mon's naked eyes could not see this process clearly. He could only see that the Thunder God instantly appeared a few hundred meters behind Shishao. Chapter 569. As the Thunder God retreated, Saran, who was only blocked by the attack, also took the opportunity to pull back. Shishao did not try to chase him, because when the thunder dissipated and the stars retreated, the strong wind and rainstorm came. At this time, Shishao raised the spear from her shoulder, and then the spear shook a few times towards the wind and rain in front of her like a dragon, as if picking up some attacks that Mane could not see with her naked eyes. Then she squinted her eyes slightly, and looked at the sea god and the wind god who were casting spells in the distance, and threw the spear directly at them. Then she shattered the strong wind and rainstorm. When the spear left her body, the fire god suddenly turned into a blazing giant, then bent down slightly, and covered the sky above Shen Xiao with his body, and then he opened his mouth to Shen Xiao and spit out the terrifying orange-red flames, and this flame also made Mane and many Titan Kings feel strongly threatened. But Shen Xiao, who had temporarily lost her weapon, didn't even try to dodge. She jumped high, and then used her body to bathe in the flame spit out by the god of fire and passed through. Then she punched the fire giant in the face several times, hard and fast, and directly broke his entire upper body apart. At this time, Shen Xiao, who was in midair, also raised her hand. The spear fell steadily back to her right hand, and then Shen Xiao did not land again. She just held the spear and floated in the air, turning to face Saran and Thor, who were already standing side by side. She looked at them provocatively. "Are you still not giving up?" Saran looked at her coldly. "We are not afraid of death." Shen Xiao also smiled. "I am not afraid either, because I know I will not die." As they spoke, Lei Shen and Sierra rushed toward Shen Xiao at the same time. Lei Shen turned into a thunder dragon in the air and rushed toward Shen Xiao's spear first, while Sierra turned into a fiery fire bird and smashed down toward Shen Xiao with the momentum of a meteorite falling, biting Shen Xiao like a wild beast. The heat, light, lightning, and thunder instantly overwhelmed Ma En's vision and hearing. He couldn't see the changes of Lei Shen and Sierra after approaching Shen Xiao, but even though his vision was occupied by various things, he could still see Shen Xiao's chic figure standing there, as well as her effortless blocking and counterattack. Even though he couldn't see Lei Snake and Sierra, Ma En could see that Shen Xiao was easily suppressing the two of them. The other Titans had obviously realized this, and they noticed many more details than Ma En. At this moment, it was not only the Ran and Thor who were fighting Shen Xiao. Several other gods were also using their own power, but they did not get too close to the main battlefield, because that would only backfire. She was suppressing these gods at the same time. She did not even show other abilities. Just relying on her terrifying body and prophetic ability, she was enough to freeze lightning, smash rainstorms, and suppress stars. The battle became more and more intense, and naturally began to show various terrible changes. Blood red and darkness divided the sky, thunder and storms flooded the world, and sky fire fell in the rain. Mon could no longer see what was happening on the battlefield. Even many Titan Kings could hardly understand the battle in front of them. This was beyond their perception and experience. Until a golden light cut through the blood red and darkness at the same time. The dark clouds began to dissipate, the scorching sun returned to its original state, the storm calmed down again, and the ocean stopped roaring. Several gods fell in different directions, while Shen Xiao stood upright in the center. "Are you still fighting?" She spoke as if she was just warming up. But at this moment, the faces of the gods who had fought with her were full of fatigue and embarrassment. Hearing this, Saran looked at Shen Xiao with extremely complicated eyes. "I have heard that you are strong, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. It seems that this is really the era of humans." Shen Xiao looked at him calmly and said, "Then you should understand what to do." Hearing this, he looked at the other gods again. Saran knew very well that after this plan failed, these gods would no longer respond to his call, and they would return to their respective positions. The opportunity to unite the gods was destroyed. But he could only say, "I will give up the current plan and no longer focus on humans." "Are you satisfied?" It's a pity, but unless he can find a way to crack Shen Xiao's prophecy, he may not be able to do anything to humans while Shen Xiao is alive. Shen Xiao nodded slightly and said, "Satisfied, and it's useless if you didn't think of a way to deal with the prophecy before I was born. Any attempt to break my prophecy will be seen by me before they take effect, and I will deal with it personally. You can only defeat me with pure strength, but the 7 of you are not enough for me to warm up. If you want to attack humans next time, then find a few more allies at the end. But I know you can't find it." After hearing this, Saran said nothing more. Before, he still didn't fully understand how dangerous and terrible Shen Xiao was, so he spoke like that, but now it's different. This is not an opponent that should be tried to defeat. He should use the most ancient method again. Endure. As several gods retreated, the record of the pages of history ended here. This battle was recorded because it was an early battle of Shen Xiao, and the Federation had not yet begun to cover it up. When they returned to the hall, all the Titan Kings fell silent. The 5th king couldn't say a word. At this moment, his heart was completely overwhelmed by the feeling of powerlessness. Even if he knew that he should say something and continue to provoke the 9th king, the original motivation to support him, and the 9th king to fight against him, had already dissipated. The 9th king had proved that she was right. They shouldn't destroy mankind. But at this moment, Ma En also fell silent. Something is wrong. After watching this video, he suddenly felt a strange feeling that he had not felt the previous times, as if something was wrong that he had not noticed. As he kept recalling the content of the video and the time when the strange feeling occurred, he suddenly thought of where the problem was. The number is wrong. There are obviously 6 gods fighting against Xiao, but she said there are 7 gods. If he is right, the extra god should be the moon god who was erased by the unmemory, but why didn't he notice this problem the previous times? Zasna asked. Does anyone have any opinions? Silence. Seeing this, Zasna smiled. It was obvious that her and Mon's plan had been successfully completed, and she immediately looked at Ma-En beside her happily, wanting to share the joy of success. But she saw that Ma-En's expression was a little strange, and he seemed to be mumbling something. Ma-En suddenly raised his head, and looked around at each Titan King on the round table. Yes, 13 people. If you count himself. Chapter 570. When he realized that the number of Titan Kings was wrong, Ma-En suddenly realized something that he should have realized long ago, and it also made him sure that his initial idea was correct. This was not a mistake caused by negligence at all, because there were only 13 chairs in the entire hall. Moreover, these Titan Kings sat in order of name, and each position had a corresponding owner. According to his difficult calculations, he was now sitting on the chair of the 10th king. They should not have failed to notice it. Ma no longer cared about the original plan, and looked up at Zasna directly. Are all the Titan Kings here? Zasna looked at him in surprise. Of course, the Titan Conference must be held only when all are here. When the other Titan Kings heard Mon ask this, they all showed puzzled expressions, and they could not understand what he was doing at all, which was obviously not a good thing for Mon and Zasna's original plan. But he still insisted on asking on the spot, where is the 10th king? This sentence was like a feather falling lightly without raising any dust. It was not heard by anyone. The unmemorable. Is he here now? The moment this thought came to him, Ma-En wanted to use the control bureau to teleport directly out of the Titan ruins, and not leave the control bureau, because this meant that his life was seriously threatened. But Ma-En, who felt that his consciousness was still clear, spent a few seconds to judge the situation and problems he was facing now, and immediately came to a new conclusion. No, he is not here, and the unmemory is not chasing him. If that were the case, he would have died long ago, and the unmemory should not have given him the opportunity to realize that there was a problem, which means that the 10th king was attacked before he came. If that is the case, the one who erased the 10th king may not be the unmemory, but other secret entities with similar abilities, and the 10th king must have been attacked a long time ago. But even so, there are still many doubts about this matter. After the worry dissipated, Ma-En immediately thought of the 10th king's incident and the previous problems, and he immediately turned to ask, did Xiao just say that there are 7 opponents in it? This sentence was like a stone falling into the ocean, without even a wave. Yes, normally, he should not be aware of the problem of numbers, like these titans. This may be because it was Xiao who said this, or because the undead king had a greater impact on him. And why didn't the first one he heard about be the 12 kings? Could it be because the Titan Kings also have some kind of rebirth mechanism like Chao Yan and the gods? Or some Titan magic can resist secrecy? Or is it because the Titan ruins are too far away from the unmemorable, and his power is not that strong? Or is it done by other secret entities? Reminder, there are only 13 kings, and a secret entity has erased the 10th king. At this time, he had just passed the time reminder left by the Control Bureau and the employees. Unexpectedly, it worked normally, but at the same time it had no practical use. He did not forget the existence of the 10th king. After realizing that he didn't need to run away, he didn't make the Titans more confused. He looked calm as if his behavior was normal. Very good, we can continue. Although the Titans, including Zasna, still felt a little confused, they didn't really ask Maine what was going on. They just thought it was some quirk of the outsiders. After Maine returned to the meeting, the 5th king didn't say anything. Obviously, the scenes just now were enough for him to say nothing, and no one would doubt his thoughts. After watching Shinxia's video, all the Titans really understood what it meant when Zasna claimed that there was a strong man in the outside world who could make them reconsider their decision. The purpose of these Titans was to deal with the gods, not to really hate humans. Some of these Titans felt sorry for the race that created them, while others were indifferent, but it seemed that no one really wanted humans to be destroyed from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, those Titans who originally supported the destruction of humans also remained silent like the 5th Titan, and obviously acquiesced to Zasna and Mon's proposal. Now only the last Teen Titan King who attacked the 9th city was left. When everyone looked at her, Victor said reluctantly, "She is indeed very strong, and judging from her powerful prophetic ability, it is not difficult to stop our plan to destroy humans." When she warned the gods in the video just now, it was like warning us. After saying this, Zasna and Mon knew how much he understood the power of Xiao, and they were no longer worried that the second king would stick to his attitude, and their plan was successfully completed. Now Mon was only worried about the 10th king. And Victor said calmly, "You are not lying. It seems that Shishao is indeed powerful enough. We have to rethink how to treat the current human civilization. At least the original plan cannot be carried out." Zasa also took the opportunity to say, Mon has contacted the current Federation and Shishao, and is considering joining forces with them. Now, he just needs us to provide some weapons. I think you should be able to help with these. Walter also turned to look at the other Titan Kings, and the 5th king stood up again at this moment. However, this time he was simply Zasa's enemy, and he didn't want to stick to his original idea. What if there is a problem with the weapons we provide? This human did sign the Golden Oath, and I don't doubt his loyalty, but his ability may not be able to keep these weapons. What if he is deceived by Shishao and the Federation? Zasa seemed calmer than him. After all, she was the winner today. We don't have to hand over all the weapons immediately. We can continue to give Maine new weapons as bargaining chips according to the stage of the Federation's contract signing, and the most important and strongest weapons against Saren will not be handed over to them before we are really sure that they can hit the gods hard. Seeing that the 5th king seemed to want to say something, Victor suddenly said, "I think your proposal is very good. Let's go back and prepare. At this time next week, we will hold a meeting here again to hand over the weapons to Maine. What do you think?" Chapter 571. The Parliament passed it smoothly, but what Maine cared about most at the moment was not whether he could get the weapons to prevent the gods, but the 10th king who was ignored by other titans. Obviously, the nature of erasing it was still affecting other Titan kings, and Mayan still didn't know why he could see the reason why the Titan king disappeared. Although Shinjiao's words in the image seemed to be a hint, he had actually noticed something wrong before, because other Titan kings couldn't even see the problem of this number. So how did he realize that the number of gods was wrong? Was it because he had the control bureau? Was it because the undead king had a positive impact on his memory? Was it because of some power in the place where the meeting was held? Or was it because he caused the disappearance of the god? Or was it that the effect caused by the words of the control bureau describing his mental power was finally strong enough? Mental power 4.5. You have mental power different from ordinary people, with many basic mental abilities such as clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, etc., and they will naturally improve over time. The cognitive impairment resistance based on adaptive generation is healing itself. He had seen the last sentence since he entered the control bureau, which meant that when he was attacked by the unmemorable, his mental strength began to improve itself to resist this cognitive attack. But perhaps because the time was not long enough, the effect was not particularly obvious. Or in fact, this resistance was always increasing, but the trauma he suffered was too severe, so before it was raised to the current level, he could not detect its existence at all. In fact, the neglect of this problem may be related to the trauma he suffered. If other types of mental damage are being alleviated and healed, he may still be able to perceive it. However, the power of forgetting will make it difficult for him to realize whether his situation has improved even if there are subtle changes, because he has forgotten everything. In other words, his resistance to cognitive impairment has improved a lot compared to when he left Victor's sanatorium. But because of the special characteristics of this resistance, he himself is not particularly aware of it. This is actually a better explanation for why he can notice the 10th king. Therefore, after thinking that he may have improved in this regard, Ma-En no longer pretended that there was no unmemorable person or any secret entity as he did in the past. He did so in the past because this was the best way, and it might be the only way. In addition to preparing some countermeasures that may not be useful, he can't do anything. But the situation is different now. So after completing the meeting, he immediately made a strange request to Zasa, which is to send their people to remark the books in the entire floating library and transport them to other floating islands for storage. Although this request was not a trivial matter, and Mon did not explain anything to Zasa, after confirming that Mon insisted on doing so, she agreed to Mon's request without hesitation, and immediately dispatched a large number of Titans after returning to the 9th city, completing this extremely difficult task in just 2 days. After they emptied the library, Mon walked in alone, and walked around the empty library for dozens of times. The Titans around him couldn't understand what he was doing, and he couldn't explain why he did it, because he didn't gain anything after walking around for dozens of times. This phenomenon was not unexpected by Mon. That kind of power was also affecting the library, but he also tore open the outermost curtain for some reasons that he couldn't explain. Now cognitive barriers are not so difficult for him to break through, so he was not discouraged at all. After searching for 2 days and 2 nights, he finally noticed a thin leather book lying on the ground. He actually realized that it was not the existence of this book first, but that there seemed to be something wrong with his standing posture. After he scanned the surroundings for a few minutes, a book with a red cover suddenly caught his eye. It was right under his feet. Mon immediately bent down and picked up the book. This red book looked more like a particularly delicate and expensive notebook than a formal book, and there was no text on the cover. Then when he opened it for the first time and saw the slightly sloppy handwriting, he was sure that this was a notebook, and the two words written at the beginning of this notebook had already indicated its purpose. Mon read it out with some difficulty. First draft, to be revised. This is a manuscript for unknown purposes, and it is not very formal. It does not look like a professional manuscript that can be completed in a year, but more like a very messy draft. Mon continued reading. To our human friends, I will negotiate with you on behalf of the Supreme King of Titan, the leader of all new Titans, the great human hero of the past, and my lover. You can call me the Ninth King, or just call me by my name Zasna. Seeing this, Mon immediately confirmed something very important. This draft should have been written by the Titan King she had just met not long ago, not her other reincarnations in the past. Because she said that she would rename herself every time she reincarnated, but the content of this draft is extremely inconsistent with the current situation. Obviously, these Titan Kings have never had contact with humans, and he has never heard of any Supreme King, and Zasna has no lover. So, I'm sorry that my husband, the 10th King, can't come to the Federation in person to meet you at this moment. He is hunting down the two rebels, Walter and Victor, who have been sealed by us several times. They are the two old Titan Kings who betrayed the new Titans, and once conspired against my husband's leadership, so they were constantly killed and sealed by us. Like the gods you are familiar with, killing them is to seal them. Even we cannot completely kill them or truly prevent their resurrection, so we can only keep them sleeping again. But even if my husband cannot come in person, you should be familiar with him. After all, you probably haven't seen many strong men who can fight so fiercely with Shishao. To be honest, I didn't expect you to have a 5th level ability user who can defeat the 10th King. After all, when he was still a human, he was also a 6th level strong man who fought with Saran several times. Although you have that terrible Shishao, we also have our own Titan heroes. Chapter 572. And already had many doubts in his mind. If the original situation was really as described in the notes, then the current situation of the Titan ruins should be completely different from what it is now. The two Titan Kings, Voltaire and Victor, who now dominate the Titan ruins, are rebels being hunted and sealed by the Supreme King in the notes, and the real leader is the 10th King. Moreover, in the notes, the 10th King seems to be the Supreme King who commands all Titan Kings and can represent the will of almost all Titan Kings, which is completely different from the current situation. What's more surprising is that this 10th King seems to have had contact with the Federation and Shishao, and even had a battle with her that Zasna called fierce, and in the notes, the 10th King does not seem to have been defeated. Although this may be because the recorder is Zasna, who is a Titan, Mayan still tends to believe that this is the fact. Because the 10th King seemed to have completely suppressed Voltaire and Victor, and before he became a new Titan, he was also a powerful human who could fight with Saran, and such a strong man should not be erased. What happened here in the past? Thinking of this, Marin continued to read on. The next few paragraphs were all explaining the wars and problems within the Titans to the Federation. There was no detailed manuscript here, more like a reminder of what she was going to say. However, even so, this paragraph revealed a lot of information. In Zasna's narration, these Titan Kings did not wake up at the same time at the beginning, but woke up one after another, and the 10th King became the last Titan King to wake up because his body required too many resources, and this time interval was actually quite long. Long enough to accommodate several wars. They destroyed some of the incomplete ruins of Titan civilization, including various powerful facilities, weapons, and humans in a frozen state that were originally intended to be used against the gods. At that time, the main person doing this was still the enemy of Titan civilization, the leader of the gods, Saran. In other words, they were on the same front with Saran at that time. When the 10th King woke up and realized what Voltaire and Victor had done and how precious things they had destroyed, he immediately defeated and killed them with the weapons he had revived together. However, this raid did not completely wear out the fighting spirit of Voltaire and Victor, and the Titan ruins also launched a civil war for many years. The process of the war was not mentioned in detail by Zasna, nor was the reason for the confrontation mentioned, but she also recorded the final result of the war in the book, the 10th King's complete victory. He sealed the two Titans, who stood on the opposite side of him, for a long time through some means, and the 10th King also became the ruler of the Titan ruins. Since then, the 10th King has begun to prepare to deal with the gods, and the method is completely different from the one led by Walter and Victor now. He has never thought of destroying the gods by destroying humans. Zasna did not elaborate here, but judging from the tone in her notes, the 10th king seems to have a way to really threaten the gods, and this is the purpose of this meeting. He wants to join hands with humans to kill the gods, and with the strongest humans. After reading this, Marin also immediately realized something. In fact, the current situation of the 13th king is not really unexplainable. After all, so many years have passed since the disappearance of the Titan civilization. Time can change everything. But the scene described in the notes is far more reasonable than it is now. If the flesh and blood and mechanical titans are really so easy to stand on the opposite side of humans, why did the human titans at that time let it go smoothly? Maybe they lied, or the humans at that time simply couldn't care about this problem. But the better answer is that the humans at that time did not really fail to notice this. So the 10th king also joined the plan and guaranteed that it could truly achieve the purpose of the Titan civilization at that time in the future. And if he had not disappeared, the 10th king would have been considered a success. Although some of the plans left by the Titans were destroyed by Walter and Victor, the final result was not so bad. If the meeting described in this note could go smoothly, perhaps there would be no gods in the world today. After all, the ancient human Titan heroes and Shishao joined forces, and the former seemed to have more weapons against the gods than now. They almost succeeded, and the Titans almost won the war completely. But before the end of the war, the 10th king was completely wiped out. After realizing this, many suspects flashed through Marin's mind. Walter and Victor were obviously the most likely murderers, but they did not seem to realize the disappearance of the 10th king. If they were pretending in the meeting, he would not be able to leave there safely. Could it be the gods? This is the most motivated group, and Saren seems to be able to do such a thing, but considering his reaction to the Camel Alliance, Saren should not be able to do such a thing. Or the Federation? Although their motives were not as serious as the first two suspects, if the Federation really did such a thing out of vigilance against aliens, Mon would not be particularly surprised. They don't look like they would do such a thing, but they can do it. Worse still, maybe the murderer is not any of them at all. It's all of them. The Federation can cooperate with anyone, and Walter and Victor have a history of cooperation with the gods. Saran is an old fox, who doesn't care about the position of his allies. The 10th king may become a threat to them. But if that's the case, Shishao should stand up to stop it. Was Shishao blinded at that time? In fact, this is not impossible. After all, if they have the ability to erase the existence of the 10th king, they may use this power to deceive Shishao. Secret power can effectively counter prophecy. This may even be the reason why they want to use the method of erasure to deal with the 10th king, because only in this way can they bypass Shishao to deal with the 10th king, and it is obvious that Shishao does not want this to happen. If she wanted the 10th king dead, then the whole world would know that Shishao killed the 10th king. There is no need to erase any trace of his existence. But even if his speculation is true, who did it? Could it be the real unmemory? Now that they seem unable to realize this, it seems that they can use this secret entity like the unmemory to erase the existence of this murder after what happened last night. But is this the truth? Is the answer so simple? Is the murderer really these things that he has seen and can understand? Or is there some more terrible and dangerous secret? Mon doesn't know. Chapter 573. After the Titan Council ended, most of the Titan Kings left the council hall one after another. They all returned to their cities to prepare for the meeting with Marn next week, and the weapons to deal with the gods. After truly seeing Shishao, they basically gave up the idea of destroying human civilization, and in fact, most of them were quite happy. Because they really saw the opportunity to end the gods. Even the 5th king, who least wanted this to happen, gave up completely after the meeting. In fact, although he insisted on defeating the gods by destroying humans, and did not like humans, what he really hated the most was the 9th king who had been against him for so many years. If cooperating with Shishao and the Federation could really destroy the gods, he would not refuse, or it can be said that if giving up destroying humans could allow him to completely kill the 9th king, he would also consider using other methods. Unfortunately, the reality is that he can't do any of them. Zasna has won. But not long after he left the tower, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Victor. The 5th king paused in confusion. Are you waiting for me? Victor nodded. Yes, we have to solve this problem. The 5th king looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Victor said. You and I only have one common problem. After hearing this, the 5th king was finally able to confirm what Victor meant, but he still showed an extremely surprised expression. He did not expect that Victor would still want to deal with Zasna after seeing that scene. Even when the 5th king heard Victor's words, he did not change his mind. He could not understand Victor's idea of going against Zasna, and he did not want to hear what he had to say. Victor also saw the fifth king's retreat. Obviously, Xin Zhao's performance had dampened his spirit, so he did not talk nonsense with the fifth king, but threw a piece of gold oath to him. The fifth king looked down and said, "Confidentiality contract? What do you want to say?" Victor said, "Sign it." Although the fifth king was still somewhat resistant to Victor's idea at the moment, he still signed the golden oath that required him to keep the words he said next secret. After all, gold would not lie. After he made the oath, Victor did not speak, but threw another piece of gold. The fifth king looked at it again, but this time he did not answer, but focused on the words on the gold, and as he continued to read, his face changed several times in succession, and finally became extremely serious and gloomy. "Is this true?" He spoke in a shocked tone. Victor said confidently, "There is gold to prove it." The fifth king shook his head slightly, then took a few steps back. "How can you?" Victor interrupted him. "It's not important. Do you want to watch Zasna realize her ideal? If we can't kill each other, destroying her plan is the most evil revenge you can achieve. Believe me, this is very important to her." The fifth king hesitated for a few minutes, and finally showed a look of agreement. "What about you?" Victor replied, "I don't know, but you can go first." The fifth king seemed to realize something when he heard this, and immediately turned around and flew away. And Victor, who was looking at his back, had actually expected this result a long time ago. Because the second golden oath revealed a very important thing, Ma En lied. And his lie was hard to see through, because he said almost all the truth, but it formed an extremely bad misleading for all the Titan Kings, making them believe that Xin Zhao would really take action. No, the Federation would never let Xin Zhao out, not to mention that she still had to deal with the deep sea. That's right, Victor knew the current situation on land, and before coming to participate in this meeting, he also specially inquired about this ability user named Ma En. He was not a 4th level ability user at all, and he did not enter this place by mistake. This is all a conspiracy. But there is also an important reason why he did not say this at the meeting, which is also what shocked the fifth king. The point is that he should not know this at all. Deep contact with the Federation is a taboo for Titans. If Walter or other Titan Kings knew about this, they would definitely be very angry. And they will definitely want to know why I did this. If they ask about it, then I will really be in trouble, even if I am already in trouble now. Victor slowly raised his head and looked at the figure approaching rapidly in the distance. Walter. Almost in the blink of an eye, Walter appeared in the air a few meters in front of him and stopped, not running anymore. The young Victor looked at him calmly. "So they asked you to stop me," Walter said, "and you really didn't give up, but you have seen Shi Xiao." Victor didn't say what he knew, but said, "I thought we had already concluded this matter. Destroying humans is as important as defeating the gods. If Shi Xiao is really that dangerous, we shouldn't join forces with her to destroy the gods. We should wait until she dies before we deal with them together." Walter looked at him and said, "Such an opportunity is rare." Victor shook his head slightly. "No, you are ruining our chance to deal with humans. If the gods are dead, what reason do we have to let these Titan Kings follow us? They will definitely not continue to follow us. This war requires our concerted efforts." Walter's half-blood, half-iron face had no emotion. "But I don't intend to miss this opportunity, and destroying the gods is more important." Victor interrupted rudely. "Have you forgotten what we saw in there? Do you really think the mission of this plan is to destroy the gods? If it weren't for what you saw at the beginning, how could you support this plan so much? Destroying humans is our mission, we must end them. Have you really forgotten their screams?" Walter looked at him coldly. "I don't think this is the reason why you want to stop Zasna today, Victor. I know you. You were using me at the beginning. You didn't care about their pain at all, you just wanted to survive. You must have your own reasons for wanting to stop Zasna and Mon. If you really want to convince me, then tell me the real reason, maybe I will consider standing on your side." Victor fell silent after hearing this, and just looked at the other person calmly. He knew very well that even if he said it, he would not give Walter support. Walter, who understood his decision, said, "Then you stay here and accompany me." Chapter 574. In the reception room of the 9th city, an uninvited guest was sitting in his seat waiting for the host to receive him. This guest was the 5th king who should not have appeared here. After not receiving the news from the 2nd king, he basically knew what was going on. Obviously, Victor himself had no way to solve this problem, and he might not want to do so. Because Victor knew so many things, it also meant that he had in-depth contact with the outside world, which could be regarded as a half-taboo in the Titan ruins. After this matter was exposed, although he would not really have to pay any serious price, after all, even if they wanted to, they could not kill Victor, but all kinds of accusations would definitely be inevitable. And the real problem was Victor's motives, which was why he was so cautious at the time. He could not have taken the risk of investigating the outside world when he had nothing to do. He must have had a reason for doing so, and he did not want others to know. So he found me, and wanted me to solve this problem for him. Because he and Zasna had a hatred that could not be broken even by death, he could pretend that he was blinded by hatred and anger, and attack Maine like a fool without caring about anything. Although he would definitely pay a price for doing so, it would be worth it if he could avenge Zasna. He would not die anyway. But the question now is not what to do, but how to do it? The golden oath that Victor gave him also mentioned a very important thing, that is, the human Maine who sneaked into the Titan ruins was not a 4th level ability user as he showed, but a real 5th level ability user. Victor did not realize this immediately because this Maine was not a well-known old-fashioned 5th level ability user, but had just begun to emerge recently. However, according to the scattered intelligence he had collected during this period, this Maine was definitely not a simple character. This was half bad news and half good news. The bad news was that Maine might not be so easy to deal with. And the good news was that Zasna should not know about this matter, because although Victor did not really obtain any core intelligence, he had heard of this Maine's reputation. And if his intelligence was accurate, this Maine was an extremely insidious, cunning, cruel and ambitious man who lied without changing his face, and never told a word of truth. He also belonged to a powerful and mysterious terrorist organization, and was a spy sent by them to various organizations. He even infiltrated the strongest force in the outside world, the Federation. Such a guy must have a conspiracy to come here, but he can't expose Victor's secret, so he can't be frank with Zasna directly. In addition, he has just woken up recently, and his body may be much weaker than Zasna, and he is not sure to kill Maine directly. Killing this human is the best way to thwart Zasna's plan. If he is really sure enough, he will choose to do so without hesitation. He can even take action against Maine with the determination to die together, without worrying about any possible costs and problems. Even if he doesn't kill Maine, he is confident that he will destroy the cooperation between him and Zasna, because in addition to taking action against Maine, he will also tear open the true face of this secret alliance undercover and expose his true strength. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to complete the entire plan, but he could do the second half. Reveal Mon's true face. And he was very confident that he could accomplish this. After all, he had completely put aside his own life and death at this time. The price he used to destroy Mon and Zasna's cooperation was his own life. If we really want to look at it from the perspective of abnormal power, this level of investment is a complete waste, but it is worth it for him to make Zasna feel pain. Click. Finally, Zasna pushed open the door, and at this moment, she was wearing the fully armed formal dress when she went to participate in the parliament, and even brought some more abnormal weapons on her body. Obviously, she was extremely worried about him. And there was no figure behind her that the 5th king expected, but he was not impatient, because he had told Zasna in advance that this conversation would be held with them at the same time. Zasna took out an instrument from her waist and placed it on the ground, and then a holographic image of Mon appeared in the room. Obviously, when she received this news from the 5th king, she did not think about it. The meeting is over. Zasna looked at him coldly and said, "What are you doing here this time? You haven't given up your stupid idea yet." After they met, the atmosphere in the house instantly became tense. The 5th king believed that there must be various facilities arranged by Zasna outside the house at this moment. If he really took action, it would be difficult to leave the 9th city alive today, and Zasna and Ma-En would definitely not die. Fortunately, his goal was so high, and he didn't plan to leave alive. "I hate you," the 5th king said frankly, "but I'm not stupid. I know how powerful Shishao is. I'm not here to start an untimely war. I'm here to solve potential problems, and I'm sincere." He pointed to the box lying on the table. Zasna looked down at the lock on the box. "You don't need to solve any problems. Just let it develop." The 5th king raised his head slightly and looked at Zasna sincerely. "When did we get to this point?" Zasna said coldly. "Maybe when you killed Kedron?" The 5th king smiled. "Oh yes, your favorite child, but my answer is different from yours. When you killed Wendy, I secretly vowed to make you suffer the most terrible torture. Of course, I believe you can find earlier dead people. After all, the lives around us will always pass away. They are not like us who have eternal life. They will always die, but we can never die, just like the hatred between us that will never be completely extinguished, no matter how we get to this point. There is no turning back for us." Zasna said coldly, "So you are here to reminisce with me?" The smile in the eyes of the 5th king slowly faded. "No, I am here to sign a ceasefire agreement with you." I will not try to stop you, and I will also enter a sleeping state during this period, and even hand over Polar Night to you, but the premise is that you have to sign an agreement with me to guarantee some basic things, the most important of which is not to target me when I am asleep. Zasna paused, then said silently, I will sign with you. The fifth king raised his hand and pointed to Mane Xiu standing behind her, and him. Chapter 575. After hearing this, Zasna did not intend to agree to the fifth king's request. It is enough for me to be here. But the fifth king still insisted, although I hate you, I can still trust you, but I still don't trust this human. You know what I think of these humans today, and this is the origin of our hatred. How do I know if he will do anything else after you sign the Golden Oath? Of course, I won't make any particularly demanding demands on him. I just want him to ensure that he and the organization behind him don't do anything to me during my sleep. It's that simple. If you doubt me, you can ask him to make more preparations before coming. After hearing this, Zasna still didn't want to agree to his proposal, but Ma En, who was only affected by the hologram, suddenly said at this time, It's okay, I come over now, it's only a few steps away anyway. Since the fifth king is willing to temporarily put aside the past hatred with you and really help us deal with the gods, I am willing to believe his sincerity. Of course, this was not his real thought. Mon just felt that even if the fifth king really had ulterior motives, then escaping like this would not solve any problems. It would be better to expose his true intentions before he realized how difficult he was to deal with. Then he could use other Titan kings to deal with him. Seeing Mon's determined eyes, Zasna decided to continue to believe Mon after a pause. You make your own decision, but you better be careful. Mon nodded, and then the holographic effect dissipated directly. After he left, the atmosphere in the room became even more dead silent. Neither Zasna nor the fifth king wanted to talk, and they just kept silent. But if anyone else stayed in the room, they would hope that they could keep silent, because it at least proved that they were still restraining their hatred. Not long after, Ma En pushed open the door of the room, and he did not make any special protective preparations as Zasna instructed, but only used the 5th level sea covering scepter in advance. Although this abnormal characteristic was not particularly strong in the 5th level, it was enough to deal with most dangers in a short time. Your Excellency the 5th King. Ma En walked in front of them. What agreement do we want to sign? The 5th King casually threw a few pieces of gold on the table, then reached out to the iron box, pressed the mechanical lock that looked extremely simple on it, and then the box slowly opened. The agreement I want you to sign is to ensure my own safety. I have asked you to promise that you are not a spy of the gods. Of course, I believe that Zasna must have done these things, but I am still worried. Then you can get this thing. Click, the box opened. It contained pure black. The moment he saw the scene inside the box, Ma En's vision was completely submerged by pure black. It was only after seeing it that Ma En realized how bright the black he had seen before was. After a few seconds, he really saw what was in the box. It was just a piece of black cloth. When seeing it appear, Zasna's eyes also showed some surprise. It seems that your sincerity is real. The 5th King smiled and put his hand on the black cloth, and then said, although this is just a broken polar night that cannot cover the entire world, and now we have no way to really use it, but now Saran is not so invincible. When the time comes, you only need to gently turn over this black cloth, which will be enough to completely cover him. As he said this, his hand gently turned over the black cloth. The extreme darkness instantly surged from the bottom, madly swallowing all the light around, dragging the room they were in, and the entire city outside into the extreme darkness. At the same time, Ma En also felt a wet feeling on his forehead. After Zasna covered the black cloth again, the 5th King was no longer in the original position, but holding the dagger hidden under the black cloth, and stabbed it fiercely in Ma En's head. This is specially used to the dagger that gives souls, and it seems to be provided by the 2nd King. Any soul with soul strength less than the 5th level will have its soul quickly and completely lost after being pierced by it. Zasna looked at the 5th King in disbelief, and at the same time drew out the long sword at her waist angrily. How dare you? Plop. A few drops of liquid dripped from Main's head, but unlike what Zasna thought, it was not bright red blood that stained the ground, but a few drops of deep blue sea water. The 5th King pretended to be shocked. No, what's going on? Main raised his hand and pulled out the dagger on his head, his expression calm as if his spirit did not feel a burst of pain with the withdrawal of this weapon at this moment. And then before the 5th King sowed discord, he first looked at the 5th King standing in front of them and said, I'm sorry, I'm actually a 5th level ability user. The 5th King did not expect Mon to admit it so naturally, but then he immediately looked at Zasna, who also looked shocked, with doubt, and then asked knowingly, you teamed up to deceive us? But Zasa looked at Mon suspiciously. You deceived me. Mon's expression seemed to be completely unaware of his mistake. I didn't lie to you, I just didn't tell the truth. At this time, the fifth king seemed to suddenly realize something, and showed surprise very naturally. So you didn't get here by mistake at all. How could a fifth level ability person not find a way to leave, and be caught by them? You are a spy set by the Camarilla here. This is all a conspiracy. After hearing this, Zasa looked at Mon with more and more doubts in her eyes, but she did not express her anger and doubts very fiercely, but stared at him expressionlessly, quietly waiting for his explanation. Mon looked at Zasa calmly. I said that I did pretend to be caught by them. As I said at the time, I was caught here by them on purpose because I needed to be caught by them, and it was not a bad thing for anyone. You see, I didn't lie to you, I just didn't tell the truth. Zasa looked at him and said, Then why didn't you tell the truth at the beginning? Mayan said sincerely, Because I don't trust you, I need to do what you did to me at the beginning. Observe, I have to see with my own eyes that you are someone I can trust before I can confess my purpose. You know how dangerous our common opponent is. When the fifth king exposed him, Mayan was not panicked at all, which is why he dared to come to meet. He didn't intend to lie at the beginning. Chapter 576. Seeing that Zasa seemed to be somewhat moved by Mon, the fifth king immediately spoke up and reminded, Do you really believe what he said? This guy never told the truth from the beginning. Since he never told the truth from beginning to end, how can you know whether he is still lying to you now? Mon opened his hands very sincerely and said, It doesn't matter what I said, the key is what I did. This sentence is indeed very reasonable. After arriving at the Titan ruins, Mon did not use the fact that he cheated Zasa to seek personal gain. Instead, he has been promoting the union of humans and Titans from beginning to end. If he really has some evil conspiracy, why would he spend so much effort to promote the cooperation between humans and Titans? Maybe he did lie in some details, and maybe his motives were not so pure and passive. But these are not important. You are right. Zasa looked at him and said, I saw what you did, so I chose to believe my own eyes and judgment, not your words or the words of the fifth king, as you said. You are dealing with the gods, and now it seems that you don't like them very much. Maan raised his hand and said frankly, Yes, but it is more accurate to say that the Camarilla thinks that the continued existence of the gods is not a good thing, and we also think that if there is a chance to destroy them, it will definitely be good for everyone. We don't like them, you don't like them, and the Federation doesn't like them, so it is no longer a difficult thing to deal with these gods. As for why we want to deal with them, I think you should be the one who can understand this the most. You know better than any of us how damnable the gods are. The Titans are even willing to destroy all mankind for this, so it's not a big deal for me to tell a few lies for this. Zasa looked at Maine and asked, So you are here to deal with the gods? Hearing this, the fifth king has realized that something is wrong. The development of the matter is completely different from what he originally imagined. Maine lied so seriously, but Zasa seemed to be fine. If this is the case, he can only bring this news to other Titan kings. Other Titan kings cannot trust Maine like Zasa, which is enough to severely damage their plans. This time he at least has a reason to attack. Facing Zasa's question, Maine replied, Yes, the same as you, and even if we don't want to completely eliminate them, we hope to suppress them when necessary to prevent them from having any evil plots that will threaten all mankind. The last few years may be the most active time for Saran in the past few hundred years, because the current human beings have Shishao, a top former, who can suppress him, and she was subdued by the Federation not long ago, which also gave the gods headed by Saran a lot of small thoughts. Now is their most dangerous time, and we also need your help to suppress the gods. Otherwise, if they really suppress humans and gain more faith and power, it will not be good for anyone. Maan said this in order to pave the way for the suggestions he wanted to make next. After all, what he wanted to do was more difficult than getting her to accept him, and Zasa might not really agree. But after hearing this, Zasa was silent for a moment, and then finally made a final decision. Okay, if so. Before she finished her words, the air around them suddenly flashed with several flashes of lightning, and then Maan felt that the air around them suddenly became so heavy that he had to take it seriously, and the blue sea water suddenly gushed out of his body and turned him into a waterman whose head just touched the roof. But he did not face the attack of the fifth king, because it was Zasa who attacked. She drew out the two long swords that were not used on the way to the parliament and rushed to the fifth king who was standing and planning how to take the news away, and chopped him down hard on the head. His flesh and blood body also began to swell in an instant, but the lightning in the air seemed to gather towards his body at this time and began to suppress the changes in his body. At this moment, Ma-En realized that these lightning flashes were not the sudden sneak attack of the Fifth King, but the killing moves prepared by Zasna in advance. Seeing this, the seawater in Main's body also flowed out quickly, and flooded the house in just a few seconds. Then a giant hand made of seawater stretched out, grabbed the Fifth King's retreat, which had swelled like an elephant, and dragged him towards Zasna fiercely. This made the Fifth King lose his balance a little, and then Zasna seized this opportunity, and rushed directly in front of him, and slashed his face with two long swords. The Fifth King could only raise his hands to block with difficulty, and barely pushed the long sword away, but still left two shallow blood marks on his chest. "Traitor!" the Fifth King roared, looking at Zasna with ferocious eyes. At this moment, he looked nearly 5 meters tall, his thick legs directly crushed the floor, his body was covered with black scales, and his face looked like some kind of monster. After seeing the terrifying black dragon wings behind him, Main understood what the creature he had turned into was. This is actually the reason why the Fifth King is so malicious towards humans. Although the Titan civilization gave him the status of a human with dragon blood, a dragon descendant like him does not regard himself as a fellow human. Since the Titan civilization, he has felt that he is a noble dragon descendant. It is this arrogant attitude that made him constantly have various grudges with Zasna, a biologist, at the beginning. Although the Fifth King was scolding Zasna at this moment, while he was roaring, there was also a hot orange-red magic flame gushing out of his throat, forcing Zasna, who had already come to him, to retreat. At this time, the Fifth King, who had already transformed into a dragon man, flapped his wings to destroy the surrounding building structures, and flew in the direction behind him, wanting to directly crash out of this building, but when he flew backwards, suddenly a wave hit him. The Fifth King relied on his strong body, and did not avoid it, wanting to quickly leave this building with various suppression facilities. But when the wave hit him, it was not knocked away by his iron-hard scales, but suddenly turned into countless hands of different shapes, scratching, and trying to drag him into the sea that had already submerged the entire building, just like a sea monster trying to drag a ship into the seabed. Ma-En wanted to leave the Fifth King here. Chapter 577. After noticing that the seawater was climbing up his body, the Fifth King immediately lowered his head, opened his mouth slightly towards his body, and then let out a low roar. Instantly, his lungs lit up with orange-red light again, and even through the scales, one could clearly see the dragon's breath brewing in his body. Random hot flames flowed out again, falling on his body, like a waterfall to wash away the seawater tentacles that were entangled with him. But it was obvious that the dragon's breath this time was slightly weaker than before. Obviously, this trick was not something he could use casually. In fact, the Fifth King had taken out a lot of dragon resources to join this plan in order to transform himself closer to a real dragon. But even after countless operations, he was still a huge difference from a real dragon. Although he now looked like a humanoid dragon, he couldn't breathe as casually as his ancestors. However, this move was enough to temporarily dispel Mon's attack, and the Fifth King looked at Zasna, who was flying towards him quickly, then flapped his dragon wings vigorously, and crashed directly into the building diagonally upward. Almost in the blink of an eye, he smashed several walls, and rushed out of the building directly, returning to the sky where the dragon should be. At least that's what he felt when he just flew out of the building. But he smelled the smell of waves, and when the dragon lowered its head, the blue sea was reflected in his pupils. Hundreds of meters in the air, he saw the ocean spreading around, and what was floating under him was more like a circular slice of the ocean. Even with his naked eyes, he could see the end of this ocean, and the boundary of this almost circular sea was just like what was described in the flat earth theory. The sea water was pouring down to the edge of the world. If you look up from the ground, the scene you see is completely different from that of the Fifth King. On the ground, you can't see the surging waves, but only the calm blue water surface. This almost circular slice of the ocean spreads out like a mushroom top, with the building several hundred meters high as the midpoint, and it is still spreading. This is the ocean floating in the sky. After flying out of the building, the Fifth King also realized the danger. He immediately began to fly upwards, but when he flapped his wings frantically, the violent ocean under him did not go away. Just like a traveler heading towards the mountains in the distance, although he can feel that he is moving forward, the distance between the mountains and him in his eyes has never changed, and the ocean under him is the same. And as he floats up, the ocean below becomes more and more ferocious. Several turbulent tsunamis appear out of thin air, like the claws of the ocean trying to scratch him down, and the Fifth King's soul quickly avoids these few times. But these few blows also forced him to fly upwards, and he did not leave the suppression area as planned, so his body remained at this size, and could not be fully deployed. At this moment, another slender figure flew out of the violent sea surface, lightly and swiftly rushed to the front of the Fifth King, who was fleeing towards the sky, and slashed at him with 2 long swords. This move was not a surprise attack, so it did not scratch the Fifth King's scales again, but it successfully made him fly backwards at high speed to avoid the attack, and when he retreated backwards, his upward speed naturally slowed down. Then he was caught by the ocean. The surging tsunami finally hit his back, and as the excess sea water flowed along his scales, the giant palm made of sea water was also revealed the hand of the ocean giant Marn. When the Fifth King was hit, he lowered his head slightly and opened his mouth again, but this time he didn't spit out blazing flames, but short sentences that human ears couldn't hear. Then the ocean arm that had grabbed him was instantly shattered by its invisible magic power, turned into sea water, and fell back to the sea level. At the same time, Zaza, who was preparing to attack her from a distance, crossed her 2 long swords across her face to block the invisible force that quietly came to her, but she was also pushed back dozens of meters. But in this short moment, several tsunamis rushed towards him from all directions. When approaching the Fifth King, these tsunamis dispersed before he attacked, and then gathered in the air, and turned into a giant blue whale rushing out of the sea in an instant. In front of its open mouth, the Fifth King was like a small fly, and would be swallowed by it in the next second. This time, the Fifth King's lungs were brewing dragon breath again, and Mon could see that the outline of his lungs was red like a high-temperature iron, and even his eyes were orange-red. The blazing flames defeated the giant blue whale from top to bottom, like a pillar of heaven, and even burned a hole in the ocean that Mon had transformed into. Although the sea water filled the gap within a few seconds, this move still hurt him. However, these are no longer important, because when the Fifth King dispersed Mon's attack, Zasna had already landed on the dragon man gently like a flying spider, and seized the opportunity to insert the 2 long swords in her hands into his neck, and began to turn them fiercely. Zasna caught him. With Zasna fully prepared to suppress his power, and with the assistance of Ma En, a person of the same level, this close combat was enough to bring the battle to an end. Red blood gushed out, and the 2 Titan Kings fought like beasts. The hot dragon breath sprayed out without hesitation, leaving charred scars on Zasna's body, and the 2 long swords specially used to deal with titans also continuously rolled up new flesh and blood, and dragon scales fell like raindrops. The battle ended with a desolate dragon roar, and the hot dark red flame splashed and sprayed like a fountain, drawing a pure rainbow in the sky and engulfing Zasna's left half. At the same time, this terrifying dragon breath also melted the head of the Fifth King. The heavy dragon corpse fell into the sea, and was completely torn apart and destroyed by the blue ocean. The Fifth King fell again. But at this time, Zasna looked extremely bad. The left half of her body below her neck had been completely melted by the hot dragon's breath. But she was left with only the right half of her body. She did not rush to heal her wounds, but flew to Maine and looked at him with calm and somewhat cold eyes. "I chose to believe you," Zasna said calmly. "Don't let me down." Maine, who was standing directly on the ocean, looked at her and said, "Of course, we have a common goal. We all want to destroy the gods. We all want to save mankind." The second half of the sentence is almost as important to Zasna as the first half. Seeing that Maine realized this, Zasna also smiled. "Very good, let's go and accept his gift." Polar Night. Chapter 578. When the Fifth King turned into a dragon man and rushed out, the supporting structure of the building had been destroyed, but it did not fall down, because the sea water spreading out from it was supporting it, and the black cloth was floating on the sea. Standing on the water, Mon bent down to pick it up, and then put it in his arms. Abnormal entity, Polar Night. Abnormal strength, V.4. Description: environmental weapon made by ancient Titan. Features: Polar Night V.4. Eternal night is coming. Seeing this scene, Zasna also came to Mon. The purpose of our creation of this weapon was to wipe out the sun in daytime, so that the battlefield where we were located would remain dark all day long, but the effect of Polar Night on Saren at that time was not as good as we thought. The daytime was wiped out, but the scorching sun was still hanging high in the sky. If you look up at that time, you will see the sun in the dark night. Ma blinked. Such a scene is still not easy to imagine. Zasna nodded. He is undoubtedly a strong man. When facing such an enemy, we always have to do whatever it takes to win, just like when we first let the flesh and blood and mechanical titans fill the lives. The war between us and the gods was undoubtedly just and great, but this does not mean that there was no innocent blood on our hands. As the war went on, there was more room for sin to grow. I should not have told you that I had participated in the creation of these 2 races. At that time, I already knew that the biological weapons called flesh and blood puppets and mechanical puppets were actually intelligent life like us. But at that time, Although I knew the truth, I did not tell the truth, but deceived the outside world with them, making humans think that they were just weapons without souls. We are even deceiving the flesh and blood and mechanical puppets themselves, making them feel that their lives have no real meaning, so that they can continue to die on the front line for us, using their short lives to buy time for us to deal with the gods, and this also sowed the seeds for the subsequent puppet rebellion. Maan said with a surprised look, "So in the past, you used your compatriots to deal with the gods now?" Zasna smiled, "Yes, and do you know what I think now? I feel guilty. I have seen many flesh and blood and mechanical titans, who just wanted to survive being brutally slaughtered, but I just looked at them coldly, which also led me to want to promote the equal treaty between flesh and blood and mechanical puppets and humans with all my strength. Even if you really want to look into it, I also deceived the flesh and blood and mechanical puppets at that time, because I hoped that they could continue to fight for us after signing the peace treaty, and I did achieve this. But I have never regretted it." Zasna's expression suddenly became extremely firm when she said this, which also surprised Maan a little. Zasna looked into his eyes and said, "If I could go back to that time and make a new choice, I would continue to participate in the research of flesh puppets and mechanical puppets, and I would continue to remain silent and watch them being slaughtered. Because I know that if we don't commit these crimes, we won't be able to delay enough time, and all mankind will become slaves of the gods again, and the current human society will not exist at all. The gods who realize our threat will also make us slaves without human rights, and we will never have the chance to see the truth of the world, and there will be no hope to resist them. They will completely break our backs. Therefore, although I feel guilty, I have no regrets. This is the way the world is. There is no hero who can save everyone. I also know that this is the right thing to do. I am not qualified to create new sins in order to fight against sins, but unfortunately, we live in the real world. Right does not exist at all, and it cannot survive until now." At this moment, Maan suddenly realized that Zasna might be completely different from what he imagined. It turned out that in Maan's heart, she was a kind person who could embrace love and kindness to other races, and after hearing this, he could better understand her previous idea of helping the flesh and blood and mechanical titans to continue. But now, this only made Maan feel how cruel she was. In the present, she was so cruel that she could abandon the interests of her own race to help humans. In the past, she was so cruel that she could mutilate flesh and blood and mechanical puppets for humans. Just now, after understanding the situation, she immediately thought of killing the fifth king to silence him. Now it seems that their next cooperation will be extremely smooth. As Maan expected, Zasna raised her hand and patted Maan's shoulder. "So I want to tell you that you did tell some lies, but I know it is necessary, and your lies are nothing compared to what I told in the past. I can understand what you are doing. So don't worry that we will have grudges. I have lived for so many years, and have seen all kinds of bright and dark things. As long as our goals are the same, we can continue to cooperate. You didn't lie to me?" Hearing this, Maan also felt that Zasna was much wiser than her opponent the fifth king, and this was actually quite reasonable. After all, she and the former Titan Supreme King were not only partners, but also through the notebook, it can be seen that she is probably the Titan King who can best represent them except the 10th King. In fact, thinking about this also made Maan have some very sad thoughts. If the status of the 10th King in the past was so high, then how could the child of the 9th King, who was in a relationship with him, be killed by the 5th King? Moreover, it seems that they have no chance to make enemies. You know, when the 10th King was erased, Xin Shao had already appeared. Perhaps the influence of the 10th King being erased on their memories is far stronger than imagined, enough to reshape the complex relationship between the Titan Kings. After all, the former Walter and Victor were even sealed rebels, but now they are regarded as the two most prestigious Titan Kings, and their complex history in the past can also be found. If you think about it this way, it is not certain whether the 5th King and Zasna have a grudge. But he can't know what the truth is. The things in front of him are more important. I haven't made one thing clear. Maan replied, "In fact, we don't have a particularly high confidence that Xin Shao will really participate in this war. Of course, I'm not saying that there is no hope." When she said this, Zasna frowned slightly. "But I didn't lie about this." But Maan immediately continued, "Xin Shao is just an easy-to-understand example, because there are actually strong people in our organization who are not inferior to her in this matter. What Xin Shao can do, he can do too." After hearing this, Zasna's brows relaxed. "Very good, I don't care about the process, and even when the gods fall asleep is not the most important thing. I just want the result." Chapter 579. Maan and Zasna boarded the flying chest to the Parliament Tower again. The second meeting was held smoothly according to the original plan. During this period, Mon and Zasna did not encounter any new problems. It seemed that the fifth king was their last trouble. Walter, who had already understood how powerful Shishao was, also suppressed the second king hiding in the dark during this period. According to the current situation, he has basically gained the trust of the Titan kings. Zasna, who had observed him with her own eyes, has reached a tacit understanding with him. As long as she can realize her wish to protect mankind, she will unconditionally support his cooperation with the Titan kings. With her guarantee, other Titan kings who have seen Shishao are willing to hand over various weapons against the gods, to make the scene described by Mon a reality. Now he is only one step away from obtaining these weapons. His plan is about to succeed. When Mon and Zasna approached the tower again, they saw through the window that several Titan kings were standing on the top of the tower waiting for them, including Walter and Victor, and they all looked normal. They probably didn't know what happened to the fifth king, at least they didn't know anything on the surface. But Zasna could imagine that Victor must be a little unhappy at this time, because he should know that the fifth king came to find him, so he would expect that he could be stopped by him. It's a pity that he will be disappointed today. The aircraft slowly stopped at the top of the tower. When Zasna walked down the stairs, she was still carrying the two long swords that cut off the fifth king's head, and when she saw Walter and Victor for the first time, she said directly, "The fifth king is here to see us." Several Titan kings showed surprised expressions, and then Walter immediately asked, "What did he do?" Zasna took Mon to them. He was blinded by hatred and wanted to destroy our plan at the cost of his life. You also know that these Dragonborn look down on Dragonborn from the bottom of their hearts, and think that we have taken away their world. But when he said he wanted to meet me, I was already prepared, and I didn't really let him find a chance to kill Mon. Instead, I took the opportunity to let him fall asleep in advance. Hearing this, Walter and Victor looked at each other, and then he looked back at Zasna and said, "When he wakes up, we will punish him. Since you solved him yourself, we don't have to worry about any changes in this matter. We can go in and slowly discuss the next matters." The no variables in this sentence seemed to imply that he had dealt with Victor as well. Marn and Zasna followed them back to the original conference hall, and when they entered, he saw 4 cabinets displaying different weapons, 3 in the front, and 1 in the second row. The number of weapons was slightly less than he had imagined. Walter walked to the front. "These 3 are used to deal with all the gods. We found these 3 weapons that can deal with those gods according to your requirements. Although their strength is not the highest, they are definitely the most suitable. And they are definitely not weak." Marn noticed that he said this deliberately, as if he was specifically explaining why these weapons were slightly less than they expected, but this reason did not satisfy him particularly. But what Walter said was right. These 3 weapons looked very important. The one in front looked like a light yellow jumpsuit with a hood that covered the entire face. Walter introduced, "Saran is our strongest opponent, but there is another god who is almost as powerful as the king of gods, and that is Thor, who did not follow Sauron. For ancient humans, thunder itself symbolizes supreme fear. Only a few natural images, like darkness, can compare with it in fear. In fact, the fear of thunder is engraved in the flesh and blood of almost all animals. Even the sun represented by Sauron cannot compare with him in this regard. After all, the ancient humans had no way of realizing what that star meant, but the fire from the sky could burn the entire forest and any creature hit by it. Thunder is also an image of destruction, so the god of thunder himself is also extremely outstanding in fighting, and even comparable to the god of war in the past. But if it were just that, it would be fine. Thunder is not only the fire from the sky, but also the original fire, a symbol of the origin of ancient human civilization. Although this is not obvious in his many characteristics, it secretly gives him a stronger connection with humans, and also allows him to get more energy from your worship and fear. He is your second most serious threat, and although he is not interfering with the time between the gods now, I believe that if you really want to deal with Sauron, he will definitely not stand idly by." Mon said, "That makes sense. He is indeed a god we need to be on guard against in advance." In the Federation some time ago, the gods were indeed in a state of division. The strongest force was naturally the main group of gods headed by Sauron, while the other alliance represented by the moon god and the sea god was slightly weaker, but it could barely compete with Sauron and his group. In addition, there was the thunder god who was independent of the two. But after understanding Sauron, Mon felt that this division was actually superficial. If the gods really encountered a life and death threat, Sauron would definitely reunite the 3 groups. Now the sea god is standing behind him. If he really wants to deal with Sauron, the thunder god is likely to stand up and help him fight against himself and the Federation, so he is indeed a threat that needs to be solved. Although Mon had said so, Voltaire was still a little worried that he did not fully understand the danger of Thor. Although I don't think Razor is more cunning than Saren, he is not a fool. On the contrary, sometimes many of his actions show wisdom that is not inferior to Saren. He is just not good at conspiracy. For example, there is one thing I didn't mention, that is, now your society that has inherited our knowledge should mainly use electricity as the main secondary energy, and this is also a manifestation of thunder. In the Titan era, we used a complex type of secondary energy to maintain the operation of society, and electricity was also the most important one. Therefore, Thor increased his strength for a long time in the Titan era, and now it seems that the power should be enough to make him close to Saren, who was at the top of the six at that time. And during the war, the wise among us wanted to use this to create a powerful weapon specifically for Thor, but when we studied it in depth, we were extremely surprised to find that this weapon was useless. Because as early as the eve of the war, Thor had already realized something and directly abandoned his connection with the power source, which prevented him from truly matching Saren, but allowed him to get rid of our powerful weapons, and become a messenger of death, who could come and go freely on the battlefield. He is a dangerous character. Chapter 580. Martin looked at the full-body jumpsuit in the closet. So this thing can deal with him? Walter replied, yes, this thing is called an insulation suit. It was the top equipment of the Thor combat team back then. We created a principle similar to that of gods, making it a piece of equipment that can truly isolate thunder. You should have heard of the concept of true insulation. Most insulators are actually just difficult to conduct electricity. Even the vacuum in the universe can be broken through. True insulation only exists in theory, but it is actually a lie. There is no real insulator at all. Martin has realized what is going on. You let humans think that such a thing exists. Walter smiled. Yes, this is the masterpiece of the greatest scholar and liar of the Titan era. Lager claimed the existence of such a substance on the eve of the war, and claimed that it could solve many social problems. He used this as an excuse to defraud huge amounts of research funds. Until the beginning of the war, no one realized that he had made up a sophisticated lie. Even the scholar, who was second only to him at that time, could not detect the problem when he saw the data. Before the war, we all thought that Lager was a great scholar. No one knew how much of his research success was true, and how much was a lie. This actually caused many weapons that we thought were feasible to become a bubble when they were really needed. But during the war, he also redeemed himself for his lies. Many people even speculated that Lager might have vaguely noticed something, but you can't hear the truth from this outstanding liar. In fact, during the war, Rag also realized a lot of the research he had faked. In fact, 50% of the lies he told during peacetime were actually achievable, but he was too lazy to do it at the time. And the lie he told also became a powerful weapon during the war, because even the gods and their smartest minions could not see through his lies, so the lies became reality. Of course, the creation of this dress used a lot of top magic and technology. Even if the gods now know that this thing is fake, it doesn't matter unless they can overturn Rag's proof, but they can't do it. And as long as you put on this thing, lightning will never be able to touch you again. Mayan looked straight at the insulating suit. You mean as long as I wear this thing, Thor can't do anything to me? Walter shook his head slightly. No, being able to isolate lightning and Thor are two concepts. Thunder is his strongest power, not his only power. The effect of this dress can only guarantee that his attacks will be greatly weakened, but it can't really eliminate all his attack capabilities, and it can't affect his other powers. And this dress is not absolutely indestructible. Although as a Titan creation, even the current Saran would have to spend a lot of time and resources to destroy it, but as long as it can be destroyed, there will be problems. At that time, they will definitely join forces to fight, so you can't face Thor directly when you wear it, but if it is Shishao who wears it, it can be said that Thor can't do anything to her, and it is even enough for her to kill Thor, because even if Saran and Thor have a way to destroy this dress, this period of time is enough for Shishao to deal with Thor several times, which is why I chose it. Maan understood what he meant. If she is not the one who faces the gods, this dress may not be so effective, but if Shishao is the one who uses it, then this dress is enough to deal with Thor, and it may be more suitable than many other weapons. It makes sense that the most suitable weapon is the strongest. He was not just talking about Shishao, because this dress is also the most suitable abnormal item for him. When he uses the isolation suit through the Abnormal Control Bureau, its effect will become much stronger. An insulating suit worn on the body is completely different from an insulating physique. When Mayan saw that there were only these few weapons, he was a little worried that they were not suitable for him. If that was the case, he would definitely find a reason to let these titans change to more suitable weapons. But at least this insulating suit perfectly meets his needs, and it can even be said to be the most suitable weapon against the gods. After having this thing, Thor is no longer a threat to him. I think Xiao will definitely like this thing. Ma En nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, Thor will not be a problem for us, but the Federation does not only want to deal with these strongest gods, they are worried that the gods will retaliate against them afterwards. Walter replied, I remembered your needs, so I also brought these two weapons. As he said that, he took Ma En to the second cabinet, which was the largest one here, because it was suspended with a giant eyeball with a radius of about 5 meters, and there were a few blood-red flesh threads floating in front and behind the eyes. When they came to this eyeball, most Titan Kings had a little awe in their eyes. Walter's expression also became extremely serious. This is the Eye of Watching, and it is also the right eye of the God of War. The God of War is one of the few gods who stood in the same camp with humans in the past, but unlike his most selfless compatriots, he did not help us to save humans, he just wanted war. So he did not accept the transformation at first and became a god who could kill gods, but we don't really need him to be transformed, because his strongest ability is not frontal combat. His roar can make our warriors stronger and more agile, his brain can think of advanced strategies to deal with his compatriots, and his eyes can see through the entire battlefield. But at the end of the war, he took the initiative to accept a completely different transformation, because at that time he had foreseen that humans might lose the war if things continued like this. So he and the greatest forger among the Titans and gods at that time forged his body into a weapon like this. And his right eye that could see through the battlefield was transformed into one that could see the movements of the gods in the war, specifically to target his undead counterparts, and he even weakened his ability to see other wars for this purpose. After obtaining several such weapons, we have achieved today's results. Now I think this is probably what he wants to see the most. We barely sealed the gods, and that's why. The war is not over yet. Chapter 581. Ma En said, so this is the weapon you specifically found for the Federation. While they were talking, the eyes floating in the glass cabinet turned slightly, as if they were looking at them in conversation, but there was no life in the eyes, making it difficult to tell whether it was just twitching instinctively, or whether it really saw Ma En and the Titan King standing outside. Walter nodded. Yes, I think the Federation is definitely not lacking in the ability to fight the gods. They should be more worried about the gods' revenge on non-ability people, and the Eye of Watch can see the movements of the gods. In fact, this is somewhat similar to Xin Zhao's ability, but it is more targeted, and this thing can also be given to Xin Zhao to use. If this is the case, the gods probably can't even kill a human. But even if Xin Zhao can't spare his hands, this thing is enough to protect you. Ma En nodded. This is indeed the weapon the Federation needs, so what is this? He looked at the third cabinet, which contained 6 light blue gems. Walter explained, these are anti-god crystals. Although they look like ordinary gems, they are actually physical crystals of magic, mind and concepts. They are weapons forged by the most outstanding philosophers, magic scholars, psychic scholars, and other top scholars in various fields of our time. But this thing was not a weapon at the time, but a source of energy to drive other weapons. Unfortunately, this kind of weapon that needs anti-god crystals to operate is useless even if it is preserved intact, because now we can no longer produce any anti-god crystals, and our stock has long been used up. Of course, these solid crystals that look like gems are also top-level energy sources, and this also makes them have some special uses that were useless back then. Stretch out your hand. Hearing this, Ma En did not resist, and stretched out his right hand in cooperation. Then Walter opened the cabinet containing the sapphires, and took out one of them with his bare hands. You can't touch this thing directly. In the past, we had to use special containers to transport it. Fortunately, the anti-god crystals that have reached the solid level will not evaporate, so they have been preserved until now. As he said this, he placed the gem on Ma En's open palm. Then it melted into liquid, and then quickly seeped into Ma En's hand. Anti-God's Crystal V.3. Negation of the existence of gods, Walter said. Once it encounters a soul, it will quickly merge into it, and you can also easily take it out. Although this thing itself is not mainly used for combat, some soldiers in the low-end battlefields back then also used this method to deal with gods, who were not at the 6th level. It can suppress all gods whose strength is lower than its own, but it is completely useless against gods at the level of Saren and Thor, so there were not many times when it could be used at that time. But now the situation is completely different. Now they can suppress most gods. This is not the strongest weapon, but it is definitely the most suitable for the Federation. Ma En nodded, and you just don't need this thing. Walter said calmly, yes, this is why I chose it. Ma En didn't say anything immediately, and then walked towards the last weapon. So this is what you prepared for Saren. The cabinet contained a black cube. Mon looked at him and said, "What is this?" Walter said, "Actually, this is not a weapon, but our research material from the past. If this thing is given to me, or any other person with abilities from the outside world, there is no way to threaten Saran with it. But if it is Shishao, it will be different. From those videos, I can see that she must have a way to use this thing to get rid of Saran, because she can see how to do it. The reason why I only brought this weapon against Saran is very simple. If the user is Shishao, this thing is enough to get rid of Saran, because the thing in this cube is greater than the sun." Mon looked at this thing and asked, "What on earth is this?" Walter no longer kept it a secret. "This is a diluted black hole specimen." Marn blinked. "You mean the black hole? But the planet under our feet has not been torn apart yet." He knew how much weight this word had. Walter smiled and explained, "Don't worry, the cube you see is its container. We used magic and technology to dilute the captured black hole fragments and put them inside. It is much smaller than you think, and the degree of dilution we have achieved is definitely far beyond your imagination. In fact, when we took it out, it was already destroyed, and it is no longer a real black hole. Because the person who stole the black hole fragment was a reality twister, when he reached out his hand, he had already brought extremely subtle changes to the black hole, making it less dangerous than before, so we can use it. It is now closer to the concept and properties of a black hole that has been frozen after reality distortion and magic. Even now, it can only maintain some of its original properties by relying on this cubic shell. If it is separated from this thing, it is nothing. Now it is just a poor imitation. But this is enough. After all, Saran is just a bad imitator of the sun." Walter took out the black hole specimen and handed it to Marn. "It is stable without being hit by a particularly strong force, but if it is hit by an extremely delicate and powerful impact, the power in its body will escape in some way. And there is a certain law for the leakage of this power. I can't grasp this law, and other federal ability users can't either, but I think this should be easy for Shishao. This thing in her hands will not be more difficult to use than those specially cast weapons. And it is also one of the few powerful weapons that can threaten Saran, because this thing is actually a greater celestial body than the sun, and can really suppress him in various senses." Maine reached out and took the strongest weapon. Abnormal entity, black hole cube. Abnormal strength, 5.5. Description: a cube that holds the fragments of a black hole that were stolen and tampered with by the reality twisters of the Titan era, and absorbs and utilizes its energy with extremely complex magic and technology. Features: residue of a black hole 5.5. It has some properties of a black hole, but is more stable, controllable, and extremely weak. This is also the weapon that suits him best. This black hole cube is just a piece of stone in the hands of many people, and at best it can only be regarded as an unstable bomb, but in the hands of Shishao it is equivalent to a black hole weapon. And when it is in his own hands, he will become a black hole. The only problem is that this raw material that has not been cast may not be so easy to use directly, and even the result of using it directly may be very bad, but with the Control Bureau, he can always find a way to use it. For example, let a scapegoat use it, or find a way to offset the side effects. Chapter 582. It is hard to say how to use this thing. The best case scenario is that the Federation can send Shishao to fight those gods. If that is the case, he does not need to consider how to use it. And Mayan thinks that Walter will choose this weapon, because he thinks that only Shishao can exert the dangerous power of this thing, and this is the same reason why he chooses other weapons. So this is all the weapons. Mayan said calmly, "To be honest, this number is actually less than I expected. As far as I know, you should have a lot of weapons in stock." His meaning is already very clear, but Walter doesn't seem to care. Yes, after all, based on the Shishao ability you have shown, these things are enough. This is true, but it is just enough. Mayan said, "Maybe it is true for Shishao whom you have seen, but she will not be in her prime when she leaves the station, but will have to wear many restrictions and shackles to prevent her from escaping the control of the Federation. And the Federation itself is also a very greedy organization. If you only give them this little weapon, they may use doubts about whether you have enough inventory as a reason to express their doubts, and make excuses to say that you are not sincere. After all, giving you more weapons is nothing to you, but it can guarantee the victory of this battle, right?" Although Mayan was talking about the Federation, Walter certainly understood what he meant. Seeing Mayan's questioning, he also responded, "We not only have to provide you with weapons to deal with Saran, but also copy and manufacture solar eclipses, and put them into a deep sleep after you defeat the gods, which also requires a lot of resources. Although I can trust you, you are just a middleman after all. Even if you are telling the truth and are willing to help us wholeheartedly, it does not mean that you will be able to successfully defeat the gods in the end. There are still many potential risks in this matter. The Federation may have problems, and Saren may find a way to deal with Xiao and you, not to mention that there are so many forces in the outside world. If you fail, we still have to keep enough weapons to deal with the original war, so we can't put all our weapons on you. After all, if you lose, we will have to deal with these gods ourselves, and this adventure itself will expose us to them. We have to think about our people, and can't put all the chips on you. Walter's words seemed to make sense at first, but Mon knew that it was just an excuse, because the number of weapons he gave him was far from affecting the future of the Titans, and these things would not affect his resources for creating the solar eclipse and sealing the gods. And you have to know that before he came here, the way these Titans dealt with the gods was to destroy humans, and this did not require any weapons against the gods. Although Walter emphasized that cooperating with him might expose the Titans to the gods now knew their existence. When Walter specifically explained this, Mon thought it was just an excuse. He turned his head slightly to look at the other Titans except Zasna. The expressions of these Titan kings were different, but they all seemed to have noticed nothing. Only Victor took the initiative to look at him. Victor didn't show any expression in the brief moment of staring at each other, but this restraint itself means something. You know, Victor was not like this when they first met. What made him so restrained? What made Walter change his mind? Maybe when Walter stopped Victor, he did succeed in stopping Victor, but Victor seemed to have some influence on him in the process, which reduced his willingness to cooperate. There is actually a very important reason why Ma thought so. When Zasna just found Walter and wanted him to help fight Victor, she said that these two Titan kings were not particularly resistant to each other. But this is not the real situation. Their conflict actually happened in recent years. After the 10th king was wiped out, the two Titan kings with the highest status now naturally separated and became what they are now. But just a few years ago, when the traces of the existence of the 10th king had not been erased, Walter and Victor seemed to be Titan kings standing in the same camp. At that time, Zasna also called them rebels. Obviously, they must have the same views on some things, otherwise they would not fight against the 10th king at the same time. Therefore, when Walter and Victor come into contact, they may realize again the things that once made them stand together a few years ago, and reach some kind of consensus. But now they have not really set a trap to surround and kill themselves and Zasna, which also shows that Walter has not completely accepted Victor's ideas. They seem to have reached some compromise with each other, and Ma can't be sure what this unclear relationship between them is like, and whether they still have malice. Zasna, who was standing in the Titan King, obviously realized that something was wrong at this moment. She looked at Mon to ask if he needed help. Mon looked at her for a moment, and then looked at Walter. Then Mon said, "I understand your difficulties, but war itself is risky. Now you have the opportunity to completely solve the gods. If you really have to save these weapons, you must also be prepared for failure, and the final price may also be borne by you. If the gods can be solved, the Federation will be happy to accept their revenge. But if it is because of you that the Federation fails to defeat the gods in the end, they will not be particularly happy. At that time, they will definitely find ways to draw the anger of the gods to you." After hearing this, Walter did not answer immediately, as if he was really shaken by Mon's words. But at this moment, Victor, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "How did they know about our situation? Didn't you want to keep it a secret for us?" Marn replied naturally, "I won't say anything, but it's hard to say what the angry Federation will do. Do you think that if our plan fails, the gods will not be able to realize that it was you who provided the weapons? Based on my understanding of Saren, he may even deliberately tell the Federation about this matter, or even join forces with them to deal with you. As long as you can accept this result, I have nothing to say." Chapter 583. After hearing this, several Titans were obviously unhappy, but before they could say anything, Zasna's aggressive gaze made them swallow the words that were just on their lips. After a few seconds of silence, Walter said, "We can continue to provide more weapons to the gods, but we have a condition." Sure enough, in the end, these Titan kings still wanted to put forward conditions. Marn asked casually, "What conditions?" Walter said, "To be honest, we still don't trust you enough, and we can't contact your spirit, but we have a magical mirror. As long as you stand in front of it, we can see your true heart. But don't worry, this mirror will not reveal any of your privacy, nor will it spy on your soul or memory. We can guarantee all of this through the Golden Oath. It will only let us see things other than you. If you want to use a metaphor, it is more like allowing us to see what kind of person you are." Maine frowned slightly. "It's you who have to deal with the gods, not us, remember? I came here just to help you cooperate with the Federation to deal with the gods. A group that everyone hates, but it doesn't mean I have to do it. And I also have my own private affairs, and the organization I belong to has many secrets, which cannot be revealed at will. If you really don't want to continue to provide weapons, then so be it. Anyway, it's not us who have to bear the consequences in the end. Hearing this, Walter replied, "Don't worry about this. If you really need it, we can use the golden oath to guarantee that we will never touch any part of you that you think is problematic. We just want to see your reflection. You can make any request you want." Marn showed a thoughtful look. "If you are willing to sign such conditions, I do have some ways. In fact, I have the ability to erase memories. As long as you agree to let me enter and erase the potential private memories that all participants may see, and sign a golden oath to guarantee not to retain such information, I can accept this condition. After all, you just want to make sure that I can trust you, not to harm me, right? If the purpose of these Titan Kings is really like this, there will be no worries, and Marn is willing to take a little risk for this. After all, such a good opportunity is not common. And he really wants to join forces with them to solve the gods." However, Victor felt that Marn had overlooked something. "I'm sorry, but our structure is different from yours. We are animals without souls and minds. Your memory erasure ability cannot penetrate into our spirits, but we can use oaths. Don't worry about this." Marn interrupted gently, "My memory erasure ability is not a mental ability, and it will not be affected by whether you have souls or not, so you don't have to worry. And I can erase all the details and keep only the most important things." Walter and Victor were a little surprised by this. They seemed to be in some kind of entanglement, which made Marn more suspicious because this proposal seemed completely reasonable on the surface. This means that there is something they don't want him to know. The two Titan Kings looked at each other for a moment, and then Walter decided, "Okay, but you must promise not to tell what you saw, even if it is not disclosed to your organization. You must use the golden oath to ensure that no one except you can know about this matter." Walter even wanted Mon to swear to erase this memory, but he thought about it and didn't say so. Although he looked very strong, he didn't want to be rejected by Mon. And their original plan was also disrupted. Mon also wanted to see what happened with his own eyes, so letting him remember this matter now would be beneficial to their next purpose. Mon seemed to hesitate for a moment, but finally agreed. "Okay. This is the advantage of the leader of the organization going deep into the enemy camp alone. He doesn't need to report the news to anyone. As long as he knows it himself, he can make the organization work in the future." After getting a positive answer, Walter and Victor took out a few pieces of gold that had been prepared long ago in the curious eyes of many Titan Kings, and then spread them out in front of Mon. Zasa was also a little skeptical about Walter and Victor's ideas. In fact, other Titan Kings besides the two of them didn't know what they were doing, and had never heard of any magic mirror. They signed the golden oath for nearly an hour. During this process, Mon proposed many complex and detailed clauses to guarantee himself, so that they could only ensure whether he was trustworthy. The few clauses he quietly proposed also ensured that they could not see some of the lies they told. After signing these agreements, Voltaire looked at the other Titan Kings and said, "I, Victor and Mon will go down, and you guys wait here." After that, they took Mon to the elevator. After moving down for about 10 seconds, the elevator door slowly opened again, and a beautiful room that had been prepared long ago appeared in front of them. Walter, who was standing at the front, walked out of the elevator first and looked at the mirror opposite. The mirror accurately reflected the entire room, but did not reflect his figure, because this mirror could only reflect creatures called humans, which was also the race he and Victor once belonged to. Walter looked at the mirror expectantly. He believed that what appeared next would definitely shock Maine, but just when this thought just came to his mind, his eyes suddenly became bright. Maine and Victor also walked out of the elevator one after another. Boom! Blood rushed out of the elevator like a torrent, filling and flooding the entire room in an instant, and then suddenly hit the mirror placed inside, causing the mirror to shake directly towards where they were standing. Maine looked at the abnormality in the room with suspicion, and when he looked at Walter and Victor to seek answers, he also saw their equally unbelievable expressions. Obviously, the current changes were completely beyond their expectations. "What's going on?" Walter said in shock. "I've never seen this before, and where is Mon? Could it be?" As he spoke, a few blood stains on the mirror surface slowly receded backwards, and then they realized that this change was something moving towards the mirror, like bubbles floating on the sea. Snap! The mirror surface pushed down by the blood was not something strange in front of him, but something that Mon and the Titan Kings could often see: a few broken human limbs. And following these limb fragments, a terrified bloody face emerged. Mon's face. Chapter 584. "Do you want to explain what's going on?" Mon looked at the two Titan Kings curiously. But they didn't answer immediately, but still stared at the mirror, wondering what they were thinking. This also made Ma-En feel a little weird, because although the vision in the realm was a little scary, it was definitely nothing to them. That is to say, the silence of the two Titan Kings at this moment was not because of what they saw, but the meaning behind these things. Something that Ma-En couldn't perceive was happening in this room. After a long silence, Walter said, "I don't know, it shouldn't be like this. This mirror was cast by me and several other top scholars. I know all its principles. That's why it's strange. The scene just now shouldn't be what it can show. It's not that you have any problem. If the scene just now appears, it is likely that there is something wrong with it." But he was a little hesitant when he said this, because according to his understanding of the mirror, the blood could not match anything that was supposed to be reflected. So what was going on? He knew very well that there was absolutely nothing wrong with this mirror. Ma-En looked at his miserable face on the mirror. "Then how are you going to judge my sincerity, and what is this mirror for? Why do you see such things? This is not something I did myself." "I know this is not something you did," Walter said, "but it is difficult for me to answer your question, because we don't understand what is going on. We still have to repair this mirror, and see what is wrong with it." Ma-En asked, "So that's the end of it this time?" Walter replied, "Yes, you can take those weapons back first. If we can't solve the mirror problem, we can think of a way to discuss the issue of weapon distribution. We have to change the original plan a little bit. Let's do this. If there is any new information, we will reply to you through Zasna. You take these weapons to the Federation and Shishao first, let them see our sincerity, and then we will talk about the next thing later." After hearing this, Ma-En thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's talk about this later." After that, he said a few words to the two Titan Kings, said goodbye to them, and got on the elevator again. Until the two Titan Kings confirmed that Ma-En and Zasna had left the tower, they looked at each other again, and Victor finally spoke up and asked his question. "You built this thing. What's going on?" Walter shook his head. "I don't know yet." As he spoke, he walked to the wall of the room and pressed it gently. Then, a dull sound of mechanical operation came from the inside of the wall, and then the wall in front of him opened gently, revealing a 2-meter-high jar inside. The jar was filled with light blue liquid, and a woman, who looked to be in her 20s, was suspended in the liquid. However, not only was her body filled with various needles, but her eyes were also connected to 2 metal pipes, and it could be vaguely seen that these 2 metal pipes were inserted into her empty eye sockets and went straight to her brain. The 5th king reached out and twisted the knob at the bottom of the jar, pulling out several tubes, and with his action, the body in the jar also shook slightly, as if it had regained consciousness. Then he gently lifted the heavy jar and placed it solemnly in front of the mirror. When they looked into the mirror, they also saw the woman floating in the jar. But at this moment, she did not have any needles on her body, and her dark eyes were bright, and she looked like a spirit floating in the water, as if she was not imprisoned in the jar at all. "My lords," the woman asked softly, "is there anything I can do for you?" After seeing that she was still so normal, Walter shook his head gently. "It's okay. I just want to make sure that the mirror is still working properly. She swam lightly in the tank. I think it's normal." Walter nodded. "Thank you for your help." The woman showed a grateful look. "No trouble. I will never be able to repay you for saving me from the cage in my lifetime." Walter nodded slightly. "It's okay. You haven't encountered any problems during this period." The woman nodded. "Well, Titans are all very good people." Walter showed a real smile on his face. "Well, that's good. I'm fine here too." After saying that, he stuffed the tank back into the wall and connected the few pipes just now, and then relit the wall. But there was no fear in the woman's eyes before he did so, as if she was not stuffed into a dark and confined space. Then Walter looked at Victor. "The mirror is fine," Victor said. "So the problem is with Marn." I said, "We can't cooperate with humans. There must be something wrong with him. We should set a trap to solve it, and cut off contact with the outside world again." "I know what you are up to," Walter interrupted, "but I have told you that I will not give up this opportunity. The gods are the enemies we need to solve most." Victor said, "Really? But you saw the vision just now with your own eyes. No matter how he did it, there is no doubt that Mon killed him and turned him into this appearance." Walter said, "I don't think it was him who did it. Mon couldn't notice his existence at all, but there are some strange things about this matter. Normally, if he died, Mon should not be able to live. But these are not important. We must solve the gods first. This is our most important enemy. Human problems can be solved slowly later. After all, this is not the mission of Titan." Victor shook his head. "How do you know what they can do? Since there will be such changes in Maine, How can you guarantee that other humans will not have such changes? How much time do we have? In order to prepare for the solar eclipse and the sleeping ceremony, we have stopped most of the plans to deal with humans, and the most important plan of flesh and blood transformation has also come to a standstill. If they really become a threat to us at that time, it will be too late to regret it. But as long as we get rid of humans, the gods themselves will be destroyed by us. Walter said, humans will be solved sooner or later. The gods only have this chance, and you should know how strong a human named Xiao is. I don't think we can end their crimes in this era. We must stay out of the spotlight for now. Victor asked, then why did you bring Maine here just now? Chapter 585. Walter did not answer his question. Don't we have a good plan? Victor asked back, yes, but that's because we haven't seen the scene in the mirror yet. After seeing that, can you still suppress your true feelings? Haven't you thought about what they did? How much time do we have? Victor asked the point. Walter fell into a brief silence and began to think about whether it was the right decision to agree to join forces with him at that time, but it was too late to regret it now. After all, when he agreed to Victor, it showed that he did have some ideas about humans. His change in the meeting was also due to his contact with Victor some time ago. At that time, he was going to stop Victor who might threaten Zassa and Mon, but when they met alone, Victor's many views on humans were particularly consistent. It fits his idea and makes him look at the familiar Titan King in a new light. It was at that time that they decided not to provide enough weapons to Maine, and the real reason they did so was actually completely opposite to what they claimed. They were not worried that Xiao could not defeat the gods. Are you kidding? How could the gods now be the opponent of that guy? Not to mention that she will get weapons and assistance from the Titans, and this is not counting the Federation that can defeat Xiao. They are afraid that humans will win too easily. That's why they only provide those weapons, and specifically provide those weapons. After watching the video of Xiao, Walter and Victor both felt that it was only a matter of time before humans won, and at this moment the gods in the outside world must still be trying to fight Xiao, but as long as they get involved, Saram will not have a chance to defeat this strong man, and they can also put him to sleep. After that, they can continue to destroy humans. That's right, after dealing with the gods, they will continue to destroy humans. But the premise is that humans can be dealt with by then. In fact, they are not afraid of other powerful humans. Only Xiao will threaten their original plan, because she can see their layout. And it is very likely that she can also see a way to deal with them. You also know that it may not be useful to temporarily avoid the edge. Victor continued, how do you know how far in the future you have to hide before you can take action without attracting her attention? Maybe she has already set her sights on us now. Walter replied, that's why I gave him the eyes of the god of war. Victor continued, are you sure you can solve them this way? Walter's expression changed. What do you want to say? Victor also said bluntly, what I want to say is very simple. We can't completely give up the opportunity to solve humans in order to deal with the gods. If we really help Xiao and the Federation defeat the gods, then our plan is likely to be stranded. We should seize this opportunity to get rid of Xiao first. The gods are the problem we can solve at any time. We should use this battle to completely kill her. This is our only chance. Walter sneered, sure enough, you haven't given up yet. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Victor shook his head slightly. So you have forgotten their screams? What did you tell me when you first saw them? Didn't you swear to end this evil? Are you even willing to take the risk of completely losing this opportunity? Or are you just afraid of Xiao? When Victor said this, he was actually not sure whether Walter would be shaken, because although Walter had seen the video of Shinchi's battle, he did not know Xiao as well as he did, and he might still have a fluke mentality. Walter looked at him coldly. I am not afraid of anyone, I am just worried about your purpose, because if I remember correctly, you have never cared about this matter from beginning to end, and I know you don't want to deal with Xiao for this reason. What is your real thought? Victor also admitted, yes, but does my thought matter? Whether you want to save them is the key point, and don't ignore my question. Didn't you just call Ma and Lei to let him see the truth? Walter shook his head slightly. I don't intend to tell him the truth, I want to give him hope. But he is dead. He was talking about the body in the mirror. Victor showed a look of understanding. So you think his dark side will understand your hint, because he knows the cruel truth that Marn doesn't know. So he will join hands with you to go undercover among humans and help you realize that plan? Walter nodded. Yes, but I don't know who killed his dark side, and I don't think it was him. So I don't agree with your idea of severing contact with humans, but I don't completely disagree with your idea. Humans are indeed very dangerous now. But I don't trust you either, and I don't know what your reasons are. What is your motive? Victor was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and finally decided to confess. because there are still many of me alive outside. After witnessing the truth that year, I agreed to prolong my life through the flesh and blood Titan, but I cleared my memory next. This way I can better prolong my life in other ways. But they don't know that I have seen the dirty and ugly truth with my own eyes. I don't like myself living in that way. I want to get rid of them, and I think this is our last chance. Still lying. Walter shook his head. You are not the kind of person who cares about these things. Victor smiled. Okay, let's put it another way. I don't want other me to be alive. I simply don't want them to be able to act with my consciousness and identity. I am a self-centered bastard, so I want to kill other me. And the problem is that I think this is indeed our last chance. This is the key point, because he knows the current situation of Shishao and what kind of person she is. If she is not killed this time, she will sooner or later find them, the Titans who want to kill humans. At that time, Wattel will definitely be killed by her cruelly, and he will be forced by her to swear that he will never think of targeting humans again, and he will never have the chance to kill other selves. Wattel paused, and then said, At least you didn't lie this time, okay. We can get rid of the gods and humans at the same time at the appropriate time, but you must remember my original intention. We want to end the cruel crimes of the human race, not bring new crimes. We want to reveal the dark side of humans. Chapter 586. Abnormal Control Bureau. Mon stood in front of the glass wall, looking at the man standing inside, and looking outside in horror. He was a captive recently captured by other Control Bureau employees, and a standard level 0 employee. At this moment, this vicious criminal stood in the middle like a timid child, fearing the terrible fate that was about to befall him, but he soon noticed something wrong with his body. It was completely different from what he imagined. How could he become stronger? The man looked down at his body in confusion, but before he could get used to this new body, he suddenly felt something strange coming from his body, and then in the next moment, all his flesh and blood began to collapse inward, but Ma could not see the process clearly, because the entire containment room was completely submerged by the real darkness almost instantly, and all the light could not escape from it. This darkness was as fleeting as a flash of light, and it disappeared almost as soon as it appeared, leaving nothing in the house, and swallowed up all the furniture that was originally placed in the house. The man's flesh and blood merged with other things in the house, into a point that Maine could not see with his naked eyes. Although, as Walter said, the black hole cube is not a real black hole, it is just a distortion of the reality of the Titan civilization, and a crude imitation of the black hole discovered by scientists. The Abnormal Control Bureau also called its characteristics the residue of a black hole, and the explanation given to its Control Bureau is that it has some characteristics of a black hole, which is obviously not the same as a real black hole. In fact, the relationship between this thing and the black hole is closer to the relationship between Silane and the sun, just as Silane is just a bad imitator of that star, and he only has some of the characteristics of the sun. The difference is that Silane is a living thing, while the black hole cube itself is just a dead thing, and its imitation of the black hole is not as sophisticated as those gods, so the effect of directly using it on itself is like this. But if it is just an imitator of the black hole, it is difficult to say how strong it is. In fact, compared with the real black hole, the strongest power that the black hole cube can burst out is quite weak, but its imitator itself is already dangerous to an unimaginable degree, but this is not a problem. In fact, it is easy to determine how strong its power is, because the introduction of the Abnormal Control Bureau has 5.5 written in black on a white background. As a product of the imitation of the black hole by the reality distortion and Titan civilization technology, its strength is exactly the top level of the 5th level, which is also its dangerous level, not higher or lower than this. Therefore, if he could use some enhanced abilities of the same level, then he would definitely be able to withstand this dangerous force. After all, the strength was clearly written on the Control Bureau. Mon turned and looked at the next room, where stood a young woman with a nervous look. She was also a level 0 employee found by the Control Bureau according to Mon's needs. Like the one in the next room, she also used her abnormal abilities to do whatever she wanted in ordinary human society, and committed numerous crimes that were not worth dying for. The second test began. The woman in the containment room looked a little confused, and then suddenly she felt a strong ecstasy, because she felt the surging power from her body, and then she turned directly into a giant water man, and rushed towards the glass in front of her with a look of joy, as if she felt that she had a chance to escape from here. But the sea giant just leaned forward, her abdomen was like being hit by something and instantly sank inwards, and the surrounding body began to twist and deform one after another, as if something was pulling her towards a certain point in her body, but Maine's naked eyes could not see anything. It did not swallow up the darkness of the room. This also proved that using the black hole cube would not really create any black holes. The upper level 0 employees died so quickly that they could not see clearly, but now, he could clearly see how the black hole cube acted on a newly born 5th level ability user. After the black hole cube was used, the woman's seed body began to collapse into her body, and her expression began to become extremely panicked and terrified, but she was not really crushed to death immediately. On the contrary, her body also showed a tendency to escape outward, because her control over the sea covering scepter was also rapidly improving in this short period of time. Although it was far from the level of true familiarity, under the stimulation of death, she also broke away from the initial blank state and began to instinctively use the power of the sea covering scepter. Then she panicked and used the power of the sea covering scepter to fight against the black hole cube, which kept colliding and shrinking in the containment room. The huge waterman's body bumped against the 4 walls, struggling continuously. Struggling and slowly dying. The woman finally held on for half a minute before finally dying. And at the moment she completely collapsed, darkness filled the entire room again, and it could be felt that the leakage of the black hole this time was slightly longer than before, which also allowed Ma-En to determine that this kind of darkness phenomenon would only appear at the moment before the holder of the black hole cube died. After seeing these experiments, Ma-En also had some understanding of what the black hole cube was. This thing can indeed give the user the characteristics of a black hole, but the accurate statement is not that the user can control or use the power of a black hole, but simply possess some of the characteristics of a black hole. In other words, this characteristic will not be used by the user's will. He cannot use the power of the sun to generate heat or emit light as the user wants, like Saran, but can only let it wreak havoc in his body. And the worst thing is that when the user uses its characteristics, he actually has to forcibly bear a considerable part of the power of the black hole cube, and this part of the power that is forcibly borne by the user is equivalent to not being able to act on the external enemies, so these can be regarded as 2 disadvantages. But from this point of view, the black hole cube is not suitable for him to use directly. In fact, this is also the conspiracy of Walter and Victor, because even if the black hole cube is scrap metal in the hands of most people, it is not much better in the hands of himself with the Control Bureau, but as long as the one who uses it is Shishao. It will fully exert the strength and power of 5.5, and according to Walter, Shishao will not have to bear any problems when using it, and there will be no power attenuation. The purpose of their doing this is to ensure that they really invited Shishao, not some liar who wants to cheat them of their weapons, and they have indeed achieved their goal. Of course, he did not change his mind that the black hole cube is very suitable for him. He just thinks that the black hole cube is not suitable for direct use by himself, but he is still one of the most capable people besides Shishao who has the abnormal control bureau. Click. The door behind Ma-En was pushed open. How is it? Qinlan walked behind him. Can this thing be used? Her expression was full of expectation, because this thing was the strongest weapon they found, and it was also the top abnormal item in the same class as Shinshao. It was their greatest help, and hope to save Shinshao. Ma-En nodded. Of course, but it would be difficult to use it directly, unless we have top physical strength to use it for a short time, but then it is actually not very useful. Maybe when dealing with Saran, it is still useful because it can restrain him, but most of the time when using it to deal with the enemy, it basically does more harm than good. Shinzhao's body in its prime may be able to withstand this force and move freely for a long time, but I guess even if she uses this thing, it will be useless. After all, she doesn't need this kind of destructive power. Except for dealing with the situation of restraining the enemy, this thing is a burden to everyone. Qinlan was not disappointed after hearing Ma-En's whole speech, because she could see that Ma-En had not finished speaking. So what should we do? Ma-En looked up at the 2 empty containment rooms. We need more level 0 employees. Qinlan asked doubtfully. Do we still need to continue the experiment? Ma-En shook his head. No, what we need is the materials to make black hole bombs. This is the strength of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Although this thing cannot be used directly, Ma-En quickly thought of a way to use it. The situation in the containment room, just now, has already demonstrated its destructive power. If it were not for the containment interval, he might have been affected by the aftermath of the death of the 2 level 0 employees. In the moment before they die, this power will completely burst out. Although the time for this power to burst out is too short and cannot be compared with the long-term damage, it is already very strong. Therefore, he can fully utilize the characteristics of abnormal control to turn the level 0 employees into black hole bombs, and throw them to the opponent through the Control Bureau's transmission ability, and the bombs can be recovered after they die. This is also where the Abnormal Control Bureau is particularly strong. As long as the Control Bureau is not destroyed, the abnormal items that have been controlled by them will not be lost and can be used repeatedly. Therefore, he can continuously create fleeting black hole bombs. Although it may be a little worse for dealing with other top 5.5 ability users, it will definitely pose a considerable threat to the restrained Saran. After all, in addition to this, he has many other preparations to restrain Saran. And he has more than just one bomb. Qinlan understood what Ma meant. You mean to use the level 0 employees as carriers to bear the power of the black hole cube, and then have them teleport out to directly attack Saran in a suicidal manner? Ma said calmly, let them find some criminals who have escaped sanctions and let those guys get the punishment they deserve. Of course, we can't just use them directly. We have to train them to bear the power of the black hole, and find a way to let them quickly approach Saran after leaving me. Both of these require the help of the Federation. But we can collect these criminals first, so that we don't lack materials when the time comes. Hearing Ma say this, Qinlan also felt a little strange in her heart. Although she also felt that there was no problem with doing this, when she saw Ma say it so naturally, she still felt that something was wrong, as if she had overlooked something particularly important. Ma continued, at that time, we could also directly transform these level 0 employees through psychic abilities, so that they are willing to train and launch suicide attacks. I will find the right ability to turn them into short-range missiles, but there is still a small problem. We have to make the decision to use them 30 seconds in advance. Qinlan suddenly realized the source of her strange feeling when she heard this. Ma said these words naturally, as if he was not discussing a living person at all, and he seemed to think that this was very natural for him. She didn't have any opinions about Ma. Qinlan, who had been influenced by her sister for so many years, could distinguish right from wrong. She was very glad that she had a companion like Ma. But when he said this, it was natural as if he had said it countless times. It seems that he is really a natural leader of a mysterious organization. After giving the order, Ma continued, we are going to negotiate with the Federation again. We have obtained enough bargaining chips through the Titan ruins to exchange for other abnormal items with the Federation. It just so happens that this time we can exchange some materials for making dark bombs. One allows level 0 employees to approach Silane, and the other allows them to withstand the black hole for a short period of time. Qinlan nodded. Well, which ones are we going to exchange? Ma said, I plan to use the Eye of the God of War and 4 gems, leaving the insulation suit and 2 of them. The Eye of the God of War is of no use to them, but it is particularly useful to the Federation, so this thing must be given to the Federation to exchange for abnormal items, and the Anti-God's gem is particularly versatile. Therefore, he planned to use one for himself and keep one as a backup. As for the insulating suit, it was absolutely impossible to take it out, because he also needed to worry about Thor, and this abnormal item was the most suitable for him among the Titan weapons. If the black hole cube could only truly show its power in Shinxi's hands, and it was slightly weaker in his own hands than Shishao, and it was useless in other people's hands, then the insulating suit was actually no different in Shinxi's hands from anyone else's. But when he used it through the Abnormal Control Bureau, this thing would become very strong, which was actually very similar to anti-psychic metal. Wearing insulating clothes and becoming an insulating thing were 2 different concepts. The only problem might be that he couldn't withstand multiple 5th level ability users for too long at the same time, so he wanted to use the black hole bomb and the sun-chasing spear to share the 5th level ability he was bearing, so that he could last the entire battle. And after exchanging weapons with the Federation this time, he would be able to get close to the Titans. Although Walter and Victor have quietly changed their attitudes, and they are especially wary of him, so they chose these weapons, but in fact, Maine doesn't mind it very much. Anyway, the worst result for him is that he steals these weapons and runs away without caring about the Titans. After taking their weapons, he may not really deal with the gods as he agreed. After all, the Shishao he promised was just a lie, and he was more like a middleman between the Titans and the Federation to cheat commissions. Therefore, in fact, Walter and Victor's vigilance and open conspiracy seem to be a little awake, and this will only affect how many weapons he can cheat from the Titans. The difference is just whether he earns more or a lot. After all, he was making a fortune from scratch from the beginning. Chapter 587. 3 days later, the Central Islands of the Federation. The Federation Islands are a group of giant islands in the Southeast, Northwest, and Southwest Federations. The total area is not inferior to the other 4 regions, and the islands are surrounded by an inland sea that is almost completely surrounded by 4 pieces of land. In the past, when Mayan saw the map, he always felt that something seemed to be wrong. But at that time, he just thought that it was because he had 2 sets of common sense, and his original common sense felt that such a sealand structure was not very normal, But now, he understood something when he looked at the map again. Because now, he knows that this map is only half of the planet, and the other half is being covered by the magic array of the immortal world. So what they usually see is like half a broken map that has been glued together again. And this map is probably not torn directly from the middle, so it is also very difficult to accurately deduce the true geographical environment of the entire planet based on their known world. But no matter what, the central islands of the Federation have become the political and economic center of the Federation because of its unique geographical location, and it is also the military center of the Federation, only slightly inferior to the other regions in culture. In fact, this is also the center of the Federation's abnormal power, with the most abnormal items and corresponding precautions. At the same time, this is also the area with the least wild abnormal ability users, because the highest-ranking politicians in the Federation almost all live on the archipelago, so this is also the safest place in the world. Moreover, after Xin Xiao was imprisoned and the Coordination Bureau was disbanded, the Federation's control over abnormal ability users has been gradually strengthened. Almost all convenience stores that want to live and do not cause trouble must register. Of course, this part of the ability users actually only accounts for about 40% of the total. Some of the others are criminals, some keep a low profile and don't care, some don't take the Federation seriously, and some don't know about it at all. Moreover, the higher the ability, the more people do not actively accept registration. But it has not been long since Xiao was defeated. It is already very good that the Federation can achieve this level without using particularly tough means. This also reveals the Federation's movements. They are controlling the anomaly itself. The current appearance of the world can also illustrate this. According to the information he has obtained through various channels, the anomaly was not a secret to the previous civilization. It was not until the Federation took control of the world that the anomaly disappeared in the cognition of most people. This may also be related to some purposes of the Federation. Even Mayan needs to register when he comes here. Of course, he does this more to follow the procedure. Although the Federation Islands have extremely strong and strict defense measures, it is impossible to stop the 5th level ability. And this time, they specially chose the location in the Federation Islands because they want to show the formality of this meeting with Mayan. After all, it is no longer the early discussion stage. The meeting place agreed by the Federation this time was a government building located in the suburbs. When Mart arrived at the location, he only saw a building several dozen meters high. At the same time, he felt a little pressure when he approached. There are abnormal defense measures everywhere. You are here. Just as he walked to the door of the building, some darkness flowed out from the shade of the trees on the roadside, and quickly turned into a shadow. Martin looked at the shadow that suddenly appeared. Have you thought about it? Shadow said, Today I have no say. Yechingyu is responsible for meeting you. I just came out to say hello to you in advance. After all, there are only a few 5th level ability users in the world. Why do we still have to get to know each other? In fact, Shadow got along well with Ma En in the past. For example, Shadow chose himself to help him solve the problem of the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, and in the subsequent contact with the Federation, Shadow could even be said to be a little biased towards him. In addition to the so-called appreciation that Shadow said at the time, Ma En felt that there was another very important reason, that is, they are all ability users, while the Federation is a force composed mainly of non-ability users. Based on this standard, Shadow and he are actually on the same side. And when the Federation tried to control the anomaly, Shadow, as the head of the investigation department, was also quietly attracting various ability users, and even actively taking in former members of the Salvation Alliance like himself or the Yin-Yang twins. Looking back now, he wanted to stop Xu Yuan and the others for this purpose. And according to the information obtained by the staff of the Control Bureau, Shadow's reputation among wild ability users is quite good, which makes Ma En think that this should be Shadow's way to win over his own small forces. Indeed, we are the same kind. Ma En seemed to be saying that they were all 5th level ability users. But he was actually talking about ability users and politicians. Shadow, who understood Ma En's hint, also replied, Yes, only those who truly have power like us can understand what this means. They will never be able to empathize with us in their lives, but they are the majority. But today I am just their deputy. Yechingyu is waiting for you inside. Ma En nodded slightly, and then followed the Shadow in. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the young man standing to greet him. He was only a few steps away from where the Shadow had just appeared. The Shadow was outside, and he was inside. Sir Ma En. Yechingyu immediately came up enthusiastically, You are finally here. If you don't show up again, we may take the initiative to contact you in a few days. By the way, we have a result on the last matter. Seeing that he immediately got to the point, Ma-en also cooperated and asked, "What is your decision?" Niecheng Yu replied, "They have approved your request. As long as you are willing to provide weapons that can deal with the gods, we can also exchange them with other 5th level items. As for the solar eclipse, we are also preparing. As long as we complete the exchange, we can begin to subtly influence the Southern Federation." Ma-en nodded, "Okay, then I can show you what we brought." He turned his palm over, and when he opened his hand again, 4 blue gems appeared on Ma-en's palm, and then he handed one of them to Shadow. Shadow took it and touched it, and then let it merge into his body. "What is this?" Ma-en replied, "Anti-God crystal. In addition to this, I also brought something very special. Please make way for me." When Niecheng Yu and Shadow stepped back a few steps, Ma-en raised his hand directly in front of him, and then the eyes of the God of War floated directly to Niecheng Yu's position, looking straight at him. Chapter 588. The God of War's left eye suddenly blinked, and then the pupil began to vibrate violently, as if it had seen something extremely shocking, and at the same time the vines in the house began to grow wildly, and quickly turned into an old man made of plants in front of the eye. The old man looked at the eye with a look of surprise, and then he immediately turned around to find someone, but when he blinked in confusion, he saw the middle-aged man he was looking for standing in the house. "You are here." When the old man saw the man, a little fear flashed in his eyes, and then he immediately stepped back to both sides to make way, and slightly turned his head to avoid the man's sight. "Someone found the right eye," the King of God said, looking at the eye. The old man lowered his head timidly. "Yes, and the reaction of the left eye is very strong. It seems that the right eye has just appeared, which means that there is no magic to cover up the existence of the latter. So it is not in the hands of those titans. After all, those guys are best at hiding." When he said this, he noticed that Seren did not respond, and gradually lowered his voice. If other young gods saw him like this, it would be very strange, because those gods who were far inferior to him were not so timid when facing Seren, but he did not feel ashamed at all. As the oldest god, the god of the forest simply disdained to mix with those young gods, and knew that they had never seen the most terrifying face of Seren. Only a few gods, who were not much weaker than Seren, witnessed Seren's brutal deeds, and other gods, who were almost as strong as the god of the forest, basically did not experience that era, such as the stupid god of fire, who was following Seren foolishly now. He absolutely could not imagine how much the previous generations of god of fire worshipped Seren. And like the previous generations of fire gods, as the god of the forest, he was also restrained by the Ren, which was why he chose to follow and submit to the Ren at the beginning. At the beginning, he felt that this was extremely shameful, and even had a grudge against the Ren, just like the current fire god. But when he saw those gods who were equal to him, and did not fear the Ren, who were abandoned by the Ren one after another because they were useless to the Ren, and were washed away by the times, and he was saved by the Ren, he realized how lucky he was to submit to the Ren. The fire god of the year was too fanatical in worshipping the Ren, which led to him stepping into death, without hesitation several times, when he had a chance to survive. Otherwise he could have lived to this day. Maybe there are a few gods who can be on par with the Ren in certain eras, or even suppress him, but the old man knows that without the Ren, the gods would never have continued to this day. That's right, in the eyes of other races today, the gods are almost invincible and indestructible, but if we look at it from a long time, it's not easy for them to exist until now. They have even seen many races that are stronger than gods in terms of pure immortality, but those races often disappear completely for various reasons in the end, because they don't have their own Saran. But what really made him terrified to the extreme was the era of the Sun Dynasty. Now it seems that it was a short era that passed in a flash, but in fact, if we look at it from the perspective of humans and most short-lived races, it was also a very long period of time, and for the gods at that time, they also felt that that period of time was extremely long, because they all lived a very tormented life at that time. This is because after Seren had found the real way with great difficulty, and was promoted to the terrible 7th level that no other gods had ever reached, there was almost nothing in the world at that time that could stop him. Maybe there were some dangerous creatures on the planet at that time that could rival him, but it was extremely difficult for them to threaten his life, and Seren was no weaker than them. Therefore, Seren at that time finally showed his cruel nature. After he was promoted to the 7th level, he no longer needed other gods, so he no longer treated them as he did in the past. So when he began to transform human civilization, which was the source of power, extremely brutally, the gods at that time were not spared by him. In his eyes, the names of these compatriots were not nobler than those humans. He began to constantly destroy and reshape the gods at that time, and began to create new gods to create a solar system with them as the core. Only a few gods could survive. The hatred between Poseidon and Saturn began during the Sun dynasty. Light and darkness were also born as the experimental products of Saturn at that time. In addition, many unnatural gods were created by him in that era. For example, the god of war, who was left with only a broken body at this moment, was carefully created by Saturn. At that time, Saturn created him to ensure that the gods and human army he transformed could deal with any war, and to allow him to spare some energy to do other more important things. To be honest, almost all gods lived in fear of Saturn at that time. No one knew whether Saturn would be destroyed because he felt that he was not suitable for his pantheon. Even the Poseidon who gave birth to light with him was extremely afraid of Saturn. Perhaps only the fool god of fire did not think about these things at all. But it is precisely because he is such a fool that he really doesn't have to worry about anything, because he is one of the most respected and favorite subordinates of Saturn, and there is no intention to reform him at all. And every time the god of fire fell into a deep sleep for Saturn, he was almost the same as before when he was born again. In fact, the current god of fire was also like this at the beginning, but he had not really seen the horror of Saturn. But all the surviving gods remembered the fear of Saturn, so the god of the sea broke up with him. Since then, the god of thunder has stayed away from the Saturn group and began to work hard to become stronger to gain freedom from being manipulated by Saturn, while he has always firmly followed Saturn to ensure that Saturn would not punish him. After the collapse of Saturn's Sun dynasty, he became the leader of the gods again, and was even more humane and wise than before the establishment of the dynasty. He treated most gods with great respect and often took various risks and made various efforts for the long-term interests of all gods. But even so, the god of the forest knew very well that the tyrant who killed and dominated the gods as if they were livestock had not left at all. He was just imprisoned somewhere in the heart of Saturn. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, the monster will come back. Before that, he just needs to wait patiently. Chapter 589. While the old man was silent, Saran was also thinking about what was going on. As the god of the forest said, if the left eye could sense the appearance of the right eye, it meant that nothing was blocking him. The right eye in the past was probably in some kind of seal, and someone had found it recently. This was actually the best result. Because if this was true, he could go and get the right eye of the god of war, and as long as he collected all the incomplete parts of the god of war, the god who had betrayed him would stand on his side again. Saran didn't care about his past betrayal, and now he needed the help of war. And he also knew that when he revived the war, he would definitely stand behind him without hesitation, because it was completely opposite to the past. If he wanted to evoke a war again, he should return to the ranks of their gods, because there were several enemies in this era that deserved to be taken seriously. The Holy Church, a huge religious organization that has just surfaced recently and recruited the moon god, worshipped the human god, the destined returner, and finally completely controlled the federal government of this half of the world, as well as Shishao. They are all potential enemies of the gods. The power held by the Camarilla is still very dangerous to them. The worshippers of the destined returner even regard them as so-called heretics, and the Federation, which aims to rule the human race, will definitely want to eliminate them, not to mention Shishao. Her enemies are everywhere. Therefore, this is also the period when he resurrected the god of war. In Saran's impression, he is a guy who likes challenges. When he was just born, the god of war challenged his authority, and he turned against him during the Titan War. Therefore, if the god of war wakes up now, he will definitely be happy to join forces with him to deal with today's humans. If we ignore the strength of the opponent and only talk about the danger, the current situation can be ranked among the top few among the various dangerous situations faced by the gods. Now the survival of the gods is in jeopardy. But the right eye of the god of war suddenly appeared, and Saran also noticed something wrong. At the moment when the Federation had just imprisoned Shishao and the secret alliance surfaced. This made him more willing to believe that there might be a reason for the appearance of this thing. Maybe someone wanted to lure him out to meet, maybe this was a trap set by the Titans, maybe it was found by an organization like the Federation or the Holy Church that was against him, or maybe someone knew the relationship between this thing and him and wanted to use him. In short, Saran didn't think this matter would be so simple. Even if he was really lucky this time, he would not deal with it according to this idea. After all, if it was a short-lived human being who was a little reckless, it would be nothing. After all, they would die sooner or later. But if you want to live forever, you have to be more cautious when dealing with such things. But if this thing is really a bait, then he also needs to try and find the incomplete god of war that's suddenly unearthed. Not to mention that the right eye of the god of war is a threat to the gods. Now is the best time for him to take risks. Xin Xiao is not only imprisoned by the Federation at the moment, but also has to deal with the problem of the deep sea. This is the best opportunity for him to improve his power, otherwise when she returns, his actions will become restricted, just like the past 10 years. Although he has now found a way to counter the prophecy, a few drops of water cannot put out a raging fire. His attainments in counter-prophecy are far lower than Xin Xiao's level of prophecy, not to mention that she is also a reality twister. Even if he can find a way to stop her, her prophecy will spontaneously find a way to break through. The people who are distorted by reality are not necessarily the strongest of the times, but they are always the most unreasonable ones. After thinking about it, Saran walked forward, and then the vines that were originally wrapped around the eyes began to quickly retract to the ground. When the eyeball was exposed in the air, it began to fly away quickly like a wild horse, as if it wanted to escape the seal of the gods. But Saran, who watched it fly away, did not intend to chase it. Instead, orange-yellow flames burst out from his body, and then his body began to grow instantly, directly breaking up the small wooden house, and a star giant appeared in the forest. Then he slowly bent down, and then stretched out his left hand in front of him, and then pinched the escaping eyeball with 2 fingers. The eyeball suddenly stopped struggling like a dead thing. When Saran stood up again in this vast forest, he raised the hand that was pinching the eyeball, and then raised his hand, and gently stuffed the eyeball into his left eye socket. When he pressed gently, the eyeball stayed in the eye socket obediently. Then Saran's body began to shrink again, but when he turned back into the image of an ordinary middle-aged man, it could be clearly seen that his left eye was no longer golden orange, but scarlet blood. The vines that had been burned clean on the ground also reborn from the ashes and turned into forest elders again, standing respectfully in front of him with their heads lowered, seemingly waiting for Saran's instructions. Saran did not immediately pay attention to him, but took the lead in slightly turning his left eye. Well, no problem. Although this eye alone cannot find the right eye immediately, after all, these 2 eyeballs come from the same owner, so as long as he is close enough, he should be able to sense something. After making sure that everything is fine, he ordered, "I will go to find this eyeball. Although I can't determine its exact location, it is definitely not in the territory of the Southern Federation, so I will shift my attention to the outside during this period." Although Saran has many incarnations, if he wants to keep some of his power and leave the Southern Federation, he must concentrate on the incarnation he controls, so he can't analyze and take care of the Southern Federation. Saran continued, "So during this period of time, you have to take good care of the other parts of the body of the God of War, and use this empty body to watch over other gods. Don't let them mess with me. The gods are now at a critical moment of life and death. Now he must seek a new way out for the gods, survive in this turbulent era, and find a way to remove the curse and seal, so he must treat it with the most formal attitude. This time he will completely suppress the arrogance in his bones, and not regard himself as the supreme star. Then rebuild the Sun dynasty again." Chapter 590. As soon as these 2 weapons against the gods were taken out, they shocked Nie Qingyu and other casual Federation members, and Shadow also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the eyeball of the God of War, not expecting such a thing to appear. After a few glances, Nie Qingyu took the initiative to play the role of a politician who knew nothing, turned his head, and looked at Ma En with a surprised and curious expression and said, "What is this?" Ma En replied, "This is the right eye of the God of War, a weapon made from the body of a former god, and it is also the most suitable weapon against the gods for the Federation. His ability is actually a bit similar to that of Shishao, and he can see through the movements of the gods, and he is particularly good at handling things related to the gods and war. With it, you don't have to worry about the revenge of the gods. This thing is almost customized for the needs of the Federation." Nie Qingyu was also surprised when he heard this. If that's the case, we can indeed solve the revenge from the gods. The Shadow also nodded slightly and said, "Then I take these things to check?" Before formally agreeing to Shadow's request, Ma En took out a contract from his arms and handed it to them. "Okay." Shadow had long been accustomed to his behavior that exuded distrust. It took the contract and signed its name directly, and then handed it to Nie Qingyu. Although this politician did not understand Ma En's approach like Shadow, his expression when he took the contract looked particularly natural, because he was completely imitating Shadow's appearance. Although he didn't know what expression he should use to face Ma En's distrust, he knew how to observe and learn Shadow's performance at the moment, so he didn't say any procrastinating nonsense like other politicians. After signing the agreement, Shadow took all the crystals of the gods, and swallowed the eyes floating in the corridor through the shadow derived from his body, and then merged into the shadow and disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time as he left, another brand new shadow emerged from Nie Qingyu's shadow. They need some time to check and confirm that the things you gave are okay," Shadow said, "and spend some time to identify their value. Before that, we can talk about other things first." Ma-en asked curiously, "What is it?" Shadow smiled, "Follow me." Ma-en didn't like this kind of mysterious behavior. When doing so, it is often the interlocutor who wants to take the initiative and control in this way, which seems gentle, but he didn't object at this time. Because in his impression, Shadow is not a guy who would do this. So he dared to say this, there must be something to rely on. Therefore, Ma-en didn't say anything, and directly followed Shadow with Nyeching you around the building for a few circles, and came to a room that looked very ordinary. But when Shadow opened the door, Ma-en knew that this room must be extraordinary. Because the room was filled with all kinds of runes and mechanical devices, and in the middle of the room was a white metal mechanical hatch, which was perfectly round, with wires exposed in the air behind it, as if it had been ripped off by someone. Shadow said, "This thing is a special teleportation device, and it only works here, which is why we asked you to come to the Federation Islands this time. Even this building was built around this teleportation device." As he spoke, 2 staff members, who were already in the room, also walked up and began to operate this seemingly bulky and complicated precision device, and then slowly opened it. Behind the door was a spacious passage, and outside the glass windows on both sides of the passage was pure darkness and dazzling stars. In front of them was a space passage. The 3 of them walked in one after another, and the moment they stepped into the passage, although Ma-en was still standing on the floor, he could feel that the gravity had actually changed subtly at this moment, as if the gravity environment here, which was almost exactly the same as before, was actually caused by something else, rather than from the magnificent planet below the side of the space station. They were in the dark side of Orens, and were also beyond the vision of the gods. "So why is its door on the ground?" Ma-en asked curiously. Shadow explained, "We don't know either. We just found it, and sent a professional team to explore it several times before we determined that this thing seems to be a portal, and both doors are somewhere in Orens. After determining its function, and confirming that it is not dangerous, we used it as a secret portal. The location of the other end of the door is also top secret, and there is no other way to get there in a short time. If anyone wants to sneak in from here, they will be easily stopped." Ma-en was a little surprised by Shadow's answer. "Didn't you build this? Then how did you determine that it is not dangerous?" Shadow just smiled. "Don't worry, the Federation has its own way. We can rule the world not by a name. There is a terrible power behind the Federation that you can't understand, and no one can defeat it. You should know that I am not an obedient child, but a powerful 5th-level ability user who can rule and enslave mortals with my mind. I should not submit to a mortal organization, but use my power recklessly to build my spiritual kingdom and enjoy power in a way that you can't imagine. But after meeting the Federation, I gave up this stupid idea." Obviously Shadow meant something. Ma-en felt that even without the existence of the Federation, Shadow would not do what he just claimed, at least not in such a brutal and cold-blooded way, so he was definitely not talking about himself, but any other ability user who wanted to do so or challenge the authority of the Federation. Ma-en did not respond. He did not need to provoke the Federation, nor did he need to express his awe to the Federation. The secret alliance he carefully planned was already a very powerful organization in the eyes of the world. Even after the provocation of the gods, he could immediately come up with weapons and plans for counterattack. "Then I am really curious about where you want me to go," Ma-en said casually. Shadow also showed a mysterious expression. "You will know soon." As they said this, they came to the second heavy hatch and walked in. The hatch slowly closed. Snap! A black curved mirror gently hit the glass, reflecting the empty space corridor. The black mirror was the front of a helmet, and the figure was wearing a pure white heavy suit with various mechanical devices on it, as if it was a device that allowed the user to survive in the universe. Then the astronaut, who was floating in the universe, and watching Marn gently push the glass, and then his body began to fall towards Orens.